Crack. The soda can exploded in his palm, twisting into a mangled mass of metal. The window of the rented room was left ajar, allowing the late autumn wind to seep in through the gap, carrying with it the smoky aroma of a barbecue stall below mixed with the spicy tang of cumin and the scent of charred grease. Blended with the lingering odor of engine oil clinging to his oil-stained blue overalls, the smell invaded his nostrils. The old wall clock ticked methodically, tick-tock, each second seemingly counting down the remaining balance of his life. It was 11 o'clock. The computer screen glowed, playing a remastered version of Season 1, Episode 3 of Supernatural. On-screen, Dean Winchester was behind the wheel of that iconic black 1967 Chevrolet Impala speeding along an endless highway. The roar of the engine filtered through his cheap earphones, rattling his eardrums while his eyes had already become distant, hollowly reflecting the screen's light like a shell bereft of soul. He wasn't watching a show. He was watching himself. Observing the teenage version fervently following series over a decade ago, the fool who believed that sheer effort could change destiny. Back then he believed that as long as one could shoulder a gun like Dean, he could protect those dear damn, he muttered under his breath, taking care not to disturb his workmates as he wore his headphones. Yet feeling troubled, he yanked them off and carelessly flung them onto the tattered sofa. With a smack, the headphones landed on a pile of unwashed t-shirts like discarded wreckage. The cluttered coffee table bore a chaotic mix. A noodle cup, an ashtray, and half-consumed cheap cigarettes. Most startling was a cell phone with an email subject burning on its screen like a red-hot branding iron notice regarding the optimization of your position. Sender HR Zhang. The cold printed text, phrases like organizational restructuring, strategic focus, thank you for your years of contribution. Each word felt like a tiny knife, pricking his eyes with pain. At 34, not yet 35, and dismissed on a whim, with not even a proper explanation. He leaned against the sofa, wanting to stand and close the window. The wind grew stronger, causing the curtains to sway wildly like ghostly figures beckoning. Yet something tripped him, an old pilled carpet lying beneath his feet. Fuck! He cursed as he staggered forward, his forehead colliding solidly with the metallic corner of the curtain. A dull thud resounded as bone met metal in a burst of pain. But before the excruciating pain could fully spread, a blinding burst of white light exploded before his eyes like a high-voltage arc weld, searing his eyeballs. Inside the earphones, the engine sound of the Impala echoed from afar, ebbing and flowing until it swelled into a deafening roar that threatened to tear his head apart. Dean. Wake the fuck up, Dean. A young man's voice, edged with agitation like a whip lashing his nerves, rang out, and Zhang Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. The dull pain at the back of his head still lingered, yet the scene before him froze him in place. It was not that cramped, peeling-walled rented room. Nor was it that aging computer with its yellowed screen. He found himself lying on a spacious, worn leather car back seat. The leather seat pressing against his neck felt abrasively rough, while his nostrils were invaded by a strangely familiar scent, the potent aroma of engine oil, aged tobacco, and a trace of gun oil. That very scent. Even with his eyes closed, he could recognize it. It was the interior odor of the Impala, the car he'd chased for over a decade. You've been asleep the whole way. Ye is just ahead. If you don't move soon, that female ghost will drag the entire town away as her substitute. A voice announced. Zhang Sheng, or rather the one now inhabiting this body, turned his head. In the front passenger seat, a young man was glancing at him. With golden hair, a tall frame, piercing eyes, a chiseled jawline, and an innate air of worry, it was Sam Winchester. Alive and real. Not from the television, not a poster, but the very Sam Winchester glaring at him with furrowed brows. Zhang Sheng parted his lips, his throat as dry as sandpaper. He wanted to speak, yet the sound that emerged was low, hoarse, and imbued with a roguish nonchalance he had never before shown. What's the rush, Sam? The female ghost isn't going anywhere. Barely had the words fallen from his lips when he froze. The voice wasn't his at all. It belonged to Dean Winchester. He abruptly raised his hand to feel his face. His fingertips met smooth, taut skin, free from the dark stubble of sleepless nights, devoid of fine wrinkles or the weariness life had etched. What he felt was the contour of youth and vitality, a healthy texture forged by years under sun and wind. In a sudden burst, he lunged toward the front passenger's rearview mirror. In the mirror, a face appeared. A man in his 20s with thick brows, high cheekbones, eyes exuding a ruthless yet carefree smirk, and a lazy curve at the corner of his mouth. It was Dean Winchester, the very face he had watched for over a decade. He murmured, his voice drifting as though in a half-forgotten dream. What are you spacing out for? Sam frowned as he rested his Winchester 1887 shotgun against the seat. Its metallic barrel thumped crisply against the car door. Dad's location is fixed at Ye. Maybe he's also investigating this case. Do you really want him to wait? Dad, Yuan Winchester. Zhang Sheng. No, now he should be called Dean. Felt his heart pounding wildly, almost threatening to burst from his throat. Hadn't he just banged his head in that rented room? How was it that upon opening his eyes, he found himself clothed as a character from the series he'd followed for over a decade? Instinctively, almost by reflex, he reached toward his waist. His fingertips encountered a cold strip of metal familiar in its curve and weight. He withdrew it. It was an M1911 pistol with a brass-colored grip, its barrel gleaming with a cold light in the dim interior, the muzzle pointed ever so slightly downward. It was the very gun that Dean never parted with. Damn, he muttered. That single expletive damn finally carried his own tone. A timbre shaped by life's hardships mingled with resignation and irritability, starkly incongruous with the voice of this new body. What did you say? Sam, having not quite caught it, had already stepped out of the car. Hurry up. The old house must be searched before nightfall, though I refuse to spend the night in this dump. Sam's voice echoed from outside, imbued with the characteristic vigilance of a hunter as the car door slammed shut with a resounding bang that echoed across the desolate wilderness. Dean inhaled deeply and pushed open the car door. The evening breeze, carrying the scent of hay and dust, brushed past him with the coolness of early autumn. In the distance, the small town of Yelik shimmered with scattered lights like shards of broken glass on black cloth, distant and icy. In the air lingered a faint rotting sweet tang, as if spoiled honey mingled with rust. That scent, intermittently revealed by the wind, yet unmistakably clear, triggered vivid memories. It was the signature aroma of the white-clad bride. In life, she had been forced by her husband to swallow poison, in death at midnight. She would roam the town seeking young men and dragging them to the depths of a well as her sacrificial substitutes. Sam, already gripping his gun, strode forward with determination, his combat boots crunching on the gravel road, each step punctuating the fragile boundary between reality and the unknown. Dean trailed behind, his mind a muddled mess. After all, what middle-aged man, recently dismissed from a major factory, ever thought he could hunt ghosts? Though he recalled many of the show scenes facing a ghost hovering in midair with blood seeping from its every orifice and nails sharp enough to become deadly weapons, all he could do was probably wet his pants. Instinctively, he touched the gun at his waist, the cold metal granting him a fleeting, illusory sense of security. The night wind grew colder, making his workwear, now Dean's iconic leather jacket, rustle fiercely. He looked up at the vast, endless night sky. It turned out that hell was not beneath his feet. Hell lay at the edge of this wilderness, in the form of a dilapidated wooden door overrun with vines on the verge of being rapped upon. And he, Zhang Sheng, a middle-aged man once crushed by life, had now become Dean Winchester, the one armed with a shotgun setting forth into the depths of hell. He didn't know whether he was blessed or cursed, but one thing he was sure of: the soul residing in this body had long since perished. Now what lived were fragments of two men's essences and a reality with no escape. His stomach churned as the sour beer and remnants of instant noodles rushed down his throat, as if a hand were stirring his innards. Wait a minute. He suddenly called out to Sam, his voice still unsteady and trailing off into a tremble that reverberated across the empty wilderness. Sam abruptly turned around, his combat boots halted on the scattered stones, and his brow furrowed deeply. Under the moonlight, his clear eyes brimmed with vigilance. That house. Dean forced himself to stand upright, his fingernails digging into his palm as he willed a semblance of composure. It's called the Old Hamming residence, isn't it? In the backyard, there was a well, and her bones lay hidden within. Sam's gaze shifted in an instant, from impatience to astonishment, then to an almost icy scrutiny. He stared at Dean as if reassessing a stranger. How do you know? Lowering his voice to a near whisper, his hand already rested on the shotgun at his waist, he said, My father's notes merely mentioned Jericho Anomaly. Not even a town name was given. You couldn't have secretly read his notebook, could you? Dean's heart skipped a beat as cold sweat drenched his back. He had forgotten. This was neither a rerun nor a Godsaya perspective. This was the starting point of the timeline. John Winchester's notes were yet unwritten, and Sam knew nothing about this case. That very statement had crashed like a boulder onto the trust between the Hunter brothers. He quickly fabricated a lie, forcing his tone to sound as casual as Diane's habitual nonchalance. Just a guess. Typically, haunted old houses have a well in the backyard. Feng Shui speaks of gathering energy. Besides, I've roamed far and wide, I've seen it all. Sam stared at him for a couple of seconds, his eyes piercing through falsehoods as if they could burn through flesh. The wind rustled through the wild grass like a relentless countdown. In the end, he merely snorted softly and raised an eyebrow before turning away without further questions. You'd better have guessed correctly, his voice drifted with a hunter's warning. Or tonight, we'll have to sleep on a grave and watch out for that female ghost knocking at midnight for a celebration. It wasn't long before, emerging from the night, an old house draped in withered vines appeared, the Old Hamming residence. It stood like a dormant behemoth in a desolate yard, its contours twisting unnaturally in the moonlight. The second-floor windows were as black as if blinded, coldly staring at the two uninvited visitors. The wind passed through the ruined frames, emitting a mournful whimpering sound. Dean drew his M1911 from behind his waist, his fingers trembling slightly with nervousness and inexperience. The gun felt heavier than any screwdriver had ever handled in the factory. Its icy metallic texture made his palms sweat, rendering the grip slick. "You guard the front door, I'll check out the well in the backyard." Sam lowered his voice like a stalking wolf, his eyes sharp as blades as he nimbly darted into the nearby bushes, disappearing into the darkness. Dean nodded, and keeping close to the wall, slowly made his way to the porch. The decaying floorboards groaned under his weight. The red paint on the door had long peeled away, exposing rotten wood beneath that resembled a festering wound. As he pried it open, withered splinters cascaded down, and his fingertips encountered a nauseating damp decay. Just as he was about to try the doorknob, a creak resonated from inside. It wasn't the wind. It was the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor, slow and laborious with a chilling rhythm. Cold sweat instantly trickled down from the back of his neck, soaking the collar of what was meant to be Dean's leather jacket. He recalled that in the show the female ghost should have been seducing the mayor's son, so why had she appeared prematurely? "Who's out there?" A woman's voice floated out, sugary yet venomous, each word imbued with a bewitching allure that seemed to seep into one's very bones. Dean gripped his gun tighter, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. He wanted to unleash a biting retort, something like, "Your old man's here, come out, you little sprite." But suddenly his mind flashed back to the expressionless face of HR Zhang Li during that afternoon layoff meeting and the cold, cutting words, "Mr. Zhang, your position has been optimized. Thank you for your years of contribution." Those words were like a poisoned dagger piercing through the facade he had so desperately maintained. Anger and fear coiled within him like venomous snakes, squeezing his heart mercilessly. His vision darkened, and a buzzing filled his ears. Almost instinctively, with a roar mingled with despair, humiliation, and impotence, he shouted, "Come out. Stop playing ghost." As soon as the words fell, the door creaked open slowly, and a white silhouette drifted out. Diane's blood seemed to freeze instantly. It wasn't the ghost from the show, clad in a tattered wedding dress and veiled by long hair, but a woman in a blue work dress. Her face was as white as if daubed with lime, and thick ink-dark blood oozed from her eye sockets, slowly streaming down her cheeks with an eerie glisten in the moonlight. It was none other than Li Xiaofan, his former female team leader from the factory. "Xiaozhong." The woman's voice suddenly turned shrill and piercing like rusty metal scraping against glass, each syllable dripping with venom as she snarled, "Did you think that running away would set you free?" She drifted closer, her icy aura hit him like a blast, carrying the scent of factory oil and rust. "And on the optimization list, your son too." Dean felt every drop of his blood freeze. This wasn't a scene from the show. It was the nightmare that haunted him so deeply, waking him in terror night after night, the ultimate fear for his future faced alone in the darkness of his rented room. Instinctively, he pulled the trigger. Cack! The gun misfired with an empty click, a cruel laugh of fate that rang particularly harshly in the silent night. The woman's hand had already gripped his arm, its touch icy and piercing, as if countless icicles were drilling down his veins into his bone, rendering his arm numb in an instant. "Run! Why aren't you running?" She edged closer, her decayed breath washing over him with the stench of earth and decay. "Didn't you want to be Dean? Didn't you think you could handle everything? You can't even keep your own job. How on earth do you plan to protect others? What will you use? Using that pathetic severance pay of yours?" "Shut up." Dean roared, a surge of fury born from humiliation washing over him, incinerating his fear. Summoning an unknown strength, he forcefully shoved the ghost away and turned to run. The screams behind him pierced his ears like a barrage of needles, tearing at his nerves. He staggered as if his lungs were on fire. Every breath reeked of blood. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, with despair devouring his consciousness, a classic line from Dean in the show flashed through his mind. A declaration not of vain bravado, but of a rebirth in the face of death. Instinctively summoning every ounce of strength, he roared towards the dark bushes, "Sam, use salt rounds," followed by a resounding bang. A familiar, dull gunshot erupted behind him, with a flash of fire vanishing into the night. Dean whipped his head around in shock. He saw Sam bursting out from the backyard bushes, the shotgun in his hand still emitting faint traces of smoke. The white figure in the work dress let out a piercing wail, its body twisting and burning like kindling, before finally dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that drifted away with the night breeze. "What just happened to you?" Sam rushed over, his brow furrowed with worry and confusion, his hand still on his gun, murmuring, "That ghost's form. It isn't right. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be someone you know." Dean leaned against the cold, vine-covered wall, gasping for breath as his heart pounded like it might burst. He stared at Sam at a loss for words. Should he confess that he came from another world? That he had just been laid off? That his son might even be on the optimization list? That is... He gasped, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper. Although Sam couldn't fully grasp his tangled explanation, he saw a raw, bone-deep terror in Diane's eyes. It was not a fear of ghosts, but of something far deeper and more personal. Without pressing further, he silently retrieved a glass bottle from his backpack, filled with coarse white salt. No matter what it is, he said, shoving the salt bottle into Diane's hands with determined resolve, let's spread it first, and then see. Salt could ward off evil and also bring clarity. Diane, clutching the cold glass bottle and staring at the white powder in his palm, suddenly smiled. His laughter in the dead silence of the night sounded abrupt and even tinged with madness. He laughed at his own earlier cowardice, for how could he have been so frightened by an illusion? He also laughed at the absurdity of his crossed fate. After all, wasn't it just ghost hunting? Just being laid off? Just the possibility that his son might be caught up in it? Dean Winchester could endure this, and so could Zhang Sheng. He clutched the salt bottle tightly as white powder seeped through his fingers, like time slipping away and like his past being ground to dust. He lifted his head as the moonlight bathed his face, revealing in his eyes a trace of panic and confusion that belonged to Zhang Sheng, like mist being gradually blown away. In its place arose a ruthless, unyielding determination that was unmistakably Diane's. Let's go. He tucked the salt bottle into the pocket of his leather jacket and gripped his M1911 once more. This time his hand no longer trembled. Head to the backyard and fill in the well. Tonight we must finish her off. I don't want to see any more of that optimization list. Sam paused for a moment, then a slight smile curved his lips, a hunter's silent nod of approval towards his comrade. Now that sounds better, he said, so then turned and melted back into the darkness. The night wind swept by, dispersing the last trace of blood, and at the edge of the wilderness, a vine-clad, dilapidated wooden door stood silently. Within, a new terror was quietly taking root. The morning light flowed like melted honey through the streets of Stanford, casting a lazy golden hue over the mottled walls, rusty mailboxes, and the crooked screen door of Sam's house. Sunlight crept through the window cracks inch by inch, licking the floor, eventually landing on the man curled up on the sofa. Sam was awakened by the light. He stumbled out of the bedroom, his hair a wild mess, as if struck by lightning, his wrinkled t-shirt clinging to him, his toes still trapped in the socks he had taken off the night before, the sour scent of a hangover fermenting with the morning light in the air. He squinted, a hoarse mumble escaping his throat, as if he had been forcibly pulled from a long hibernation. In the living room, Dean lounged leisurely on the sofa like a sunbathing leopard. He wore a clean light blue shirt, the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing his sturdy forearms under which lay the thin calluses formed from years of handling a gun. A laptop rested on his legs, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard with a lively rhythm precise as a hacker's intrusion. Sunlight slanted into the room, illuminating the slightly curled tips of his hair and the almost mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth. Sam froze. This was a bit strange. His brother Dean, who had spent the whole year drifting on the road, sleeping in rundown motels and abandoned gas stations, without even a fixed mailbox, was actually lying so quietly and homely on their sofa, like a real ordinary person with a mortgage, a cat, and a lawn to mow. I hope you don't mind. Dean didn't even look up, casting him a glance from the corner of his eyes, tone casual, as if discussing the weather. Your precious laptop is sitting in the bag. The password lock isn't even opened. I don't want to see you running naked on the internet being stalked by some CIA or FBI crawler. Brother, you'd better not be watching porn. Sam rubbed his temples, his voice still hoarse from the hangover, dragging himself toward the kitchen. The refrigerator door opened, cold air rushing out. He took out orange juice, twisted the cap off, and gulped down a large mouthful. The icy liquid slid down his throat, finally awakening his muddled brain. Leaning against the counter, he gazed at his brother in the living room, suddenly feeling that all of this was a bit unreal. He had forgotten what it felt like to be with his brother. It was a scent mixed with gunpowder, gasoline, the antiseptic smell of cheap motels, and an indescribable essence known as home. It dawned on him how much he had missed this person over the past 4 years. Hey, race the thing. Dean suddenly cleared his throat from the living room, his voice a bit dry, a sign that he had done something Sam wouldn't like. Sam leaned out. About an hour ago, some guy was sending you messages. Dean pointed at the computer screen, his gaze wandering, as if he were hiding something. The ID is sexy Stanford Dar, 1084. Guy A. Sam frowned. Dean almost laughed out loud. He certainly knew that guy wasn't named Guy. He had no idea what that bastard's name was. He had spent half an hour sifting through the alumni directory on the school website before recognizing that face from a blurry group photo. Brady, pre-med class of 2003, part-time fraternity advisor. Brad or something. He pretended to type on the keyboard, his fingers hovering over the enter key. Brady. Sam squinted, becoming alert. Yeah, Dean suddenly looked up a bit overly excited, as if he had finally grasped a lifeline at you. So I replied. Sam let out a long, desperate groan like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Hey, I need to defend myself. Dean raised his hands, looking innocent. You left your laptop outside. It's not outside, it's in my bag. Sam pointed at the messy emergency pack on the chair, his tone growing heavier, and it has a password, Dean. Dean grinned, that smile like an old-fashioned hunting knife, sharp and familiar, carrying a sense of triumph, as if to say you can't do anything about me. Whatever. Sam rolled his eyes, turning back to the kitchen to pour himself a cup of coffee, and grabbed another cup of orange juice, setting the coffee on the low table next to the abandoned laptop. What did you do to scare him so much? Dean fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. I did not traumatize him, he said leisurely, but his fingers were flying over the keyboard. In fact, Guy quickly pointed out my mistake. Of course, that was after he sent, hey, baby, missed you. Dean was actually waiting for a name. He had no clue what Brady's name was, and could only guess. Just as he pondered whether to make up a Kevin to try, a chat window suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. Sexy Stanford DR 1084, you're back, bro. Dean almost laughed out loud. Bro? Seriously? It's 2005, and this guy is still greeting with bro. He quickly got into character, trying awkwardly to mimic Sam's tone, high IQ restrained with a hint of scholarly aloofness. But in less than 3 sentences, the other party saw through him. Sexy Stanford DR 1084, who are you? Sam wouldn't use the word cool. Dean shrugged and decided to come clean him, his brother Dean. Just checking in on him and making sure he hasn't been corrupted by you fraternity crazies. The other party fell silent for a few seconds before replying, oh, then you'd better not touch his stuff. Bastard. That tone was too familiar. Dean certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. He arranged to meet Brady at a bar off campus at 8, citing wanting to meet his brother's friend. Now he sat on the sofa plotting his next move. So I invited him for a beer, he said casually. Sam immediately pulled a stink face. Don't touch my stuff, Dean. Dude. Dean feigned a look of indignation. What? He raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical. What are you doing? I'm just here to check on my brother, make sure you haven't gotten into any trouble in the terrifying world of higher education. Dean shrugged, sounding sincere enough to fool a priest. No joke, Sam was indeed in trouble. The schemes of those bastards downstairs had already begun to brew. Asmodeus' chess game had already begun, and Sam stood at the brink of an explosion, completely unaware. Dean, my friends are not. He glanced at the bedroom door where the sound of the shower could be heard. Monsters. They're just ordinary college students living ordinary lives. Dean felt a churn in his stomach upon hearing this. If only it were that simple. Then there's nothing to complain about. He put on a face that said, I've grown up, and that's that. It's just 2 guys having a beer. All right, Sam said sternly. But Dean, I swear if you... Relax, Samantha. Dean grinned, standing up. It's just a beer and a chat. Sam still looked ready to punch him at any moment. So Dean clapped his hands. Are we going for breakfast or something? Brunch was at a small restaurant called Blueberry Pancakes. Sunlight filtered through the glass windows onto the wooden tables, and the air was filled with the aromas of bacon, maple syrup, and fresh coffee. The blueberry jam in the glass jar looked like solidified purple crystal. Jessie sat next to Sam, smiling like the first breeze of spring. She was stunning, with long, deep brown hair casually tied in a ponytail, her eyes shining like stars filled with love for Sam. Her speech carried a California accent, playful and direct, occasionally poking Sam's shoulder, causing his ears to turn red while he struggled to suppress a smile. Dean watched them, feeling a mix of emotions. He remembered future Jessie, nailed to the ceiling, her body ablaze, flames licking at her skin, while Sam knelt on the ground, eyes hollow like a shell from which the soul had been drawn. And now she was alive, sitting in front of him, vibrant, smiling, loving, and completely unguarded like a flower in full bloom. She is completely different from Sam, Dean thought. That kid was utterly infatuated with her, which was painfully obvious. Dean didn't know whether to cry or vomit. That morning's brunch might have been the most surreal experience of Dean's life. Seeing his brother happy and in love, everything as it should be, only strengthened his resolve to change everything. His brother deserved all of this. And Jessie deserved to live. By the end of dinner, Dean was convinced he could do it for them. He would change the future. Sam had tried to crash Dean and Brady's gatherings at least 3 times. The last time Dean finally couldn't take it anymore. Sam, go stay in your own life, okay? Don't be a tag-along. Sam scoffed, and Jessie laughed as she pulled him back to their anti-demon apartment. Yes, Dean recognized the salt line on the door frame and the exorcism symbols in the corners. He watched his brother being taken away by his girlfriend, sighing inwardly, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden, yet also feeling a new shackle being placed upon him. Then he walked toward the black 1967 Chevrolet Impala parked at the street corner. The car's paint glistened under the sunset, resembling a sleeping beast. The evening breeze fluttered the edges of his leather jacket, and the distant chimes of the campus clock tower echoed, ringing steadily in the tranquil dusk. At exactly 8 o'clock, Brady arrived on time. 10 years had passed, and he had hardly changed. His messy blonde hair, neat teeth, and that punchable grin. Dean. The man approached, extending his hand with a radiant smile. Dean grinned back, shaking his hand, feeling the strange, inhuman chill beneath the other's skin. Brady, he asked, his tone casual. Just call me Sexy Stanford Dr., the other replied with a wink, his tone flippant. Dean almost laughed out loud. This bastard really had the guts to say that. He pulled 2 bottles of beer from the ice bucket, opened one, and handed it over, saying, You always need a few on the road. I thought you wouldn't mind free stuff. Brady smiled as he clinked the beer bottle and took a swig. Then he suddenly choked, coughing violently, his eyes wide, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, glistening with an eerie black light in the twilight. What? He looked down at the beer bottle, then back at Dean, his voice hoarse and filled with incredulous terror. What the hell did you make me drink? Holy water, Dean said calmly, as if explaining a simple glass of lemonade, diluted for taste so you wouldn't get an overwhelming church flavor. Brady's face began to contort as if something was writhing beneath his skin, and his eyes filled with a thick black fog. You knew all along, he shouted, from the moment you called him brother. Dean stepped back, pulling out a can of silver spray paint from the trunk, the metal glinting coldly in the moonlight. Welcome to the Hell's Lodge, darling. A demon suddenly lunged forward fast enough to stir up a gust of wind, but was violently repelled by an invisible force field. The trunk's interior was already filled with intricate demon traps drawn with holy water and silver powder. Dean effortlessly shoved him inside like tossing a rag into a sack and slammed it shut. Princess, please be patient, it will be your turn soon. As he reached for the spray paint, a blinding set of headlights suddenly illuminated the dirt road. A battered pickup truck screeched to a halt, the door swung open, and Sam jumped out, gun pointed directly at Dean, steady as a rock. Sammy, what the hell are you doing? Let him go. Sam's voice was cold, filled with an undeniable command. Urgent knocking came from the trunk. Sam, help. Please, he's gone mad. Shut up. Dean shouted back. Sammy, you can't tell the monster you don't know what it is. You might as well wave a neon sign saying, I don't know how to kill you. Sam frowned, but the gun remained steady. Dean glanced at his brother, calmly reaching for the keys. The trunk opened. Brady sat up, bloodied and terrified, perfectly portraying an innocent kidnapped victim. Sam, please. Your brother is insane. He wants to kill me. Dean scoffed. Sammy's a demon. Sam jumped in shock, squinting. Dean poured out the holy water. Brady screamed, hissed, and exhaled smoke, black mist roiling beneath his skin. Sam's face turned pale, as if drained of blood. I'm sorry, brother. Dean approached, his voice low. I didn't want you to know. Is this why you came here? Sam's voice trembled with anger, filled with betrayal. The Jericho hunt. Dad is missing. All this just to get me off Stanford so you could kill my possessed best friend without telling me. What the hell are you doing, Dean? That wasn't. Dean shook his head. Dad is missing, but I just found out. I gave him holy water as a routine check. Brady suddenly laughed, his laughter sharp and grating. Nonsense. You all predicted I would win. Dean narrowed his eyes. Shut up. Sam looked at his brother, his eyes pleading for an answer. See you later, Sammy. The demon sneered, its voice distorted. It's Sam, young Winchester corrected, calmly emphasizing each word. Dean was taken aback. At that moment he felt defeated. Like being hit hard in the chest. His brother was no longer that law school freshman who only ate apple pie. He had entered hunter mode. How long? Sam asked, his voice as cold as ice. Since sophomore year Thanksgiving break. Brady grinned, exposing his pearly white teeth. How long did you spend trying to get me back on track? You're such a good friend, Sam. Why, oi? Sam gritted his teeth. What the hell do you want? Because you're our favorite. The demon laughed. We have high hopes for you. Dean splashed the remaining holy water, slamming the trunk shut. He's still inside. Sam shouted, that's still Brady's body. Dean replied softly, by the time they take down that bastard, future Brady will be long gone. Sam handed him a silver knife. Dean sliced his arm, blood dripping down, no smoke, no hissing. Dean, what happened? Sam asked, his voice filled with fear and confusion, but more than that, a thirst for knowledge. How do you know? What did he mean by they have plans for me? Dean pressed the spray can against his brother's chest. Stay still. I'm going to draw a demon trap. He moved 10 feet away, crouching down to draw a pentagram and runes on the ground. Pine needles and dirt were brushed aside, silver spray, paint carving cold lines in the moonlight, like sealing a mark upon the earth. Sam stood at the edge of the trap, his eyes flickering with a flame of curiosity. Does this thing really work? He asked. What do you think kept him in the trunk? Dean retorted, finishing the last stroke, the silver lines subtly glowing in the night. You painted the black antelope. Added later. Dean grinned, flashing a familiar, careless smile. It made her cooler. Sam shook his head. If that was drawn on the trunk, how can we get him past? Just wait and see. Dean smiled. He opened the trunk, pulling out a silver chain with an ancient copper bell at the end, the tongue still smeared with a bit of dried holy water. The exorcism requires a medium, he said, and this guy just happens to be a chatterbox. He shook the copper bell. The chime rang clear, resonating with a soul-piercing frequency echoing through the woods. Brady in the trunk suddenly fell silent. Then he laughed a bizarre smile. "You think this can trap me?" Dean didn't answer, just wrapped the silver chain around Brady's wrist, dragging him toward the center of the trap. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit." The exorcism began. Dean's voice was deep and firm, each syllable striking like a hammer in the void. Black smoke surged out of Brady's mouth, twisting and roaring, swirling above the pentagram to form a hideous, ghostly face. Sam stood outside the circle, gripping his gun tightly, knuckles white, but his gaze was unusually resolute. Dean finished the last line. The black smoke exploded, turning to countless ashes scattering in the wind. Brady collapsed on the ground, breathing weakly, but his eyes were clear, pupils returning to normal. Sam rushed forward to support him. Is he still alive?" He looked up at Dean, his voice trembling with the relief of survival. "The demon is gone." Dean wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. "The hostage is still alive." Sam looked at his brother, his expression complicated, as if he was getting to know a stranger anew. "You knew he would come," he said softly. "You planned all of this in advance." Dean remained silent, his profile harsh and cold under the moonlight. "You didn't come to save me," Sam said quietly, his voice laced with hurt, yet also understanding. "You came to kill him." "I came to save Jesse." Dean finally spoke, his voice deep and resolute. "And to save you." Sam looked down at the unconscious Brady, his voice trembling. "He introduced me to Jesse. After sophomore year." "She's not a demon," Dean said. "I've checked." "You're lying." Sam looked up, tears in his eyes like a wounded cub. "You've been lying all along." "Not this time." Dean looked at him, his gaze as steadfast as a rock. "She isn't. She loves you, not your bloodline, not your destiny. She simply loves you." Sam closed his eyes, a tear rolling down, landing on Brady's bloodstained shirt. Dean walked over, placing a hand on his shoulder, a silent promise from a brother. "We aren't done yet." Sam opened his eyes, his voice low, carrying the sharpness of a newly awakened hunter. "But tonight." "Thank you." Dean grinned, that smile appearing somewhat dazed under the moonlight. "Don't get mushy, Sam." The night breeze rustled through the trees, crickets began to chirp again, as if the life and death struggle had never happened. The Impala's engine roared like a waking beast, carrying the two brothers toward the brightly lit town. The future remained uncertain. The dark chess game had just begun. But at this moment, they were alive together. And that was enough. The night was thick like ink, weighing heavily upon the earth, as if it could drip down. A waning moon hung in the sky, torn into irregular fragments by the surging clouds, casting mottled and shattered shadows on the withered grass, creating ghostly silhouettes. The wind blew from the depths of the boundless fields, carrying the scent of earth and rotting grass, sweeping over the roof of the black antelope, producing a low, prolonged wail. In the distance, an owl hooted from a dead oak tree, its voice sharp and solitary, like a rusty knife slicing through the dead silence of the night, heralding some ominous arrival. Dean yanked the hood off Brady's head. It was not a hood at all, but rather a makeshift headpiece made from an old white t-shirt he scavenged from the bar's back alley, torn and sewn back together, its edges uneven, stitches crooked, as if it had been unearthed from the collection of some madman, radiating a crude malice. While waiting for a table at the bar, he used a stolen black marker to draw this trap on the inner side of the fabric, a rough yet effective demon sealing array. The lines were crooked and far from the exquisite runes replicated from ancient texts by Crowley, but it was enough to ensnare a careless demon. "Improvise," Dean muttered to himself, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his gaze sharp as a knife under the moonlight. "Better than wearing a sack." Brady stumbled into the center of the trap, his eyes possessed by the demon, glimmering with an eerie, lifeless black light under the moon. He struggled to steady himself, facing away from the two brothers, his shoulders slightly heaving, as if repressing an impending storm of laughter. "Oh, Dean," he slowly turned, tilting his head back to gaze at the waning moon obscured by clouds, his voice soft, almost tender, carrying a chilling familiarity. "You are far more clever than we imagined." "When did it start?" "Since I called him brother. Or even earlier." "Bite me," Dean coldly replied, his voice as sharp as an ice-forged blade. Sam stood at the edge of the trap, his gaze flickering between his brother and the man who had once been his best friend. There was no doubt in his eyes about Dean's identity. The burning of holy water, the test of silver knives, that familiar volatile temper, all enough to prove that the person before him was flesh and blood. No, Sam's doubts ran deeper. He was certain Dean knew far more than he let on. His brother's gaze was too heavy, too steady, like a bottomless ancient well containing a weight. He could not touch one that could crush a soul. Damn it, why couldn't he just stand aside? Because he was a Winchester. Another memory slithered into his mind like a venomous snake. For a week, he wore a suit and tie, surviving on rabbit food like milkshakes, hunting the ghost of a madman who had long since passed, using a toy gun named Sam Wesson. Zachariah's voice echoed in his ears like the tolling of a judgment bell. "Hunting is already woven into your blood. It is your essence." "Fuck that." If being a hunter would kill Dean, Sam wouldn't be a hunter. He would rather become another shadow nailed to the ceiling. Sammy, you know what? You are so lucky. Brady spoke again, this time smiling gently and amiably at Sam, his smile like a snake's tongue, sweet, yet laced with a deadly stench. Maybe even luckier than your brother thinks. He spared you from severe fright. What are you talking about? Sam abruptly turned to Dean, his voice taut like a drawn bowstring. Dean remained silent. He had wanted to shoot this bastard dead to silence him forever. But Sam would not relent. Rather than let him hear a more brutal truth from elsewhere later, it was better to let him witness the demon turn to ashes before the hunter's eyes, to end this nightmare with his own hands. I mean the pretty girl waiting for you at home, Brady said softly, each word like a poisoned needle. Sam's shoulders tensed instantly, his hands instinctively curling into fists, knuckles whitening from the force veins bulging on the back of his hands. I thought I would pin her to the ceiling and burn her to ashes. He paused, his mouth splitting into a grin, revealing his white teeth. Yes, Sammy darling, just like your beloved mother. Sam opened his mouth, his throat feeling choked, as if blocked by a red-hot iron, unable to produce a sound. He suddenly looked at Dean, his eyes filled with desperate, pleading yearning to hear the words. He's lying, longing for his brother to pull him back from this abyss with a lie. Yet Dean simply stared at him quietly, his green eyes unfathomable under the moonlight, offering neither denial nor affirmation. In that moment, Sam's world came crashing down. Surprise. Brady threw his head back, releasing a laugh that tore through the night sky. I am the monster that killed your bitch mother. No, he isn't. Dean's voice cut in, simultaneously calm as the undercurrent beneath ice. The open space fell into dead silence. Even the wind ceased its wailing. Two pairs of eyes, one crimson, the other astonished, fixed on Dean. Brady narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Dean, as if seeing this person for the first time, a flicker of shock passing through his inhuman pupils. You think I didn't nail that bitch to the ceiling, Dean? He howled, his voice twisted. You think I didn't gut Winchester's mother over little Sammy's crib? I watched her burn to death with my own eyes, and I would do the same to Jess, ha ha ha. Dean stepped forward suddenly, the shotgun's bolt clicking loudly open, the cold metal's friction slicing through the night sky, carrying an undeniable murderous intent. His left hand had quietly slipped toward the inner side of his jacket, fingertips brushing against the angel blade from the future, the weapon capable of reducing any demon to ashes. The monster that killed our mother. Dean gritted his teeth, every word dripping with bone-deep hatred, with yellow eyes. Are you planning to bring out those pale babies? Or will you shut your mouth, because I know you can't produce anything at all? Brady slowly closed his mouth. His gaze remained normal, devoid of fear or panic, only a twisted pleasure of being exposed. Dean thought I won. He longed to immediately draw the angel blade and shatter this vessel along with the demon within it. But he couldn't. What Sam needed was not an outlet for his anger, but answers. Not lies, not comfort, but the bloody truth. Even if it was like a dull knife slowly carving through his heart. You are right. Suddenly the demon shrugged, his tone as light as discussing the weather, as if the earlier rage had never occurred. I am not the one who hired someone to kill your mother, nor am I the one who killed Jess. But I will still kill her myself. He turned to Sam, his eyes burning with the inferno of hell. People like us never rest. Jess will suffer. She will die next week, and it will all be your fault, Sammy. Your blood, your fate, led the people you love most to death. No. Sam let out a beastly roar. His eyes instantly filled with blood, and he lunged toward the trap, desperate to tear apart the demon. Dean pulled him back with all his strength, tossing him behind him, his arm muscles taut as an unyielding wall. Step back. He shouted, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Don't let him succeed. He's toying with you. Sam struggled, his eyes red like a trapped beast, emitting a low whimper from his throat. Finally, he stopped, his chest heaving violently, turned towards the black antelope, and kicked the car door with all his might, the metal producing a dull thud. Then he began to pace back and forth by the car like a restless caged beast, glaring fiercely at the demon in the trap every few seconds. Dean turned to look at Brady. The demon stood there wearing a smug smile, as if enjoying a splendid drama directed by himself. Dean averted his gaze, unleashing his pent-up fury against the nearest old oak tree. He raised the shotgun and struck the tree trunk fiercely with the heavy stock. Thud, thud, thud. Wood chips flew and the bark shattered, revealing the pale wood within. Each impact was accompanied by his suppressed howl. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. He truly hadn't considered this question. Kill Brady, save Jesse. It was that simple. But he forgot that Azazel would not rest. Jesse was the best fuse to ignite Sam's vengeance. As long as she was alive, Sam would remain the top student of the law school, not a hunter. And Dean would die in that fire. In the depths of his mind, that dark voice whispered, well, at least you won't be lonely anymore. Sam will return to your side, accompanying you to the ends of the earth until the depths of hell. This became the last straw that broke his emotional dam. Dean let out a primal roar born from the depths of his soul, and continued to smash the tree as if he wanted to destroy the entire world along with his despair. Dean, stop. Sam rushed up, gripping the barrel tightly with one hand, while pressing down on his wildly heaving chest with the other, trying to pull him back from his frenzy. Dean looked up and saw his brother's face intertwined with worry, anger, and a hint of unbearable, unfathomable sorrow. He pushed Sam away, handed over the shotgun, raised his hands, feigning calmness, but the rising and falling of his chest betrayed the turmoil within. "All right," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "All right." He closed his eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, forcing the swirling anger and despair back down into his heart. Collapse later. Now there was a mission. Dean adjusted his disheveled coat and strode toward the trap, each step steady and powerful. Sam followed his gaze. Complex. Extract everything you want from him. Dean stopped at the edge of the circle, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at the demon, his eyes seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, carrying the will of judgment and finality, causing even Brady to instinctively take half a step back. "We need to send this son of a bitch back to where he came from." Sam scrutinized his brother, a brooding man bearing the weight of the world, one he wasn't quite sure he recognized, then focused all his attention on Brady. The exorcism began. Brady babbled nonsense, saying Sam was their favorite, claiming Jesse was no longer safe. He rambled on, but revealed no truly valuable information. Azazel. He only referred to him as the boss. Lucifer. Lilith. He knew nothing. He was like a balloon that had been popped, only able to emit meaningless noise. Dean knew he could make him talk. Without a dagger, without angelic power, he could still make a demon speak. He had his methods, from torture to psychological warfare, from childhood traumas to human weaknesses. But he couldn't. Sam was already looking at him with that "are you crazy" expression. No need to add fuel to the fire. In the end, Sam let out a roar and turned to the black antelope. "I'll go look up the exorcism spell." "No need," Dean said softly, his voice low, but carrying an undeniable authority. He stood at the edge of the trap, beginning to recite the Latin incantation. Each syllable felt as if it were being squeezed from his very marrow, ancient and heavy, carrying the power of millennia echoing across the desolate wilderness. Sam stopped in his tracks, staring at him in shock. He had never seen his brother like this. Brady struggled and howled, black smoke billowing from his mouth, eyes and nostrils twisting and roaring above the pentagram, ultimately being dragged underground by an invisible force, disappearing without a trace. "Get lost," Dean said quietly, and as the last syllable fell, the silver lines at the center of the trap glimmered faintly before dimming. To their shock, Brady was still alive. He curled up on the ground, his fingers twisted and broken, his skull slightly cracked, but his chest continued to rise and fall weakly. "We should take him to the hospital," Sam said calmly, his tone devoid of anger, only the coolness of a hunter facing an injured person, as he carefully lifted his unconscious friend onto the black antelope. Dean nodded, not asking how to spin the story. He knew that this time they couldn't just throw the person down and run as usual. This was Sam's friend. In the emergency room, the pale lights sliced through the cold air like scalpels, illuminating the smooth-tiled floor. The strong smell of disinfectant mingled with the sense of blood and sweat, creating a unique aroma that belonged to the crossroads of death and salvation. Sam sat in the plastic chair of the waiting room, hands clasped together, knuckles turning white from the pressure. He watched the nurses bustling about, calmly narrating Brady's drug history and attempted robbery at school. "He's always had this problem," Sam said, fatigue and pain unmasked in his eyes. "I went to find him today and found him collapsed in the bushes, covered in blood." The nurse nodded, taking notes without asking too many questions, as such stories were too common in the late-night emergency room. Dean leaned against the wall, his gaze hawk-like, scanning every door at the end of the corridor. He didn't want to stay, but he couldn't leave. He knew Sam wouldn't forgive him if he left now. "Sam, we have to go?" he said quietly. Sam looked up, his eyes full of questioning. "Just like that? Are we leaving him here?" "Not leaving him." Dean shook his head, his voice low and firm. "We are saving him. But we also have to save ourselves." Sam fell silent for a moment, finally understanding. He looked at his brother's weary, yet resolute profile. We can't stay here, right?" Dean shook his head. "The yellow-eyed one already knows." "Jesse. She's in Bobby's safe house," Dean said, his tone assured. "Anti-demon array, holy water, salt circle, angel runes. She will be safe." Sam looked at him, his gaze complex with a hint of disbelief. "Bobby has a safe house." Dean almost laughed out loud. He wiped his face, thinking Sam in 2005, knowing nothing at all. "Yes, Sammy, Bobby has a safe house." He deliberately elongated the tone, trying to diffuse the heavy atmosphere with his usual cynicism. "Look at what happens when you go off to get an education. You missed learning the truly useful stuff." "Asshole," Sam rolled his eyes, but his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. "And I'm just Sam." "Right, Sam," Dean nodded, opening the car door, the engine roaring to life. "Bitch." Jess's apartment was in an old building in the suburbs with half-drawn curtains, warm yellow light spilling onto the windowsill, casting a cozy silhouette. She was sitting on the sofa reading a book, and when she heard the sound of keys, she looked up, her smile freezing upon seeing the large bags behind Dean and Sam, as well as the unmistakable shotgun in Dean's hand. "Sam, what's going on?" She stood up, her gaze terrified as it swept over the weapon in Dean's hand. That's a gun. "We need to leave," Sam said, his voice hoarse, unable to meet her eyes. "Leave? Where to? Why?" Her voice began to tremble. "There's danger," he said, struggling to speak. "I can't explain, but I promise you are safe." "You can't explain?" Her voice rose, filled with anger at being deceived. "Sam, what are you hiding? Your father? Your brother? Are you fugitives?" Dean leaned against the door frame, saying nothing. He knew this moment would come eventually, and he had to let Sam face it himself. "Jessie," he began, his voice low and carrying an undeniable weight, "do you believe in fate?" She froze. "Some things are destined from birth. Your love for Sam is not a coincidence. You appearing in his life is because someone wants to use you to ignite him." "What? There's a demon," Sam finally looked up, his voice trembling, filled with endless pain, "that wants to kill you. Just like he killed my mother." "Demon?" She almost laughed, her laughter filled with absurdity and fear. "Are you kidding? Is this some kind of metaphor? A hitman? The mafia?" "We are hunters," Dean said. "We hunt the supernatural bastards who kill humans." Sam added, his voice soft as the wind, yet each word weighed heavily. The car fell silent, only the low rumble of the engine remained. "Sam?" she asked softly, holding onto the last thread of hope. He closed his eyes and nodded vigorously, a single tear sliding down silently. "But those things aren't real." She grasped the back of his chair, her knuckles whitening, her voice breaking. "On Halloween you said if there are really ghosts, I'm the first one not to believe." Sam bitterly smiled, his voice laced with endless bitterness. "I thought at that moment one day you would hate me." "Dean, did you bring your ID?" he suddenly asked. "What? Your ID? Do you have it?" "Yes." "Why?" Dean slammed on the brakes, the black antelope screeching as it veered off the highway and turned onto a deserted dirt road. "The principal?" Sam asked, a hint of ominous premonition in his voice. Dean didn't answer. He parked at the wilderness intersection, got out, and opened the trunk. Sam took the spray can, the cold metal sending a shiver through him. "We are going to summon the Crossroads demon," Dean said, lighting a cigar, the flame flickering in his eyes, casting a resolute silhouette. "Some debts must be settled face to face." The wind swept across the wasteland, stirring the powder of the symbols on the ground like a death's invitation. The night had just begun. The wind blew from the end of the wilderness, stirring up dust and dry leaves swirling at the empty crossroads with a low wailing sound. The pale moonlight poured down like a layer of cold frost, covering the muddy ground and reflecting several crooked chalk marks. It was a pentagram just drawn by Zhang Sheng. However, the edges of this pentagram were rough, yet incredibly precise, as if his soul from a past life had already etched this rune deep into his very bones. He squatted in the center, his fingertips stained with colored lime powder. Each stroke delineated the ancient demon's sealing rune, flowing with a rhythm akin to breathing, imbued with an innate, almost instinctive proficiency. Sam stood beside the car, dumbfounded, his lips parted but unable to utter a sound. He looked at the figure. The brother he both knew and did not know, Dean, who should have been wandering the highway, now resembled a true hunter steeped in darkness. Where are we going?" He finally managed to squeeze out, his voice dry as if scraped across sandpaper. Zhang Sheng ignored him, continuing to draw as if the entire world had shrunk to the lines beneath his fingertips. Sam rushed forward, grabbing his brother's arm and pulling him up from the ground. "Dean, what on earth are you doing?" Dean slowly raised his head, the moonlight revealing his cold green eyes devoid of any warmth. He shook off Sam's hand, stood up with crisp movements, brushed the dust from his pants, as if dismissing some insignificant filth. "Sammy, do you know if there's any other way to prove it to her?" He pointed at the black antelope car, where Jessie was cautiously climbing out of the back seat, her face as pale as paper, her body slightly trembling. "Demons are easiest to summon at Crossroads." He paused, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, devoid of warmth, only the cruelty of a hunter facing its prey. "It may be the most foolish thing, but you can't win every time, right?" Jessie approached the nearest star point, crouching down, her fingertips almost touching the strange symbol. She hugged her arms tightly, rubbing her bare skin desperately, trying to hide her trembling. If someone were to ask her, she would say it was cold. But it wasn't. It was fear. It was the desperate struggle of her reason, which she relied upon, teetering on the edge of collapse. Countless responses flashed through Sam's mind, questioning, stopping, roaring. But when he opened his mouth, he found his words had been drained, leaving only the dry rasp of his throat. In the end, he could only spread his arms, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Are you crazy? Dean still ignored him, continuing to draw the final symbol, the tip of his pencil gliding across the ground, producing a faint rustling sound. Sam's empty hand grabbed his hair tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. They were now in the wilderness, preparing to summon a demon, all to make his girlfriend, the woman he wanted to marry, believe that monsters truly existed. How could things have progressed so quickly? So fast it left him breathless. How do you know how to summon it? Sam finally couldn't help but ask, his voice laced with disbelief that had been completely overturned. Dean paused, straightened up, displaying an expression that Sam had almost had enough of in just one day. A mixed look of nonchalance and slight disdain, as if he had everything under control. Stop it, Sammy. Sam, he corrected, his tone carrying a hint of impatience, as if correcting an apprentice who had made a trivial mistake. You've been gone for 4 years. Fine, I've learned quite a bit too. He bent down, finishing the last stroke of the symbol swiftly. Now could you please draw that damn circle? Sam fell silent. He looked down at the runes on the ground, the pattern both strange and familiar. He had been gone too long enough that he couldn't even draw the most basic of traps. Brady was possessed, and he hadn't noticed at all. Not even a hint of doubt. And those dreams. He took a deep breath. In recent days he had been dreaming repeatedly of Jessie. Dreaming of her floating on the ceiling, dreaming of flames igniting within her, dreaming of her turning to ashes before the crib like his mother. Every word Brady spoke seemed to be plucked from his dreams. Yet he had ignored them. If it weren't for Dean, he would have watched helplessly as his best friend killed the love of his life. He felt a wave of intense nausea. It wasn't just unfamiliar, it was simply appalling. If his father saw him like this, he would surely shoot him on sight. But Dean knew. He knew what was happening and what to do. He knew how to survive in the dark. Sam bent down, starting to draw the circle, his movements awkward, like a beginner reciting a spell, each stroke heavy with doubt. The trap was complete. Sam took out holy water and his wallet from the car, hesitantly glancing at Jessie. She pulled out a thick coat from the emergency kit, wrapping it tightly around herself, as if building a wall. At this moment, the car and that coat were her refuge. In the wilderness, watching her boyfriend and his brother draw mysterious symbols in the mud, they were the only source of safety she could feel, even if that safety was illusory. Dean squatted at the center of the pentagram, starting to dig. The soil turned over, carrying a damp, fishy smell. Sam jogged back, handing him the cigar box. Dean opened the lid quickly, inserting the California shoot hunting license along with some dried flowers, soil, and a yellowed animal bone. Great. At least Jessie didn't see the bizarre offering. He buried the box, smoothed over the soil, erasing all traces. All right, he muttered, stepping back from the circle alongside Sam. The two brothers returned to the Black Antelope, and Dean took out 2 necklaces from his pocket. On the black cord hung small metal pendants resembling coins engraved with a sun pattern. Put these on, he handed them over. Sam put them on without a word while Jessie hesitated. She rubbed the cheap metal, thinking it looked like something worth 2 cents from a street market. Jessie, Sam gently pushed her, taking the necklace and placing it around her neck, his voice low and tender. Trust me, okay? She really wanted to. But she wasn't crazy. Dean's gaze was steadfast as he watched the center of the crossroads, waiting. In the moonlight, his figure resembled a silent statue. Sam mirrored his stance. Jessie had no choice but to direct her gaze there. Before she could blink, there was nothing. After blinking, a woman in a red dress appeared out of thin air at the center of the pentagram. Jessie stumbled back, nearly falling. Sam instantly shielded her like a shield, protecting her. The woman had brown curly hair, wearing a deep red cocktail dress, her makeup exquisite and her skin smooth. She shouldn't be here, surrounded by low crops devoid of roads, lights, or signs of human activity. Yet her hem was immaculate and her heels were unsoiled, as if she had stepped directly from a luxurious banquet into this desolate wilderness. Jessie's mind went blank. She blinked, trying to confirm it wasn't an illusion. But the woman was still there. So real it was suffocating. Sam Winchester. The woman spoke, her voice sweet and alluring like a snake's hiss. Her gaze locked onto Sam, her red lips curling up, a glimmer of crimson flashing in her eyes. Jessie finally averted her gaze, afraid she might go mad. Her eyes had just flashed red. Hypnosis. Drugs. Hallucination. She clutched Sam's arm tightly, her knuckles turning white, her nails nearly embedding into his skin. Dean cocked the shotgun, the metallic sound of the action echoing sharply in the silence. The woman paused, looking down at her feet, exactly at the edge of the ruin. Her eyes instantly shifted from red to brown, revealing her murderous intent, yet she seemed to hit an invisible wall, daring not to step further. Insurance, Dean said flatly, his voice devoid of any ripple. He raised his hand and splashed. Holy water rained down. The woman shrieked, her skin instantly smoking, blisters rapidly forming as if scalded by boiling water. She staggered back, emitting a beastly howl, her exquisite makeup contorted in pain. Jessie looked down at the metal can in Dean's hand. No steam, no warmth. But the woman's injuries. were real enough to make one feel nauseated. You summoned me, she screamed, her high heels stomping the ground. And now you want to send me back? That's right. Dean grinned, devoid of humor, only cold mockery. Overall, Dean felt that Sam's girlfriend handled the situation remarkably well. She neither screamed, nor cried, nor ran away, nor called the police. After he delivered the still-living woman to a nearby farmhouse, luckily Jessie was dazed and didn't complain about the act of throwing a comatose woman onto the porch. She silently returned to the back seat, and they continued driving toward Bobby's house. At least she was still alive. Dean didn't want to leave her body to be buried in the wilderness. Sam wanted to climb into the back seat to comfort her, but she shook her head and closed the car door. Dean glanced at his brother. A look of hurt flickered across Sam's face, but he quickly concealed it. He didn't say a word. An hour later, Jessie let out a long sigh. This was the first sound she had made since that incident. So, that wasn't a bad trip on hallucinogens, was it? Though it wasn't a question, Sam calmly replied, no, it wasn't. She took a deep breath. Dean exchanged glances with her through the rearview mirror. She pressed her lips together, slowly exhaled, and her expression shifted from initial terror to a resolute determination. All right. He raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with curiosity. She nodded and looked out at the passing wilderness. Okay. Dean looked at Sam, who shrugged and half turned to look at her. Damn it, Sammy. Buckle your seatbelt. Dean frowned, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. His brother ignored him. Are you all right? Sam asked. Jessie met his gaze, still shaken, but firmly nodded. She spoke, her voice light and steady, carrying a strength of rebirth. Buckle your seatbelt. Sam stared at her, and after a moment, a faint, relieved smile finally appeared on his lips. He straightened up and complied. 2 hours after leaving Sioux Falls, the eastern horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn. The sun was about to rise. Dean felt it was time to make the call. He dialed Bobby's number, his hand trembling slightly, fingertips icy. This better be a life or death matter, or you're dead meat. On the other end, Bobby's voice was hoarse, rough, with the remnants of just waking up and impatience. Dean's throat tightened, almost choking on his own breath. A wave of hot, sour emotion unexpectedly surged into his eyes. He blinked rapidly, trying to force it back, but the moisture had blurred his vision. He cleared his throat, attempting to laugh, but his voice came out like a sob. Hey, Bobby. There was a long silence on the other end. He knew what Bobby was thinking. What's wrong with this kid? What kind of madness is this so early in the morning? Dean. Bobby's bed creaked. Dean Winchester. What the hell, kid? I'm sorry, he choked, his voice hoarse. I know it's early. Yes, it is indeed very early. Why the hell are you calling me so damn early? He paused. 7 in the morning. Can't it wait for whatever it is? Unless you want your guests still in their pajamas. Dean joked, his voice dry. Making jokes made things easier. Bobby grunted. What? Are you coming over? Maybe. We need you to prepare the safe house. Silence. Dean could almost see the old man staring at his phone in disbelief, furrowing his brow. How do you know that? Bobby finally asked, his voice tinged with caution. Come on, I turned your house upside down. Dean forced a laugh, trying to mask the turmoil inside with his usual nonchalance. You think you can hide something this cool? Silence lingered longer. Oh, Bobby was skeptical, but he didn't press further. When are you getting here? Who are they? In 2 hours. Sam and I. And his girlfriend. Damn it, son. What mess have you gotten into? Dean bit back a sob, swallowing the pain lodged in his throat. Oh, you know me, Bobby. He grinned, a childlike smile that only appeared in front of Bobby. I only know the best kind of people. Idiot. Bobby grumbled on the other end. Dean smiled as if it were Christmas, his laughter carrying a sense of relief and an indescribable warmth. See you in 2 hours, Bobby. The line went dead. He held the phone for a long time, knuckles turning white from the grip, as if he wanted to preserve that faint signal and the other person's breath forever. Jessie closed the car door and looked up at the dilapidated junkyard house. Weeds thrived, junked cars piled high, rusted and battered, resembling a set from an apocalyptic movie. A massive Rottweiler lay sprawled on a battered pickup, eyelids drooping, yawning, sighing, and continuing to bask in the sun. So who is this guy? She asked, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness, as if she had just emerged from fear. He's like our uncle. He's a hunter and one of the best. Dean interjected, tossing the luggage to his brother. When we were kids, we were too small to fight, so Dad dropped us off here. Sam glared at him, his expression complex. An echo of the look he had on Dean when he woke up 10 years ago, mixed with worry and reproach. Jessie walked between them, gently patting both of their shoulders. You two stay here. She walked straight to the porch and knocked on the screen door. Dean raised an eyebrow, looking at his brother. Sam had a mixed expression of constipation and being in love. I like her, Dean whispered, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Inside the ward's salt lines and traps were all checked thoroughly. Bobby made sure Jessie felt comfortable in his stuffy, cluttered study, filled with ancient tomes. She drank beer and ate popcorn as if watching an absurd play. Jessie, it's 9 in the morning, Sam said, trying to remind her of the surreal nature of everything. Sorry, did your entire worldview, belief system, and sanity collapse overnight? She countered, handing him another can of beer, her eyes holding a dark humor of survival. Dean had completely fallen for her. Are you too full yet? Bobby leaned against the doorframe, watching this surreal scene, his scruffy face filled with helplessness. Dean stuffed his mouth full of popcorn and mumbled, actually, it's a guy and a girl. He swallowed and casually drank half of Sam's beer. Don't expect the demons to care too much about me. Demons? Bobby straightened up, his voice suddenly stern. You've got demons on your tail. More than one. The two brothers fell silent. And that's why we came here, Sam summarized, looking toward Jessie. Her eyes widened, and when she learned that Brady had been a demon, her fingers trembled slightly. She held onto Sam's hand, forcing a smile that held fear, but more importantly, determination. You summoned the Crossroads demon. Bobby glared at Dean, his voice more severe than reprimanding, carrying a fatherly disappointment. What were you thinking? Dean shrugged and walked toward the fridge, wanting to escape that gaze, the kind he regarded as paternal. He grabbed a beer, but his hand shook so violently that he couldn't open it. The metal cap flew off, foam sprayed out, splattering him. He took a big gulp, the cold liquid sliding down his throat, but unable to suppress the turmoil inside, turning to face reality. We have to find a way to prove it to her. His voice was low. Summoning demons was the first thing you thought of, huh? Bobby scoffed. Next time, why don't you just invite that damn devil over for tea? Bam! The beer bottle in his hand suddenly exploded, foam and glass shards flying everywhere. Dean! Sam rushed forward, wrapping a towel around his bleeding hand. Dean's face turned pale, his hand trembling violently. Bobby squinted. He had never seen Dean in such a state, like a string pulled to its limit. Oh no. I'm sorry. Dean babbled incoherently, waving his hand to push his brother away. Jessie grabbed some tissues, and Sam squatted down to clean up. Dean retreated to a corner, leaning against the cold wall, rubbing his chest, watching his brother clean up the mess he had made. Are you all right, son? Bobby asked softly, his tone gentle, yet filled with undeniable concern. I'm fine. He shook his head, his voice hoarse. I haven't slept much these past few days. A little restless. It wasn't a lie. He hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days, both mentally and physically on the verge of collapse. Bobby nodded, still watching him warily. Dean helped clean up, and Sam suggested taking a break. The safe house is ready, Bobby said. You two go talk. They carried their luggage downstairs. Dean collapsed onto the sofa in the study, his hand still wrapped in a towel. He chose the sofa not for privacy, but because, if something happened, he could fight immediately. He didn't want to admit another reason. He didn't want to leave Bobby's line of sight. So tired. Just the thought of going upstairs, leaving this old hunter, made his heart feel as heavy as lead, as if once he stepped out of this room, the breath that sustained him would dissipate completely. Bobby sat down and flipped through a thick, ancient tome. The scent of old spices and the rustling of paper became Dean's lullaby. He silently prayed, don't dream. Then he fell deeply asleep, like a weary traveler who had finally found a safe harbor. The night was as dark as ink, thick and suffocating, pressing heavily upon Bobby Singer's dilapidated shack at the junkyard. The wind whispered through the towering piles of scrap metal, producing a low, eerie wail reminiscent of some ancient creature murmuring in a dream, or the countless souls of the wronged scraping against the tin. Inside the room, an oil lamp flickered on the desk, casting a dim yellow glow that elongated the shadows of the 4 figures, distorting them against the walls cluttered with ancient tomes and debris, as if ghosts were dancing together. The air was thick with the musty odor of aged paper, the acrid scent of machine oil, and a faint trace of blood from Dean's wound mingling to create a suffocating, unique essence belonging to the world of hunters. Dean Winchester, or rather the mechanical engineer Zhang Sheng, inhabiting Dean's body, lay sprawled on the old sofa in the study. He was in a deep slumber, his brow furrowed, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples, his breaths quick and shallow. The blanket at his feet slipped onto the cold floor, but he remained oblivious, his body twitching slightly, as if grappling with an invisible adversary. In his dream, the autumn air was thick with the scent of the season. Mountain lakes sparkled like giant mirrors, reflecting the azure sky and the golden leaves blanketing the hills. A gentle breeze stirred, causing a few leaves to dance upon the water's surface, creating delicate ripples. A folding chair rocked slightly at the edge of a wooden dock, creaking softly with the waves. Zhang Sheng sat in the chair, a can of cold beer at his feet, his boots rhythmically tapping against the wooden planks, producing a dull thump-thump sound, as if keeping time with an AC/DC beat. Hello, Dean. He did not lift his head, his voice laced with a lazy smile, as if greeting an old friend. Beside him, a figure appeared silently. Castile-clad in a sharp beige trench coat, stood bathed in the afternoon sunlight, as if enveloped in a faint halo, a stark contrast to the tranquility of the scene. He gazed at the calm lake, his expression solemn, his blue eyes fathomless. Zhang Sheng finally looked up, a familiar roguish smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Hey Cass, how have you been? Does heaven still receive deliveries? Castiel looked down at him, his brow slightly furrowed, as if seriously contemplating this absurdly simple question. Dean liked him this way, or it made him feel that this being from heaven was still somewhat human, not just a cold statue. It's hanging in there. Zhang Sheng huffed with amusement, laughing as if sharing an inside joke only they understood. Castiel tilted his head slightly, pure confusion filling his blue eyes. Forget it, Dean waved his hand, a hint of self-mockery in his smile. Inside joke, you wouldn't get it. We aren't inside. Castiel said earnestly, his tone flat, yet carrying the weight of a truth. What a human joke. Zhang Sheng rolled his eyes, turning his gaze back to the lake, his smile gradually fading. The autumn wind swept by, rustling the leaves while Castiel's trench coat fluttered in the breeze. Suddenly Dean's fishing line sank, the bobber jolting as if something beneath the water was tugging at it. It's about to bite, Dean thought, instinctively tightening his grip on the rod. You're hurt. Castiel's voice broke the moment abruptly without warning. Dean blinked in surprise. Huh? He looked down at himself, completely unharmed. Yet the angel's hand was already reaching for him, retrieving a blood-stained towel from the armrest of the chair. A can of beer lay quietly in its cooler. Dean's pupils dilated. This injury was from when he had shattered the beer bottle at Bobby's house. In the dream, the wound had followed him here. It's nothing, he downplayed, trying to mask it. Just a scratch, nothing serious. But Castiel had already unwrapped the towel. To his surprise, there were no traces of blood on the cloth. However, the wound on his palm was clearly visible, bright red, with slightly swollen edges resembling an ugly centipede. The angel held his hand with both of his almost reverently. Dean distinctly felt a thumb gently tracing circles on his skin, conveying a strange warmth, yet Castiel's fingers remained completely still. You can't heal me, can you? Dean suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse, laced with a weary knowing. He looked at Castiel, the angel who once could easily mend all of his wounds. Castiel's eyes lifted, the sadness within his blue eyes nearly spilling over like a lake on the verge of overflowing. There's not much left, he said calmly, his tone hollow yet heavier than any roar. The creases on his forehead and the apology in his eyes were unchangeable realities. He had once been the sword of heaven, yet now he couldn't even heal a small wound on a friend. Dean understood. His spiritual power was exhausted. Metatron's betrayal, Lucifer's trampling, the collapse of heaven. His stomach churned for this friend and for the era that had long since faded. I'm sorry, Cass, he whispered, his voice filled with heartfelt regret. This was my own choice, Dean. Castiel said, his voice still calm, but carrying a martyr's resolve. Yet what a foolish choice. Dean suddenly stood up, glaring down at the angel, his voice rising sharply. Promised the devil. How much effort did we put into sealing him away? Did you just hand over the key so easily? Castiel simply looked at him calmly, unperturbed, his blue eyes like two deep wells reflecting no emotions. This silence was like the sharpest knife, leaving Dean's anger with nowhere to be released, only burning himself. At that moment, Castiel's gaze drifted past him, looking toward the shore. Dean followed his line of sight, seeing nothing but the barren reeds swaying in the wind. Damn it, Cass, you dare to leave me and fly away. Dean roared, his voice tinged with the panic of abandonment. The angel turned around, his expression bright and serious, no longer carrying any confusion. He extended two fingers, the motion familiar enough to be heartbreaking. You need to wake up now, Dean. The moment his fingertips touched Dean's forehead, Dean's last thought was, what about my fish? Is it still struggling underwater? Reality. Bang. Dean felt as if he had been struck by a high-voltage current, his body springing from the sofa, the unharmed hand lightning fast, as it pulled out a gun, the dark barrel carving a dangerous semicircle in the dim room, vigilantly scanning every shadowy corner, every possible crevice hiding an enemy. Cold sweat soaked through his shirt, clinging sticky to his skin. He gasped for breath, his heart pounding in his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. Whoa, Dean, put the gun down, son. It's just us. Bobby raised his hands, standing by the desk, his face still pale with shock, tightly clutching his hefty tome of demonology. Dean's gaze swept over Sam and Jess. Sam had already shielded Jess behind him, his hands open in a gesture of harmlessness, yet his eyes were filled with concern. The taut nerves suddenly slackened, and Dean nearly collapsed, the gun in his hand, drooping its barrel weakly pointing at the ground. I'm sorry, he panted, his voice hoarse, shoving the gun back into his waistband, looking down at the blanket at his feet, puzzled as to when it had appeared, and tossing it back onto the sofa, as if trying to erase the traces of his earlier outburst. Sam stepped forward, but then hesitated clumsily, trying to express concern. Are you okay? Yeah, Zhang Sheng instinctively replied, running a hand roughly through his hair, his knuckles whitening, scanning the room. His brother, his living girlfriend Bobby, still alive. It was the year 2005. Sunshine Lawn, no hell no, Lucifer's apocalypse. Not a dream. His gaze returned to the sofa, which was empty except for the indentation left by his awakening. It was a strange dream. He had never dreamed of Cass, at least not like this. The Cass in his dream was from the time of the apocalypse, the one before God's disappearance, before hell consumed everything, before Sam's mental breakdown. It was the purest, most beautiful time of their friendship. Everything afterwards had been crushed under lies, betrayal, and guilt. Just a dream, he answered Sam's inquiry, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible wariness. I was fishing in a mountain lake on the dock. The scenery was nice. Oh, Sam's brow first furrowed in confusion, then fell into disappointment. Yo. Dean mimicked his tone, thinking to himself, what was this kid expecting? An apocalypse revelation. All right, Bobby interrupted impatiently, slamming his palm on the table. Can we get back to discussing serious matters, you idiots? Stop acting like you're best buddies here. They sat gathered around the rickety table in the kitchen. Bobby spread open several heavy tomes on demonology, their pages yellowed and covered in strange symbols and hasty notes. In the past 6 hours, Bobby said, his sharp gaze scanning Dean. I searched all around Palo Alto within a 20-mile radius and found no signs whatsoever. Crops dying, livestock slaughtered, unusual thunderstorms, none clean as a new rag. What does that mean? Sam asked, his voice tinged with unease. Brady said they have plans for me. Dean interjected, his eyes deep as if staring into an abyss. The top of the food chain doesn't make this little noise. It's like the deadly silence before the storm. Maybe. Jess' voice was soft, yet like a stone dropped into still water, breaking the silence. He's lying. Just to scare us. Sam wrapped his arms around her, kissing her forehead, his voice gentle yet firm. Jess, we can't take that risk. Not once. Jess broke free from his embrace, her gaze turning resolute as she looked directly at Dean. What's next? What are we going to do next? Sam looked at his brother, only to find Dean staring intently at Bobby's desk, his fingers unconsciously caressing his chest, the very place where he would be torn apart by the hellhound in the future. Dean, Sam called, his voice laced with concern. Zhang Sheng suddenly snapped back to reality, raising an eyebrow. Are you okay? Sam's gaze fell on his chest before shifting to his bandaged hand. Dean immediately realized and withdrew his hand, forcing a smile. It's nothing. Old problem, it hurts when I sleep too much, like a rusty bearing. He casually made a metaphor related to mechanical engineering. Just as Sam was about to press further, a deafening howl erupted from Ramfield outside, filled with aggression and warning like a crazed beast. Everyone instantly entered a combat stance. Bobby grabbed the shotgun behind the door, while Dean and Sam swiftly drew their guns, their movements fluid and seamless. Jess's face turned pale as she quickly hid behind Sam. Is there a visitor? Bobby whispered, his gun aimed at the doorway. Dean shook his head, his gaze sharp as a knife. He approached the porch, his footsteps silent. A polite yet restrained knock echoed, carrying an unsettling calm. Dean and Bobby exchanged a glance. Bobby pointed to the ceiling and Dean understood. The newly painted demonic trap on the porch, made with holy water and runes. Taking a deep breath, Dean opened the door. A young man stood outside, dressed in a white shirt, his tie askew, with a smile that was almost disingenuous. Sorry to bother you, sir. I am from the kingdom of Sephorus, and I would like to discuss our Lord and Savior. Sorry, buddy, Dean interrupted, his voice cold and hard. We don't believe in religion. We believe in guns, silver bullets, and holy water. Oh, that's okay. Have you ever thought about letting God into your life? The young man remained smiling. Dean fixed his icy gaze on him, assessing him like a defective part. Yeah, that approach doesn't work for me. God and I are just not compatible. I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? The apocalypse is upon us. Dean sneered, the corner of his mouth curling into a cruel arc. Now, if you don't mind, get lost. The young man froze, his smile faltering as he turned to leave. Just as he stepped onto the edge of the steps, he suddenly turned back, his smile twisting like a mask torn apart. Christo, Dean growled, raising his gun instantly. His eyes turned into dark abysses, the corner of his mouth curling into a cruel smile, the whispers of demons filling the air. Dean looked up at the newly painted gray demon trap on the porch roof, glistening faintly in the moonlight, his mouth curling into a cruel and confident smile. All right, Sammy, he turned, shoving a heavy, gold-embossed ancient book into his brother's hands, the pages adorned with intricate pentagrams and runes, the Key of Solomon. Looks like you're about to perform your first exorcism. Don't be nervous, just think of it as homework. In the basement. Inside the safe house, the air was stifling, almost frozen. Jessie sat on a military cot, Sam pressed closely to her, trying to dispel her fear with his warmth. Bobby leaned against the cold stone wall, handing out a few bottles of beer, his gaze sharp. I only get 3 or 4 burglary cases a year. Bobby stared at Dean, his voice low. And you two managed to stir up 2 in 24 hours. What's going on? Are you two walking harbingers of doom? Dean fell silent. He knew that the expelled demon was merely a scout. The hellhounds had already caught their scent, and the real hunt was just beginning. Sam looked at him, his eyes silently asking, filled with trust and reliance on his brother. Dean's mind raced. He needed an explanation, a lie that could cover the past, an excuse that could protect everyone. Dean. Sam's voice pulled him back to reality. Have you ever? Sam hesitated, his expression turning serious, even tinged with fear. Had dreams that predict future events. Dean froze, his heart leaping. Damn. He almost forgot. Sam in 2005 was awakening his precognitive dreaming abilities. He dreamed of Jess's death, of Brady's threats. Sam thought that his brother, like him, was a medium. This was a divine opportunity to escape. Dean forced himself to suppress the inner joy, feigning indifference as he shrugged and scoffed. What? No, I haven't. What are you talking about, Sammy? I only dreamt that my junk car got fixed and I was stuck in traffic every day. It's okay, Dean. Sam's voice carried a strange comfort, as if sharing a heavy secret. I often feel the same way. It scares me. Bobby suddenly turned, looking at Sam in disbelief, his beard almost bristling with anger. Say that again. Bobby's voice thundered. Sam stood up, his gaze fixed intently on his brother, as if seeking confirmation. Dean, what? Brady said. About hurting Jesse. I've been dreaming about it. For several weeks. The dreams are just like he described, fire ceilings, Jesse. His voice caught in his throat. Jessie tightened her grip on his hand, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. I thought. It was just nerves, too much pressure. Sam's voice was low, filled with self-reproach. Dean's heart felt like it was struck hard by a lead weight. He realized that Sam had long wanted to propose to Jessie. Yet he was oblivious, consumed by his own tasks and the mystery of their travels. Yes, Sammy. Dean sighed, his tone carrying a hint of resignation and genuine guilt. I've also gone through a lot of distressing things. Those dreams clung to me like ghosts. Sam's face instantaneously lit up with a sense of relief. He was no longer alone. He had finally found someone who understood him. Bobby looked at the two of them with a face that seemed to say, are you both on drugs? Let me see if I understand this correctly. You both saw the future in your dreams. What about that woman in white? Bobby pressed, recalling John's instructions. Which one? Dean was taken aback. The one you dreamed about. Bobby was about to lose it, pointing at his own temple. Your dad mentioned her. Yes, she's also a concern. Brady is even more aggressive. Dean turned to Bobby, his eyes flickering. I dreamed of Dad chasing a woman in white. And Brady. They are all connected to Jesse. Sam began to describe his dreams in detail, while Dean took the opportunity to organize his thoughts, weaving the memories of the future and the lies at hand together. I dreamed that the kid was possessed and was going to target Sam. Dean took over, lying, his voice low. I know this will happen soon. I have to stop it. And then you suddenly knew you had psychic abilities. Just like that. Bobby squinted, full of skepticism, as if examining a flawed machine. This isn't the first time, though. Dean gritted his teeth, forcing himself to lie, his voice tinged with annoyance. Sam was intrigued, but Dean immediately turned his face away, unwilling to discuss further. It was a few weeks ago. It was too outrageous, so I ignored it. A terrible decision indeed. His voice was low, filled with a heavy sense of guilt. Someone got hurt because of it. Almost too late. Sam immediately fell silent. Dean knew that this guilt was the most touching and also the most genuine. This time it's Sammy's fault, Dean added, taking the responsibility upon himself. Bobby remained silent for a long time, finally relenting to accept this absurd explanation. He shook his head, his beard quivering. All right, he sighed, as if resigned to fate. So you both suddenly have psychic abilities. Looks like we can add this to the list too. Indeed. Zhang Sheng took a swig of cold beer, the liquid sliding down his throat, but unable to suppress the heat rising within. The morning light, like a dull knife, struggled to cut through the thin mist of the Montana mountains. The junkyard of the Singer family appeared even more desolate in the faint light, resembling a steel graveyard abandoned by time. The rusted metal let out a deep, prolonged groan in the morning breeze, akin to the sigh of a dying giant. Ramfield lay in front of the doghouse, ears drooping, tail weakly sweeping the cold ground, as if sensing the heaviness of parting. Inside the house, the air was so thick it felt like it could be wrung out for water, the glow of the oil lamp casting huge, flickering shadows on the walls. We have to go. Dean, or rather the soul of mechanical engineer Zhang Sheng, residing in the shell. At that moment, Zhang Sheng stood before the spread-out map, stained with oil and coffee, pressing his finger hard on Su-First, his knuckles turning white from the effort. His voice was deep, as if coming from the depths of an engine, undeniable, and carrying the absolute calm of an engineer scrutinizing precision blueprints. Bobby suddenly looked up, anger flaring in his eyes like a lit fuse. Leave my territory. He slammed his hand on the table, causing several heavy tomes to jump. It's not a farewell, it's a strategic withdrawal. Zhang Sheng met his gaze, scanning each face in the room. Sam, Jesse. Finally returning to Bobby, the possessed missionary found this place, which means hell has already marked it red. Next time it won't just be a scouting piece, but an entire army. He paused, lowering his voice. Our existence is your greatest threat. Sam nodded heavily, and Jesse propped himself up from the cot, his voice weak, yet resolute. Bobby, he's right. We can't let your home become a battlefield and drag you into it. Bobby's throat moved violently as he gasped. He surveyed the small room filled with books, weapons, and half a lifetime of memories, his gaze drifting over the hunting rifles on the wall, the toolbox in the corner, and the old photographs left by his father. Eventually, he slumped into the chair as if all his strength had been drained. Damn it. Fine, pack up the things. The voice held a heartbroken compromise. For the next 2 hours, the few of them busied themselves like worker ants. Bobby's pickup was stuffed to the brim, almost overflowing from the bed, boxes of yellowing dog-eared demon tomes, bundles of silver bullets, sealed vials of holy water, heavy bags of salt, and various bizarre rusted demon hunting tools, like broken pieces waiting to be assembled. Ramfield was placed in the passenger seat by Sam, whining in dissatisfaction, rubbing his wet nose against the window. Bobby insisted on driving his old car, whose engine sounded like a coughing relic. Are you sure you don't want to ride with me? Sam confirmed again, looking at his brother. No. Zhang Sheng shook his head, turning towards the pitch-black '67 Chevrolet Impala. He raised his hand, instinctively familiar, gently patting the hood, as if soothing an old horse. I'm more comfortable alone with my old buddy. Before departing, they spent nearly an hour burying the possessed missionary deep in the farthest corner of the junkyard. Bobby even brought in a junked pickup, using a winch to flip it heavily onto a new mound of dirt, faking an accident that had long been forgotten. This might buy us some time. Bobby wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking in a low voice infused with the hunter's particular obsession with covering tracks. The two vehicles drove out of the steel graveyard, engines roaring slowly, leaving the silent heap of scrap metal and that solitary light behind as they headed south. We can't go west, Sam said, studying the yellowed map from the passenger seat. We just escaped from that direction. The traces are too obvious. The east leads to the Great Lakes region, a web of water too easy to get trapped. North is Canada, with troublesome border checks. Zhang Sheng gripped the steering wheel, his gaze sharply scanning the straight road ahead. How about southeast Kentucky? Bobby's voice came through the static of the intercom, slightly hoarse. Central location, easy to maneuver, wide radiation range. Zhang Sheng's fingers unconsciously tightened on the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. Kentucky. Too close to Lawrence. There lay Zhang Sheng's childhood, the resting place of Mary Winchester, and the starting point of the trap meticulously set by demons to ignite Sam's vengeful fury. Any approach could prematurely detonate this ticking time bomb. No, he declared firmly, his voice carrying an unarguable resolution. It's too dangerous. Continue south. The convoy finally drove onto Interstate 80, crossing Nebraska and entering the vast Kansas plains. Zhang Sheng's gaze skimmed past the rapidly retreating signs along the roadside, suppressing the urge to contact Ellen and her daughter. They were potential reliable allies for the future, yet at this moment, they were merely ordinary people who should not be dragged into this. Every contact hung a sharp sword over their heads. I need to notify some people. Sam took out his phone, the screen's light illuminating his worried face. Only contact those I trust the most, Zhang Sheng reminded, his voice stern, as if issuing a combat order. Tell them to hide immediately and be wary of any strangers. Just say, something extremely dangerous is hunting us on an apocalyptic level. Sam dialed as instructed. Each number dialed felt like a faint candle flame ignited in the darkness, bringing a flicker of hope while exposing their whereabouts, as if lighting a beacon in the endless night to attract predators. As they turned west in Omaha, and then south again in Lexington, Zhang Sheng's nerves remained taut like a bowstring. He felt distinctly that the invisible net of hell was silently closing in, each turn resembling a fish struggling within the net. At dusk, a roadside diner. The air was thick with the greasy scent of old cooking oil and fried food. The menu offered only cold hamburgers and limp fries, yet no one complained. Except Zhang Sheng, who came from the land of Chinese cuisine. This thing is called food. He poked at the mud-like fries on his plate with a fork, face scrunched in disdain, as if evaluating a subpar industrial product. Even hell's food is better than this, at least the fire in hell is fresh. Sam and Jesse merely swallowed in silence, replenishing their body's fuel. Bobby huddled in the corner, lowering his voice to speak with Rufus on the phone. When Bobby hung up, a rare sense of relaxation appeared on his face. Rufus' cabin in the woods. In the deep mountains of Montana, aside from me and that old guy no one else knows. That place is as secure as a fortress. Not even a bird can get in. Who is Rufus? Zhang Sheng asked, feigning confusion to play along. A jerk even less personable than I am, Bobby grunted, taking a swig from a beer bottle, but he owes me a favor. A few good bottles of wine in exchange for a few weeks of peace. Worth it. The convoy set off once again, this time heading north towards the sprawling mountains at the Canadian border. Inside the vehicle, the night was dark as ink. Jessie leaned against the cold car window, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. Sam turned around and gently patted her knee, saying, Jessie, give me your phone. She groggily handed over the old flip phone. Sam expertly removed the back cover, took out the battery and SIM card, and with a decisive snap of his fingers, he broke the tiny chip in half, his movements swift and precise, akin to disarming a dangerous bomb. They can be tracked, he explained in a low voice, his tone echoing clearly in the confined space of the car. Jessie watched as the two pieces glinted in the moonlight before being tossed into the dark night outside, merging into the boundless blackness. She silently nodded and pressed her forehead back against the cold glass. The world outside blurred into a rapidly flowing river of ink. Midnight, Montana. During a stop, Zhang Sheng suggested purchasing protective charms. Bobby scoffed derisively, pulling out a worn leather cord from his collar, at the end of which hung a metal talisman, intricate and ancient, the grooves still stained with dark brown blood. Should have thought of that sooner. Zhang Sheng chuckled lightly, feeling a slight relief in his heart, as if confirming the presence of a crucial component. The night sky of Montana was dazzlingly bright, the stars shining like jewels, with the Milky Way flowing across the horizon like a shimmering ribbon. The vehicle passed through Missoula, delving deeper into the mountains, where a massive black lake unfolded before them under the moonlight. The highway wound along the lake, with silent snow-capped peaks on the right and rolling hills on the left. The lake's surface was like a mirror, reflecting a complete and attainable galaxy. Jessie gazed at the vast, starry sea. 3 days ago, she might have begged to stop, lying side by side with Sam on the car roof, counting the stars and sharing their innermost thoughts. But now she simply watched, quietly sealing away all romantic words, and tremors of fear deep within her heart, as if gathering strength for an uncertain tomorrow. Whitefish Rufus cabin. The dirt road was bumpy, car lights cutting through the forest shadows, appearing like specters. The wooden cabin stood alone by the lake, surrounded by towering ancient trees, resembling a forgotten and impregnable fortress. It's secluded enough, Zhang Sheng thought, scanning the surrounding terrain, and safe enough. The group struggled to carry the piled-up supplies into the cabin. Ramfield attempted to jump onto the only large wooden bed, but was unceremoniously yanked away by Bobby, as if discarding a bothersome tool. Zhang Sheng voluntarily opted to sleep on the floor, rummaging through a dusty cabinet in the corner to find a moldy sleeping bag, his movements smooth, as if he had returned home, as if the muscle memory of this body had etched every detail into his genes. Bobby shot him a glance, his eyes deep and silent. Jessie collapsed onto the bed while Sam curled up on a tattered sofa, and Bobby took up the only military cot. Ramfield stood by the door, his ears perked up like a loyal statue. The cabin soon sank into silence, with only the occasional crackling of unburned firewood in the fireplace, akin to the ticking of time. Scene shift. Hell. The scent of sulfur and decay burned through every inch of air, reminiscent of the worst industrial waste. The endless wailing served as the only background noise here, merging into a maddening cacophony. 3 figures stood on a patch of charred rock resembling cooled lava. Lilith, still appearing as a little girl in a yellow dress, crossed her arms and lightly tapped her toes, her face holding a chilling impatience that belied her age. The Winchesters are hiding. Her voice was sharp, yet carried a soul-rending coldness. Azazel, dressed as a farmer with a wide-brimmed hat casting shadows over his gaze, shrugged. Their seasoned hunters know how to cover their tracks, like mice scurrying into a hole. Then force them out. Lilith suddenly looked up, her voice sharp as a knife. They must have someone they care about, don't they? Bring those people, one by one, to them. But they've all been warned and hidden. Azazel sneered, the yellow glow flickering. Those 2 boys must have already tipped them off, like laying out a net. Nearby, Crowley, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, his tie impeccably neat, elegantly swirled his whiskey glass. The ice cubes spun in the eerie dark red liquid, yet never melted. He appeared utterly bored, as if attending a tedious business cocktail party. If it weren't for your son's loose lips stirring up the snakes, he took a sip, his British accent laced with lazy mockery, we wouldn't have to be so passive, fumbling around for leads like novices. So he is repenting on the torture rack. Azazel replied coldly, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But Dean Winchester. Crowley slowly set down his glass, his gaze fixed on the swirling ice cubes, his voice suddenly turning cold, his precognition. Seems a little too much. It's as if he saw the script in advance. Lilith scoffed disdainfully. Impossible. He's just a reckless brute relying on a gun and a beat-up car. A girlfriend of mine said, Crowley recalled, lightly tapping the sides of his glass, producing a clear sound. He treated her like a beggar, sending her packing. Extremely rude. That's not like him. That Dean at least understood the basics of chivalry. Quit obsessing over boring etiquette. We must get Sam back on track. If necessary, trigger the arrangements early to let him taste the bitterness of losing a loved one. I have my children to deal with. That gunman. Azazel's eyes flickered with yellow light, as if issuing a death warrant. I want John Winchester. Lilith's voice was venomous, like a poisoned dagger, to pry into Sam's defenses, to let him avenge his father and walk the path we have paved for him. The plan may have already failed. Azazel frowned, his yellow eyes flickering uncertainly. Zhang Sheng has intervened too much, and Sam may not care about avenging his father anymore now. He cares more about that woman. It's your plan that has too many loopholes. Lilith screamed, an inhuman strength surging from the body of the little girl. Or Crowley spoke again, his voice eerily calm, his gaze still on the glass. It might be that the folks upstairs have overheard our whispers. He smiled slightly, the smile devoid of warmth. The air froze instantly, the scent of sulfur seemingly solidifying. Angels. Lilith's face turned pale, her eyes flashing with a hint of fear for the first time. If that's the case, Crowley said with a strange smile, as if discovering a more interesting game, then we must speed up our efforts. Before the holy light from heaven comes to rescue them, we must invite John Winchester to be the first seal to be broken. What if the angels have already intervened? Azazel asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Crowley elegantly shrugged, as if discussing the weather. Then we'll have to activate the more interesting plan B. After all, chaos is the best cover, isn't it? Deep in hell, the gears of conspiracy emitted a piercing, accelerated, whirring sound, like an out-of-control precision machine grinding towards the throat of fate. Meanwhile, in the cabin by the shores of Montana, Zhang Sheng turned unconsciously in his moldy sleeping bag, his brow tightly furrowed. In his dream, the fishing bobber on the mountain lake trembled slightly on the still water surface once more. The morning light had yet to fully dispel the chill of the Montana mountains, and the wooden houses of Whitefish Town lay curled like a sleeping giant in the shadows by the lakeside. The air was crisp, infused with the scent of pine needles and the dampness of the lake, yet inside the house permeated a suffocating chaos. Remnants of the hurried arrangements from the night before, mingling the smells of sweat and mildew from humans and dogs cohabiting. Jessie Turner jolted awake from a nightmare. She sat up abruptly like a drowning person breaking the surface, her chest heaving as she gasped for the cold air. Cold sweat soaked her t-shirt, clinging to her back, while her hair stuck messily to her forehead. The imagery from her dream still seared like a brand on her retina. Flames roared from all directions, licking at her exposed skin, the air thick with the acrid smell of sulfur smoke swirling and condensing into twisted horned faces of demons. And the most terrifying was her own pair of eyes, burning with a sickly, inhuman crimson. Ugh, she wrenched her stomach, churning violently. At that moment, a rich, greasy aroma of frying bacon wafted over, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning firewood from the other room, the corner that could barely be called a kitchen. This smell ignited her already heightened senses like adding fuel to a fire. She fought against it, burying her head in her knees, pressing her trembling fingers against her temples. Zhang Sheng, or rather the mechanical engineer occupying the Winchester shell, stood with his back to her beside an old wood-burning stove. The flames danced across his sharply defined profile, reflecting an unexpectedly relaxed demeanor. He held a rusty frying pan, using a fork to flip the few remaining slices of bacon and 2 eggs, their edges charred. The reserves they hastily took from Bobby's house were pitifully scant, with a few young men cramming everything they could fit into a half-melted cooler. This meant that every meal after this breakfast would revolve around beer, cheap whiskey, and more beer. Perhaps mustard, too. She was sure she had glimpsed a small bottle of Heinz mustard among the chaotic supplies. Damn it, she muttered under her breath. The aroma of bacon now smelled like a call from hell. Bobby slept on the folding bed beside her, snoring thunderously like an old diesel generator running on overload. The sound rose and fell, carrying a nauseating rhythm that pierced through the walls and drilled into her ears. Is it his devilish breathing? Jessie thought, burying her face deeper into her arm. And not what happened yesterday that gave me such vivid nightmares. His voice was akin to that of a demon incarnate, grinding bones with a millstone. Meanwhile, Sam sat upright on the other side of the room on a worn-out red sofa. Barely a sofa, really, just something to rest on since they were too exhausted to complain last night. He fiddled with his laptop, the screen's glow illuminating his furrowed brow. Through the dim room, Jessie could read his anxiety and unease from his stiff shoulders and the frequent refreshing of pages without even needing to look. Good morning, sunshine. She turned to Zhang Sheng, her voice hoarse and laced with a hangover-like fatigue. Zhang Sheng turned at the sound, unexpectedly breaking into a dazzling smile. That smile was so bright, so out of place. After all, he had slept in a dusty sleeping bag on the hard, uneven, cold floor the night before. Ugh. She groaned, struggling to climb out of bed like a newly awakened mummy. She strode across the small room and plopped down onto a creaky armchair by the coffee table that seemed ready to collapse. She was not a morning person to begin with, especially after enduring such a nightmarish day, a sleepless night, and yet another torturous dawn. However, at least she managed to put on a disgruntled face with a semblance of grace. Sam didn't even greet her. He silently pushed a steaming cup of coffee towards her. For the sake of everyone, he had sacrificed this precious drink, which could be considered liquid gold, on their escape. Jessie nodded gratefully, clutching the warm cup, curling up in the chair, wrapping herself in the aroma of coffee, pretending the world didn't exist. Another 11 minutes passed before Zhang Sheng finished breakfast. Winchester was indeed sprightly this morning. He felt fantastic. Returning to 26 was exhilarating, feeling 10 years younger all of a sudden. Not only had he not dreamt last night, but he had also slept well despite worrying about the aches from sleeping on a hardwood floor. Zhang Sheng was increasingly adapting to this body, radiating vitality and vigor. Of course, the hard wooden floor left his body a bit sore, but that was nothing compared to the creaking and groaning he would make every morning for the next few decades getting out of bed. Young people truly waste their youth. He cracked the last egg onto the sizzling griddle. My goodness, he had forgotten how old this little cabin was, lacking even a decent stove, then began to flip the already curled bacon slices. Sam was grumbling in the corner, while Jessie only wanted to feel the warmth in her hands, and Bobby finally woke up from the continuous noise, muttering, "You noisy little bastards," while rubbing his sleepy eyes. Zhang Sheng listened to the old hunter's complaints as he skillfully flipped the eggs, dividing the bacon among 4 plates, his face breaking into a mischievous smile. He paused, watching Bobby stagger towards the makeshift bathroom outside. As soon as the door closed, Zhang Sheng raised an eyebrow at Ramfield in the corner. The dog was sitting obediently by the fridge, ears perked up straight, inching forward every few seconds, its tail wagging excitedly due to the sudden attention. The hunter tiptoed over to Bobby's plate, swiftly snatching a small piece from his lonely bacon and stuffing it to the dog. Ramfield snatched the prize and trotted away, tail wagging proudly like a banner of victory. "Dean!" Sam exclaimed, watching the dog jump onto the sofa, unceremoniously taking half his spot. But soon Sam's exclamation morphed into utter disgust. For Ramfield began to drool on his side of the sofa, sticky saliva slowly dripping onto his clean shirt. Zhang Sheng chuckled lightly, distributing the remaining eggs onto plates, handing one to Jessie and another to Sam, completely ignoring the frown. He grabbed his food, sat on a low stool beside Jessie, and began to devour it ravenously, exaggeratedly chewing, with satisfying smacking sounds for maximum effect. Bobby walked in, grabbing a plate from the counter. He frowned at the plate with only a small piece of bacon left, while everyone else had 3 slices, and a very happy-looking dog was drooling over Sam's plate. He thought this battle was one he couldn't win, so he simply sighed, heavily, silently dug in, as if protesting the unfairness of the world with his silence. "What's the plan, guys?" he asked, while eating, his gaze sweeping across the 2 brothers. Jessie hadn't touched her chopsticks yet. Instead, she'd placed her food on the low table and cradled her coffee cup like a lifeline. Sam glared at Ramfield, shielding his plate protectively against his chest, repeating "no" over and over, as if sheer repetition could frighten off that sleek predatory hound. "Huh, I want to go into town," said the younger Winchester, lifting his head mid-battle to safeguard breakfast. "I need to look for omens of demons, track down any trace they might have left. There's no internet here, Bobby." He added, his tone laced with the particular unshakable dependence young people place upon technology. The elder hunter shrugged indifferently, unmoved by the younger's reproachful complaint. "Don't assume Rufus even knows what the internet is," Sam groaned, just as Ramfield lunged suddenly toward Jessie's still full plate. Bobby shouted, but too late. The dog seized the plate in its jaws like war spoils and bolted, scattering eggs and bacon in its wake. Jessie gazed at her now empty plate and smiled a wry, resigned smile. Sam sighed, then pushed half of his remaining food across the table toward her. Zhang Sheng did not like others rush straight to distraction upon entering town. First, he dropped Sam and Jessie off at the town's sole cafe that looked remotely clean, so they could focus on their tech reconnaissance, though in the absence of connectivity, it felt more like psychological comfort than strategy. Then he went alone to a smaller, shabbier diner near Main Street. He ordered another breakfast, now closer to brunch, and a cup of coffee so strong it tasted bitter. To the weary waitress, dark circles shadowing her eyes, he deployed Zhang Sheng Winchester's signature charm, well-placed compliments, a disarming smile dimpling at the corners, and a vague but promising mention of a generous tip. The effect was immediate. She grew markedly more generous, not only refilling his cup, but also handing him a curled-edge notepad and a ballpoint pen nearly out of ink. Now he sat alone in a corner booth, staring down at the paper before him and the pen resting in his fingers. Where exactly should he begin? He delayed, then in slightly untidy script wrote above the title, "Original Timeline." Then Zhang Sheng sat motionless, staring at that title for a long while, long enough for his coffee to be refilled 3 times, before drawing a slow, deep breath and setting pen to paper for the first line. November 2nd, 2005, death of Jesse Turner Stanford. He wrote each word with agonizing effort, as if every character weighed 1,000 pounds. To inscribe that date was to acknowledge a future he had fought with every fiber of his being to alter. He forced himself to continue. December 12th, 2005, death of John Winchester, 1:41 p.m. in hospital. May 2nd, 2006, death of Sam Winchester, slain by the yellow-eyed demon. January 2nd, 2008, Dean Winchester strikes a pact with Asmodin. May 2nd, 2008, death of Dean Winchester devoured by hellhounds. May 3rd, 2008, Castiel pulls Dean from hell. May 18th, 2010, Sam Winchester unleashes Lucifer. November 2nd, 2010, Sam Winchester enters the cage alongside Lucifer. May 25th, 2016, the war against Impala, the end of the world. He crumpled the fifth sheet into a tight ball and hurled it violently to the floor beside him. This wouldn't work. There was simply too much. What he needed wasn't a list, but a map, a strategic chart linking past and future known and unknown. He tore off 10 sheets and laid them in a row across the greasy tabletop. Then at the bottom of each sheet, he drew a long horizontal line. At the line's terminus, he wrote, May 25th, 2016, the war against Impala. At its origin, he inscribed, November 2nd, 2005, Jesse's death. It was a timeline leading straight to apocalypse. Then he filled in all major events with fixed dates, like placing markers along a dam already beginning to crack. Each date was a scar etched onto the soul. He compelled himself to remember his father's death, 1041 M. He could still hear the doctor's cold clinical voice announcing it, Sam's death, and the infernal pact he himself had made. A day he would never forget, the moment Dean's countdown to doom began. And the day the pact expired, perhaps even harder to forget, the hour when the gates of eternal torment swung open for him. Still he filled in the remaining years, even as he told himself fiercely that those events would never occur, that they were irrelevant. Yet they might still matter. Lessons learned there could help them halt this farce before it even began. They could seek aid from people they hadn't yet met, or who this time had not yet died. As Zhang Sheng was jotting Charlie Bradbury in small script above the timeline, the waitress returned to refill his coffee. She glanced curiously at the chaotic scribbles and fragments scattered across the paper. Are you a writer, dear? She asked, her voice tinged with gentle curiosity. He jerked his head up, startled. Though she'd made almost no sound, her sudden presence had jolted him. What? Are you writing a novel? She repeated, gesturing with the coffee pot toward his scattered notes and sketches. She offered him an encouraging yet faintly pitying smile. Looks like a rather grim one. Zhang Sheng looked down at the documents. She turned away to attend other customers. Every marker along the timeline, and every annotation above it, was almost without exception a date of death. At the thought of the tidal wave of loss awaiting them in the years ahead, he swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing painfully. His mind short-circuited for a full minute, completely blank. Writing. Chuck. He'd utterly forgotten about the damned prophet. Truth be told, he hadn't thought of the man as a writer in a long time, not since realizing he was something far more. Damn bastard. Zhang Sheng briefly considered appealing to the Jade Emperor, but within 3 seconds he discarded the notion entirely, along with the fragile hope it carried. He knew full well that Dean's damned father would never intervene. Not until he himself stood at death's threshold would he even consider helping them confront Impala. Yet he still refused to apologize or accept responsibility for this accursed apocalypse or anything that followed. No, this time the prophet Chuck would not help him, especially not now when he stood utterly alone. So Zhang Sheng resumed filling in details. Above the timeline in the blank space, he listed everything he could recall happening between the major dated events. He couldn't recall most sequences precisely, but the anchored dates on the line guided him well. He remembered Meg had pursued their friend for the sake of that pony. He also recalled her attempt to lure them into capturing John Winchester with a trap. Both clearly occurred before his father's death. At least one happened after they'd acquired the pony from Elkins, but he couldn't recall whether the old hunter had consumed it before or after Meg's first appearance. He was fairly certain it was after. They'd seen their father at least once before meeting near the vampire nest in Colorado. That meant everything unfolded within 2006. On the timeline, he marked 1 beside Meg's trap for John, 2 beside Elkins, and 3 beside Meg kills their friend. It was a solid start. Just as he reached the entries for his father's death and the car crash, his phone rang. He still had many memory gaps. Only a handful of hunts with Sam came to mind, and almost none bore precise dates. Yet he recorded them all. That would have to suffice moving forward. What is it, Sammy? He answered without turning his voice steady. Hearing the voice on the other end, his brow furrowed, and a sharp instinctive alertness flashed instantly across his eyes. What? Where are you? Stay right there. I'm on my way. He snapped the phone shut with decisive finality. Then he swiftly stuffed the dozen-odd handwritten pages and the flimsy paper pad into the inner pocket of his heavy leather jacket. He rose, shoved his chair back, and strode out of the small diner, its air thick with the scent of cheap coffee and fried eggs. Without looking back, his figure dissolved into the pale morning mist of Whitefish Town. These 2 events clearly occurred before his father's death. At least one of them happened after they received the colt from Elkins, but he couldn't recall whether that old hunter consumed it before or after Meg first appeared. He was quite sure it was after. They had at least seen their father once before their encounter near the vampire nest in Colorado. This means everything happened in 2006. On the timeline, he marked Meg sets the trap to lure John with 1, Elkins with 2, and Meg kills their friend with 3. This was a good start. Just as he recalled his father's death and the car accident, the phone rang. Zhang Sheng still had many gaps in his memory, remembering only the few times he had hunted with Sam. And he could only remember the exciting parts while watching TV. How could he remember the time? Now thinking back, there were hardly any exact dates to correspond. But he still jotted them down roughly. There was no turning back now. What's wrong, Sammy? He picked up the phone without looking back, his voice still steady. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, he furrowed his brow, a keen alertness flashing in his eyes. What? Where are you? Stay there, I'll be right over. He snapped the phone shut with a decisive motion. He quickly stuffed the several pages filled with writing along with the cheap notepad into the inner pocket of his heavy leather jacket. Then he stood up, pushed the chair back, and walked out of the little diner filled with the smell of cheap coffee and fried eggs without looking back. Zhang Sheng knew that Jess's parents had been possessed by demons. The situation was that 4 months ago, Sam met Frank and Annie Moore for the first time. They were there to visit their daughter and her boyfriend, who they were familiar with, but did not take too seriously. These people went to San Francisco planning to tour for a day and then enjoy a sumptuous dinner on the waterfront. He instantly liked them, even though he was mostly preoccupied with not embarrassing himself. This was his first real meeting the parents moment aside from that Thanksgiving at Stephanie Belmont's house in 6th grade. Though he was indeed very nervous at that time, it was nothing compared to this as he fidgeted under the table throughout the dinner. Jess's hand rested on his thigh. It was indeed more comforting than Stephanie's hand had been back then. Jess's father, Frank, was an avid fisherman, owning his own boat and having a lobster fishing license. He worked in construction management and owned a small but very successful company in the northeast of Boston. His mother, Annie, was already retired. Now she spent most of her free time volunteering at the hospital where she had worked for 15 years. Of course, the couple was still very much in love, dating once a week, and they often danced in public, especially on date nights, which was well known in the family. Zhang Sheng recalled a television series. Aside from the demons, nothing in the world could make Frank Moore display such a terrifyingly smug smile while holding a knife to his crying wife's throat. Since the coffee shop incident, Jesse hadn't been able to glance at the photos attached to the emails. Later, the boys kept talking about it with Bobby, and she eventually left Rufus' cabin to get some air. But that didn't matter. She had made it clear to them that they had to go. They were going to Boston, and she would comply with the demons' every demand, and they would rescue her parents. The two brothers had no objections whatsoever, not even blinking an eye. Of course we're going, Zhang Sheng said, preempting Sam. That's how it was. The details didn't matter to her. She couldn't stay in the same room with them watching them argue, wasting the precious time of her parents. The delay was about how to get there. Zhang Sheng insisted on driving. Part of the reason was that he hated flying, and he had only successfully flown twice before. The main reason was how were they going to bring a whole bunch of weapons through security. But Sam insisted they didn't need the gear. He admitted he was a rookie at exorcism, but aside from holy water and rituals, what else could they use to deal with demons? Bobby didn't like the way Zhang Sheng clenched his fists on the table, as if he was struggling to keep quiet. Of course, that didn't stop him from rambling. For example, bullets might not kill those damn things, but they could certainly slow them down significantly. In reality, bullets couldn't completely kill them, but Zhang Sheng didn't like to be without at least one weapon while hunting. At that moment, Jesse left the cabin. In the end, they decided to fly. Whitefish was remote enough, there was no need to drive halfway across the country. The journey would take at least 2 days, and they hadn't slept well for the past 3 days, making it impossible to safely cross this land, let alone fight demons at the end of the road. If they left that night by plane, they would arrive the next morning, hoping to catch some sleep on the flight. Bobby wasn't too fond of the idea, but he could be persuaded. So he agreed to make a few calls at least to secure them some small armory and a vehicle to use once they landed. This eased Zhang Sheng's mind a bit, but it left him with nothing to do other than his extreme fear of flying. In fact, before crossing, Zhang Sheng wasn't afraid of heights. Of course, his brother Sam picked up on it easily. This was the second time, yet he still teased him from time to time. That afternoon, Bobby drove Ramfield into town using a fake name, forged credit cards, and some lame excuses about being on temporary leave to send the front desk girl into a pet boarding facility. He felt quite uneasy, especially when his friend dragged him into the back room. That look in his eyes made him feel even worse, but it was already done. That night, they set off for Kalispell Airport. Sam and Bobby got some sleep on the plane. Zhang Sheng, on the other hand, kept poking the armrest with his fingertips, trying to make dents. Jessie gazed out at the distant lights flying by like cold stars, striving to clear her mind to avoid panic, worrying about the terrible things that could happen to her parents. When the plane landed, Zhang Sheng was utterly exhausted, nearly ready to kneel down and kiss the ground. At least the plane hadn't almost crashed. It was great that it hadn't nearly crashed. As promised, Bobby contacted several hunter friends in the Northeast who agreed to provide a clean vehicle and some weapons for their mission. Neither of these hunters had volunteered to help, nor did they speak up. They tossed the duffel bags into the back of the pickup truck and then climbed into the old Ford. Bobby fiddled with his shotgun in the back seat, loading rock salt rounds. The clash of metal against wood piercing the silence of the cabin. The beautiful Jessie sat beside him, nervously fixated on the gun despite their earlier discussion of a strict rule: no shooting parents. "It's rock salt, Jessie," Zhang Sheng replied. She found it odd. This might be the first time he called her by name. "It will hurt, but it won't be fatal. But this can kill." "Demon's right." Jessie's voice trembled with a hint of hope. Sam shook his head, while Zhang Sheng seemed reluctant to answer. "It will slow him down a bit. More likely it will just anger them." In the face of Bobby's gruff response, Sam held her hand, gently tracing circles on her skin with his thumb, trying to comfort her. "This will distract him. Keep him away from you and your mom." Jessie nodded, though she appeared unconvinced. It was only when Bobby assured her they would use the gun only as a last resort, while casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Sheng, that she finally felt at ease. Zhang Sheng was looking at Jessie through the rearview mirror. "You said this is an old house, right?" he asked. She nodded, counting the nearly ancient construction age of the house. This house had been in her mother's family for many years. Although the Moore family had made some extensive renovations over the years, they preserved its historical character. They claimed to love the quaint atmosphere and historical depth. Annie took pride in her Boston lineage and was especially proud to own a house that carried 2.5 centuries of history. Among these was the automatic sprinkler system installed in the early 1940s, which seemed to particularly pique Zhang Sheng's interest. Jessie's great-grandfather was a paranoid madman. Back then, he was immensely proud of the newly installed system, calling it a marvel of technology and safety. He always told people that most homeowners dreamed of safety measures they could only imagine. He was also the reason a dilapidated bunker was buried somewhere in the backyard containing enough canned meat to last until 2046. "All right then, let's dose the water," Zhang Sheng said. Bobby and Sam glared sharply at Zhang Sheng, who grinned at them. "This house uses well water, right? We throw a charm in it, purify the water, and then burn the house down." "What?" Jessie screamed, causing the hunters to wince. "Well, I didn't mean fire. I meant to activate the sprinklers. And the water that comes out will be holy water," Sam added, almost breathless as he carefully contemplated his brother's plan. This idea was good. Holy water would be sufficient to harm the demons and at least distract them. Enough time for Jessie to rescue her mother, or perhaps even start an exorcism. But it did not guarantee anything. Sam did not hold high hopes, thinking this alone would probably not complete the task. To slay a demon, it just needed a starting point, and holy water sounded like a decent choice. Bobby squinted at Zhang Sheng again. "Where did this kid learn all this?" Thinking of Dean's dad, Bobby nodded. Dean, the owner of Zhang Sheng's body, had always been a formidable hunter, just like his father, but neither of them earned that title through cleverness. It was their sheer stubbornness. But it was a good plan, so he chose to remain silent and watch. He intended to save this battle for later. They charged in. Zhang Sheng and Bobby burst through the front door like two beasts breaking free from chains, with splintering everywhere. They unleashed their firepower, completely disregarding the "we promise not to shoot your dad" line. Sam helped Jessie, more accurately her 6-foot shoulders, climb up to the roof of the backyard terrace about 5 minutes before the rescue operation began. Then she pulled open the old bedroom window from there, slipping inside like a nimble cat. She had used this trick countless times in her teens, often sneaking out after curfew and returning before dawn. Long ago, Sam would mock her rebellious behavior when she was young, and she would walk right up to him, whispering that she'd show him what real rebellion looked like. Today, Jessie pulled a lighter from her pocket and aimed it at the old metal pipe and shower head suspended above her childhood bed. For a moment, nothing happened. Her pounding heart nearly ceased beating. Then water erupted in a violent cascade, icy liquid crashing down upon her as she tumbled backward onto the mattress, her face and hair drenched. She heard the hallway sprinklers activate too, the roar of rushing water echoing like the tolling of doom. A shriek followed, furious and human, raw with fury. Jessie sprang from the bed. The time for stealth had long since passed. She bolted into the hallway, just as Zhang Sheng and Bobby kicked open the front door. They had kept their word. They had not fired a single shot at her father. Zhang Sheng fired a warning shot, the bullet striking the ceiling rather than any target, sending plaster shards cascading downward. Jessie darted past the top of the staircase and hurtled down, nearly losing her footing. She burst into the living room to find her father locked in confrontation with the two hunters, Zhang Sheng racking the slide of his shotgun a second time, its barrel leveled squarely at Frank. Jessie had no time to pray her father would honor his vow. Her focus shifted instantly to her mother. Annie crouched beside the sofa, arms shielding her face, shoulders trembling violently. Droplets struck the ancient hardwood floor, pooling into scattered, glistening patches. Jessie dropped to her knees, heedless of the cold water soaking through her trousers. "Mom." She gripped her mother's shoulders with both hands and gently shook her. "Mom, it's me, Jessie. We have to leave now. You need to come with me." Her mother's hands trembled, but slowly she lifted her gaze toward her daughter. In that instant, Jessie's blood turned to ice. Annie's face was flushed crimson, blistered, and swollen, her eyes black as pitch. Her grin stretched grotesquely across her skin, a rictus of pure madness. Jessie couldn't draw breath, not even enough to scream. She wrenched her hands back as though seared by invisible flame, and as she stared into the eyes that once held only tenderness, now blazing with unadulterated malice, she felt truly irrevocably scorched. "Hello, Jessie," the thing hissed, and laughed, lunging toward its daughter. Jessie collapsed beneath her mother's body, rigid with terror. Only her mother called her that. Everyone else called her Jessie, but Annie Moore had insisted on that name since the hospital nursery 21 years ago. Each afternoon at the corner park, every shopping trip, even through tearful goodbyes on her daughter's first day of college. My God, her mother was inside too. That was when Jessie began to scream. She kicked, shoved, and twisted, desperate to break free from the woman who was, and yet was not, her mother. The figure did not budge, only recoiled slightly and raised a knife. The very same blade her father had pressed to her throat in that horrifying photograph, now raised high above her head. Jessie watched in abject horror as her mother tried to kill her. With a sharp cry, she threw up her arm to block the descending blade, its edge slicing cleanly through skin and muscle in her clumsy, instinctive defense. The blade angled downward, aiming straight for her heart. She groaned under the searing agony. With every ounce of strength, she clamped her fingers around her mother's wrist, straining to halt the weapon's descent. This was not her mother. This thing possessed far greater strength than Annie Moore, that petite 56-year-old yoga enthusiast. Her mother went to the gym more for coffee dates with friends than for physical training. Jessie's muscles burned with exertion, her entire arm quaking as she fought with everything she had to keep the blade inches from her chest. A blur flickered to her right, and then her towering boyfriend delivered a flawless tackle, slamming Annie to the floor. Though dwarfed by her opponent, the small woman did not fall easily. She rolled with gymnastic grace, crouched low, and let out a savage hiss, then sneered at the Winchester boy. Jessie staggered backward, chest heaving, not only from fear, but from utter exhaustion. Sam extended one arm to pull her behind him, the other gripping a flask. He began reciting the exorcism incantation, his voice low, unwavering, each syllable piercing the air like a sharpened blade driven into the demon. Each time Annie lunged forward, he sprayed her with holy water, droplets sizzling against her flesh, emitting acrid black smoke. Annie still clutched the knife tightly as they circled one another. When she hurled Sam across the room, over the back of the sofa, yet failed to halt the exorcism, she unleashed a shriek of primal fury. She whirled, slammed the hilt against the blade, and then, wreathed in a vortex of terrible black smoke, leapt from Annie Moore's body. Jessie screamed. Her first thought was Sam. Oh God, she was about to watch her boyfriend gutted before her eyes. But when the blade flew wide, missing Sam by several feet and embedding itself deep in her father's ribs, she shattered completely. She didn't care whether a demon dwelled within him. That was her father, the man her mother had just stabbed. Zhang Sheng caught her as she lunged toward the demon, who glanced down at the knife in his hand as if it were merely an inconvenient object. The exorcism had left him convulsing, black smoke rising from his lacerated, blood-soaked wounds. Frank Moore lifted his gaze from the blade embedded in his side and looked toward his youngest daughter, kicking and sobbing in her boyfriend's arms. He grinned. He opened his mouth and expelled a thick, sulphurous plume of black smoke from his dying flesh. After swiftly eliminating the demon, Zhang Sheng found himself at a loss for words regarding his actions today. In hindsight, he felt like a fool. He had wasted time, wasted space, and squandered the little remaining angelic power of Castile. What a useless fool he was. He leaned against the cold, tiled wall of the hospital corridor, the back of his head pressed against the wall, as if this could squeeze out the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He could not fathom why he had been so foolish to think there would only be one demon. It was as if he hadn't dealt with these bastards long enough or often enough to truly understand their ruthless nature, nor had he ever been a fool. He had been blinded by the comfort of 2005. Back then, demons were not as rampant as condoms at a college party. He should have been more alert. Hell was brewing a cataclysm, and they were facing Azazel, the yellow-eyed cunning puppeteer who delighted in manipulating hearts. He would not send just one demon inside. He would surely set traps, laying out double ambushes, using familial ties as bait and love as a weapon. Zhang Sheng struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to hit something. This was the 6th time since they arrived at the hospital. He could even feel his knuckles itching, muscles twitching as if they were ready to smash into that innocent wall at any moment. He had to leave quickly, if only to find a wall to strike, lest the nurses kick him out for punching a hole through the wall. He rubbed his face fiercely with his hands, the palms rasping against his stubble, producing a gritty sound. He took a daring glance toward the waiting room. Jessie sat dazed in a plastic chair like a statue drained of its soul. Her forearm was wrapped in thick, white gauze extending from her wrist to her elbow with faint traces of blood seeping through the edges. Sam sat beside her, his slender frame slightly hunched like a tower on the verge of collapse. He held her hand, his knuckles turning pale, and they exchanged not a word, only the silence flowing between them heavy as molten lead. Zhang Sheng knew what was about to happen. Even in a new timeline, in a hospital he had never visited, never experienced, he could still foresee everything that was to come, as if he had repeatedly glimpsed his own demise in the flames of hell. So he pushed against the wall, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, each step feeling like a tread upon his own heart. This would all come to an end, or Jessie and her family would eventually be safe, and he knew exactly what needed to be done to achieve this. I can't do it. She shouldn't have said it. Or more precisely, she had meant to say it. She had wanted to say it for nearly a week, but she did not expect to blurt it out this way in the silent hospital corridor while waiting for results. At that moment, Sam was sitting beside her, waiting to find out if she still had her father. They had just arrived when Frank was wheeled into the operating room, the tires screeching to a halt at the emergency room door. The borrowed car was now stained with blood like a beast just returned from the battlefield. Jessie thought numbly who was going to clean it up. She could even smell the metallic scent of blood mingled with the sharp odor of disinfectant. Annie sat alone in the hospital room, drowsy, the effects of the sedative still wearing off. They had just arrived when she was injected with the sedative. She had been extremely agitated, nearly unable to speak. The paramedics who greeted them at the door had used terms like shock and extreme pain. When the doctors learned that her husband had been wheeled into the operating room with a knife in his abdomen and that her hands were covered in his blood, they had sedated her and decided to keep her under observation for 24 hours. Still, there was no news of Frank. Sam held her hand tightly. Jessie struggled to find solace in the grip of his fingers. She was truly trying her best. She used to love how small her hand looked in his, enjoyed the elongated feeling when his fingers intertwined with hers. This had once been a silly thought, like a little girl's daydream, but she had always known that the photo of them holding hands, wearing matching rings, would be her favorite from her wedding day. Sam suddenly appeared in front of her, crouching down to meet her gaze, holding her hands. He looked at her as if she were the only light in his world, a lamp he knew he would extinguish with his own hands. I know, he said again, his voice low as if squeezed from deep within his chest. Then he leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. Their fingers remained entwined, quietly resting on her lap. He said nothing, as she did not need him to say anything more. They sat like that until tears finally spilled over and she collapsed against his chest, weeping for all they had lost and all she might still lose. Her cries were muffled and broken like a bird caught in a net. Sam's hand gently caressed her back, his fingertips feeling every ridge of her spine and the violent tremors beneath. He closed his eyes, his throat tight, as if a hand were slowly tightening. He knew, and she knew. Some paths once walked could never be retraced. Bobby left a few hours after Zhang Sheng. He told Sam that if they needed anything, he would be ready to help, but this battle wasn't over. They needed someone to help research what the demon wanted with them. Sam moved the conversation a few steps away from Jessie, wanting to give her some quiet. He simply nodded wearily. The old hunter pulled a crumpled, tattered business card from his pocket and handed it to Sam. It was a psychiatrist's card, frayed at the corners, the writing smudged. She knows this field inside and out, Bobby shrugged and mumbled. Sam stared at him in surprise for a moment, but he felt there should be someone, an ordinary person, who had heard of the strange happenings at night and decided to help others instead of becoming a wandering hunter bent on revenge, seeking a solitary death. If such a person existed, only Bobby would know. She's not a local, but at least they have someone to talk to. Sam blinked, trying hard to keep the tears from welling up. Usually he could control his emotions better, but this week had been utterly terrible, and he tried not to be overly self-critical. Bobby murmured something, probably "you come here," then hugged young Winchester tightly. It was not a light-hearted hug, but one between hunters, solid and strong, carrying a silent promise. "You are not alone." "Thank you, Bobby," Sam whispered as the older hunter patted his back in support, something his father had never done. A few hours later, Bobby flew back to Whitefish, retrieved his beaten-up car and his dog, then returned to Sioux Falls, where piles of books awaited him like a grave waiting to be unearthed. "Where are you?" Sam stared at his phone screen, waiting for Zhang Sheng's reply. He anxiously tapped his foot against the leg of the hospital chair, emotion perfectly embodying his inner turmoil, anxiety, fatigue, worry, and guilt intertwined, like a tangled mess, growing tighter the more he tried to unravel it. Frank had just undergone surgery an hour ago, and the doctors expressed relief that he would fully recover, though the process would be slow. Jessie was now in the hospital room with her mother. Meanwhile, although a crisis had been partially resolved, Sam was faced with countless other thorny issues. To be honest, for the past 5 days he felt as if his arms had been chopped off, and he had been ruthlessly added to the pile of things he needed to balance, all while being watched with eager expectations. In addition to his brother's extremely strange behavior, the demon clearly wanted his girlfriend dead and to put his head on a stick or something equally baffling. But he couldn't make sense of it right now. He didn't want to think about it. Now Jess's parents had been attacked, and the whole family had been left with irremediable scars, a realization that had come after a hellish 5-day road trip. Sam might never return to campus or marry the girl of his dreams. And now his brother Dean had only left behind a worrying text saying he had a plan to solve everything and just left. To be honest, he wasn't even sure what had stopped the panic attack, what had prevented the instinct to find a hole to crawl into and curl up, succumbing to madness. Sam had a feeling that whatever it was, the dam was about to burst. His entire being ached from his body to his soul, to his very spirit. A sharp pain gripped his heart, lingering stubbornly. He knew, just as he had understood all along these past few days, that his path with Jess had reached its end. He couldn't let her continue living a life on the run, or indeed, he couldn't allow her to face death due to the inexplicable obsession of a demon with him. Moreover, he had no idea how to free her and her family from their predicament. He would find a way no matter the cost. She deserved better. But he had no time to think about that now. Perhaps influenced by his brother, he packed away all the accompanying pain and chaos, temporarily setting it aside. Unlike his brother, he planned to deal with it later, but for now it was just one of many items on his to-do list. He couldn't handle everything at once, or he would plunge back into the madness he barely managed to keep at bay. So he focused his attention on Dean's crisis. Well, to be precise, one of the brother crises. In fact, this was the least troublesome of the many crises his brother had triggered at present. A text from Dean arrived. Drive to Colorado. I'll text you when I arrive. Sam frowned as he felt his phone vibrate, receiving the reply. How did his brother end up half a country away? It wasn't selfishness, but he truly needed his family's support right now. The younger Winchester stared at his phone, frustrated, and sighed. That text was certainly not good news for them. At that moment, Zhang Sheng was still on the road. Only God knew how much trouble he had brought upon himself by shouldering the weight of the entire world alone. Sam had no idea what had transpired with his brother over the past week, but he felt that Zhang Sheng's burden had suddenly multiplied 100-fold. Not to mention his current demeanor, as if he had already failed. Of course, Sam had no clue what he had done wrong. After all, none of this was his fault, but he could sense the signs of guilt weighing heavily on Zhang Sheng. It was as if he had always known his brother, only now his emotions were magnified 1,000-fold, stripped of the layers of crude humor, virility, and arrogance that had previously masked him. It was utterly perplexing. The only thing Sam could think of was that Zhang Sheng had seen something. From what little the young Winchester could gather, Zhang Sheng's foresight was far stronger than his own. Zhang Sheng's foresight was strikingly clear, something Sam found unfathomable. His own foresight always culminated in a splitting headache, blurry images in his mind, and remnants of emotional stimuli. Yet Zhang Sheng could move about as if predicting the future, seemingly without any cost. Of course, aside from the greatest and heaviest burden of all, the martyr's badge. Whenever he thought about the differences in their newfound psychic abilities, a twinge of painful jealousy would rise in Sam's mind, but he stubbornly chose to ignore it. He just wanted to lock this minor crisis away in the closet and never face it again. What about Frank? He sighed, pulling his thoughts away once more, and then replied to his brother's text. All right, the surgery is over. Why Colorado? Sam anxiously awaited his brother's reply. His foot began to pound against the cheap metal chair once more. He'll text you later while driving. Seeing this message, Sam had to exert an immense effort to refrain from throwing his phone against the wall. But he could imagine Dean sitting in the front seat of the Impala, wearing that smug smile of his, glancing at the phone screen every few minutes, waiting for his brother Sam's sour face to reply. The young Winchester took a deep breath, deciding to seek solace in this trivial matter, and then replied with something he knew his brother would be looking forward to. Asshole. Bitch. The speed of his replies confirmed that Dean had already typed that damn thing up, ready to send it at any moment. He was truly an asshole. But evidently, one of the things martyrdom brought was love. Sam closed his phone, thinking that although this crisis was bewildering and likely to bring him trouble soon, he could downgrade it to an orange alert for now. He had a more pressing red alert to deal with now. On the first night after Jess's father's surgery, they tried talking again. They sat in the borrowed car parked outside the Moore residence. The bloodstains in the back seat had mysteriously vanished, but Jess didn't ask. She suspected Bobby had something to do with it. After visiting hours were over, Sam drove Annie and Jess back. Jess' mother quietly exited the car and walked into the house, hesitating only briefly at the door. Jess looked as if she wanted to follow her mother to comfort the woman tormented by the aftereffects of trauma, but ultimately she stayed right where she was. Bobby had returned earlier that afternoon, while Sam stayed behind at the hospital, trying to clean up the water and blood stains on the living room floor. Once Frank's condition stabilized, Sam immediately rushed to help, assisting the older hunter in the cleanup and ensuring the house was secure against further attacks. Both assured Mrs. Moore that no more demons would enter that house. The damage from the flooding needed to be addressed, but that was not her primary concern. She insisted on going home rather than staying in a hotel. "I never thought this would happen," Sam whispered in the quiet of the car. He looked at Jess, his face full of guilt for all the pain and torment he had caused her. She leaned forward, interrupting the speech he had rehearsed countless times since the corridor. Her gentle hands cradled his neck, kissing his cheeks. Soft, desperate, and sorrowful lips brushed against his lips, cheeks, forehead, and nose. Each kiss felt like a farewell, a silent forgiveness. Jess pulled away, already in tears, her thumb gently stroking Sam's skin. "I know, Sam, of course I know." He was crying too, burying his head in her neck. Her hair brushed against his cheek, carrying the mixed salty scent of hospital disinfectant and tears. He held her tightly, as if releasing her would make her dissipate like smoke. 2 days later, Frank was declared fit for discharge, and Sam and Jess waited at the hospital to drive him home. With the help of a nurse, Jess was assisting Frank in getting out of bed and into a wheelchair when Zhang Sheng finally arrived. For the past 48 hours, Zhang Sheng had hardly texted, stubbornly refusing to answer any of Sam's questions. Then Zhang Sheng rushed back to Jess' house. "Sorry I took so long, man," Zhang Sheng immediately said upon seeing Sam, then jogged toward Frank's room. He carried a rectangular wooden box that looked battered with scratches on the corners, as if it had been tossed around in the back seat of a car during a bumpy ride. Sam was still angry, but seeing Dean's dark circles under his eyes, the taut lines of worry on his forehead, and the stubble growing on his chin, his anger lessened slightly. He calculated if Zhang Sheng drove to Colorado and then returned to Boston in that Impala, it meant he had to fly to Montana first. This meant he had not only flown alone, likely terrified out of his wits, but had also spent nearly 45 straight hours driving across America. He looked the part too. "Well, protect her. Well, make everything right." Zhang Sheng handed over the box, nodding firmly, but his expression revealed not determination, but despair and guilt. Sam added this matter to his to-do list, planning to clarify it when they finally had a chance to discuss topics like "this isn't your fault," and "oh, by the way, what happened to you?" With a touch of curiosity, he lifted the lid. Inside lay an antique revolver, as if it had stepped out of a Western film, its barrel gleaming with a cold metallic sheen alongside 5 numbered silver bullets neatly arranged like 5 stars waiting to be ignited. Sam quickly scanned the corridor to confirm that no nurses or security were around, then lowered the lid, raising an eyebrow at his brother. "A gun? Not just any gun, Sam," Zhang Sheng replied, a barely perceptible cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He tilted his head slightly, correcting, "It's Zhang Sheng." The young Winchester scrutinized his brother, trying to gauge whether the phrase "he's completely lost it" was enough to encompass everything happening at that moment. But he didn't voice it, for in his brother's bloodshot eyes, he saw something far more terrifying than madness: determination, a resolve to rewrite fate at any cost. That night, the air was still filled with the scent of turpentine and sawdust. Half of the floor in the Moore family's living room had been ripped up, the exposed wooden frame lying grotesquely in the light like a dissected corpse. Frank sat in a chair at the dining table, his face pale, the bandage around his abdomen glimmering faintly under the light. One hand pressed against the wound, while the other held a phone, quietly communicating with the insurance company. Annie paced beside him, her phone pressed to her ear, her voice coldly mechanical. "Yes, the flooring expert will arrive next week. The cleaning company is also arranged. All the furniture has been packed. No, there's no need to apologize. This isn't your fault." Her fingers absently rubbed the edge of her phone, her knuckles turning white. She had set the numbers of the contractor and the flooring expert as speed dial. This was the only order she could grasp. Now half of the house was chaotic, while the other half was eerily efficient. The sofa had been shoved into a corner, the coffee table was overturned, and the rug was rolled up like a discarded hide. Faint red stains of blood still lingered on the walls, and despite repeated scrubbing with bleach, the smell, rust mixed with disinfectant, persisted, obstinately seeping into the walls and memories. Sam stood at the door, clutching a worn canvas bag filled with a few clothes he had left behind. He looked at the couple, his throat tightening. He knew it was time to go. He shouldn't remain here, shouldn't breathe their air, shouldn't let his shadow fall beneath this roof that was meant to be peaceful. Clearing his throat, his voice dry, he said, I want to say I'm sorry." Annie paused, her phone still pressed to her ear, but she didn't hang up, just quietly looked at him. "There are no words in English that can atone for the mistakes of the past 72 hours. He struggled to speak, his gaze shifting between the two. "But I still want to say, this is all because of me. I led their daughter into terrible danger, and I never intended for it to be this way." He paused, his voice nearly a whisper. "I love her. And I once longed to love them." Before he could finish, Frank suddenly stood up from the chair, the movement pulling at his wound, and he grunted softly, but didn't care. He strode forward, grabbing Sam by the shoulder, then pulled him tightly into an embrace. "Be careful. Annie softly cried, her voice tinged with reluctance. His wound isn't healed. But Frank didn't let go. He simply held the young man tightly, as if embracing a son he thought he had lost. His palm patted Sam's back twice with force, saying nothing. There was no reproach in that embrace, only a kind of near-tragic acceptance. Sam froze. Then his body began to tremble. He suddenly bowed his head, rubbing his face harshly with his sleeve, trying not to break down in front of this family that had suffered so much because of him. He gritted his teeth, a suppressed sob escaping his throat. Annie approached, gently placing her hand on his forearm. Since that night, she had rarely spoken to him, and he understood why. He could see it in her eyes. A cautious distance and instinctive wariness. Annie Moore was not a cold-hearted person, but she didn't want him near her family. Recognizing this, knowing it caused him pain, she tried hard to conceal it, instinctively unwilling to blame the young man before her for her fear and suffering, but she couldn't completely hide it. Sam didn't blame her for it. He knew that if he stayed, danger would continue. The demons wouldn't stop hunting. They would wrap around Jesse like shadows, enveloping this home until it ran red with blood. So he told them that he and his brother had a plan, and if all went well, this would be the last time they would see him. Jessie stood at the end of the hallway, clutching the car keys tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her expression was as stiff as if she were wearing a mask, only her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Annie silently began to cry, but she still nodded, as if to say, "I understand." Frank reached out, a serious glint in his eyes, as if saying something that shouldn't be said. "Take care." Sam stepped out of the Moore house, the night wind hitting him, carrying the chill of early autumn. He stood on the steps, feeling as if his chest had been hollowed out, as if he bore the weight of the world, a pain more intense than any wound he had ever endured while hunting, an ache of the soul being forcibly torn away. He truly wished to be a part of their family more intensely than he had ever longed for anything before. Zhang Sheng was waiting for him in the Impala. The engine growled low, like a patient beast. The headlights sliced through the darkness, casting two dim yellow beams that illuminated the desolate street ahead. Once again they reached the intersection. Jessie insisted on going with them. She sat in the back seat, her hands folded on her knees, knuckles turning white. Sam didn't object. Like them, she needed to witness this herself to know if this nightmare could truly end. They drove north into the sparsely populated countryside. Moonlight spilled over the fields like a thin frost. The dirt road wound ahead, eventually leading to a lonely intersection open on all sides with only the wind whispering. Sam reached to grab a spray can from the trunk, but Zhang Sheng shook his head. No traps this time. He knew this would spark a debate, so he took the initiative. "We've already taken out one of his demons. He wouldn't be foolish enough to appear right in the center of the intersection." "Who?" Sam frowned, but Zhang Sheng didn't answer. He pulled an old cigar box from his coat pocket. Inside were his identification and a small piece of paper with something written on it. He buried the box in the dirt of the intersection, his movements steady, as if burying a part of the past. The process of waiting was quiet and tense, but it lacked the suspense of the last summoning. Jessie should have still been panicked 7 days later, but now she seemed unusually calm, numb. She leaned against the back seat, her gaze vacant as she stared out the window, as if her soul had left this body in advance. Zhang Sheng held the heavy little filly steady as a rock. Sam, on the other hand, was not as confident, but he assumed a stiff defensive posture. He was prepared for anything, and without laying traps, he nervously shifted his body, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the grip of the gun hidden at his lower back. "Winchester, you have some guts, I have to admit that." The voice came from the right side of the Impala, lazy, dangerous, with a hint of British elegance. The three turned abruptly. Standing at the edge of the yellow glow of the headlights was a short, stout man dressed in an impeccably tailored dark gray suit with a deep red tie. His hands were shoved into his pockets, his face wearing an extremely bored expression, as if everything before him were merely a poorly staged street performance. Jessie immediately moved away, quickly circling behind the two hunters. Sam let out a breath. Crowley. Zhang Sheng greeted his tone as calm as if ordering a cup of coffee. Sam looked at him sharply, as if he had truly lost his mind. "We want to talk to that yellow-eyed demon." Crowley raised an eyebrow in interest, appearing unsure whether to humor the hunters or snap their necks. "Oh, so you just found out?" He chuckled lightly. "Then summon him, you damned insects." "Yes, we summoned you. I noticed." The demon's voice was dry as he turned his head slightly, his left eye twitching. He shoved his hands into his pockets, and Sam could clearly sense him trying to restrain himself from clenching his fists. He merely exaggerated a sigh. "All right. What are your terms of exchange?" "Oh, this time you're helping for free." Zhang Sheng raised his gun, the muzzle aimed steadily at Crowley's forehead. It was a Colt pistol, the barrel gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Crowley's previously bored expression twisted into something ugly the moment he recognized the gun. He squinted. "Hell no." He countered. "What reason do I have not to kill you and this happy couple? To claim this shiny toy gun for myself?" Zhang Sheng shrugged. "You can try, but I'm a quick shot, and I've heard demons have a terrible habit of looking out for themselves first." The king of the intersection regarded Zhang Sheng with a genuine, yet carefully concealed confusion. He had heard from his girlfriend that Zhang Sheng's methods of accepting bribes exceeded their expectations. Azazel had also mentioned that Kid had the same issue, but Crowley didn't believe it. Old Winchester was just a fool. Maybe a fool with angelic charm, but still a fool. Besides, demons lie. Especially when they're tied to the rack, they lie the most. However, this irrefutable evidence lay before him. What he was about to face was a limited edition supernatural deluxe version of Truth Texas Patterson 1836. It was brand new. Where the hell did they get that damned gun? He hummed lightly, appearing casual and regal. He stood on tiptoe akin to selecting a prime cut of beef in a butcher shop, carefully considering the hunter's proposal. He deliberately slowed down, wanting to see Zhang Sheng's twitching finger on the trigger. A leaf fluttering behind them caught his eye, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Are you sure you want to summon old yellow eyes? I don't think you guys have thought this through, boys. Sam's gaze turned hostile as he stepped directly in front of Jessie, shielding her. His brother cocked the hammer of the Colt pistol back. All right, Crowley conceded, raising both hands in a calming gesture. Gentlemen, no need to get rough. He'll go fetch your mother-killing demon. If there had been no past grievances between them, or rather if there simply would never be any, Zhang Sheng might have shot him dead the moment he crossed over. When the demon vanished in the blink of an eye, Zhang Sheng, still feeling a bit tense, let out a sigh of relief in his mind, and then lowered his gun. The nervous Sam immediately turned to Jessie, placing his hands on her shoulders, both to confirm her presence and to comfort her. The beautiful girl bit her lip, standing strong only in her lover's embrace. She refused to look at the place where the demon had just appeared. Zhang Sheng turned away, giving them a moment. Crowley suddenly appeared in the middle of the intersection, having spared no flashy bombs. Beside him was Azazel, who was wrapped in the very body that Zhang Sheng would later kill. But not tonight. Do you know what this is, eh? He raised the revolver, his pale yellow eyes disdainfully fixed on it. Zhang Sheng took this as a confirmation and tossed the gun to Sam. Jessie screamed as he pressed the gun's muzzle tightly against his temple. Do you want me? Sam asked, his gaze never leaving the demon who had killed his mother and planned to kill his girlfriend. That monster that had twice ruined his life. Then Jessie is finished. Her parents, her relatives, everyone who knows her name. They will all be spared from death. The demon tilted its head, its eyes flickering as it cautiously assessed the situation before it. Zhang Sheng blocked Jessie with one arm, his eyes fixed on the two demons. Things could take a turn for the worse, and he had handed the gun to his brother, going against his protective instincts formed over the years. Because both of them wished they could shoot Azazel dead. Zhang Sheng knew everything he had done and what he would do in the future, and his brother Sam knew enough to wish for his death. But they could not do it, no matter how much they wanted to. No matter how justified they were in doing so. Tonight must be for the Moors. They must ensure their safety. If the brothers killed that bastard, now a horde of demons would come to avenge them in the most brutal way. Jess's family would likely not survive the week. Crowley watched the two with a shocked expression, his gaze shifting back and forth between them, then smiled, as if enjoying a tennis match. This scene was indeed pleasing to the eye. If it weren't for the dire situation, Zhang Sheng might have even enjoyed it, thinking about shooting that smooth-talking guy in the leg the next time they met. Then he would surely take a moment to appreciate it. The other demon, Azazel, was much calmer, exuding an aura of danger. If judged solely by appearance, Zhang Sheng might worry that he would not take the bait. His pale yellow eyes seemed to provoke Sam to pull the trigger, testing whether he would do so. It was precisely because the older Winchester brothers understood the ultimate goal that they could succeed. Hell needed Sam alive, but Zhang Sheng knew that if he could save Jessie, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Azazel knew this too. Despite his trembling legs, Sam's hand was steady. This was his first time standing before what he and his brother and father had pursued for 22 years. Sam's entire life was condensed into the form of a middle-aged man with yellow eyes standing in the center of the intersection. I can never go back, he said softly, his voice hoarse. So she's gone while I continue to breathe. The demon observed for a moment, probing the young hunter's resolve, then suddenly relaxed, steadying himself, revealing the tension he had just displayed. A smile appeared on his face, a grin that tore at his skin, becoming filthy and evil. Well, she is out. Sam's finger tightened on the trigger as the demon exaggeratedly sighed. And her family. Don't make such a big deal out of it, Tiger, he said condescendingly, raising his hands in mock surrender. Then he quickly adjusted his posture, adopting a superior stance, pointing at the boy. But you still have to keep hunting. Sam frowned. He never expected a demon would want another hunter in the world. Azazel grinned, his teeth glimmering under the moonlight. Sammy, you were born for this. Really, you were born for this. He did not notice that Zhang Sheng narrowed his eyes beside him. But the demons took notice. All right. Sam lowered the gun but did not release the hammer. I want your guarantee. Azazel raised an eyebrow in mockery, but Sam Winchester did not look at him. Instead, he looked at Crowley. The king of the crossroads was utterly perplexed by what was happening before him. These two foolish brothers not only grasped the vital clues about Samuel's role in future events, but also knew Crowley's name and had the audacity to ask who the demon orchestrating all this was. Indeed, Crowley was furious, having been treated like a damned messenger. Thank you for your concern. He was the king of the crossroads, damn it. Is it too much to ask for a little respect? Now he was staring at Sam Winchester as if he were a humanoid moose. The more he looked, the more it resembled him. Oh my God, what did they feed that kid? What a tall fellow, but messy looking, as if he had two heads. No, not like that. Crowley had actually seen a two-headed person before. He muttered, "This is more absurd than any genetic mutation. This is insane." "What?" Sam asked, his tone surprisingly calm. "You're a crossroads demon, right?" Crowley was furious at being casually labeled as if it were an insult to him, as if he were merely a second-rate salesman. He was a genuine king. Sam's hand, accustomed to pulling the trigger, trembled slightly on the Colt pistol, while Crowley growled softly, an extremely displeased expression on his face. "You are responsible for making deals, so this time you will preside. I want you to swear as the king of the crossroads that Jesse cannot be harmed, otherwise neither of us will survive." Crowley interjected before the young mad hunter could finish speaking. "Impossible." "Then let's make a deal." Everyone looked at Azazel, who showed them a sweet smile. "No way." Crowley growled, clenching his fists and glaring at the demon before him, both angry and shocked. Too late. Sam finally put down that damned gun, a cold smile appearing on his face, more a look of death than of victory. Crowley sneered at those bastards. He muttered, "Nonsense," and tossed a hastily written contract towards Sam Winchester's soul before striding away back to his fortress. Sam tightened his grip on the Colt, veering to the right, aiming at the other yellow-eyed demon. The yellow-eyed demon stared at Sam, a glimmer passing through his eyes, once perhaps pride on his face, but now appearing as malicious delight. "You know," he began, "things are turning out to be much more interesting than we expected." His pale pupils turned to Zhang Sheng and Jesse. "I'm curious why that is." Then he vanished. Sam could not stop Jesse from walking to his side, nor did he try to. Sam straightened up and wrapped her in his arms, burying his face in her hair, taking a deep breath of that familiar and comforting scent. As she kissed him, she scolded him, and he tried to assure her in a trembling voice that he had no thoughts of suicide. He reached over her shoulder, returning the Colt to his brother. The weight of the gun grip lifted, and he felt a sense of relief, but simultaneously experienced a spasm in his stomach. He would have done it. Zhang Sheng had once been certain he did not have to do this, but that was not the point. Though he whispered some comforting words in Jess's ear, he would still have done it. He was ready. On the way to drop Jesse back at the moors, Sam said not a word. They parked in the lot of that shabby one-star motel, wearily grabbing their luggage to go inside, and he remained silent. He sat on the edge of the creaking thin mattress, facing away from the room, away from the world. Zhang Sheng stood at the door, watching his brother struggling to control his emotions, his gaze vacantly fixed on the wall. But Sam's shoulders began to shake, and finally he held his head in his hands. Zhang Sheng, who had crossed over, was still Dean, never good at handling emotions. Dean and he together were nearly 80 years old, and still did not know how to comfort the heartbroken Sam. He could see the same sadness in his brother's eyes as before. This time there was no anger, no guilt, and no shame, only sadness. This was not good. It was even hard to say it was progress, for he still lost Jesse, but Zhang Sheng knew it was better than before. "I want to marry her," Sam suddenly said, his voice as soft as a sigh. Immediately he pulled out a small ring box from his pocket, clenching it tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white. Zhang Sheng raised his hand, hesitated, and finally placed it on his brother's shoulder, feeling the tremor beneath the skin, giving it a gentle squeeze. "This might not mean anything. Honestly, I know it doesn't. But I think she wishes for the same thing." His brother smiled, that humorless laugh gradually turning into a sob he struggled to hold back, but ultimately could not. He cried again, "Damn it," and Zhang Sheng could do nothing about it. The elder brother stayed by. If time could truly guide as a prophet does, she would say the future would not be so dark. Sam clenched his thighs tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, as if he were about to tear apart the coarse denim fabric. He stared ahead at the dark road sliced open by the car's headlights, his lips pressed into a rigid line, pondering those words, feeling no trace of comfort. The car was enveloped in silence, only his heavy breathing echoed in the cramped space like an old bellows gasping for breath. They stopped at a dilapidated gas station on the outskirts of Scranton. The neon sign flickered half-heartedly, illuminating the greasy ground and a few rusted trucks. The air was thick with the scents of gasoline, cheap cologne, and the greasy aroma wafting from a distant fast food restaurant. "Fill it up and grab some food too." Zhang Sheng jumped out of the car, the door slamming shut with a bang that shook the entire vehicle. "Don't expect that shabby convenience store to sell salads, you leaf-eating freak. Eat something like a normal person," he yelled at Sam, his voice reverberating in the empty gas station. While fueling, Zhang Sheng didn't think much and casually tossed the car keys over from atop the engine hood. The silver key cut a cold arc under the dim yellow light. Sam instinctively caught at the metallic feel, startling him. He looked down at the heavy keys in his palm, then up at Zhang Sheng, who was unscrewing the gas cap, his eyes filled with disbelief. This set of keys, this 1967 black Chevrolet Impala, was Zhang Sheng's lifeline, their home, through all their tribulations. In Sam's memory, aside from learning to drive as a child, and that heart-wrenching night before Stanford semester began, Zhang Sheng had almost never let him truly drive it for any length of time. "You want me to drive?" Sam's voice trembled slightly, as if confirming an impossible miracle. The man from the future blinked, realizing that in 2005 this was not a decision Sam Winchester would take lightly. Even until the last episode, strictly speaking, it was not something he'd do easily. Baby was his fortress, his armor, his only solace through countless nights. He never liked anyone else driving it but himself. But he trusted Sam. He believed he could hand Baby over to Sam, just as he believed he could shield his brother from every bullet. A memory flashed through his mind before Stanford opened. Sam was devastated over Jesse. His entire being seemed drained of soul, leaving only a cold, numb face. Zhang Sheng had to do something, anything, to erase that lifeless expression from his face. Letting Sam know he trusted him and allowing him to drive Baby was the best way. At that moment, the handover of the car keys was more than just a transfer of driving rights. It was a silent promise: "I am here, you are not alone." He thought to himself that this time should be no different. Why not? A hint of a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips as he watched his brother's eyes light up instantly, like a student favored by the teacher on the first day of school, blooming with a long-lost joy. Thus, Sam's almost childlike smile led him to dash to the driver's seat, opening the door with a careful reverence. "Bookworm." Zhang Sheng silently scoffed, yet inside, he felt a warm stir, as if dipped in warm water. The second leg of the journey progressed mostly in silence, with only the monotonous sound of tires on the pavement and the echoes of Metallica from the speakers. Occasional small talk was mostly initiated by the older Hunter, the topics light and trivial about baseball cars and the odd roadside billboards, nothing of real consequence. Zhang Sheng, like an experienced helmsman, worked hard to use these scattered waves to prevent the young crew member from sinking deeper into the sea of worry. The atmosphere lightened a bit, but Zhang Sheng keenly sensed that Sam's profile remained taut. Sure enough, as the car passed through a cornfield bathed in silvery moonlight, Sam glanced over at him, a look Zhang Sheng was all too familiar with, curious, suspicious, with a sharpness that pierced through everything. He knew the upcoming conversation would not be pleasant. "That gun." Sam's voice was soft, but struck like a tiny hammer on a taut string. "Colt, how do you know about this? Did you dream it?" Zhang Sheng's heart sank suddenly, but his face remained impassive. He had been prepared for this. He had spent nearly 50 hours in flight and driving across thousands of miles and 15 years of time just to figure out how to wriggle out of this. He rehearsed every detail, every potential loophole repeatedly. If he felt guilty about lying to his brother, he would remember the vacant gaze of Sam locked in a straitjacket in that mental hospital. Because he was the traveler. Having seen it on the show, Sam had gone through hell, betrayed by a loved one, completely breaking down. He didn't want to witness the 2005 Sam taking time travel, something that sounded like science fiction, as a symbol of sanity, thus pushing himself into madness. "No." His voice was steady, even carrying a hint of deliberate nonchalance, as if discussing the weather. "My dad told me." He took a deep breath and clearly articulated the lines he had prepared. "Daniel Elkins, my dad's old hunting buddy, has that gun. He used to be my dad's mentor. They later fell out because my dad always believed Elkins had that gun, but Elkins never confessed it. Dad wanted it because it could kill demons." Sam interjected, seeking confirmation. "Bingo." Zhang Sheng snapped his fingers, a brilliant smile gracing his face, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible stiffness. "But how do you know Elkins got this illness?" Sam pressed his brows furrowed, as if dissecting a precise mechanism. Zhang Sheng shrugged casually, but his gaze drifted towards the swiftly retreating darkness outside the window. "Intuition. My dad is very sure. He has never been wrong." This line he had rehearsed in his mind countless times until he could almost deliver it like 2005's Zhang Sheng, with that nonchalant tone that carried a hint of the old man, is indeed awesome. Sam fell silent for a moment, shooting a hard glare at his brother. Zhang Sheng instantly labeled that look in his mind. Foul-faced 12 on the surface, it was "What's wrong with you?" The actual subtext was "I know you're lying to me, you time-traveling bastard," but there was no suitable context to expose it. As I recall, Dad was never the type to enjoy sharing things. Sam's voice carried a hint of barely discernible sarcasm. "Huh." Sam thought he could catch Zhang Sheng off guard, but Zhang Sheng was in excellent form today. He had a list now, and this time he was well prepared. Besides, this wasn't even a lie. Dad did indeed tell them, just in another parallel world, the one trampled by Lucifer and Michael. Beer and a bad hunting experience, Sammy. Zhang Sheng flashed his younger brother a grin, the signature devil-may-care smile. The old man's been surviving on this trick for years. It's Sam, and his brother corrected him instantly. Incorrect. Zhang Sheng deliberately drew out the word, and the car lapsed into silence once more. Only the low growl of the engine remained. How did you get it from him? Sam frowned, staring fixedly through the windshield into the endless dark. If this kid kept scowling like that, he'd surely develop wrinkles, though Zhang Sheng knew he would not for at least another decade. Still, seriously, Sasquatch, relax. If it truly kills, then it's quite the weapon. The young hunter's voice trailed off as dawning comprehension flickered across his face. He whirled sharply, adopting his most indignant expression, eyes blazing with sharp accusation toward his older brother. What did you do? Come on, Sam. Zhang Sheng hesitated, his tone laced with just the right measure of wounded innocence. I'm not Liam Neeson wielding some particular set of skills against an aging hunter. He dropped the film reference, deliberately hoping to divert attention. Sam arched a brow and rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. I spoke with him. Zhang Sheng said, voice now grave and steady. And he had. Of course his words had carried veiled warnings about the safety of an old friend, about the grave trouble one might invite. But the truth was, for the second time, he'd retrieved the legendary Colt pistol from the hidden compartment inside Elgin's battered safe. Correct. His tone held unwavering certainty. Exactly. Jerk. Sam muttered under his breath, a note of something akin to reluctant admiration coloring his curse. Asshole. Zhang Sheng chuckled, correcting him, and then shifted almost imperceptibly into probing territory. How did you know about Crowley? Sam didn't hesitate, not this time. Yet his tone turned oddly nonchalant. He pulled out his phone and began scrolling swiftly, fingers dancing across the screen. Zhang Sheng might not have noticed, but Sam missed nothing. Had compiled his own list, a meticulous inventory of his brother's recent anomalies. Recently added was the name of a relatively low-profile actor, Liam Neeson. Because Sam rarely watched television or filmed, Schindler's List certainly wasn't the kind of fare old Winchester would select on premium cable. Sam had briefly been a Jedi, but the bookish core of him held no urge to discuss Star Wars Episode 1. His phone's feeble Wi-Fi signal informed him that Liam Neeson starred in last summer's Batman reboot. That fit Zhang Sheng's taste perfectly, and nearly the entire neighborhood's too, so it was more than enough to jog his memory. Sam hadn't seen it himself, so he couldn't say for sure. Perhaps the stage actor was preparing to slip into his Rescue-the-Daughter performance mode. Stranger things had happened. He slid the phone smoothly back into his coat pocket. The king of the crossroads isn't summoned so easily. He changed the subject with practiced nonchalance. Zhang Sheng frowned. Because he was about to lie, and he intended to use the very excuse Sam had just handed him. Dad told me. Yet he didn't want to abuse that justification. He refused to let Dad's last words become the flimsy veil behind which every falsehood hid. It was just a dream. He paused, lowering his voice into a tone thick with manufactured disgust, and not a pleasant one. Just some slick-talking bastard in a suit spouting lies. A pair of brown eyes turned toward him, slightly widened. He hadn't expected honesty. After all, Zhang Sheng had spoken little but nonsense lately, and they both knew it. But dream sounded far more plausible than time travel. And really, Sam sat up straighter in the passenger seat, alert as a hunting hound. What kind of dream? Those? He broke off abruptly, shifting his gaze away from the visions that haunted him nightly. The dreams I had at Stanford. They were unnervingly vivid, and utterly lifelike, yet each left him with a splitting headache. Zhang Sheng nodded. He'd anticipated exactly that. He needed his dreams to differ distinctly from Sam's, to justify how much more he knew. Mine aren't vivid. They're more like step-by-step instructions. Methodical. Huh. He gave a dry chuckle, feigning ease, as if someone had shoved an instruction manual directly into my skull. Still, don't let it give you a headache, he added, aiming to soothe. His brother watched him like a hawk, eyes softening with a faint pathetic puppy quality, yet brows subtly furrowed with deep-rooted suspicion. Zhang Sheng hoped his brother believed it, and had invested real effort into this performance. And truthfully, he preferred the philosophy, shoot first, shoot again, then talk. Once everyone's dead. He thought he'd done rather well. And it sounded natural. At least it did after rehearsing it repeatedly on the drive back from Manning. The irony was this: he'd spent nearly the entire car ride convincing himself of one unsettling truth. He'd been trying earnestly to lie less to Sam. Ever since the Gadriel incident, he'd sworn, no more lies. And had even managed to speak openly about the mark and his relationship with Amara. He glanced at Sam, who stared back, brows knotted, eyes shimmering with equal parts concern and quiet scrutiny. Of course, this person beside him wasn't the brother he'd spent nearly 10 years deceiving, and being deceived by, a cycle of tangled cause and effect. This was before all that. And if he succeeded in what he now contemplated, perhaps those lies would never have been necessary at all. Besides, the stakes were dire. That was simply how it stood. And in surely arriving from the future qualified as exceptional circumstances. And in does your chest hurt? And in the elder hunter lifted his eyes from the road, glancing quizzically at his brother. And in you rub it constantly. No, I don't. And in Zhang Sheng reflexively denied it. And in his brother emitted that familiar ambiguous snort, equal parts worry and disbelief. Brother, you're doing it right now. And in Zhang Sheng looked down, and his heart lurched. His right hand moved unconsciously over his sternum, tracing a tiny, nearly invisible circular pattern, his fingertip rubbing repeatedly through the cotton of his t-shirt against that patch of skin. He frowned, as if scalded, yet hesitated to pull his hand away as though withdrawing it would unleash searing pain. Though reason dictated he rest his arm against the window, his hunter's fingers instinctively yearned for the warmth of his chest. Until jaw clenched, he pressed his fist hard against the cold glass edge, pinning the disobedient hand in place. Well, perhaps Sam had a point. And in sometimes, he admitted, voice low, a sharp, burning ache. He'd never linked the chest pain to his dreams, and in perhaps because he'd never experienced anything remotely prophetic. He'd simply returned. And yet Zhang Sheng still wasn't accustomed to this warmth. For nearly a decade, Dean, the show's protagonist, had carried a hollow void in his chest, a black hole endlessly devouring, perpetually ravenous, eternally unsatisfied. A hunger for safety, for family whole, for his brother alive. He'd endured it, as one does chronic pain, until it dulled, until it settled into the background, becoming part of the very fabric of his existence. Now it felt as though a supernova detonated within his chest. And perhaps that was hyperbole, but to him the sensation came terrifyingly close. He was whole. He was happy. His brother sat beside him, healthy, alive, unclaimed by hell, his younger brother untouched by demonic possession, unconfined to an asylum, the doomsday pendulum still ticking distantly, and they still held the chance to stop it. He hadn't felt this happiness since Sam left home for Stanford 15 years ago, and had forgotten what it meant to remain unbroken. This feeling permeated everything. The part of him buried deepest, the self who remembered everything shattered by hell, torn apart, by purgatory, fractured by countless deaths, now merely clad in fresh skin, refused to stand apart from that joy. It craved that touch, that confirmation, and in it needed to feel the warmth, the wholeness, the beauty, and verify beyond doubt that it still existed. It would not vanish, and in it belonged to him. It was him, and this time, it would be his forever. And in his hand twitched against the window, knuckles whitening with strain. Sam accepted his terse confession without pressing further, and yet the doubt in his eyes lingered, like night mist, silent and pervasive. And then, I don't know, Bobby. Sam shifted, pressing the phone tightly between his shoulder and ear while using his free hand to part the motel's flimsy curtain. Outside, the parking lot lay empty and stark under sickly yellow streetlights. Only a few rusted cars scattered like abandoned metal carcasses. Zhang Sheng had gone to fetch food, while Sam began investigating the Blackwater Ridge hiker disappearances. And his brother claimed he needed to clear his head, preferably with windows down, music playing, and no complaints from the passenger seat. Sam seized the opportunity to speak properly with Bobby, a conversation long overdue. And then he seems older. Sam's voice dropped, weighted with unspoken gravity, exhausted, cynical, trying desperately to hide it. That wasn't like him. And then they'd called him earlier near Boston's outskirts, briefly outlining the mole's situation and casually mentioning their upcoming hunt in Colorado. He'd been genuinely stunned upon learning that demon deals were part of the hunting condition, prompting a blistering lecture. What did you summon? Did you make a deal? And you two idiots. And so Bobby had immediately dug into grimoires and national weather reports, finding little but promising continued investigation. Hell was undoubtedly plotting something, beyond question. Someone needed to go on-site, uncover the truth firsthand. 4 years is a long time, Sam. Bobby's voice came through the receiver, thick with nasal congestion and a subtle weariness. The hunter lowered his eyelids, a faint, bitter smile flickering across his lips, as though he hadn't rehearsed this thought 100 times already. Some people might change, but Zhang Sheng certainly won't. He paused, his voice laced with bewilderment. Besides the night he took me from Stanford, he was still that arrogant, insufferable man I remember. Even if that night was an exception, you've seen him these past 4 years. Do you really think he's still Dean? He could almost picture Bobby on the other end of the line, removing that ever-present baseball cap and vigorously scratching his streaked graying hair. A long skeptical sigh confirmed it. I wouldn't dare say he'd actually do it, Bobby grumbled into the phone. Are you absolutely sure it's him? Sam chuckled, but there was no warmth in it, only a brittle rustling dryness like dead leaves scraping over stone. I ran every test I know, Bobby. He even invited me to try, and suggested a few himself. He recalled Zhang Sheng voluntarily offering to let him slash his skin with silver, douse him with holy water, and recite those absurd childhood passwords known only to the two brothers. Bobby snorted dismissively on the other, and Sam gave a quiet, knowing laugh. Yes, It sounded exactly like something Zhang Sheng would do even after everything that had hardened his trust into tempered steel. I'm not saying he isn't Zhang Sheng, but either he's become someone we've never seen before, or he's the real Dean. Bobby's voice dropped low grave, as if voicing the worst possible truth. Sam fell silent, the phone pressed tightly to his ear, as if even the wind outside had stilled. He weighed which possibility he feared more. It should have been simple. If this wasn't Zhang Sheng, then either his brother was bound and hidden somewhere only the imposter knew, or he was already dead. Everything had unfolded too seamlessly. His brother couldn't possibly have missed the impersonation, not with demonic activity surging all around. So yes, it should have been easy. Yet Zhang Sheng carried a tension, a crushing weight of responsibility unlike anything Sam had ever seen in his brother's eyes. He moved like an old ox bearing an invisible yoke, each step landing upon unseen blades. If this truly was him, then what had happened between Stanford and Jericho that night to transform his brother so utterly? Zhang Sheng always blamed himself, for work, for family, especially for Sam's safety. But this was something else entirely. He bore the weight of the entire world upon his shoulders, yet refused to share even a fraction, stubbornly shouldering it all alone. He's changed, Bobby. Sam's voice was soft-edged with a tremor of dread. Sometimes he's just like before, swearing like a sailor blasting heavy metal, hating camping. But sometimes, he stared as though witnessing the end of days. Eyes hollow, calculating costs no one else could fathom. Sam said it half-jokingly, but the moment the words left his mouth, the knot of fear that had coiled in his stomach for a week surged violently, churning nausea. Maybe he has. Bobby's reply struck like ice water. Or something close. He's got his visions, and our line of work doesn't much concern itself with tomorrow, kid. Young Winchester dragged his fingers hard through his hair, his knuckles thick with exhaustion, his scalp raw with fatigue. Despair, guilt, and worry twisted together, gnawing at his heart like ravenous wolves. He'd rather face a possessed brother than one broken beneath the weight of his own secrets. Then why won't he tell us, Bobby? If he's seen something terrible, if it threatens us, we need to know. Damn it, Sam, you know your brother. Bobby's tone shifted, suddenly bone-deep, weary, seasoned with the sorrow of decades lived too hard. He's a goddamn martyr, and his guilt towers higher than my house. If he saw something and couldn't stop it. Bobby exhaled, his voice fading into silence, sounding 10 years older than his years. He won't tell us. He'll handle it himself, or die trying. That was it. Exactly what haunted Sam. Unspoken, unnameable, yet inescapable. Jaw clenched so tight his lower lip trembled on the verge of breaking, fingers whitening as they nearly crushed the plastic shell of his phone. Not this time. His voice was iron, unyielding, absolute. We'll make him say it aloud. No matter what. I won't let some premonition dictate my future. Silence answered him. Bobby didn't speak, and that silence was answer enough. Within that silence lay understanding, resignation, and a deep, abiding dread for what lay ahead. Sam straightened his spine, shoulders squared back, rigid as a spear drawn taut for battle. And I won't let Dean dictate my choices either. The next day brought another hunt. To Zhang Sheng, their first joint hunt had gone impossibly smoothly, like reenacting a meticulously choreographed play. They'd even rescued the brash, impatient guide hired by those children. He'd hoped he and Sam could slip in and out of the woods before that pair of siblings and their obnoxious forest ranger decided to mount a rescue. Alas, they appeared again on the same day, just as before. Zhang Sheng hadn't remembered at first, until he realized with chilling clarity that he was reliving the exact same events, the identical dialogue, the same Wendigo lair location. It was pure déjà vu. Compared to this, the Matrix looked like child's play. As 5 figures carried malnourished, terrified children out of the woods on stretchers, Zhang Sheng stood in the dappled shade, watching rangers, EMTs, and tearful relatives converge in a tight, grateful knot. Through the shifting crowd, Sam turned and beamed at him, radiant, unrestrained, lit with the fierce joy of survival and the quiet, unshakable reliance of a younger brother. The mission had been flawless. 4 lives saved, 2 Wendigos banished straight to hell, never to return. Maybe we should invest in some camping gear, Sam mused as they stepped into the motel room. Stale with mildew and sharp with antiseptic. They intended to collapse onto the threadbare beds and thin blankets, sleeping like the dead after a week without rest. Wendigos were revolting, eating people with agonizing slowness. Zhang Sheng flopped face down onto the mattress, burying his nose in the stained, sweat-soured pillowcase, letting out a muffled, satisfied groan. Well, he'd seen worse. He couldn't imagine willingly spending time in the woods. No Wi-Fi, no coffee, not even a damn television. Thanks, but no thanks. He'd rather stay in motels with stained carpets, weak instant coffee, and perpetually broken ice machines. Then they'd go home. He could curl up in his own room, cherishing those 4 walls and a locked door more than at almost any point since adulthood. His bunker. Sammy, that's what bunkers are for. Shit. What? Zhang Sheng lifted his head from the pillow, blinking bewildered. Oh no, oh no, damn it all to hell. The word bunker clicked like a key turning in a long-rusted lock, flinging open floodgates of memory. At that moment, this body ached for home. His bedroom, his armory, his war room, his kitchen stocked with familiar ingredients and comforting meals. Zhang Sheng also recalled his previous life's machine shop. In this timeline, their home simply did not exist. They ached for it, keenly, painfully. Their only true home. A fortress as impregnable as Fort Knox. Its key non-existent in this moment, not arriving until 2013, alongside the grandfather he'd never met. Son of a bitch. The only thing stopping him from rubbing his sternum was sheer bull-headed stubbornness, and admittedly the fact that he was lying flat and had no intention of moving for the next 9 hours. He buried his face deeper into the pillow, using this brief physical barrier to hold back the tidal wave of longing for home. Sorry, he waved vaguely toward his brother, praying the boy hadn't heard, so he could finally discard the nickname Whiny Princess into oblivion. Sam. No, not that. The Bigfoot tilted his head, eyes sharp with curiosity. I mean, yes, that. But there's something else too. What? Shut your blasphemous mouth, now. Zhang Sheng jerked upright like a caged beast startled awake, baring his teeth in a low guttural snarl, glaring fiercely at his broad-shouldered brother. He needed fury to mask that fleeting vulnerability. I just nailed a hunt. I'm in a good mood, Sam. Don't ruin it with nonsense about freezing your junk off on a midnight piss. I'll stick with my shabby motel, and its equally shabby plumbing. Thanks very much, you tree-hugging hippie. Sam watched amused as he unpacked his bag with deliberate theatrical flair, declaring the outing a resounding success. He groaned again, sinking back into the pillow, pulling the blanket over his head, determined to remain motionless for the next 9 hours. When steady snorting breathing rose from the bed, Sam Winchester quietly opened his laptop. The screen's cold glow illuminated his youthful face, his eyes now wide awake, sharp and lethal as a hunter's gaze. He pulled up a mislabeled document he'd emailed to himself. The cursor hovered over blank space. Then his fingers descended, typing 2 words. Beside Daniel Elkins and Castile, he typed clearly. Bunker. 3 letters. Cold, precise, lethal. As though fired from a sniper's rifle straight into the heart of trust itself. Crowley had completely collapsed. He stood at the edge of the Blackwater Ridge in a forest bathed in moonlight, the soil soft beneath his feet, producing a faint creak sound with every step. The night wind whispered through the treetops like countless souls murmuring. He looked down at his expensive Italian leather shoes, now speckled with mud, as if fate had maliciously spat upon them. He rubbed the toe of his shoe against a damp tree root with forced emotion, so rough it nearly resembled a release of pent-up frustration, as if he wanted to grind the entire world into that damned muck. The thought of burning the entire world to ashes was becoming increasingly enticing. Not only was he forcibly drawn into the apocalyptic catastrophe he had tried for years to avoid, but he was also bound by the contracts of his damned profession like a mad dog chained in place. What fueled his rage the most was, his talent was once again wasted on being a messenger. Once again, he deserved a scapegoat. When he got home, he planned to have the tailor clean his shoes, then throw that clumsy fool into a pot of boiling oil 3 times. A rustling sound came from his left, dry leaves crushed under a heavy body and branches groaned under the burden. Crowley sighed as if he had been waiting for an entire century. Finally, a colossal beast slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest. It stood at least 2 meters tall, its muscles bulging, covered in a dense, glossy black fur. Its massive claws sank deep into the soft soil, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Amber eyes burned in the darkness like 2 flames from hell, locking onto the king of the crossroads. Tokaram. Crowley nodded, his voice as steady as if he were ordering a whiskey at a bar, not mentioning that this damned creature was 2 hours late. As always, it is an honor. You lie terribly, Crowley. The beast spoke, its voice deep and resonant, imbued with an ancient and primal power that made the air buzz. Every syllable struck directly at Crowley's nerve endings, causing the hair on the back of his neck to stand up. Damnable telepath. I lied quite well, just without much effort. Crowley pulled his hand from his cashmere coat pocket, fingers pinching a lit cigar. After exchanging a few pleasantries, it was time to get to the point. Thank God. We have a task for you. The fur on the creature's back bristled, standing on end like steel needles. It flared its nostrils, releasing 2 puffs of white vapor, and angrily swung its massive head to the side, revealing its gleaming white fangs. I am not your servant. Crowley clenched his teeth, his jawline taut like a razor's edge. God, he was fed up. Fed up with the machinations of hell, fed up with the arrogance of angels, and even more fed up with these temperamental, half-witted ancient monsters. This is a paid job, he said coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The beast nearly fell silent at once. The older ones were always more temperamental, and Tokaram was a complete bastard compared to its kind. Crowley was reluctant to deal with this creature. However, as Azazel pointed out, his relationship with this monster was the most profound. During countless nights of being hunted, it was Tokaram who shielded him from the pursuers of hunters and angels. He was genuinely pleased for himself. What is the reward? A hint of greed seeped into Tokaram's voice. 10 souls. Crowley casually stated a number. Before he could finish, Tokaram growled 100. Crowley was taken aback. At first he thought the monster was joking. However, when he saw that there was no hint of amusement in those burning amber eyes, he was stunned again. He stared at the massive creature in shock and disgust, as if he were looking at an ignorant beggar. "Oh, we are truly greedy," he smirked sarcastically, his gaze appraising the giant beast from head to toe. "Perhaps you should reconsider, dear. You're getting a bit chubby, no amount of thick fur can hide your bulk." The growl was genuine, like thunder rumbling underground, causing dry leaves to fall. Tokaram's claws anxiously clawed at the ground soil, flying everywhere. Yet Crowley didn't even blink. Tokaram did not frighten him at all. He had seen things far more terrifying, like the bills from his ex-lover. "The fallen souls are not benevolent," Tokaram said, his voice low. The demon rolled his eyes as if looking at a fool who didn't understand the market. "You don't even know what this job entails. No job is worth just 10 souls. Indeed, fallen souls are worth more. Their numbers are fewer, as you can see." Crowley revealed a hint of a cold smile, as if to say, "Don't bargain with me. I am the bloody king, darling." 15. 75. Tokaram's voice was deep and firm, carrying an undeniable pressure. "I must insist, Fergus." It was time for the demon to growl softly. That was a warning from the deepest pits of hell, a signal you won't live much longer. Damnable mind reader. Crowley's pupils constricted instantly, and a murderous intent surged to his head. But at that critical moment, he suddenly smiled, brightly straightened his posture, and displayed a grin so radiant it was almost eerie. "You know what? I'm in a good mood today. Let's split it 50-50-40. If you dare to use that damn name again, I'll carve your heart out and feed it to your prey." The change in volume made the creature's curled ears twitch slightly. Crowley took a deep breath, lightly brushed away non-existent dust from his coat sleeve, adjusted his tie, and forced the nearly uncontrollable rage back into the depths of hell, regaining the cold and elegant calm that a demon king should possess. "What is the task? Now that sounds reasonable. We need Zhang Winchester." Crowley's voice regained its calm, yet carried an undeniable coldness, alive and intact. "No." Tokaram's response was crisp and direct, tinged with an ancient wariness of hunters. Crowley pondered for a moment, feeling that burning the entire forest to ashes was a bit too extreme, and people would surely talk. So he decided to channel his anger into a brief exhale, squeezing it out through his nostrils. This stupid beast seemed ungrateful for Crowley's restraint, keeping it alive. Crowley, a hunter of his reputation, travels fast and far. For centuries we have avoided drawing the attention of such individuals by not provoking them. Tokaram's voice carried a note of warning. "You don't have to approach him." Crowley rolled his eyes as if mocking an ignorant child. "We will handle it. We only need to know where he is." The beast scrutinized him, its amber eyes narrowing into slits under the moonlight. But the demon could already tell he was in the winning position. He always was, especially when facing those desperate or greedy. And Tokaram was undoubtedly one of them. Moments later, the monster slowly nodded, inclined its head and shoulders, and turned to walk back into the depths of the forest, its massive figure quickly engulfed by the dense darkness. "So I will receive your reply soon," Crowley called into the darkness. The beast halted, turning back to regard the king of the crossroads. Its amber eyes reflected annoyance at the hypocritical sweet talk, which was precisely Crowley's intent. "It won't take long." Tokaram's voice emerged from the darkness, deep and cold. "Everyone eventually sleeps, even hunters are no exception." The camera shifts, revealing Zhang Sheng sitting in the passenger seat of the Impala, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against the deep brown leather jacket on his lap. It felt heavy, carrying the distinct scent of leather mixed with the stale odor of gunpowder and sweat. It was his old leather jacket. Yes, it was his now. It was in the evidence room of the Jericho Police Department, in the second box next to the evidence box he had previously searched. He knew that even without the brothers inadvertently revealing it, the police would eventually find that hotel room. But to be honest, he had already forgotten about his father's jacket. He missed that detail. Sam looked at his brother, seeing him fixated on the jacket, his knuckles turning white from the grip, his gaze hollow, as if the jacket was not clothing, but a bomb ready to explode. He was utterly bewildered, not knowing what was wrong with his brother, but his heart was on the verge of breaking. "We need to find him." His brother looked up, and Sam was gazing at him, with hopeful eyes filled with concern for their father. "We have to find him, Zhang Sheng." This seemed to snap the old man out of his melancholic thoughts. He took a deep breath, leaned forward, and finally put on the jacket that carried countless memories. As the zipper slowly ascended, the cold metal teeth clicked together, and a surge of complex emotions washed over him. Wearing it again felt wonderful, like donning an armor of the past. No, Zhang Sheng's voice was deep and resolute like a cold piece of iron. We must continue the hunt. The demon said so. What do you think Dad is doing? Sam's voice was filled with disbelief and frustration. He's hunting and we can help. We have to help. Damn it, we might know that yellow-eyed demon better than he does. Don't count on it, Zhang Sheng muttered, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. He could almost hear John whispering in his ear the last words John had said to him before he died: kill Sam. Yes, screw finding John Winchester. That guy knew a lot, but never told them anything. More importantly, if they truly wanted to save him, Zhang Sheng and Sam had to keep their distance from him. The demon had first relied on their distance from him, and the second time Azazel had done the same. Ultimately, he had fallen to hell because of it. No, it was safer for them to stay far from John. For their own sake, too. Listen, Zhang Sheng turned and looked directly into his brother's eyes, his tone brooking no argument. We don't even know where he is. His phone is still off. The last time we heard from him, he was here, and now he is clearly not. The leads have dried up, Sam. He gestured forcefully for his brother to get moving, pointing to the road ahead. So don't chase it anymore. Sam's jaw clenched tighter than a dog gnawing on a bone, his teeth grinding, and you could almost hear the sound of his teeth grinding. But he still turned the ignition key, the motion much more forceful than necessary, the irritating sound of metal grinding echoing in the cabin. The engine roared to life, and the Impala merged back onto the highway, its wheels rolling over the asphalt, carrying the two brothers along with the unspeakable secrets into the unknown darkness. They still saved someone. Those people might not have been saved the first time. The skinwalker in Indiana clearly wasn't on their radar. Zhang Sheng should still remember the guy who dressed up as a crocodile and a wild man in the woods outside of town to attract tourists and make money for his girlfriend's little bookstore on the main road. It was said that that bookstore specialized in urban legends and fictional monster stories. The brothers ultimately let it go because it proved itself not to be the dog that killed. And what was the result? It really was a mad dog. That incident never happened. For a while, Zhang Sheng was even looking for candy wrappers at the crime scene. They successfully saved 2 children, preventing a tragedy, and euthanized that poor infected dog. But they couldn't save the slightly older girl who had received 6 rabies shots in her abdomen, curled up on the ground, her pale face twisted in pain. Before the hunters arrived, she had torn her arm open to protect her brother from being bitten by the dog, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. Zhang Sheng squatted beside her, gently wiping her arms wound with a disinfectant pad, his voice low and gentle. You are very brave, little one. Completely immersed in the aura of evil, sometimes Zhang Sheng would forget where he came from, forget what he was supposed to do. The other cases were more familiar. They successfully avoided the shapeshifter farce of him not an abuser or a murderer, catching the monster before it had a chance to take Zhang Sheng down. He certainly remembered that case. It was great he no longer had to imagine how many times he would be asked, "Are you Dean Winchester from St. Louis? That dashing demon hunter? You know, the one who was dead, the rapist?" That sense of familiarity was extremely eerie. Sometimes he could accurately foresee what was about to happen, but that feeling was vague like a dream, only becoming clear at the moment it happened. This time, he almost got his shoulder sliced by a werewolf, luckily dodging just in time, remembering something a second before the werewolf swung the knife. Sometimes he knew how terrible he felt inside, and even though he tried hard to recall the reason, he would still repeat the same actions. In double falls, he tripped over a dog, got tangled in its owner's leash, and finally ended up with a bruise around his eye after complimenting a lady passing by. It wasn't until he saw Sam laughing to the point of tears that he remembered that incident. Yes, he remembered that part clearly. Sometimes, no matter how hard Zhang Sheng tried to avoid it, the same things would still happen. They took on the Hookman case again, and he remembered that the pastor's daughter was the culprit. But even though she burned the silver cross necklace 2 days ago, the same people still died. This time the Hookman was faster, as if everything was predestined, and no matter how hard the brothers tried, it was futile. Zhang Sheng wanted to find Tim and give that bitch a good beating. She could at least be consistent. You know, she shouldn't have let him hold out hope that things would change, thinking this time they could save those they couldn't save before, believing he could stop the apocalypse, believing he could prevent Sam from dying. And then completely take it all away once again during a hunt, making Zhang Sheng realize he was utterly powerless. He cursed Castiel's name over and over again because he could. That guy at least should have left him some kind of user manual. Some guidance on this messed up situation. Even a whole chapter titled, "Yes, You Can Change the Future," in a self-help guide would have been enough for him. However, the worst part about coming from the future was being with Sam. Don't get me wrong, seeing his brother again was certainly great, absolutely fantastic. And it was much more relaxed than it had been in the past 10 years, or even longer, when there were various rifts between them that ultimately led to their separation and reconciliation. Sometimes he just enjoyed driving around chatting with Sam, reveling in life itself. But letting his guard down meant forgetting that he was no longer the Zhang Sheng Sam knew, and that the Sam in front of him was not the one he recognized, at least not the one he had come to know recently. It meant bringing up things that Sam had yet to experience. For instance, that time they caught the lucky rabbit's foot his brother was an absolute disaster. Only Sam had no idea what he was talking about, and Zhang Sheng had to awkwardly stammer pretending it was something Castiel had said. After all, who would confuse Castiel Fitzgerald for the mouse with Sam Winchester the moose? They were just too similar. He couldn't always control his words. Initially he tried, but within a day he was exhausted and frustrated to the point that he stuttered every time he tried to speak. Sam looked at him worriedly, and he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded. That long-winded tirade neither side could fully understand, mostly mumbling and silent shouts, finally ended when his brother told him not to have PMS anymore. Zhang Sheng followed the habits of this body, calling him a bitch only to be retorted as an asshole, and that was how it ended. Zhang Sheng decided to speak freely as usual, saying whatever came to mind. Spending all his time thinking was of no benefit for the future. So he misspoke. Not just once. Sam's stink face officially counted in Zhang Sheng's statistics. Zhang Sheng hated that face, and besides that, he was almost certain his brother was keeping track of his own list. He would try to play with his phone or take out his laptop as discreetly as possible, especially when he thought Zhang Sheng was asleep. And investigating meant keeping a list. But he couldn't delete it without raising more suspicions. Trying to downplay, it was like sneaking out of a motel room wearing clown shoes. But Zhang Sheng had never been one for subtlety in handling things. Besides, even if Sam was far from stupid, the possibility of time travel in his theories was only 0.1%. On the contrary, there was an increasingly tense atmosphere in their brotherhood. This tension felt familiar, yet deeply unsettling. It was just awful because, damn it, all of this should have happened earlier, when they were still brothers before the lies and distrust emerged. While the two brothers were busy hunting demons, Amanda Stussen's voice emerged from the blood-filled wine glass on her pink and white vanity, infused with a repressed, twisted desire. Today she is 6 months old, peacefully sleeping in the crib beneath him. Her mother, once a beautiful woman, now lay beside the crib, choking on her own blood, her increasingly weak fingers clutching her slashed throat, blood gushing forth and staining her daughter's white carpet. Honestly, using white in a nursery is asking for trouble. The yellow-eyed demon Azazel gently caressed little Amanda's cheek as she sleepily opened her big brown eyes. 7 years ago, her father inadvertently sold her humanity to him in exchange for his own rise within the company and a dying wife who was far too beautiful to ever be interested in him. Get me down to the ground. Amanda's voice came from the wine glass, tinged with a morbid obsession, and it'll get you, Zhang Sheng Winchester. Azazel looked at the wine glass with disdain. His daughter might be a creation of his own, making forged from his blade, trained since the moment she picked up the dagger, yet for a demon, this held no meaning other than pride. At this moment, he did not feel particularly proud. You barely lasted an hour with them, he said coldly. He could almost see her twisted, charred face eroded by evil, contorting in anger at his words. He could hear in her voice, Zhang Sheng must have been paid. I don't know who is providing him with information, but it is definitely real time. Azazel raised an eyebrow at this. If this information was true, then the factors assisting Zhang Sheng Winchester had significantly diminished. Few beings can speak without being seen by demons. Perhaps it was some novice psychic. They had not anticipated that human factors would disrupt their plans. But if some fledgling psychic foresaw what was about to happen and decided to change it, like a prophet with powerful psychic abilities. Did he say how he knew? He rolled up his sleeves, smiling down at the waking baby who kicked her little feet and began to cry. She must be hungry. He could feed her. He said, I taste like sulfur. Her father's doubtful silence spoke volumes. I'm sure he's talking nonsense, but considering he tastes like justice. Azazel chuckled disdainfully at her, then extended his wrist over the crib, his nails digging into the skin hard enough to break the flesh, letting warm, sulfuric demon blood flow out. I can still find him, his daughter insisted again, her blood filled with determination. She had always been stubborn. Ever since he had drawn the blade across her soft abdomen, he had come to enjoy this about her. What is happening? Little Amanda blinked in surprise as something warm splattered across her lips and chubby cheeks. He'll go through Sam. He scoffed, and she continued. In the worst-case scenario, you'll find out if he is involved or if it's just Zhang Sheng alone. But I don't think he is. I will find them through him. Azazel did not respond immediately, instead watching as Amanda clumsily extended her little tongue to tentatively lick her lips, an awkwardness resulting from her developing muscles. Faced with his silence, his daughter's once stubborn resistance ultimately yielded to pleading. Just take me upstairs and he'll get you what you need. Amanda began to cry as the metallic sting pricked her tongue, and she tasted the essence of evil. All right, I need that Colt pistol. Azazel finally spoke. The low and dangerous silence that followed spoke volumes about what he was truly asking. On the other end of the line, his daughter, trapped in hell and longing to escape, hesitated. This was a reaction of her humanity that had yet to be completely extinguished. If she failed again, he would have to correct her mistakes. All right, She reluctantly agreed, her tone carrying a firmness he knew she did not truly possess, but one thing at a time. First, let's deal with Sam Winchester. He'll get you a door. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of blood abruptly ceased. Amanda began to cry violently, and Azazel heard her father waking up in the hallway. Honey, is anyone in there? The demon stroked the baby's cheek, wiping away the spilled blood staining her lips red. It seemed that little Amanda was destined to become an orphan. Zhang Sheng was fishing at the dock in the mountains again. The setting sun dyed the lake a bloody red. He had drunk half of his first beer, but the fishing line had yet to catch anything. This situation usually only occurred after Cass showed up. We need to talk. Let's talk about angels. Zhang Sheng looked up at the man before him. He wore that forever ill-fitting beige trench coat, his tie askew, surrounded by a soft, almost invisible golden halo, just like the first time he appeared beside the hunter. Zhang Sheng sometimes wondered if Cass did this on purpose, or if he was just born this way. Give the angel a halo. He snorted. His head must be messed up. Really, Dean? Then speak, he said through gritted teeth, turning his gaze back to the lake. He still remembered the last dream with the not real Cass and the angel's expression when he asked why the angel let the devil in. The angel looked bewildered, as if the answer were obvious and Zhang Sheng was just another stupid human too small to understand. Just thinking about it made him furious. Castiel was silent for a long time, and Zhang Sheng grew even angrier. He refused to look at him, refused to see the image of his best friend that emerged in his mind, because this person beside him was not real, but he knew his friend was staring at him with wounded eyes, and he did not want to see that. The one truly hurt was him, and he deserved the answers. Not Castiel. You need to be more careful. The changes you're making won't go unnoticed. Zhang Sheng did not answer, but stared darkly and angrily at the fishing line sinking into the shimmering water. He awaited the inevitable pull of the line. Dean, I'm serious. The demons have taken notice. Meg is just the first. Zhang Sheng suddenly straightened up, standing from the camping chair, turning to face the angel. Bastard. Of course it was Meg. He recognized her stupid grin and arrogant attitude long ago. Why hadn't he noticed it sooner? No, he had to wait for his brain to catch up and then tell him through fake dream chats. He must be more masochistic than he thought to repeatedly put himself through this. What should I do? Cass, you left me no clues. He stood up, putting down the fishing rod and fish, facing the angel. They had always been the same height, but every time he got close to Castiel, the angel instinctively looked up at him, as if Dean were much stronger than Castiel. When Lucifer wore those eyes, he should have realized it. Zhang Sheng turned away, clenching his fists. You're mad at me. Of course, Cass. He spun around to face his best friend, gesturing between them with his hands, his voice trembling with anger. You and I. We're in a tense situation right now. Unless you can tell me why you let Lucifer ride you for weeks, we'll never be able to make up. Explain it to me in a way this dumb human can understand. Castiel frowned at the handsome, angry hunter. He did not need to ask what the hunter should explain. You're not stupid, Dean. The standing Zhang Sheng instantly exploded with rage, wanting to punch the angel in the face for dodging the question again. But he did not have to do that. I need to be of some use. Castiel's voice was barely audible. Hearing these words, something within Zhang Sheng's body jolted violently. It was anger and pain, a deep, bone-deep hurt of betrayal by a loved one. What? Zhang Sheng hesitated, staring at the angel, who looked almost like a regular person. No, I'm serious. What happened? Castiel shifted uneasily, and suddenly Zhang Sheng felt a chill, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his pleasant memories. It all felt too real. He suddenly realized this was not a dream. This was him and Castiel, and something was trying to claw its way out from deep within his throat, suffocating him. Cass, why does this feel like it's not a dream? The angel shot him a sideways glance, a fierce look from his past, as if warning him to stop asking questions. Dean, you need to be careful. The waves you are stirring are getting bigger. The angel stepped forward, forcing Zhang Sheng to step back to avoid being almost pressed together. This plan, hell's plan, heaven's plan, my father's plan, has been in motion for millennia and has been etched in stone for even longer. If you change the script on your own, those who have read it thousands of times will definitely notice your alterations. Zhang Sheng was momentarily stunned. Did he know that he was a transmigrator? Zhang Sheng swallowed hard, staring into those captivating blue eyes. What should I do, Cass? The angel looked at him, his gaze flickering back and forth between them. Dean, some things must flow naturally while others must remain unchanged. Zhang Sheng nervously licked his lips, feeling a bit more at ease inside. His transmigration was his greatest secret, as if this angel was not omnipotent yet. But he could feel Castiel's body, so close to him, a warm breath brushing against his cheek. He could feel the hem of the trench coat brushing against his jeans in the breeze. Something was off. As an angel, Castiel had never emitted a warm aura. His vessel was always unusually cold. Cass, he whispered, swearing. He felt the angel move slightly closer. Are you really here? The angel placed his hand on Zhang Sheng's chest. In that instant, something surged within the depths of Zhang Sheng's heart, a stirring so familiar, it made his soul tremble fleeting. He was not even sure if that feeling had truly happened. Then Castiel pushed him hard. Zhang Sheng fell into the icy lake water. He suddenly woke up, gasping for breath, instinctively pressing his hands against his chest and lungs, as if warning himself not to breathe unless he inhaled mouthfuls of lake water. Though he was in a hotel room sitting upright on the bed instead of surrounded by fallen leaves and fish in the lake, Zhang Sheng still felt suffocated, his heart racing wildly in his chest. Sam sat on the bed opposite him, legs dangling over the edge, tightly gripping a piece of paper. Zhang Sheng struggled to calm his breathing before speaking. His brother spoke up first. "Did you see the vision?" Zhang Sheng truly wanted to groan. Goodness, he was tired of lying to Sam, even more so of hearing that question. "No," he replied, his voice hoarse, his chest still heaving, trying hard to make his voice sound normal. I don't know. What the hell was that?" In that moment, he swore he felt Cass. The angel was right there in his mind, just like in those good old days. But it couldn't be. Absolutely impossible. Cass. He whispered, thinking of that nerdy angel and heaven sending a prayer up. Castiel. Nothing happened, and Zhang Sheng struggled not to feel disappointed. Of course that wasn't him. He was in the future 10 years later, lying in a grave, already dead. Right next to Sam. Dean. He looked at his brother, who though pale was clearly still alive. "I have one." Sam's voice was soft, but like a thunderclap. This caught the hunter's attention, and he straightened up, letting his hands drop from his chest. "A vision." Sam nodded, clutching tightly to the paper in his hand. No, not paper, it was a photograph. A yellowed, worn old photo. In the photo was their childhood home, that white little house in Kansas eroded by time. "I think." Sam's voice quivered. "I think we need to go home. Back to Kansas." The wind howled along the highway outside Lawrence like a wild beast that had gone hungry for 3 days and nights, frantically gnawing at the cracked earth. The sky hung low, the gray clouds soaked with leaden melancholy resembling coagulated blood-stained cotton, heavily suspended on the horizon, enveloping the entire world in a suffocating silence. Dean Winchester sat behind the wheel of the Impala, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the leather-wrapped spokes, a rhythm taught to him by his father John, an ancient beat used by hunters to steady their hearts in the face of demons. But this time the rhythm of his fingertips faltered like a score torn apart by a raging wind lacking coherence. Zhang Sheng felt a tightness in the chest of this body, as if an invisible hand was gripping his lungs, each breath accompanied by a sharp sense of suffocation. It was not the fear faced when confronting malevolent spirits, nor the anger when battling demons, but a deeper, more viscous pain. It reminded him of a stormy night from his childhood when he huddled in a closet with 5-year-old Sam, listening to his mother Mary's piercing screams from above, yet unable to move or cry out, not even daring to make a sound. "Dean." Sam's voice came from the passenger seat, clear and urgent. But in Zhang Sheng's ears another low, cold, metallic echo intertwined, like a whisper climbing from the depths of hell, burrowing into his brain along his spine. "The time you owe me must be repaid." He jerked his hand back, his nails scraping against the steering wheel, leaving several white marks. "Did you hear me?" Sam turned his head, his brow furrowed in a deep frown. He wore a faded checkered shirt, his eyes anxious like a young stag trapped. "I dreamed about the old house. Mom, she's upstairs. The fire, it all started again. This can't be a coincidence." Zhang Sheng's throat constricted, painfully dry as if sandpapered, even swallowing felt like a sting. He opened his mouth, but found himself speaking in a strange tone, deep and hoarse, unlike himself, more like a foreigner occupying this body. "I know." Every word felt like a clot of blood squeezed from his throat, carrying a rusty scent. I need a little time." "Time?" Sam suddenly raised his voice, slamming his fist on the dashboard, causing the car radio to emit a deafening static. "That woman might be burning alive. You tell me you need time. This could be the yellow-eyed demon, the thing that killed Mom. Don't mention her." Zhang Sheng nearly roared out, the emotions surging within him, almost bursting from his chest, before he forced himself to lower his voice. He shut his eyes, but the images in the darkness were even worse. Mary's nightgown curling and charring in the flames, her eyes opening in the firelight, lacking the expected pain, only a dense, unshakable apology. He did not want to go back. 10 years ago, standing in front of that burnt skeleton of a house, he swore to the charred door frame that he would never set foot in Lawrence again. It was not a small town, but the grave of his world, burying all possibilities of normalcy, burying the childhood and stability he should have had. But fate never keeps its promises, just as demons are not faithful. He opened his eyes and saw Sam staring at him intently, his eyes filled with hurt and anger, that kind of pain from being harshly pushed away by the one he trusted most. Zhang Sheng knew what he was thinking. "You're treating me like a child again, making decisions for me." But this time it truly wasn't. "I can't do it." Zhang Sheng's voice was as light as a sigh, yet heavy enough to strike Sam's heart. "Sammy, I can't do it." "Then don't." Sam grabbed his jacket, abruptly flinging the door open, the cold wind rushing into the cabin. "I'll go myself." The door slammed shut, shaking the whole car, as if it couldn't bear the weight. Zhang Sheng cursed under his breath, nearly rolling out of his seat barefoot on the cold concrete. The morning chill felt like countless small knives drilling into his veins from the soles of his feet, freezing him to the bone, but he couldn't care less. He chased outside, seeing Sam's figure already crossing the road, heading straight for the Impala parked in the shadows. "Sam?" He hurried after him, grabbing his brother's arm, the sensation of muscle beneath his fingertips inexplicably reassuring. At least for this moment, Sam was still there. Sam spun around suddenly, his movements astonishingly quick, carrying the unique agility of a young hunter. His eyes glimmered with a feral light in the morning sun, his fist-raised muscles taut, like a bowstring, mere inches from crashing into Zhang Sheng's face. Zhang Sheng released his grip and took a step back. He did not defend himself, merely watching him, observing the boy he had spent his life protecting, now filled only with anger and disappointment. He raised both hands, palms outward, as if facing an uncontrollable beast, his voice incredibly gentle. "I won't stop you," he said, his tone unexpectedly calm. "But at least, let's pack up the stuff in the car. You can't go after ghosts in your underwear, can you?" Sam's actions froze. He looked down at his wrinkled pajamas, then glanced back at the open door of the motel room, the messy bed and scattered bags of salt and holy water laid bare before him. A hint of red crept up his cheeks like an apple blushing under the sun. He turned his face away, yet his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Okay. Zhang Sheng lowered his hands, watching Sam push past him, walking back into the motel. He leaned against the Impala's body, gazing up at the sky. The gray clouds still weighed heavily on the horizon, but the wind had stopped, leaving a lingering scent of dust in the air, carrying an eerie calm before the storm. "Looks like your wish has come true, Cass," he murmured, his fingers unconsciously brushing over his chest. Where there should have been the silver angel charm Sam had given him, now only an empty hook remained cold against his skin. "It seems some things just can't be changed." The engine's roar echoed along the desolate highway like a weary beast gasping for breath. Inside the car, silence felt like a tangible wall sealing the two brothers apart, even the air becoming thick and heavy. Zhang Sheng's fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles turning white, veins throbbing beneath the skin as if they were about to break through. The scenery outside raced backward. Each barren field, each withered tree seemed to silently remind him of the past he most wanted to flee. "This has nothing to do with your illusions." He finally broke the silence, his voice dry as sandpaper rubbing together. Sam abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to slice open Zhang Sheng's chest to see all the secrets hidden inside. "So you admit it's not an illusion. You know it's important, but you just don't care." "I don't not care." Zhang Sheng automatically stepped into character, his mood agitated, slamming his hand on the steering wheel, the sound exploding in the confined space of the car, making the windows vibrate. "I damn well know how important it is. But this isn't about the illusion, Sam. It's about me." He gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling violently, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had never yelled at Sam like this before, and seeing his brother's shocked expression, a sharp pain surged within him like being cut by a silver blade. "I don't want to go back." He forced himself to lower his voice, each word feeling like walking on the edge of a knife, carrying a bloodied pain. "I swore I wouldn't. I can't bear to see her die again." Sam's expression softened instantly. For the first time, he realized that his brother's resistance was not indifference, nor was it dismissive, but fear. A fear so deep it could swallow a person whole, like the swamp outside Lawrence. Once trapped, one could never escape. "We will save that family." Sam spoke softly, his tone soothing, like when Zhang Sheng used to lull him to sleep as a child. "I know." Zhang Sheng nodded, his gaze fixed firmly on the road stretching ahead, as if trying to see a hole through the pavement. "I will. But please spare me, all right?" Sam did not answer. He merely looked at his brother's tense profile, watching the vein pulsing at his temple, seeing the despair hidden deep in his eyes. For the first time, Sam felt that what lay between them was not just a troublesome case, but a chasm he had never truly understood, filled with the past that Dean bore alone. As night fell, the silhouette of Lawrence gradually became clearer in the darkness, like a lurking giant beast waiting for its prey to walk into the trap. They found a rundown motel on the outskirts of town, the neon sign, missing 2 letters only, Immotel, flickering in the darkness, dim and bright. Like a mischievous eye spying on every guest checking in. Sam lay on the bed, the blue light of the laptop illuminating his tightly knitted brows. He rapidly tapped the keyboard, searching for keywords like Lawrence Fire Ghost and Winchester Old House Supernatural Events, the information flashing on the screen, making his expression increasingly grave. But his peripheral vision never strayed far from Zhang Sheng at the other end of the room. Zhang Sheng was kneeling on the carpet, a weapons box splayed open in front of him, various weapons arranged neatly. He was disassembling a Remington shotgun, his movements precise and mechanical, like a machine programmed with instructions, every step executed flawlessly. Yet Sam noticed that his left hand would occasionally rise, unconsciously reaching for the empty hook on his chest, his fingertips stroking his skin back and forth, as if something that should not be discovered was hidden there, or something crucial had been lost. "You didn't see anything, right?" Sam suddenly asked, his voice breaking the silence in the room. Zhang Sheng's hand paused for a moment, then he casually looked over, his gaze flickering. Nothing much happening lately." "Liar." Sam abruptly sat up, tossing the computer aside with a dull thud. "You've changed, Dean. Since Jericho, you've changed. You don't drink anymore, you don't flirt with girls in bars, even your gaze at strip clubs is like looking at an autopsy report. What are you really afraid of?" Zhang Sheng's hand froze on the gun barrel, his knuckles whitening from tension, the cold metal biting into his fingertips. His voice was soft, yet utterly unconvincing. "It's Sam." Sam roared, his tone thick with suppressed fury. "You can't even get my name right. What's wrong with you?" Zhang Sheng finally lifted his head. In the dim light, his green eyes appeared unervingly deep, like two desiccated ancient wells no longer reflecting a single glimmer of light. "Where's my necklace?" Sam pressed forward, his tone unwavering and absolute. "The amulet I gave you for Christmas. It had hung around your neck for 14 years. Where is it?" Zhang Sheng's body locked rigid, frozen like a statue caught mid-breath. Damn it. He'd assumed Sam wouldn't notice this detail. But that amulet, ever since he first saw the blackening brand blooming across his chest in the mirror of Sam and Jess's apartment, he'd been unable to wear it again. It was no blessing. It was a curse, a mocking sigil left behind by some long-abandoned deity, a relentless reminder that certain debts must inevitably be repaid. "I put it away." His voice dropped low, trembling almost imperceptibly. "Put it away, eh?" Sam let out a bitter laugh, disappointment heavy in his tone. "Or do you simply refuse to let it touch you, because you know it's useless now, eh? Because the God you once believed in is already dead, eh?" Zhang Sheng shot upright. His knee slammed into the weapons case with a grating shriek, his chair toppling over and skidding violently across the floor. He opened his mouth to deny a shout, but his throat constricted around a searing molten weight, scorching him silent. He wanted to tell Sam how every night he dreamed of a blue-eyed angel standing beside his bed whispering, "Time is running out." He wanted to tell him how the brand on his chest burned, not like fire, but like melting ice, searing both skin and soul. He wanted to confess that he feared not ghosts, not demons, but himself, feared losing control, feared becoming the very thing that would hurt Sam. But he couldn't. Some truths once spoken became curses, dragging Sam into this boundless, suffocating darkness. He had already lost his mother in this body, he would not lose his brother too. "I can't help you." Sam's voice cracked, his eyes reddening. "You say nothing. You shut me out." Zhang Sheng stared at his brother's anguished face, his heart tearing open as if gripped by an invisible hand, raw and bleeding. He longed to embrace him, to promise everything would be all right, to shoulder every burden alone. Yet he remained rooted, motionless like a statue nailed to the earth. "Fine," Sam said at last, his voice exhausted, as though he'd walked 1,000 miles, laden with profound helplessness. He climbed into bed, turning his back on his brother, saying nothing more. Only his shoulders trembled faintly. In the silence, only the cold metallic clink of weapon parts and Zhang Sheng's labored breathing remained, woven together into a stifled, mournful symphony. The next morning, the Impala pulled to a stop before the Winchester family home. The house looked smaller and far more decrepit than memory allowed. Large swaths of paint had peeled away, revealing mottled, weathered wood beneath, like wrinkles etched onto an old man's face. The lawn lay abandoned, choked with rampant weeds that nearly swallowed the front steps. Dust coated the window panes like cataracts, hollow, sightless eye sockets gazing out with the mute stillness of the departed. Zhang Sheng's fingers clenched the car door handle so tightly his knuckles blanched, numb with pressure. He could feel Sam watching him, could sense his brother's breath grow shallow, tentative, tinged with quiet fear and concern. "Dean," Sam ventured gently. "Don't do this." Zhang Sheng cut him off, his voice hoarse and ragged. "I can't. So don't." "You okay, bro?" A peace offering. Zhang Sheng knew it well. He drew a slow breath, the air thick with the house's unique scent of decayed dust and damp earth, suddenly hurling him back to that night 20 years ago. He forced himself to push open the heavy car door. Morning light stabbed his eyes, so sharp it brought tears to the verge of falling. "Ask me again when this is over." He slammed the door shut, louder than intended, resounding with the finality of a vow made without retreat. Instinctively, he raised a hand, brushing his fingertips lightly over the Impala's roof, as if apologizing or bidding farewell. Then, side by side, he and Sam crossed the street, toward the house that had buried their childhood. Jenny Richardson was just as Zhang Sheng remembered, warm, kind, her smile gentle, yet shadows lingered beneath her eyes like frost-veiling glass. She guided them through the house, speaking softly, as if afraid to disturb something long dormant, and treading with unnatural slowness. The sink's clogged, she said with a wry, weary smile, tapping the kitchen basin with a dull, hollow thud. Started last night. Nothing's worked, not even the plumber. Zhang Sheng's stomach plummeted. A cold dread slithered up his spine. He knew all too well what such abnormalities signified. This was no plumbing failure. It was the unmistakable herald of a malevolent spirit. Don't call the plumber, he blurted, voice urgent. Jenny and Sam turned to him simultaneously, confusion flickering in their eyes. He cleared his throat, striving for composure, masking the storm within. We'll fix it ourselves. We know a bit about this. We've repaired the Impala's plumbing countless times. Sam's eyebrows nearly vanished into his hairline. Dean volunteering to fix something. Rarer than witnessing angels dance. More unbelievable than seeing their father John refuse a drink. You hate manual labor. As they stepped outside, Sam couldn't resist. Zhang Sheng wore Jenny's borrowed shirt, oversized and slipping off one shoulder. His expression, shattered eyes vacant and fixed on some distant, unseen horizon. Shut up, Zhang Sheng muttered, yanking open the Impala's door and sliding inside, his voice icy as winter wind. There's a malevolent spirit in that house. Do you really want to bring someone else here to die? Haunted. Sam halted abruptly, locking eyes with him across the hood, sharp as an eagle's gaze. Sally said she saw a burning figure. That doesn't sound like haunting. It sounds like a demonic curse. Yeah, Zhang Sheng said, pulling open his door and sliding in a faint sardonic edge in his voice. And it doesn't quite sound like a demon either. The demon who killed our mother did. The door clicked shut, a heavy, definitive thud sealing the end of conversation. Sam stood frozen in place. His brother's words struck like a dull blade, repeatedly carving into his heart. Not about the case, but about Dean's certainty. He knew it wasn't a demon. But how? What else was he hiding? The gas station lights shone harsh and bleached white, casting stark, taut lines across Sam's face. Pretending to head for the restroom, he slipped behind the building, out of Dean's line of sight, and pulled out his phone, dialing a number he hadn't used in years. His fingers trembled slightly. Daddy. His voice quavered, pleading. It's me, Sam. We're in Lawrence, back at the old house. I think this is connected to Mom's death. You need to come. Dean, he's not right. He needs you. A pause. Then John's low, gravelly voice, tight with barely concealed tension, came through the line. I'm on my way. Keep your brother safe. Sam ended the call, leaning back against the cold brick wall, breathing hard, his chest heaving with each ragged inhale. He didn't know if his father would arrive, or whether his presence would truly help Dean, but he knew with absolute certainty that he could no longer watch his brother drown alone in this endless dark. A fortune teller. Do you know which one? Zhang Sheng asked from inside the phone booth, gripping the receiver so tightly his knuckles strained, striving for casual indifference while his heart hammered wildly. Inside he raged. Of course he knew. Missouri Mosley, the woman who saw straight into the human soul. 10 years ago she'd laid bare his deepest fears and despair without uttering a word. He'd sooner stab a nest of vampires, sooner face a pack of rabid werewolves, than stand before her again. He couldn't bear her seeing his current ruin, nor the shadow of that blue-eyed angel haunting the darkest recesses of his soul. Yet some things must happen, as certain debts must be paid. Only after Sam finished speaking with Missouri did Zhang Sheng steel himself and step into the parlor, thick with the scent of spices and dust. The room was dim, curtains drawn tight. Only a few oil lamps cast feeble, flickering light upon cluttered antiques and curios strewn across every surface. He moved like a cornered beast, instinctively putting distance between himself and Missouri, watching her warily, muscles coiled, ready to fight at any instant. Dean. Missouri narrowed her eyes, her gaze sweeping over him like a probe, piercing flesh, bone, and soul alike. What exactly are you so desperate to hide from me? Zhang Sheng's spine snapped rigid, taut as a bowstring stretched to its breaking point. He felt her gaze settle on his chest, on the empty clasp where the amulet should have hung, on the branded mark hidden beneath his shirt. Can we get to business? He said coldly, resistance and wariness sharpening his tone. We have a case to solve, no time for idle chatter. Boy, Missouri stepped forward, her voice dropping into dangerous, commanding depths. Have you seen me saw a gaunt homeless man in half? Do you think I'm a magician? Or do you imagine I have nothing better to do than meddle in the Winchesters' broken affairs? Zhang Sheng recoiled, jolted backward as if burned. His back struck the bookshelf behind him, several volumes tumbled to the floor with a dull, hollow thud. It felt like stumbling into the same pit, once more arming himself with barbed words, trying desperately to conceal the terror beneath. The kitchen was utterly devastated. A few knives were stuck in the wall, their blades deeply embedded in the wood, resembling the fangs of a wild beast. The cabinet had been smashed open, and the dishes inside were scattered all over the ground, shards of porcelain everywhere, while the air was thick with the scent of sulfur and the sweet stench of decay. When the two smells mixed together, it was nauseating, a residue of the malevolent spirit's presence. "Is it all over now?" Sam asked Missouri, his voice carrying an unrecognized plea, hoping everything would end soon, hoping Zhang Sheng would recover quickly. "It's over, kid," Missouri said, gently patting his hand, though her eyes held a hint of gravity. "At least for now." But Zhang Sheng knew she was lying. He could sense the lingering aura of the malevolent spirit in the air, a deeper malice lurking in every corner of the house, like a venomous snake waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He looked at the familiar expression on Sam's face, a mix of worry and doubt identical to how it had been 10 years ago. He knew that some things never changed, and that certain darkness could never be dispelled. They returned to Impala, awaiting the night's descent. The darkness enveloped the old house like thick ink, shrouding it in a massive black web. "Do you feel it too?" Sam asked softly, his voice particularly clear in the dark. Zhang Sheng cast a glance at him. Sam's eyes glimmered in the darkness like a wolf's, filled with vigilance and sharpness. "No," Zhang Sheng replied, his tone unnaturally calm, "but I trust you, Sammy." Sam met his gaze. There was no blame, no anger, only pure trust. Just like when they were children, when Zhang Sheng said, "Close your eyes, and it'll take you somewhere," Sam would close his eyes without hesitation, entrusting his safety entirely to his brother. They had reconciled. Not perfectly, with scars and gaps, but enough to support each other against the dangers that lay ahead. Then Ginny appeared at the second-floor window, frantically banging on the glass, her mouth wide open, but soundless, only a silent scream. In the darkness, it was particularly terrifying. Fear was etched on her face, her eyes wide open, as if seeing the most horrifying sight in the world. Without hesitation, Zhang Sheng burst through the door, a strong smell of smoke hitting him, choking him into a fit of coughs. He raced up the stairs, flames already beginning to spread, licking at the walls, and the banister crackling loudly. He grabbed Jenny, who was trapped in a locked room. Her clothes were singed by embers, and her hair was slightly burnt. "Run!" He pushed her downstairs, his gaze urgently scanning above for Sam's figure, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. Sam was coming down from upstairs, holding two children, his face covered in dust, hair disheveled, looking back as if searching for something. At that moment, an unseen force suddenly yanked Sam towards the end of the corridor, moving with astonishing speed, leaving Sam no time to cry out. "Sammy!" Zhang Sheng released Jenny and lunged forward like an arrow, his fingertips brushing against Sam's sleeve, but he couldn't grasp him. He caught his brother's hand, feeling the warmth of Sam's skin, but the force was too strong, like an out-of-control tractor, dragging Sam backward. Sam's hand slipped from his grasp, leaving behind a trace of desperate warmth. "Oh no!" Zhang Sheng was struck in the abdomen by a powerful impact, sending him flying, his back slamming against the door, splintering, wood flying everywhere as the door shattered. He crashed down the steps, with the door landing heavily on the cold cement floor, pain blurring his vision, a metallic sweetness surging in his throat. Struggling to rise, his mind buzzed, ears filled with a deafening roar, rendering him unable to hear anything. He dashed towards the trunk of the Impala, pulling out the heavy fire axe, its blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Sammy would be all right. We had been through this before. He would be fine. He would be fine. He charged up the steps, swinging the axe violently at the door lock, with splintering like broken bones. He would be fine. He had been fine last time. The axe blade cleaved into the wood with a dull thud. He rushed into the corridor, heading straight for the kitchen, flames already spreading to the hallway, burning his skin and causing sharp stings. Then he saw it. Sam was pinned to the wall, arms and ankles bound by an unseen force, his body rigid, like a believer nailed to a cross, just as in his memories. Zhang Sheng almost sighed in relief. Some things hadn't changed, some things couldn't change. Sam was still alive, and that was enough. But in the next moment, a chair fell from above, striking him hard on the back of the head, a sharp pain instantly engulfing his mind, plunging him into darkness. He crashed into the cabinet, splintered wood raining down upon him. He slipped to the ground, the world spinning, the heat of the flames intensifying, searing his skin. Sam was calling for him, his voice choked by an unseen force, intermittent and filled with a desperate cry. Zhang Sheng struggled, feeling something cold wrap around his ankle, slippery, like the scales of a serpent, dragging him toward the door, toward the endless darkness. He desperately raised the axe, striking it forcefully against the ground. The blade embedded deeply into the floor, with shards flying as he clung to the axe handle, like it was the last straw of salvation, knuckles turning white, muscles tense. Suddenly the bindings disappeared, the cold sensation vanished. He lifted his head, dizzy and disoriented, his vision blurred. In the kitchen, flames danced, casting the entire room in a crimson glow like the entrance to hell. A figure stood amidst the flames. Mary Winchester. She wore that familiar nightgown, the white fabric swirling in the fire, yet untouched, not even a hint of ash upon it. Her hair fell to her shoulders, her face adorned with a gentle smile, identical to how he remembered. She turned to look at her two sons, her eyes filled with 20 years of longing, pride, sorrow, and deepest apology. I'm sorry. Her voice was as light as a whisper, yet it thundered in Zhang Sheng's soul like a bolt of lightning. This time he finally understood. To save John, she made a deal with the yellow-eyed demon, sacrificing her own life and the futures of her two sons. Because of that deal, she couldn't protect Zhang Sheng, couldn't thwart Azazel's schemes. To leave, she set off this irreversible chain of events, leading her sons down a path of demon hunting forever, losing a stable life. She turned. The flames surged, engulfing the entire kitchen, the red tongues of fire licking everything like an enraged serpent. Get out of my house. Her voice transformed from a whisper into a thunderous roar filled with a mother's fury and protection, shaking the entire house. The fire soared high, the wails of the malevolent spirit drowned in the flames, emitting a piercing and desperate cry that gradually faded away. Once all was silent, and the flames slowly extinguished, only charred wood and ashes remained. Zhang Sheng collapsed to the ground. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, sweat and dust mingling on his face. Sam also slid down from the wall, sitting on the ground, his face streaked with tears, the tears mixing with dust, leaving traces on his skin. They looked at each other, saying nothing yet, as if they had spoken 1,000 words. All barriers, all misunderstandings, all pain vanished in that moment, leaving only the kinship that bound them and the relief of having survived. On the steps, Sam watched Dean comforting Jenny, his tone gentle, infused with a weariness and sincerity born of survival. Jenny's emotions gradually stabilized, a hint of a reassuring smile appearing on her face. What did you feel from my brother? He asked Missouri beside him, his voice low and tinged with urgency. He concealed something terrifying, Missouri replied softly, her gaze fixated on Zhang Sheng's back, her eyes profound. But he is protecting you in his own way with all his might. I don't need protection, Sam shouted, his voice filled with a hint of grievance and anger, then softened, his tone heavy with helplessness. I need answers. I want to help him, not be protected by him. Missouri looked at Zhang Sheng's back, deep in thought, her fingers lightly tapping her chin. I only saw a flash of light, very bright, very dazzling. He was very afraid. And there was another man. Black hair, blue eyes. Was it yellow? Sam asked urgently, his heart racing, fearing Missouri had seen the yellow-eyed demon. No, Missouri shook her head, her voice filled with a flicker of shock in her eyes. It was blue. The bluest eyes I have ever seen, like the deepest ocean, yet akin to the purest sky. Sam froze. Blue eyes. Countless names and figures flashed through his mind, yet he couldn't find one that matched. Late at night in a motel, Zhang Sheng lay on the bed, staring at the mottled water stains on the ceiling like an unreadable map or a distorted human face watching him in the dark. The room was quiet, only the faint hum of the air conditioner and Sam's soft snoring. Sam was sleeping soundly, perhaps too tired, or perhaps finally letting go of the barriers in his heart. Zhang Sheng closed his eyes, and in the darkness the figure of the blue-eyed angel reappeared, radiating a gentle smile, softly saying to him, I am here. Cassidy, he silently prayed, his lips moving gently. Cass, please. I need you. I don't know what to do. I'm about to break. Silence. Only outside the wind began to howl again, like a lonely beast wailing in the darkness. In a distant, unreachable realm deep within the clouds of heaven, an angel with the bluest eyes stood amidst the golden light. He gently lifted his head, his gaze penetrating the endless expanse of time and space. Then it landed in the motel on the outskirts of Lawrence, upon that person he had worried about countless times, responding silently. I know, I have always been here. At 3:17 in the morning, the light at the Greyhound bus station flickered like the dying glow of a firefly, casting a dim yellow hue that mingled with the damp air, carrying an air of rust and age. The mist seeped through the cracks in the window, condensing into fine droplets on the glass, blurring the desolate night outside. Sam Winchester jolted awake from a fragmented dream, cold sweat soaking through the back of his old shirt, sticking to his skin with a chilling dampness. He blinked, his consciousness like a stone sinking to the bottom of water, refusing to surface. Only the cursed ringtone rang sharp and insistent. It cut through the dead air like a rusty blade again and again. It wasn't his phone, it was his brother Dean's ringtone, resonating with an almost stubborn, penetrating power. But the figure curled up in the bed remained motionless like a lifeless corpse. Sam stared at the mound of blankets, his brow furrowing deeply. In his memory, Dean never slept this soundly. He didn't know that the traveler who occupied Dean's body, Zhang Sheng, was more vigilant than the original owner. Even if a bullet pierced the wall, he could draw his gun and retaliate before it hit the ground, his muscle memory etched with the instincts of a hunter. But now his brother couldn't even hear the phone ringing, proving just how deeply he slept. Sam sighed and reached for the bedside table. His fingertips first touched the cold metal of the gun, Zhang Sheng's Beretta 92F, always by his side, still warm from human contact, before finding the cold, hard plastic of the phone. He grabbed it, answering without even looking at the screen, his voice still hoarse from sleep. Hello. Sam, is that you? In that moment, time seemed to be sucked away. The lights at the bus station dimmed abruptly, and the air froze into ice. Sam sat up sharply, his spine hitting the headboard with a dull thud, drawing in a sharp breath from the pain. "Daddy!" The voice of John Winchester echoed back to him. That deep, hoarse voice, like sandpaper scraping rust off iron, carried the marks of time and gunpowder. How long had it been since he last heard it? 3 months? Half a year? Longer? Long enough that he thought he had forgotten this familiar tone, yet at this moment his heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, convulsing painfully. "Are you hurt?" Sam blurted out almost instinctively. This was the greeting of a hunter's family, not a warm, "How are you?" but a stark, direct, "Are you still alive?" A survival instinct etched in their bones. A light laugh came from the other end of the line, but it held no warmth, only a weary echo like wind blowing through an empty, abandoned warehouse. "I'm fine." But Sam didn't believe it. He could hear the cracks in his father's tone, an artificial calmness like thin ice beneath which dark currents roiled, ready to shatter with the slightest touch. John Winchester never felt tired. He was a rock, the storm itself, the only unwavering coordinate in the world of hunters, and the eternal support in the hearts of the two brothers. But now this coordinate was shaking, this support fracturing. "We've been trying to reach you." Suddenly Zhang Sheng, who was sleeping in the bed, spoke up, having sat up, without Sam realizing, his back straight, like a bow drawn tight. He stared at Sam, his gaze sharp as a knife, infused with the unique vigilance and scrutiny of a traveler, the thing that killed Mom. "It's a demon, Sam." John interrupted, his tone oddly calm, devoid of anger or hatred, only a nearly numb statement. Sam was stunned, his mind blank. Did their father know that the yellow eyes was a demon? Yet he had never told them. He had always referred to it as a monster, a thing, using vague words to obscure the truth, never revealing a fraction of it. But now he directly spoke those two words, as if peeling away a long-sealed scar. Zhang Sheng reached out to him, palm up, signaling him to pass the phone, his eyes filled with an undeniable firmness. Sam dodged, fingers tightly gripping the phone, knuckles turning white. He didn't want Zhang Sheng to sever this fragile connection between him and his father. This was a long-awaited contact, a glimmer of light in the darkness. No matter whether his brother wanted it or not, he had to listen on, even if the truth might bring more pain. "Do you know about Jesse?" Sam asked, his voice trembling. Jess's death was like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. He had always wanted to know if his father was aware. Silence fell on the other end of the line. It wasn't hesitation, it was weighing options, the instinct of a hunter calculating risks and danger. A faint sound of metal clinking came through. John was calling from some rundown phone booth, possibly leaning against a graffiti-covered iron wall, a loaded shotgun by his side. "No, Sammy, I swear." His father's voice deepened, carrying a kind of almost painful sincerity. "I would do anything to prevent you from suffering this way. Thank goodness you stopped it. This must be a monumental story. You need to find a time to tell me about it." "Why not now?" Sam frowned, fingers tightening the phone case, almost crushed in his grip. "Where are you?" "I can't tell you, kid." John's voice carried a hint of helplessness, as if bound by something. "Dad." Sam's voice was filled with pleading. "Sam, give me the phone." Zhang Sheng's voice turned cold, like the wind of winter stinging the skin. "Sammy, give the phone to Dean." John said it too, his tone carrying an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Sam clenched his teeth, nearly biting down on his molars. He knew that once the phone was in Zhang Sheng's hands, everything would be over. This traveler occupying Zhang Sheng's body always put safety first, unhesitatingly severing any connection that could bring danger. They would never know where John was, what he was pursuing, why he sounded like he was saying goodbye. "Dad, we can help you." Sam insisted, his voice carrying a hint of stubbornness. The phone hung up. Silence surged like a flood, instantly drowning the entire bus station. Even the lights seemed to dim. Sam opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Outrage. A roar. A question. He wanted to tear open Zhang Sheng's chest to see what secret lay hidden inside, allowing him to so easily give up searching for their father, abandoning their only family. But Zhang Sheng spoke first, his voice low and carrying a kind of near-desperate calm. "Dad is in trouble." "All right." They quickly packed their things and left the room. Sam leaned against the passenger seat of the Impala, his fingers tapping rapidly on his knee like a silent war drum, the rhythm urgent and chaotic. The scenery outside the car window flew by, filled with desolate fields and withered trees, exuding a sense of bleak silence. "Tell me again, because I feel like I've missed something, or rather you've deliberately concealed something." Within an hour they were back on the road. Destination Buckettsville, Indiana. And John, according to Zhang Sheng, was in Sacramento, California, pursuing an important lead alone. "You want to go to a remote little town where no one gives a damn just because my dad gave you 6 names of missing persons, and these people have nothing to do with that place." Sam's voice grew colder, piercing like an icicle. "And I'm supposed to hitchhike to California to find a father who probably doesn't even want to be found by us." Zhang Sheng rolled his eyes, pressing down on the gas pedal, and the Impala's engine roared like a beast as they surged onto the interstate. The tires rolled over the cracks in the road with a thud, but Sam could see the hint of near-panic anxiety hidden in his eyes, his grip on the steering wheel tightening, knuckles turning white. That was not the expression Dean should have had. This traveler was always terrifyingly calm. Even when faced with hordes of vampires, he could devise plans without changing his expression. John had made such calls before. That "I'm fine, don't look for me" tone, that deliberately distant attitude. But this time it was different. This time he sounded like he was calling for help, like a drowning person reaching out a hand only to pull it back at the last moment. The Stipfords in Bucketsville, Indiana. Zhang Sheng finally spoke, his voice dry as if sand was stuck in his throat. They sacrifice one man and one woman to a pagan god every year to maintain the illusion of their perfect little town. Our dad discovered a pattern. These couples go missing in the second week of April, and the sacrificial victims are tied to an old oak tree outside of town, completing the ritual with blood. It's the second week of April now, Sam said softly, his heart sinking as he finally understood Zhang Sheng's urgency. Correct. Zhang Sheng frowned, his tone carrying a strangely familiar sense of urgency, as if he were not recounting clues given by a father, but recalling a personal experience. It will be too late if we delay any longer. Dean won't stay in Sacramento for a week. Sam suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He never stays in one place for more than 3 days. That's his rule. You're lying. What do you really want? Zhang Sheng stopped the car at the end of the interstate in Springfield, Illinois. The same Greyhound bus station, the same dilapidated sign, paint peeling to reveal the rusty metal beneath. Sam had also gotten off here when he left his brother to attend Stanford for the first time. Zhang Sheng remembered, but he shouldn't remember. As a traveler, he inherited only the skills and fragments of memories from Dean's body. It was impossible for him to remember such detailed past events. So that's why you want to go to California. Zhang Sheng said, his voice low, carrying an undeniable firmness. If we don't take action, 2 people will die. Another hunter will take a long time to arrive. I can get to Indiana within a day, burn that tree, destroy the sacrificial ritual, and then rush to Sacramento to find you. Sam stared at him, his eyes like those of a stranger. In past hunts, his brother never advocated for separation. Never. And Zhang Sheng valued being together more than the original Dean, always saying it's safer when family sticks together, the one who would rather get hurt himself than allow Sam to be in danger. But now Zhang Sheng was the one suggesting they part ways, which was too unusual, so unusual, it was unsettling. I thought you said you didn't have foresight. Sam frowned, thinking while gripping the car door handle, but he didn't get out, his fingers almost crushing the plastic. How do you know these details? We just discovered the secret of that tree during our last mission. Dad couldn't have told you. I don't have foresight. This was all my dad's idea. He explained it in detail over the phone. Zhang Sheng's eyes flickered, avoiding Sam's direct gaze. Really? Sam scoffed, his voice filled with sarcasm. You just happen to know there's a pagan god in Indiana tied to an old oak tree because my dad gave you 6 names. Dean, you didn't just make all this up, did you? Zhang Sheng fell silent, his lips pressed into a tight line. Damn. He shouldn't have mentioned the specific type of that tree. This was a detail he discovered after traveling and working with Sam, something John never mentioned in the call. A moment of carelessness exposed a flaw. You didn't just make all this up, did you? Sam's voice was soft like a whisper, yet it was like a sharp dagger that precisely pierced the most vulnerable part of Zhang Sheng's heart. It was Castiel who told you, wasn't it? This sentence struck like a lightning bolt, shattering the calm Zhang Sheng had been trying to maintain. Zhang Sheng suddenly turned his head, eyes wide, pupils constricted violently, his face filled with shock. Not anger, not denial, but terror at having a secret exposed, like someone had stripped away a disguise, laying him bare under the sunlight. Sam laughed. That laughter was devoid of warmth, only filled with anger, disappointment, and a coldness of betrayal by the one he trusted most, like winter's snow falling on skin and freezing painfully. You talk in your sleep, he said, his voice terrifyingly calm. You always call out Cass in your dreams, crying, "Don't push me," and I won't let him hurt Sam. Did you think I didn't hear those? Zhang Sheng's face instantly turned pale, devoid of blood. He slowly closed his eyes, leaning back in the chair, as if enduring some invisible blow, his shoulders trembling slightly. The alertness and calmness of the traveler crumbled in that moment, leaving only deep fatigue and struggle. Sam watched him, his heart sinking little by little. He knew this man too well. He knew every little movement Dean made, every evasive glance, every fluctuation in his tone. He knew he was lying, knew he was hiding, knew he would rather bear everything himself than let him take risks. But this time Sam had had enough. Zhang Sheng cleared his throat, his voice dry as if scorched by fire. Yet there was a trace of barely noticeable panic. What did I say? I don't remember. Perhaps the pressure was too much, and I had a nightmare. Tell me the truth, Sam said coldly, his eyes showing no sign of compromise. Zhang Sheng glanced around, as if searching for an escape route. His gaze swept over the empty bus station across the desolate road, finally landing on the windshield, staring at the dense darkness outside. Cass is not. He is not the problem, Sam. He isn't even on the hunter's blacklist. He is different from those demons. But he will definitely come right. Sam leaned forward, suddenly his voice low and filled with an almost paranoid insistence. He is coming. Dean, what does he want from you? Is he making a deal with you like the yellow-eyed demon? Is he related to Mom's death? A pair of green eyes met Sam's once again. They were Zhang Sheng's eyes, yet filled with Zhang Sheng's emotions. No longer indifferent, but filled with pain, struggle, and a kind of unfathomable fear. Like a beast trapped in a cage, yearning to break free, yet afraid of harming those nearby. What? No. Zhang Sheng's body reacted unexpectedly, almost shouting, his voice cracking, his chest heaving violently. I told you, Sammy, he is not involved in this. He even helped us secretly. The intelligence about the Vampire King last time was provided by him. Sam laughed, the sound like the grinding of broken glass, harsh and unpleasant. I've had enough of your lies, buddy, enough. He opened the car door, cold wind rushing and carrying moisture and dust tousling his hair. Do whatever you want. But I'm going to find Dad. I want to uncover the truth myself. He got out of the car, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, his movements decisive and brisk, without a hint of hesitation. Zhang Sheng watched Sam get out, cursing under his breath, his voice laced with frustration and urgency, then jumped out of the Impala, his shoes thudding heavily on the concrete, producing a dull sound. Remember to keep your phone with you, okay? Zhang Sheng shouted, his voice carrying an unmasked plea, almost lowering his stance. Stay in touch. They'll find you tomorrow, and we'll look for Dad together, I swear. Sam suddenly turned around, arms wide open, his face filled with utter disappointment and anger, like a volcano that had been simmering for too long, finally erupting. Fine. As you wish. He sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Wait until you follow Cass' instructions, burn that tree, and complete his task before we talk. He stared at his brother, his gaze that of looking at a stranger, a puppet manipulated by an unknown force. I knew that gun was too good to be true. The modified Remington you used last time has power far exceeding a regular shotgun. He must have given it to you, right? What deal did you make, Dean? What will happen if you don't listen to him? Will he send demons to hunt Jesse? To hunt Dad? Or will he hurt me? He didn't wait for an answer, turning and rushing into the bus station, his back resolute, showing no sign of looking back. Zhang Sheng stood still, his fist slamming hard against the Impala's hood, producing a muffled thud that made the vehicle tremble slightly. A chunk of paint was chipped off the hood, revealing the metal beneath. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, pulling out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed the number. He almost dared not call. The busy tone echoed in the receiver, mocking his predicament. Dad. His voice was hoarse, his throat felt like it had been scorched, carrying a hint of despair. It's Dean. I want to go to Indiana, but damn it, I know you're not well. Don't hold on. Call me back, please. Sam is on his way. We can help you. We are family. He hung up, slamming the phone onto the passenger seat, the phone case hitting the metal armrest with a sharp sound. He leaned against the Impala's frame, slowly sliding to the ground, burying his hands in his hair, his shoulders trembling violently. Having crossed into this world for so long, Zhang Sheng, who had blended into the world of evil forces, felt utterly powerless for the first time. On one side was the threat from another dimension, on the other was the rift between brothers, alongside the precarious bond of family. He felt as if he was being roasted over a fire, caught in an impossible dilemma. Sam sat on a plastic chair at the Greyhound bus station, the chair scarred and stained, carrying a musty odor. The blue light from his laptop screen illuminated his tense jawline. The signal was weak, the page loaded slowly like a snail crawling. He was searching for Cassius Longinus, not the Roman general who assassinated Caesar, but the name that kept appearing in Dean's dreams, the blue-eyed shadow, the source of all his brother's anomalies. He scoured through ancient manuscripts, obscure philosophical papers, and forgotten myths, his fingers flying over the touchpad, his eyes aching tremendously, yet not daring to pause for even a moment. At last, in a rare Greek manuscript translation, he found a phrase marked in the corner of the page. The handwriting blurred the eye of Cassius, as blue as the deep sea reflects divine punishment. Its power can traverse the underworld, binding souls, coexisting with hunters and also opposing them. Sam's finger halted on the touchpad, his heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. Blue. Not the yellow of the yellow-eyed demon, nor the red of ordinary evil spirits, but blue. Exactly as described in Missouri, exactly like the shadow in Zhang Sheng's dream. This being named Cassius was undoubtedly malevolent. There must be some inextricable bond between him and Zhang Sheng. He suddenly slammed the laptop shut, the blue light vanishing instantly, the dim yellow lights of the bus station enveloping him once more. He looked up outside, his pupils contracting suddenly. Zhang Sheng was getting out of the Impala, striding towards the nearby woods, his figure appearing somewhat blurred in the mist. He was carrying a gallon of gasoline, the plastic container glimmering coldly in the light, the metallic edge of a lighter protruding from his coat pocket reflecting specks of light. He was going to burn that tree. following Cassius' instructions completing that so-called task. But Sam knew that was not the end. That was just the beginning. A manipulated beginning, a beginning shrouded in a greater conspiracy. And thousands of miles away in California, John Winchester stood in a dilapidated phone booth, the glass covered in graffiti and cracks. He listened to Zhang Sheng's pleading voice in the voicemail, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the wedding ring on his left hand, the ring severely worn, yet polished to a shine. He closed his eyes, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his voice low enough for only himself to hear. I'm sorry, kids. Some things I must finish alone. This is my responsibility and my destiny. The wind swept through the empty streets, lifting a yellowed photograph showing Mary's smiling face, one corner torn away, revealing a blurred background. The photograph spun in the wind, landing before the phone booth, crushed by a passing car, completely deformed. And in a dimension unreachable, a pair of the bluest eyes slowly opened, reflecting Sam and Zhang Sheng's figures, carrying a hint of amusement, a touch of indifference, and a barely detectable anticipation. A game spanning dimensions has only just begun. Sam stared at her. The woman turned her head, raising an eyebrow, her heavy eyeliner accentuating the sharp tips of her eyes. Her lashes drooped like raven feathers, casting a small shadow beneath her eyelids, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly upward, hinting at a playful amusement, as if she had already seen through his thoughts. You asked me first. She chuckled lightly, her voice sharp like a honey-coated blade laced with a hint of mockery. Yes, she shrugged casually, tossing her bag over her shoulder, the strap sliding down slightly to reveal her smooth collarbone. But I am very trustworthy. She winked at him, her long lashes fluttering as if teasing a cat that had been agitated. Sam scoffed, leaning back in his chair, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, infused with the typical defiance of youth. All right, he forced a smile, the curve of his lips stiff. You do have that vibe of someone who looks like a con artist at first glance. She suddenly stood up, her movements crisp and decisive, like a short sword being drawn from its sheath, without a hint of hesitation. Her high heels clicked against the concrete floor, the sound echoing sharply in the empty bus station. Are you hungry? Sam looked around. This was a dilapidated temporary transfer station, more akin to an abandoned warehouse. The paint was peeling off in large flakes, exposing the mottled red bricks beneath. In the corner, several rusty metal boxes were piled up, covered in dust, and only an old vending machine still emitted a dim yellow light. Inside lay a few bags of damp chips and several faded ring-shaped candies, clearly neglected for a long time. What do they sell? Chips and ring-shaped candies. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. I saw a bar when I came in. She smirked, her eyes sparkling like stars igniting in the dark night, and said, My bus doesn't leave until 5. Oh, I'd rather have a beer to pass the time than sit here, staring at rusty boxes. Sam glanced at the schedule behind the ticket counter, the yellowed paper displaying the departure times in bold font. Indeed, there were only 3 buses that day, the last one at exactly 5 o'clock. Are you coming? She turned to look at him, the smile at the corner of her mouth deepening, imbued with a sense of confident assurance, as if she already knew he would follow. Sam shut his laptop, the blue light of the screen extinguishing instantly. He stuffed the computer into his backpack, zipping it up quickly, and stood up. He shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness, yet his feet moved involuntarily. Yet going to a bar with a trustworthy stranger is definitely the wisest decision I've made today. She laughed, her laughter bright and clear, pushing open the door, the night breeze swirling in with dampness, lifting the hem of her black leather jacket to reveal a dark red lining. In the dim light, it looked like the surging blood of a hidden wound. In less than an hour, deep in the orchard of Bucketsville, Indiana, fierce flames tore through the thick night. The fire soared into the sky, dyeing half of it an eerie orangeade, and even the air was filled with the acrid scent of charred grass and with choking the throat. At this moment, Zhang Sheng stood 10 meters away on a dirt slope. The firelight cast a glow on his face, painting his features in a mix of orange and red, and the dancing flames flickered in his pupils. The tree, twisted and withered, resembled a grotesque demon, its trunk etched with dense, sinister runes. At this moment, it was being devoured by the flames, emitting a series of crackling sounds. It was as if the tree was wailing for some evil entity. The remnants of Fugly had long been engulfed in flames, hanging on the bare tree like a sacrifice nailed to a cross, eventually turning to ash in the heat, scattering with the wind. He did not approach. As a traverser occupying Dean's body, he understood better than anyone. Some evil entities, even if their physical forms are burned, their souls may not dissipate. They merely lie dormant, temporarily awaiting the next opportunity for revival. He turned and left his steps steady, each footfall sinking into the soft earth, leaving uneven footprints. But just as he stepped out of the woods, he paused slightly, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. His hunter's instinct screamed, warning him that he was being watched. The wind blew from behind, carrying an eerie scent of char and decaying earth, chilling to the bone. He did not look back, but his fingers instinctively pressed against the grip of the gun at his waist, the metallic feel of the Beretta 92F providing a slight comfort. He knew that some matters were just beginning. The end of this sacrifice was merely the prologue to another conspiracy. He drove out of town, the roar of the engine breaking the silence of the night. It wasn't until the lights of the interstate reappeared in his view like a band of lights stretching into the distance that he finally exhaled. But that breath felt like it was forcibly squeezed from his lungs, heavy and not quite a relief, instead resembling some ominous omen pressing down on his heart. By the way, my name is Meg. She pushed a plate of corn chips towards Sam, the chips still carrying the fresh, crispy aroma of being opened with beer bottles lined up on the table. They sat in the far corner of the bar, the light dim and ambiguous. An old record player played a deep blues tune, the saxophone's melody lingering and sorrowful as smoke filled the air, obscuring the figures in the distance. Sam took a sip of beer, his movements restrained, his tongue tasting the slight bitterness of malt. She had already had 4 cups, her cheeks flushed lightly, yet her gaze remained clear like a lake tempered by ice. Sam. He stated his name, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the cool bottle, feeling the texture of the glass. Sam. She leaned in closer, the scent of her perfume mingling with the malt aroma of the beer wafting toward him, carrying a dangerous yet alluring air. So Sam, what exactly are you running from? He gave her a look, one he often used on Zhang Sheng, a mixture of "you're really annoying" and "I can't be bothered with you," tinged with a hint of youthful rebellion. Who said I was running from anything? He retorted, although his tone lacked conviction. Meg rolled her eyes, her watery gaze filled with mirth, as if she had seen through his facade. Please. You look more like a lost fan than I do. Your entire demeanor screams, I have something on my mind. She lowered her voice, conspiratorially gesturing, shoo, with her finger in front of her lips, and I also have a leather jacket, making me look even more like someone you can trust. Sam nearly choked on his beer, coughing twice, violently smiling and shaking his head, the wariness in his eyes easing slightly. I'm not running away. He paused, his voice lowering a few notches, carrying a trace of barely perceptible weight. I just need to find something, or rather someone. Is it in California? Meg raised an eyebrow, pressing for more, her fingers lightly tapping the table, the rhythm oddly in sync with the melody of the record player. Yes. He looked down at the label on the beer bottle, his fingers peeling away the damp paper, in circles, the label gradually coming off to reveal the smooth glass beneath. Who knows what will happen when I get there? Maybe he doesn't even want to be found by me. She was silent for a moment, as if listening to the wind pass through the gaps of the glass window, producing a faint whimpering sound. The noise of the bar seemed to fade away, leaving only the tranquility between them. Is it something or someone? She finally spoke, her voice much softer. Sam lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the smoky air of the bar, as if he were seeing a distant scene. In that scene, his father stood in a dilapidated phone booth, his back bent, like an ancient tower on the verge of collapse, casting a long, lonely shadow in the setting sun. It's my father. And he spoke softly, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Meg's eyes widened and her fingers trembled faintly, as if reaching for his arm to offer comfort, yet withdrawing at the last moment, honoring his unspoken boundaries. Sam said nothing, but a quiet wave of gratitude rose within him. She understood that heavy, suspended silence, as she understood the weight of family, the ache of worry, the pull of love entangled with fear. Is he in trouble? She asked carefully, as though afraid to brush against an open wound. And in Sam recalled his father's voice. It held none of its former authority, none of its familiar anger or command, only an unfathomable weariness. And in a weariness he had seen only once before, after his father had slain the most lethal monsters, returning battered, bloodied, and hollow-eyed. I think so. And he murmured, knuckles whitening as he clenched the beer bottle tightly, then added quietly, but he won't tell me what it is. He never does. He carries everything alone. So I have to find him. I must go. And then she stared at him, her gaze suddenly piercing, focused not on his face but deep into the fissures of his soul, seeing through every tremor of anxiety, every stubborn ember of resolve. Sam nearly flinched from that unervingly sharp gaze, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare beneath the sun, stripped of all concealment. California's a big state. Do you know where he is? And then she asked, her tone laced with genuine concern. And then, I have an area code. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. That's where we start, step by step. We'll find him. He cleared his throat, trying to shift the subject, yet found himself unsettled under her steady gaze, his cheeks warming faintly. And you? He asked, deliberately breaking the silence. What are you running from? Meg sighed, her long lashes lowering to veil the emotions flickering behind her eyes, and began to tell her story. Of parents who dictated her life with iron, who pushed her relentlessly into law school, who forced her onto a path she never chose, stripping her of every right to choose. Sam listened, idly peeling at the beer label with his thumb, and suddenly this story felt terrifyingly familiar, like hearing a distorted echo of his own. 4 years ago, he'd sat in a station just like this, one backpack slung over his shoulder, waiting for the bus that would carry him to Stanford. He'd run, not just from home, but from the hunter's legacy that shadowed his family, from his father's orders, from Zhang Sheng's suffocating protection, from a future so rigid and predetermined it felt like a sentence. "I've been there," he said, voice low and rasping with the weight of memory. "I fought just as hard to escape the life they mapped out for me." "Really?" And she blinked, her almond-shaped eyes glinting like distant stars in the dim light. "But not anymore." Sam smiled. A smile without warmth, only the quiet ache of time's passage. "Haven't been back in years. I left for school and never looked back until now. Yet here you are, rushing straight back to them." And she tilted her head, studying him like a riddle too intricate to solve, her gaze full of quiet inquiry. Sam set the empty bottle down with a dull thud, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes. Well, they're my family. Blood is thicker than water. You can't outrun that." Meg said nothing more, only watched him, her expression holding something he couldn't name, pity perhaps, or something sharper like confirmation, as if verifying an answer she'd already known. Just then Zhang Sheng returned to the car, cranked up the stereo, and a surge of vintage rock exploded from the speakers, so fierce it made the windows shiver. He hesitated a moment, then dialed Sam's number, lifting the corner of his mouth into an easy grin, carefully masking the unease churning beneath. "All taken care of. Piece of cake," he said with a laugh, deliberately casual. "That damn scarecrow's ash now. I'm heading back to pick you up." "Where are you?" "Still at that dump of a bus station." "In. You're still at the station? Good grief, Sammy. I thought you'd be crossing into California by now." He teased, imagining his brother's exasperated scowl, and almost heard the crisp, unmistakable sound of Sam rolling his eyes on the other end. But then Sam's voice came, calm, measured, edged with gravity. "Did you figure out which cult's offering that scarecrow was? Did father name it specifically?" And in Zhang Sheng's mind went blank, as if hit by a sudden silent pause button, and in his mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Damn it, what was it called? Cassius had given him only the general location and destruction method, never the cult's actual name. He vaguely remembered it started with a V. Varen, Verif, Valkyrie, something Old Norse, fuzzy, half-forgotten, never truly learned. Yeah, I nailed it down. Obscure little sect," he blurted, speaking fast to gloss over the gap. "Starts with AV. Varen, Verif, Old Norse, tongue-twister nonsense. Can't even pronounce it. Doesn't matter anyway, the thing's gone up in smoke." Sam didn't press further, but that silence cut deeper than any accusation, a slender needle pricking steadily into Zhang Sheng's conscience, making his skin crawl. Zhang Sheng hung up, fingers digging hard into the leather steering wheel, his knuckles pressing deep into its grain as if trying to tear the surface apart. He shut his eyes, breathing ragged and heavy, his chest crushed beneath an invisible boulder. And he knew the lie was eroding their trust, thread by fragile thread, and that rift would only widen until no bridge could span it. Yet he had no choice. Cassius's threat hung over him like a blade suspended above his throat, silencing every instinct to speak the truth. And Sam lowered his phone and muttered a curse under his breath, fists clenching until his knuckles turned white. He slumped back into the corner chair, a dull hammering pain slicing through his skull, so sharp it blurred his vision. And rubbing his throbbing temple, he straightened slowly, forcing himself upright. Meg had already laid out a deck of cards, crimson and black, fanning deftly between her fingers, poised and ready. "And everything all right?" she asked, drawing a card, while arching a brow at him from across her wrist, her gaze tender with concern. "And just my brother," Sam said, picking up the cards, his voice low and edged with suppressed irritation. "Something's off with him. Did he hear anything from your father?" Meg pressed, holding a black ace between her fingertips, delaying its play. "No." He shook his head, shoving the phone into his backpack and zipping it shut in one swift motion. "Said the job's done. He's on his way to pick me up." Meg shifted slightly, tucking one leg beneath her, letting the other sway, gently, the heel of her stiletto tapping softly against the table leg. Sam didn't register it. His mind was locked onto Zhang Sheng's earlier words, the evasiveness in his tone, the invented name, all screaming one truth: his brother was lying, hiding something vital. "Sounds like you're not exactly thrilled," Meg observed, pulling him back to the present. Sam exhaled sharply, discarding the queen of spades with a soft final tap. "And have you ever known someone who changed overnight? Completely?" Same face, same voice, but the core of them, gone. And she paused mid-motion, lifting her eyes to lock onto his, sharp, focused like a hunter tracking prey. "What do you mean?" Her voice dropped, weighted with sudden gravity. "Just..." Sam ran a hand through his hair, tangling it wildly, then continued, analyzing aloud. "I've known my brother my whole life. He practically raised me. Then one night, just like that, he changed. And still him. Same tired movie quotes, same terrible jokes, same self-appointed martyr complex. But, I don't know. He's heavier now, burden-worn, saturated with exhaustion, and he's begun keeping secrets. So many secrets. And he won't share a single one. His voice dropped hushed, as if fearing eavesdroppers or unwilling to voice the unsettling truth aloud. Meg studied him in silence for a long moment, then said quietly, and sounds like he got bad news, or made a deal he can't undo. Sam gave a humorless laugh, hollow and weary and inexactly. But who delivered the news? What kind of deal? He won't say a word. 2 hours later, Meg defeated him with a score of 4-1, proudly raising her chin, as if she had won a significant battle, while Sam merely smiled and shook his head. He absent-mindedly gathered the cards, his mind filled with thoughts of his brother Dean's unusual behavior and their father's safety. At this moment, a throbbing headache intensified, as if someone were hammering nails into his brain, each strike a dull and unbearable ache. The phone rang at 10 minutes to 5. It's Zhang Sheng's call, the familiar rock melody sounding particularly jarring at this moment. Hey, all right, I'll step out right away. He answered the phone, his voice slightly shaky. As he stood up, just as he swung his backpack onto his shoulder, a sudden sharp pain struck him, as if a power drill were furiously twisting in his temple. He staggered slightly, his vision blurred, and he fell forward, his consciousness fading away. Sam. Meg reacted swiftly, grabbing his shoulders to prevent him from hitting the hard concrete face first, her arms bracing his body with surprising strength. He gasped for air, clutching his head tightly, his nails digging into his scalp, the pain making him tremble all over, his teeth chattering. The world collapsed. Darkness enveloped him, vast and endless, devoid of light and sound, only an agonizing chill remaining. The air was thick with the scent of rust and decay, a sickly sweet and eerie aroma. A pale beam of light pierced through the dense darkness. He saw his father, John Winchester, standing with his back towards him amidst an expanse of nothingness, his figure hunched over, looking much older than in his memories. "Daddy," he called out hoarsely, his voice echoing in the darkness, but receiving no reply. John slightly turned his head, but did not look back, his shoulders trembling as if under immense pressure. Sam followed his gaze. In the darkness, a pair of eyes slowly emerged. Deep amber like burning sulfur, cold and inhuman, devoid of warmth. The eyes blinked, not once, fixated on John, filled with greed and cruelty. Something moved in the darkness, heavy and slow, each step exuding a crushing momentum, like a beast long dormant, coiled and ready to strike. "Run, Sammy." John's voice broke through, hoarse like sandpaper against stone, yet laden with an unprecedented fear and emotion Sam had never witnessed in his father. Sam turned abruptly, seeing his father finally turn around. That face was aged and weary, marked by the ravages of time and scars, his eyes filled with a plea and determination. He wanted to rush forward, to push him away, to do something. Anything. Even just standing beside him would be better than letting him face that unknown horror alone. But just then the world jolted violently, as if a fierce earthquake had struck, leaving him dizzy. He suddenly opened his eyes, back at the bus station. "Sam." Meg held him tightly, her voice trembling, filled with unmistakable terror. "You completely passed out just now. Your eyes were shut tight, your body convulsing as if in a seizure. Call an ambulance." "No." He gasped, struggling to stand, his legs weak as if walking on cotton, yet he held his ground, leaning against the edge of the table to avoid falling again. "I'm fine, just an old issue that happens sometimes." "You completely lost consciousness." She stared at him, her eyes filled with fear and suspicion, her tone firm. "This isn't an old issue, you need to see a doctor." "I'm really fine." He spoke softly, grabbing his bag and unsteadily making his way towards the door, each step a struggle. "I need to hurry and find my brother. I can't keep him waiting too long." "You should go to the hospital." Meg's voice was filled with undeniable concern. He shrugged, dismissing her, trying to appear calm. "This happens often, I really am fine." He glanced back at her, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. "Are you sure you don't want to come with us? It's better to have company on the bus than to travel alone." Meg looked at him, silent for a moment, then finally shook her head, her expression complex. "I think I'll take the bus, and my schedule is already set." He smiled slightly, just about to turn when he slipped again, losing his balance. She reached out to help, but he waved her off, not wanting anyone to see his vulnerable side. "All right, good luck," he said, his voice still a bit shaky. As he reached halfway to the door, he heard her voice behind him, clear and firm. "See you later, Sam." He did not look back, merely raised a hand in response, then pushed the door open and quickly disappeared into the night outside. Zhang Sheng opened the passenger door, the headlights illuminating the road ahead. He saw Sam stumbling towards him, his face pale as paper, his lips devoid of color. Sam's hand was still pressed against his forehead, his steps unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. "Dude, where have you been? It took you so long to come out." He smiled, trying to mask his inner unease with a casual tone. "You didn't stop to buy pie, did you? I remember you used to love that apple pie." Sam climbed into the car, slamming the door shut, frowning, his voice unusually low, trembling with a hint of lingering fear. "Shut up, Dean. I saw a vision about Dad." Zhang Sheng's smile froze instantly, as if encased in ice, the ease vanishing from his eyes. He abruptly turned his gaze sharp as a knife infused with the unique vigilance and gravity of a traveler. What vision? What did you see? Sam lifted his head, remnants of fear still flickering in his pupils, his voice barely trembling. Dad. He's in big trouble. There's something chasing him, a pair of amber eyes, icy and piercing like a demon's gaze. Zhang Sheng's fingers slowly tightened around the steering wheel, knuckles whitening from the strain. He knew what that thing was. The yellow-eyed demon, the one responsible for killing Mary and destroying their family. But he couldn't say it. Cautious warning echoed in his ears. Once the secret was revealed, Sam would be pulled into danger, something he had to avoid at all costs. Meg stood on the empty platform, watching the black Impala disappear at the end of the road to the west, the beams of the headlights fading away, ultimately merging into the thick darkness of the night. She smiled, but the smile was eerie and cold, a stark contrast to her previous concern. She turned and flagged down a dilapidated white van, the body covered in scratches, clearly long overdue for maintenance. The driver was a frail man, his eyes evasive, his smile tense, exuding a hint of lewdness. Word, a pretty girl. This car's going your way, cheap and fast. I just need a ride. As she spoke, she suddenly yanked open the driver's seat door, her movements startlingly swift. The man was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to be so direct. In the next second, she forcefully shoved him aside, causing him to crash to the ground with a thud, his back hitting the pavement painfully. Hey, what are you doing? He clutched his shoulder, struggling to get up, his eyes filled with anger and fear. Meg stood in front of the car door, looking down at him, her gaze as cold as ice, devoid of warmth, a stark contrast to her earlier vibrant demeanor. I need to make a call. She said, her tone soft as if soothing a child, yet carrying a chilling sense of oppression. I have a phone, or I can lend it to you. The man stammered, attempting to appease her in hopes of escaping the trouble. She pulled out a silver cup from her bag, intricately engraved with runes glimmering coldly under the streetlight. She flashed him a sweet smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. Not that kind of call. In a flash, the blade glinted, too quick to trace. Blood gushed forth, splattering into the silver cup, the liquid inside slowly turning dark red, the runes glowing faintly with a red light from the blood seepage. As the driver collapsed, still convulsing, she had already jumped into the driver's seat, expertly starting the engine, the wheels crunching over the gravel with a deafening noise. Thank you for the ride, she said softly, her voice gentle, yet laced with a cruel smile. As she slammed the gas pedal, the white van surged forward like a wild beast, chasing after the black Impala, disappearing into the night. The night was as dark as ink, the highway stretching into the unknown distance with no end in sight. Yet in her eyes that strange smile never faded, as if a meticulously planned hunt had just begun. The sunset poured like molten iron over the vast wilderness of the Midwest, dyeing the sky and earth in a shocking shade of blood red. The utility poles stood like silent tombstones, rapidly retreating outside the car window. The golden waves of wheat rolled in the evening breeze, resembling a sleeping ocean shimmering with glistening reflections. Yet this magnificent scenery exuded an ominous tranquility. The black 1967 Chevrolet Impala roared down the straight highway like a beast, suppressing its growl. The engine emitted a dull roar, and the tires made a rhythmic clunk-clunk sound as they rolled over the cracks in the road, an especially jarring noise in this blood-soaked silence. In the passenger seat, Sam Winchester curled his long body, several sheets of cheap stationery swiped from a motel spread across his lap. The edges of the paper curled coarse to the touch. He gripped a well-worn ballpoint pen tightly, nearly frantically scribbling on the page. The pen tip glided across the paper, producing a rustling noise infused with a morbid obsession. The lines were chaotic and twisted, vaguely sketching the outline of a pair of eyes, amber with pupils seemingly ablaze with hellish sulfur, cold and savage, as if they could pierce through the barriers of the soul. Zhang Sheng, this otherworldly visitor occupying Dean's body, was observing his brother's almost self-destructive actions from the corner of his eye. Having completely immersed himself in the situation, Zhang Sheng, assuming the role of the elder brother, furrowed his brow tighter, the veins at his temples throbbing uncontrollably. Having seen it on television, he understood better than anyone. Sam's sudden visions were no mere coincidences, but often heralds of some supernatural threat. But this time merely relying on a pair of elusive eyes. This clue felt far too abstract, leaving him at a loss. Say that again, he said in a low voice laced with impatience born from repeated torment, his knuckles unconsciously tapping rapidly on the leather-wrapped steering wheel, because what you're saying makes absolutely no sense. That is an illusion, Dean. Sam didn't lift his eyes, pressing the pen harder, nearly piercing the thin paper. Yes, I understand that part, Professor X. Zhang Sheng scoffed, the sarcasm in his tone almost tangible. I mean, how do you know what's hunting Dad based on this? He raised his hand and slammed it against the steering wheel. Is it just relying on a pair of eyes? Sam, irritated, lifted his empty hand, pressing hard against his throbbing temples. The intense headache felt like a rusty chisel relentlessly pounding at his skull. The 2 aspirin swallowed before getting in the car were useless, making his stomach churn with a fiery nausea. I don't know what it is, he said, hoarsely, filled with exhaustion, yet carrying a strange certainty. I just recognized its eyes. That feeling is as familiar as if it were etched in my bones. Zhang Sheng turned his head, his gaze sharp as a scalpel, carrying the unique scrutiny and calmness of a traveler familiar. Like you've seen it with your own eyes before. No. Sam shook his head vigorously, his gaze locked on the chaotic lines on the sketch paper, as if seeking to extract the truth from them, not the monster itself. But those eyes. I must have seen them somewhere else. Oh. Zhang Sheng let out a sound from his nasal cavity, a thin veil of skepticism covering his tone. He simply couldn't believe such an instinctive, baseless accusation. Sam suddenly lifted his head, the suppressed rage exploding in his eyes. He had had enough of this disdain, fed up with how his brother always brushed things off so casually. He was angrier than Zhang Sheng, because he could feel that his brother was hiding something, deliberately avoiding some key information, yet always keeping his mouth shut. Zhang Sheng noticed the spark of anger igniting in his brother's eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily, quickly adopting a tone mixed with apology and calmness. All right. So what else did you see, besides those captivating eyes? Sam clenched his teeth roughly, stuffing the sketchbook into the storage compartment beneath the car door, making a loud thud. He suddenly lowered his head, frantically rummaging through the bulging backpack at his feet for his laptop, the zipper rattling loudly. It was dark there. The space was enormous, absurdly large, like a natural cave. There was a smell in the air, a mix of rust and decaying earth, choking and suffocating. Zhang Sheng almost laughed out loud, but forcefully held it back. He stared intently at the seemingly endless road ahead, the surface reflecting greasy light under the sunset, his voice icy enough to freeze the air. So, Dad is in a cave. He fled from Sacramento, California, to some unknown cave in the world. This logic is impeccable. Sam's expression instantly darkened, his gaze filled with the warning of an imminent explosion, causing the pressure in the entire car to drop. Zhang Sheng knew that Sam's sensitivity regarding their father John's whereabouts was a nerve he could not touch at this moment. All right, he feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders in an attempt to dissipate the suffocating atmosphere. Then let's start searching. Caves all over America, one by one. How does that sound? Sam remained silent, only letting out a suppressed cold snort from deep within his throat. He opened the laptop with a pop, the cold blue light of the screen reflecting on his pale, exhausted face, highlighting the dark circles under his eyes. His long fingers pounded the keyboard frantically, as if playing a tune of anxiety, producing a rapid and dense tap-tap sound. He had to prove that the vision was no mere imagination. Do you remember that zoo in Arkansas? Suddenly Sam spoke up, breaking the uncomfortable silence, his voice laced with an uncertain drift. Zhang Sheng raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. In that moment, memories surged like a warm current. Blinding sunlight, the elegant long neck of a giraffe, and that rare, unclouded, childlike smile on Sammy's face. It was one of their rare moments of calm, even spending all the 3 weeks' worth of grocery money John had given them on tickets and sickly sweet popcorn. He had never seen his brother so happy, temporarily casting aside the weight of hunting monsters and the shadow of their father's disappearance. Dude, the way you looked at the giraffe was like what? Zhang Sheng's mouth involuntarily curled into a genuine arc, his voice carrying a warmth long absent. But thinking back, it makes sense considering it was your distant cousin, all towering and goofy. Shut up. Sam rolled his eyes in annoyance, but the tense corners of his mouth softened slightly. But so what? Happy times are always fleeting, yet they are enough to become an indelible glimmer in the depths of memory. Sam refocused his attention on the computer screen, sliding his fingers over the touchpad, and the official website of the Little Rock Zoo popped up. He meticulously browsed through the animal photos, his gaze focused to the point of obsession, even his breathing becoming extremely light. I've definitely seen those eyes somewhere, he whispered, his tone unusually firm. Every time I think of it, I remember that visit to the zoo. There must be a connection between them. Zhang Sheng glanced at the screen, hurriedly remaining silent. He did not wish to discourage Sam, but the clue of eyes like a rhinoceros was absurdly ridiculous, leaving him at a loss. He only tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white from the strain, cold sweat seeping from his palms. The car was once again filled with silence, only the monotonous sound of Sam typing echoed. Zhang Sheng hesitated several times, wanting to speak, but stopping short. He glanced at Sam. His younger brother was completely absorbed in the light and shadows on the screen, his brow furrowed like a beast trapped in a labyrinth, anxiously searching for an exit. This was an opportunity, a perfect chance to completely obscure the matter of Cassius Cass. At this moment, Sam's mind was filled with thoughts of their father, illusions, and those damned eyes. He would not question Cass, nor would he inquire about the future, and he definitely would not delve into the secret that his brother's body had long since been occupied by a different soul. Zhang Sheng's fingers unconsciously and rapidly tapped on the steering wheel, his knees trembling slightly as a storm raged within him. He knew he could no longer hide it. Each concealment from the past had allowed the lies to snowball, ultimately suffocating everyone. But how should he say it? Say Cass is not a demon. Say he is an angel. Say no, he is not an ordinary angel, he is from the future currently within my body, while the real Dean has long since perished in hell. It was too absurd, too ridiculous, too insane. He absolutely could not allow Sam to mistake Cass for a demon, he simply could not. He knew that blue-eyed guy too well, though he always wore a cold expression and struggled to express himself if misunderstood by family. A deep pain would flash in those profound eyes that could almost feel human. But he also could not reveal the truth. That truth was too heavy, too disruptive. Sam might not be able to bear it, and might even view him as a monster possessed by an evil entity. I did not make a deal with him. He emphasized to himself inwardly, trying to find a shred of confidence. But what had he really done? Time travel, soul swapping, involving the survival of the future. These terms coiled around him like a curse, suffocating him. He was no longer the brother Sam knew. The Zhang Sheng who would tell bad jokes, steal his pocket money, and shield him from all dangers had died on a night he wished not to remember. And he, a soul from another world occupying this warm shell, always felt like a clumsy imitator unable to face Sam's unreserved trust. I am still your brother, he silently recited in his heart, yet he could not even convince himself. Am I really still? Sam would ask him questions he could not answer, press buttons he dared not touch, and tear open the wounds he had barely stitched with lies. But now they had more urgent matters to find John. Perhaps they could wait a little longer until they found their father, until the current crisis was resolved. There would surely be a more appropriate time. Zhang Sheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to stop trembling, gripping the steering wheel tightly again, his knuckles turning white. Sam remained fixated on the screen, completely oblivious to the tsunami raging within his brother. That's it. Sam's voice suddenly rose, filled with an almost ecstatic pitch, sharply tearing through the silence of the car. He gripped the sides of the laptop, tightly leaning forward, as if his face was about to touch the screen, his eyes wide open, pupils dilated with excitement. Zhang Sheng turned his head sharply at the exclamation, following Sam's almost manic gaze. In the center of the screen was a close-up photo of an African white rhinoceros eye, deep amber iris, murky and savage, as if ancient flames were frozen in the depths of the pupil, astonishingly similar to the eye Sam had described. You must be joking. Zhang Sheng's brow furrowed into a knot, his tone filled with disbelief. He simply could not connect the monster chasing after John with a rhinoceros. But Sam's gaze told him he was serious. The determination and excitement in those eyes were not fake. Zhang Sheng glanced at the screen again, pulling a sarcastic smile, saying with 7 parts irony and 3 parts absurdity, so, a rhinoceros is chasing our father, known as the hunter. Yes, that is quite ironic, I admit. The hunter is being hunted by the prey. Sam replied earnestly. Sam was furious, abruptly turning the laptop toward Zhang Sheng, nearly pushing the screen into his face. That is not a rhinoceros. It just has those eyes. It is larger, more aggressive. Zhang Sheng wisely closed his mouth, letting out a vague hum from his throat, no longer provoking him further. He knew that at this moment any rebuttal would only add fuel to the fire. Sam ignored his sarcasm, closed his eyes, straining to piece together the full image of the monster from those chaotic fragments of memory. A violent headache struck again. He gritted his teeth in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he persisted firmly, his fists clenched tightly. They are angrier. And have no horns. He murmured, his voice muffled yet exceptionally certain. Perhaps they have fangs, long gleaming. Zhang Sheng scoffed coldly, the sarcasm growing stronger. A hornless tusked rhinoceros mammoth hybrid. And it is chasing after our father. This plot is enough to write a surreal novel. Sam gritted his teeth, ignoring his brother's derision, reopened his eyes, and his fingers flew across the keyboard once more. He did not care about the mockery. He only knew that the truth hidden behind those eyes was waiting for him to uncover. 3 days later, in Sacramento, California. In the north of the city, on the edge of an abandoned warehouse district, stood a lonely old phone booth. This was reportedly the last known location of John Winchester, and the final effective clue the Winchester brothers had tracked. The phone booth stood empty amidst waist-high weeds, thick dust covering the glass, obscuring the view inside. The receiver hung askew, the phone line drooping loosely. The entire booth exuded an air of abandonment and desolation. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the wild grass could be heard. What now? Zhang Sheng leaned against the sturdy hood of the Impala, arms crossed over his chest, his tone calm, yet laced with a hint of subtle probing. He wanted to know how long Sam's faith could hold in the face of this abrupt interruption of clues. Sam turned his head, his eyes weaving together disappointment, worry, and intense unwillingness like a beast trapped in a trap. I don't know. How so? You thought he would just sit in the phone booth waiting for you. That Sam Winchester who always has contingency plans would say, I don't know. He was not intentionally cold. He was simply genuinely surprised. His brother, who could always think of plan B, plan C no matter how dire the situation, was now displaying such a bewildered expression. Sam shot him a fierce glare, his gaze mixed with hurt and anger, his tone icy. I am not a god, Dean. I can also be lost at times. He knew he should have anticipated this result. He even darkly thought that finding their father's corpse here would be better than the current, endless, maddening unknown. At least that would be a conclusion. Then let's follow the old ways. Zhang Sheng shrugged, his tone tinged with a sense of resigned self-mockery. Treat this like an ordinary case. Knock on doors and ask questions like the least efficient hunters. Someone must know where he went. We cannot just wait like this. Zhang Sheng looked at him, his gaze complex, as he weighed the situation for a few seconds before finally nodding. All right, let's start from the gas station across the street. There are many people there, and maybe someone remembers something. They crossed the empty road, their steps heavy. Zhang Sheng glanced at his brother's tense profile and bloodshot eyes, suddenly speaking in a low voice, yet carrying a strange, soothing power. We will find him, Sammy. Sam's footsteps paused imperceptibly for a moment. Then he turned sharply to look at him, his gaze cold and tinged with resistance. It's Sam. The subsequent search, without surprise, fell into a deadlock. The gas station clerk had a vague impression of a weary, middle-aged man who had made a call there, but after finishing the call, the man disappeared around the corner, leaving no trace. The convenience store surveillance footage captured a blurry figure resembling John, but the quality was so poor it looked like a mosaic, making it impossible to identify, and subsequent clues were completely cut off. John Winchester had evaporated without a trace, like a drop of water merging into the desert. They had completely lost their direction. That night, in a small, dimly lit and outdated restaurant on the outskirts of Sacramento, Zhang Sheng almost forcibly dragged Sam inside. Earlier, his brother stubbornly wanted to continue wandering aimlessly on the streets until exhaustion set in. The air in the restaurant was thick with the smell of fried food mixed with coffee, while old country music flowed slowly from the jukebox in the corner. Listen, Zhang Sheng sat down in a booth, leaning forward with a low voice that carried an undeniable authority. We need to stop, catch our breath, and reorganize our clues rather than exhausting ourselves like headless flies. Dean, Dad doesn't have time for us to catch our breath. Sam slammed his fist on the table, causing the cutlery to clatter, his voice trembling with agitation. He is being hunted. Something could happen every minute. Zhang Sheng calmly met his gaze, his eyes sharp. If we keep running around like headless flies without finding him, it won't help him at all. And I'm sure he's not here. He paused, his tone softening. Let's go to Bobby's. He might have tracking spells or other leads we don't know about. It's better than just wasting time here. Sam didn't speak, but didn't protest vehemently either. He just leaned heavily back into the booth like a beast drained of strength, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. A cheerful waitress named Christy, wearing a name tag, approached with a menu, greeting them warmly. Good evening, what would you like to eat? Our burgers and apple pie are the specialties. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Sam's face for a moment. Zhang Sheng coldly ordered 2 burgers and coffee, quickly sending her away. Once the waitress walked off, Zhang Sheng continued. We will find him, Sam, I promise. I will never give up. But you know as well as I do that if he's trying to hide, we won't find him by just knocking on doors with fake FBI badges. Sam shot him a glance, remaining silent, but the tension in his shoulders seemed to ease by a millimeter. Zhang Sheng looked out at the lights in the parking lot, taking a deep breath, preparing to persuade Sam to accept the plan to go to Bobby's. About that thing, the monster with rhino eyes. He changed the topic, trying to divert Sam's anxiety. It may not be related to the yellow-eyed demon. Demons usually aren't interested in beasts, they have bigger schemes. So it could just be an ordinary hunt that hit a tough spot. Sam sat up straighter, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes, but he had to admit that there was some truth to this. If that's the case, we should check if there have been any similar beast attack reports in the area. No, Zhang Sheng shook his head. If Dad is on the run, we shouldn't just focus on here. We should broaden our search along possible routes. Maybe he left some markers. Sam nodded, pulling out his phone to search for news about unusual events in the surrounding area. Just then the bell on the restaurant door rang with a crisp ding. Sam instinctively looked up. In the next second, it felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen. Meg Masters walked in. She wore that signature black leather jacket, her short hair neatly styled, her hawk-like gaze sweeping the room and finally locking onto their table with pinpoint accuracy. A smirk, a mix of mockery and coldness, curled at the corners of her lips. It's impossible. Sam's voice dropped to a near whisper, filled with disbelief and horror. Zhang Sheng turned around instantly, his complexion changing drastically, his body entering a state of high alert. As someone who knew the plot, he understood the danger this woman posed better than Sam. She was the embodiment of trouble. Damn it, He muttered under his breath, his hand quietly reaching for the gun holster under his armpit. When did Meg 1-0 activate? How did we not receive any warning? His fingers brushed against the cold grip of the Colt 1911, his heart racing in his chest, his gaze fixed on every movement of Meg. We need to get out of here. He lowered his voice, quickly scanning the environment for an escape route. The restaurant was cramped and the exits were limited. Hey kids, don't rush to leave. Meg laughed lightly, smoothly sliding into the booth opposite them, her posture relaxed, as if attending a reunion with an old friend, but her eyes were as cold as a viper, malice not concealed at all. A faint yet unmistakable metallic sound came from under the table. Zhang Sheng had discreetly clicked off the safety of his gun. Meg seemed utterly oblivious, even deliberately moving her leg closer to Sam, her tone disturbingly intimate. Dean, is this how you treat your guests? Drawing knives and guns right upon meeting. Zhang Sheng merely pressed his lips together tightly, the gun steadily aimed at her direction beneath the table, his eyes unwavering. Sam instinctively shifted back, trying to create distance. Meg shot him a glance, deliberately winking with the eye that bore a bruise, a souvenir from their last unpleasant encounter. So Sam, Dean, Meg smiled, her fingertips rhythmically tapping on the table. We need to talk. I don't think we have anything to discuss. Zhang Sheng replied coldly. Just as she was about to speak, the waitress Christy approached with a tray, still wearing a professional radiant smile. Here are your burgers. Do you want to try our apple pie? Freshly baked, very. You're so kind. Meg interrupted her with a smile, her gaze shifting to Christy, her eyes suddenly deep and filled with a strange, enchanting power. How about this? Why don't you join us? Christy's smile instantly froze, her eyes becoming hollow and vacant, her body seemingly bound by invisible ropes frozen in place. A strange gurgling sound escaped her throat, her face turning from red to a shade of purple, her hands gripping the tray tightly, her knuckles turning white. Zhang Sheng's pupils dilated, the gun barrel beneath the table slightly raised, but he hesitated to fire. Stop it! Sam shouted sharply, flames of anger igniting in his eyes. Meg slowly turned her head, her gaze narrowing dangerously. Stop. Or, tell me your sources of information. About John Winchester and that monster with rhino eyes. Christy began to tremble uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face, clearly in immense pain. Stop! Sam shouted again, his voice tinged with desperation. We'll tell you. Let her go. Meg's lips curled into a satisfied smile as her fingertip moved ever so slightly. The invisible restraints on Christy vanished instantly, and she crumpled to the ground like a pile of mush, gasping for air, scrambling towards the kitchen without daring to look back. Meg smiled leisurely, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the Winchester brothers, her tone laced with playful mockery. See, wouldn't it have been better to cooperate from the start? Now let's start over, shall we? Tell me everything you know. The sunset melted into a thick, blood-red hue, splattering across the vast wilderness of the Midwest, dyeing everything in the world with an eerie crimson. The utility poles passed by the car window like silent gravestones, while the fields undulated in the evening breeze, resembling a sleeping golden sea shimmering with glistening waves. The Impala sped down the highway, its engine emitting a deep, muffled roar, as if it too were suppressing some impending unrest. The tires rolled over the cracks in the pavement, producing a crisp thud that echoed sharply in the quiet dusk. Sam curled up in the passenger seat, a stack of hotel stationery spread across his lap, the edges of the paper curled and bearing the rough texture unique to cheap sheets. He gripped a worn ballpoint pen in his hand, almost frantically scribbling something on the paper, the lines chaotic and twisted, yet imbued with a morbid obsession. Those were the eyes from his memory, amber burning with a sulphurous gleam, cold and savage, as if they could pierce through the soul. Zhang Sheng caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, his brow furrowing tighter, the veins at his temple pulsing slightly. As the traverser occupying Zhang Sheng's body, he understood better than anyone that Sam's hallucinations were certainly not baseless, yet the illogical descriptions were truly hard to grasp. Say that again, because what you're saying makes no sense at all. His voice was low, tinged with a hint of impatience from repeated torment, as his fingers unconsciously tapped on the steering wheel, the rhythm urgent. It's an illusion, Dean. Sam did not lift his head, the pen tip screeching across the paper, pressing hard enough to almost pierce through. Yes, I understand that part, Professor X. Zhang Sheng sneered, his tone laced with sarcasm. I'm talking about how you know that the thing chasing my father is just based on a pair of eyes. No. Sam rubbed his temple irritably, pressing his fingers against the throbbing veins. The headache felt like a rusty chisel pounding back and forth inside his skull, a dull pain that was unbearable. The 2 aspirin he swallowed when getting in the car barely provided any relief, but instead caused a slight burning sensation in his stomach. I don't know what that is. His voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of fatigue. I just recognized its eyes. The feeling was too real, as if etched into my bones. Just like you've seen them before. Zhang Sheng glanced at him, his eyes sharp as a blade, scrutinizing like a traverser would. No. Sam shook his head, his gaze fixed on the twisted lines on the sketch paper, as if he could unearth the truth from that crude outline. It's not that I've seen the monster itself, it's just that pair of eyes. I must have seen them somewhere. Zhang Sheng's tone was filled with suspicion, like a thin layer of ice over a boiling current, as he found it hard to believe such an ethereal intuition. Sam suddenly looked up, his rage exploding in an instant, sparks of suppressed fire bursting forth from his eyes. He had had enough of this disdain, this careless indifference. He was angrier than Zhang Sheng, because he knew his brother was hiding something, deliberately avoiding certain key information, yet refused to speak. But Zhang Sheng caught the flames in his eyes, a slight smirk tugging at his lips, his tone softening. Then what else did you see? Besides the eyes. Sam clenched his teeth, shoving the sketchbook forcefully into the door's crevice, the paper making a loud rustling noise. He bent down to rummage through the bag by his feet for his laptop, the zipper pulled swiftly with urgency. It was very dark there, the space was vast, truly vast, like a deep cave, with a mixture of rust and decayed earth in the air that choked the throat. So Dad is hiding in a cave. Zhang Sheng nearly laughed, but forced it down, his gaze fixed ahead on the extending road, glistening under the sunset like oil, the voice cold as ice. So he ran all the way from Sacramento, California, to hide in the world's largest cave. This logic is simply perfect. Sam's face darkened instantly, a warning of imminent eruption in his eyes, the pressure around him dropping slightly. Zhang Sheng knew he had stepped on a landmine. Concerning their father's whereabouts was Sam's most sensitive nerve at the moment. All right, he shrugged, his tone deliberately lighthearted, trying to defuse the awkwardness. Let's start searching for caves, every cave in America, one by one. How about that? Sam said nothing more, merely huffed heavily. He opened his laptop, the cold light of the screen reflecting on his pale face, accentuating the dark circles under his eyes. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard like tapping some ancient code, producing a rapid tap-tap sound. He needed to prove himself. He had to prove that the illusion was certainly not a fabrication. Do you remember the zoo we went to in Arkansas? Sam suddenly broke the silence in the car, his voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. Zhang Sheng raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. In that moment, memories surged like a tide. Blinding sunlight, the long neck of a giraffe, Sam's face lit with excitement like a child's. Those were rare, peaceful days. They spent the 3 weeks of food allowance John gave them entirely on tickets and sickeningly sweet popcorn. Zhang Sheng had never seen his brother so purely happy, without the pressure of hunting demons, without the shadow of their father's disappearance. Dude, your expression when you saw the giraffe was bright like the stars. Zhang Sheng laughed, his voice carrying a long-lost warmth like the rare sunlight in winter. It makes sense to think that after all you're their distant cousin, sharing the same long legs and silly face. Shut up. Sam rolled his eyes, but the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight curve, the shadows in his eyes dissipating somewhat. But so what? Happiness is always fleeting, yet enough to become a light in memories. Sam stared at the computer screen, his fingers gliding over the mouse, the page for Little Rock Zoo popping up. He browsed through animal photos one by one, his gaze intensely focused to the point of obsession. Even his breathing was extremely light. I know I've seen those eyes before, he whispered, his tone resolute. I always think back to that trip. Every time I think of those eyes, fragments of a zoo flash in my mind. Zhang Sheng glanced at the screen, hurriedly saying nothing. He didn't want to interrupt, nor did he want to encourage. After all, the clue of eyes like a rhino was simply too absurd. He merely tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his knuckles turning pale from the force, fine cold sweat beating in his palms. The car fell silent once more, only the sound of Sam's keystrokes echoed. Zhang Sheng tried to speak several times, but the words caught in his throat. He glanced at Sam. His brother was entirely focused on the screen, brow furrowed like a beast trapped in a maze, eager to find an exit. This was an opportunity, an excellent chance to completely clear Cassius' name. Sam was now filled with thoughts of their father, the illusion, those damned eyes. He wouldn't question Cass, wouldn't inquire about the future, and certainly wouldn't probe into the secret of this intruder within himself. Zhang Sheng's fingers unconsciously tapped on the steering wheel, his knees trembling slightly, an intense storm brewing within. He knew he shouldn't let go. He had let go too many times before, and each time the lies snowballed, ultimately crushing them all. But how could he say it? Cass isn't a demon. He's an angel. No, not an ordinary angel. He's one who crossed over from the future, possessing me, while the original Zhang Sheng has already perished in hell. Absurd. Ridiculous. Insane. He cannot let Sam think that Cass is a demon, absolutely not. He knows that blue-eyed angel too well, who, despite being cold and unexpressive if misunderstood by family, that deep blue gaze would flash with an almost human pain tightening one's heart. But he cannot speak the truth. The truth is too heavy, too subversive. Sam might not be able to accept it, and could even see him as a monster possessed by a demon. I did not make a deal. He silently repeated in his mind, trying to convince himself. But what did he really do? Time travel. Soul exchange. The destruction of the future. These terms wrapped around him like a spell, suffocating him. He was no longer the brother that Sam knew. The Zhang Sheng who would tell bad jokes, steal his pocket money, and protect him from harm had long since died on a night he did not wish to remember. And he, a soul from another world, occupied this shell, yet could never truly integrate, unable to face Sam's pure trust. "I am still your brother," he said in his mind, but his tone was filled with uncertainty. But is it really true? Sam would ask questions he could not answer, press buttons he dared not touch, and tear open the wounds stitched together with lies. And now they had something more important to do: find John. He could talk about it another day. Once they found their father and the crisis was resolved, there would always be a suitable moment. Zhang Sheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to stop trembling, his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly, knuckles turning white. Sam was still staring at the screen, completely unaware that his brother was experiencing a storm within. "That's it." Sam's voice suddenly rose, filled with a tremor of almost ecstatic excitement, breaking the silence in the car. He held the sides of the screen tightly, leaning forward, as if about to dive into the computer, his eyes fixed on the center of the screen, pupils dilating. Zhang Sheng turned his head sharply, following his gaze. In the center of the screen was a close-up of an African white rhinoceros eyes, deep amber, murky and savage, like two pools of solidified flames, almost identical to the eyes Sam described. "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Sheng frowned, disbelief lacing his tone. He could not possibly connect the monster chasing John with the rhinoceros. Sam's gaze told him he was not joking, yet the determination and excitement in his eyes were real. Zhang Sheng glanced again at the screen, shrugged, a mix of sarcasm and absurdity. "So, a rhinoceros is chasing Dad? Well, that's indeed a bit ironic, I admit. It's the hunter being hunted. Dean, I am serious." Sam was furious. He abruptly turned the computer towards Zhang Sheng, the screen nearly touching his face. "It is not a rhinoceros, it just has those eyes, but it is larger and more aggressive than a rhinoceros." Zhang Sheng wisely fell silent, only emitting a soft grunt without further rebuttal. He knew that arguing with Sam at this moment was futile. Only concrete evidence could calm him. Ignoring his brother's mockery, Sam closed his eyes, trying to piece together the complete outline of that beast from fragments of memory. A violent headache struck again. He grimaced, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, his fingertips tightly clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. "They are angrier. And have no horns," he muttered, his voice blurred, but filled with certainty. "Maybe they have fangs. Something long, gleaming with cold light." "Fantastic," Zhang Sheng scoffed with even more sarcasm in his tone. "A hornless, saber-toothed rhinoceros mammoth. And it's chasing after Dad. This plot could be written into an absurd novel." Sam gritted his teeth, ignoring his brother's jibe, reopening his eyes, his fingers flying over the keyboard, once more continuing to search for similar biological data. He did not care about his brother's sarcasm. He only knew that those eyes were waiting for him, somewhere waiting for him to uncover the truth. 3 days later, Sacramento. They stood beside a phone booth outside an abandoned warehouse in the northern part of the city, the last place John was seen, and the final clue they had tracked. The phone booth was empty, the glass covered in thick dust, obscuring the view inside. At that moment, the receiver hung askew, the cable drooping down like an abandoned corpse, exuding an air of decay and desolation. Around them, the weeds grew waist-high, swaying in the wind, making a rustling sound, as if whispering secrets unknown to anyone. "What do we do now?" Zhang Sheng leaned against the Impala's body, arms crossed, his tone calm, yet hiding a hint of probing. He wanted to know how long Sam could hold on in the face of a broken lead. Sam turned back, his eyes interwoven with disappointment, worry, and reluctance, like a trapped beast. "I don't know." His voice was hoarse, tinged with a sense of helplessness. Zhang Sheng frowned, straightened up, surprise in his tone. "What did you think he would just wait for you in the phone booth?" The ever-prepared Sam, would he really be clueless? He was not deliberately cold, he was just genuinely surprised. Sam, who could always think of a plan B no matter what difficulties he faced, was now showing such a bewildered expression. Sam shot him a fierce glare, his eyes filled with hurt and anger, his tone icy. "I am not a god. I too can have times when I cannot find a lead." He knew he should have expected this. He even fantasized about finding their father's corpse here, anything better than aimlessly searching like this. At least it would provide a clear outcome rather than being tormented by invisible anxiety, as he was now. "Let's treat it as a case." He shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of self-deprecation. "Knock on doors one by one, ask around like the most ordinary hunters. Someone must go check where he went. We can't just give up." Zhang Sheng looked at him, his expression complicated as he weighed his options, for a moment finally nodding. "All right, let's start at the gas station across the street. It has a lot of foot traffic. Maybe we can find out something." They crossed the street, their steps heavy, each step felt like treading on cotton. Zhang Sheng glanced at his brother, seeing his tense profile and the red veins in his eyes, suddenly said, "We will find him, Sam." Sam paused abruptly, turned to look at him, his gaze cold as ice, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible resistance. I am Sam, not Sammy. They searched through all the clues they could think of. The gas station clerk remembered a weary man who made a call here dressed in a dark coat, looking haggard, who turned and vanished at the street corner after the call, never to return. The convenience store surveillance captured a blurry figure somewhat resembling John, but the quality was too poor to make an identification, and there was no further trace. Zhang Winchester, like a drop of water falling into a scorching desert, evaporated completely, leaving no excess trace behind. They were utterly trapped in despair. That night outside Sacramento, in a dilapidated little diner, Zhang Sheng almost dragged Sam inside. His brother refused to stop searching, wanting to continue aimlessly wandering the streets until he collapsed from exhaustion. The diner was dimly lit with yellowing posters on the walls, an old record player playing soothing country music, and the air filled with the aroma of hamburgers and the burnt scent of coffee. Listen, Zhang Sheng said, leaning forward in the booth, his voice low but firm. We need to regroup, take a break, and organize our clues instead of flailing around like headless flies. Dean, Dad doesn't have time for us to regroup. Sam slammed his fist on the table, knuckles white, his voice trembling with agitation. He's being hunted. Every minute we waste puts him in more danger. Sam, Zhang Sheng replied calmly, meeting his gaze with sharp and steady eyes. If we can't find him, it won't help him at all. And we won't find him here. He paused, softening his tone with a hint of reassurance. Let's go to Bobby's. Maybe he has tracking spells or some other way. It's better than blindly guessing here. Sam fell silent, but he didn't argue anymore, only letting out a heavy sigh. He leaned back in the booth like a beast, utterly exhausted, staring vacantly ahead as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. A waitress approached, beaming her name tag reading Christie. She winked at Sam, handing over the menu with a sweet voice. What would you two like to eat? Our hamburgers and apple pie are quite famous. Zhang Sheng coolly ordered 2 hamburgers and 2 cups of coffee, his tone distant, earning an annoyed glance from the girl, but he said nothing more and turned away. Once she had walked away, Zhang Sheng spoke again. We will find him, Sam, okay? I won't give up. But you know this person just as well as I do. If he's deliberately hiding, we won't be able to find him, at least not by going door to door and flashing fake FBI badges. Sam glanced at him, remained silent, but the tension in his shoulders noticeably eased, and his tone softened considerably. Zhang Sheng looked out the window. The parking lot was dimly lit with cars coming and going, creating the unique noise of a city night. He took a deep breath, preparing to continue persuading his brother to agree to rest at Bobby's. About that creature with rhinoceros eyes, he switched the topic, trying to divert Sam's attention. It may not be related to the yellow-eyed demon. Demons usually do not get entangled with those beasts that prowl at night. They have more significant conspiracies. So perhaps it was just a hunting mishap and Dad encountered a mutated beast. Sam straightened his posture, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, but he had to admit that there was some truth in Zhang Sheng's words. If that's the case, we should look into the nearby cases and see if there are any reports of similar beasts attacking. No, Zhang Sheng shook his head, his tone firm. If Dad is on the run, we can't just search here. We should check further afield along the highways. Maybe we can find some clues he left behind. Sam nodded, pulling out his phone to search for reports of unusual incidents around the area, his fingers quickly gliding across the screen. Christie brought the drinks, still smiling brightly, and when she set down the cups, she even smiled at Sam again. Just as Sam was about to thank her, the diner's doorbell rang, the clear, dingling sound breaking the tranquility inside. He instinctively looked up. He froze in an instant, as if the blood in his veins had solidified. Meg Masters walked in. She wore that signature black leather jacket, her short hair neat, and her eyes sharp, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. She scanned the room, her gaze quickly landing on them, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth, laced with mockery and coldness. Impossible. Sam whispered, disbelief filling his voice. He never expected to encounter her here. Zhang Sheng turned around, instantly following his gaze, his expression changing drastically, his body tensing up like a drawn bow. As a traveler, he understood Meg's danger better than Sam. This woman was synonymous with trouble. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, keeping his voice low. When did Meg 10 go live? How did we have no idea? His hand had already moved toward the gun at his waist, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal, his heart racing, keeping a wary eye on Meg's every move. We need to get out of here quickly, he said quietly, his gaze scanning the surroundings for the best escape route. The diner was small, with only one front door and a side door leading to the kitchen, making it difficult to leave quietly. All right, kids, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Meg said with a light laugh, smoothly sliding into the booth, unceremoniously sitting next to Sam. Her posture was relaxed, like she was meeting an old friend, but her gaze was as cold and venomous as a snake, full of undisguised malice. Under the table, the faint sound of a gun being chambered came from Zhang Sheng pulling the slide. The subtle movement did not escape Meg's ears. She paid no mind, even deliberately shaking her leg, leaning closer to Sam, her tone suggestive. Dean, is this how you treat a lady? Drawing blades and guns at first sight isn't very gentlemanly. Zhang Sheng merely frowned, the gun steady, and aimed at her chest, his gaze icy, not showing any sign of relaxing. What do you want? Sam slowly shifted his body back, trying to distance himself from Meg, his eyes filled with vigilance and disgust. She shot a glance at Sam, winking at him with the eye that bore a bruise, left from their last encounter, which had now become her weapon of provocation. So Sam, Dean. Meg smiled, her fingers lightly tapping the table, the rhythm upbeat, but filled with an oppressive aura. We need to talk. I really don't believe we have anything to discuss, Zhang Sheng replied coldly, his tone filled with rejection. He knew too well the consequences of entangling with Meg, which would only bring endless trouble. Just as she was about to speak, Christy approached with a tray, still smiling brightly. Here come your hamburgers. Would you like to add a side? I can have the kitchen Russian apple pie. Oh, it's really amazing. You're just wonderful. Meg interrupted her with a smile, her gaze shifting to the waitress, her eyes suddenly taking on a strange quality, imbued with a captivating power. Why don't you join us? Christie's smile instantly froze on her face, her eyes turning vacant, her body seemingly bound by invisible ropes, unable to move. Her throat tightened, breathing became difficult, her face flushed, red hands gripping the tray, tightly, knuckles turning white. Zhang Sheng's pupils constricted, the gun's aim slightly shifting, but he didn't dare to fire, fearing to injure the innocent waitress. What have you done to her? Stop it! Sam shouted angrily, his voice filled with rage. He could not stand seeing the innocent involved in such actions. Meg slowly turned her head, her eyes dangerous, her tone icy. Stop! Or tell me your sources about John Winchester's whereabouts and that creature with rhinoceros horns. Christy began to sob, tears falling uncontrollably, her body trembling slightly, looking utterly distressed. Stop! Sam shouted again, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. We will tell you everything we know. Let her go. Meg's lips curled into a triumphant smile, her fingertip flicking lightly, and the binding on Christy vanished instantly. The waitress collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, tears mixing with sweat, as she staggered up, casting a terrified glance at Meg before turning and sprinting into the kitchen, never to return. Meg smiled, her gaze drifting between the two brothers teasingly, like a cat toying with a mouse. It would have been better to do it this way from the start. Now let's try again, shall we? Tell me what you know. His name is Cass. Sam. Zhang Sheng shouted sharply, his voice low, like a blade slicing through glass, with an extreme warning. His heart raced wildly in his chest, almost breaking free from the confines of his ribs. Inside, turmoil raged. 10 years later, Sam might see through everything, like reading a book, perceiving the other soul within him. But the current Sam at 22, just returned from Stanford, knew nothing about hunting hell or the cruel future. He shouldn't have to bear such heavy secrets. He trusted Sam, willing to put his back in his brother's care. But he feared that the name that slipped out would be like the key to Pandora's box, dragging all of them into an irreversible abyss. Meg squinted, a cold smile tugging at her lips, her eyes filled with scrutiny. You need to show some real skill, Sammy. Just spouting a name won't suffice to dismiss me. Just as she finished speaking, Christie's throat tightened again, letting out a painful whimper, her face turning from red to purple, looking like she was about to suffocate. Sam raised his hands, his tone urgent. That's all we know, I swear. He has been communicating with Dean, issuing commands through illusions, guiding us to find Dad. He stole a glance at his brother. Zhang Sheng's eyes remained cold and unmoving, but his knuckles were white from gripping tightly, veins bulging. We don't know who he is, or what he is. Is he an angel, a demon, or something else? We have no idea. Meg glared at Zhang Sheng fiercely, her gaze like a venomous dagger as the waitress' breath grew weaker, her body beginning to convulse. Dean, is this true? She asked slowly, her tone carrying an undeniable pressure. Are you saying my brother is lying? Zhang Sheng retorted through gritted teeth, keeping the gun steadily aimed at her, his finger resting on the trigger, ready to fire. Sam never lies, especially in such life-and-death situations. Meg rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If I believed that a few hunters would act on voices popping into their heads, I would be insane. No one would believe your words, not even a ghost. She tightened her invisible grip again, causing Christie's face to turn a deep purple, her eyes rolling back as tears and saliva mixed and slid down her cheeks, a pitiful sight. He gave me no choice. Zhang Sheng's voice was hoarse, tinged with barely perceptible pain. He forcibly intruded into my consciousness, leaving me no alternative but to comply otherwise. The consequences would be unimaginable. Interesting. Meg sneered, her eyes glinting with amusement. It seems you are merely a pawn controlled by others. Truly pathetic. Zhang Sheng tightened his finger on the trigger, his knuckles turning white, but Meg merely chuckled, unafraid. She suddenly turned her head and Christy let out a final faint whimper, her body slumping weakly to the ground. Where is John? Meg's tone suddenly turned cold, delivering a final ultimatum. We don't know. Zhang Sheng replied immediately, his tone resolute, showing no hesitation. He really doesn't know, Sam added sincerely. We tracked him here, and the clues just stopped. If we knew Dad's whereabouts, we would have gone to find him long ago, not waste time here with you. Meg slowly shifted her body, arms crossed over her chest, scrutinizing them like an interrogator. All right, it's settled then. She suddenly reached into Sam's pocket, her movements as quick as lightning. Sam attempted to resist, but an invisible force pinned him firmly against the chair, rendering him immobile, forced to watch as she pulled out his phone, a lewd smile spreading across her face. Zhang Sheng snatched the phone away, gripping it tightly in his hand as Meg narrowed her eyes, her tone icy. You need to call Dad and have him tell you where he is. Otherwise, the fate of this little waitress will serve as a warning for you all. I don't think so, Zhang Sheng chuckled coldly, his tone filled with confident certainty. That little Mary Sue is really unfortunate to stumble upon our affair. Meg's gaze turned cold again as she raised her hand, aiming once more at the crumpled Christy on the ground. Christy was completely suffocating, her eyes rolling back, her body convulsing violently, tears streaming down her face as she appeared on the verge of death. Look, Zhang Sheng leaned forward slowly, the gun barrel pressed against the edge of the table, his voice low and dangerous. You can kill everyone here, but you will still end up dead. And I will personally send you to hell with a Colt pistol, a single shot to obliterate you, leaving your soul to scatter forever, unable to reincarnate. He tapped the barrel against the table, producing a thud sound, each strike resonating like a hammer on Meg's heart. You wouldn't be foolish enough to enter knowing I had a Colt with me, would you? Meg narrowed her eyes, suspicion filling her gaze. You're bluffing. A Colt is too precious. You wouldn't easily bring it into such a crowded place where eyes are everywhere. If exposed, the consequences would be dire. A white van, Nebraska license, plate number Neb 7391. Zhang Sheng's gaze turned icy as he enunciated the information. Do you want me to repeat it, or should I show you the footage from the dashcam? Meg's face instantly paled, a flicker of panic in her eyes. She had indeed seen that white van, always assuming it was just a regular means of transportation, never realizing it concealed a Colt. You didn't even realize I was tailing you. She forced herself to appear calm, sneering to mask the turmoil within. You followed us from the bus station, don't think you've done it seamlessly. Zhang Sheng chuckled coldly, a hint of mockery in his tone. I saw your black sedan in the rearview mirror long ago, trailing us the entire way, full of flaws. A flicker of uncertainty finally crossed Meg's gaze, her calm facade shattering. In that moment, the black mist in her eyes suddenly dissipated like shadows driven away by sunlight. Meg's body slumped against the booth like a vessel emptied of its soul, her eyes closed, devoid of all vitality. Christy gasped, suddenly unleashing a heart-wrenching scream, her voice piercing, echoing in the cramped diner. Grab her! Zhang Sheng shouted lowly, swiftly dragging Meg's body out of the booth, his movements quick and decisive. Sam reacted swiftly, stepping forward immediately with one on each side. They hoisted Meg's arms and crashed through the diner's back door, plunging into the thick night. Behind them, the sound of police sirens grew closer and closer, piercing the night's tranquility. Clearly someone had called the police. You didn't bring the Colt in, did you? Sam sat in the passenger seat of the Impala, certainty lacing his tone as he turned to look at Zhang Sheng, who was driving. Zhang Sheng remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding, admitting, I was bluffing. The Colt was hidden in the van, not on me. Sam closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, his tone laced with helplessness and fear. You're betting all our lives as well as that waitress' life. If Meg doesn't fall for it, we all die here. But we won. Zhang Sheng tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white, his tone resolute. A demon is first and foremost a self-preserver, and only then an evildoer. They cherish their lives, and once they sense impending death, they will recoil. It's in their nature. They delivered the unconscious Meg to the hospital's emergency entrance, placing her in a prominent spot to ensure she would be promptly discovered by medical personnel. Sam crouched down, pulling out his special paint from his pocket, and drew a protective tattoo against possession on the inner side of Meg's wrist, his strokes firm and skilled, each line imbued with unique power. She will come back. Sam stood up, gazing at the brightly lit emergency door of the hospital, his tone filled with certainty. Meg won't give up easily, and the forces behind her won't let it go either. Then we'll wait for her return. Zhang Sheng lit a cigarette, the flame flickering in the night, reflecting the fatigue and determination in his eyes. Next time we encounter her, I won't give her any chance. That night, local news reported on the double-armed kidnapping case, showing footage from the diner's surveillance cameras along with vague descriptions of the suspects by the police. But the eyewitness testimonies were a chaotic mess. Some said it was a kidnapping while others claimed it was a rescue. Some saw guns while others only witnessed endless fear. Some described the suspects as ruthless, while others said they were merely fleeing in panic. Ultimately, this case was categorized as an unusual case due to the chaotic clues and contradictory witness testimonies collecting dust in a corner of the police station, forgotten by all. In the deep night at the motel, After Sam waited for Zhang Sheng to fall asleep, he quietly got up and walked into the cramped bathroom. He closed the door behind him, isolating himself from the outside world. Standing before the mirror, he braced his hands on the cold sink's edge, staring at his pale and weary face reflected back at him. Water droplets from the faucet dripped onto the tiles, each drip echoing sharply in the quiet bathroom. Suddenly blood began to trickle from his nose, without warning splattering into the white sink, blooming into a dazzling crimson flower. He closed his eyes forcibly, descending into that recurring illusion. Darkness, a deep cave, and those amber eyes burning like sulfur. This time he saw more clearly. His father was running frantically ahead. Ragged and blood-soaked, heavy footsteps echoed behind him like the death knell of the Reaper. He heard his father scream, his voice hoarse and desperate. "Run, Sam, run. Don't look back." A splitting headache surged, as if his skull were about to be cleaved open. Blood gushed from his nostrils, dripping into the sink and pooling into a small puddle. But he did not retreat, gritting his teeth, forcing himself to stay awake, wanting to see more clearly, to find more clues from the illusion, to discover his father's whereabouts. Blood dripped onto the tiles, plop, plop, the rhythm muffled, as if accompanying his determination. Suddenly, bang. A dull sound from outside the bathroom shattered the motel's tranquility. Zhang Sheng instantly woke, flipping out of bed, his heart racing. He instinctively reached for the gun by his pillow, only to find Sam's bed empty, the covers still holding the shape of someone having lain there. The bathroom door was slightly ajar, a sliver of dim light seeping through, but there was no sound within. He rushed over, banging on the door forcefully. "Sam, Sam, are you in there?" No answer came. A wave of intense unease surged within him. No longer hesitating, he slammed the door open. The sight before him made his pupils constrict. Sam lay in a pool of blood in the bathroom, blood gushing from his nose, staining the sink and floor. His eyes tightly shut, his body twitching occasionally, clearly slipping in and out of consciousness. "Sam." Zhang Sheng knelt on the ground, gathered his brother in his arms, pressing his palm firmly against his nostrils in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. His voice edged with panic. "Damn it. Wake up. Sam, don't sleep." Sam slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused, his lips moved as he whispered, I tried to make them stronger. Just like yours." Zhang Sheng's heart sank sharply, as if falling into an icy abyss. He understood what Sam was saying. Sam was trying to mimic him, forcibly awakening the latent powers within him, the power cursed with blood bestowed by the yellow-eyed demon. "VZNS." Sam murmured indistinct syllables, his head drooping as he fainted again. Zhang Sheng held him tightly, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. He knew where this power came from. It was the yellow-eyed demon's gift, the blood curse that entwined their family, an unshakable chain of fate. And Sam was actively pushing himself toward that dark abyss, following in his footsteps. He bowed his head, holding Sam tightly in his embrace, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a hint of vulnerability he was unaware of. "Don't be afraid, Sam. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you." Yet he himself had already lost his way in the fog of destiny, unsure of what awaited them at the end of this path. The waiting room of the hospital resembled a forgotten grave, so silent that one could hear the sound of dust settling. At first the rhythm bore a hint of Metallica. Fragments of the intro to Enter Sandman flickered in the collision of his toes with the ground, carrying a trace of rock's frantic energy. But before long the rhythm became chaotic, shattered into a neurotic, formless tremor, like a hummingbird trapped in a glass jar, straining desperately, yet unable to escape the cage of fate. 3 hours and 56 minutes. From the moment he rushed with Sam from the motel to this dilapidated emergency room in Evanston, 3 hours and 56 minutes had passed. Every minute felt like a dull knife slicing through flesh, tearing at his mind and spirit. Zhang Sheng was on the verge of madness. Something was wrong with Sammy. It was not an ordinary fever or injury, but rather a deeper, darker issue. Something bizarre he had never witnessed before. This meant that his lifeline of forewarning, the intuition that allowed him to evade deadly traps and predict the outcome of battles, had completely failed. He had once thought of himself as the chess player of fate, holding the script of the future, but now he could barely see the board, and the pieces were on the brink of shattering. And all of this had to be borne by him. No matter who altered the timeline, no matter which link had gone wrong, the weight of the final outcome lay heavily on his shoulders. He had to hold on, he had to save Sam. Because Sammy could not die. The gamble between heaven and hell had not yet begun. The savior could not fall in the first round. This thought should have brought a hint of absurd comfort, but Zhang Sheng felt only a chilling irony. The two brothers had never been skilled in the big picture, only knowing how to fight with all their might to protect each other. The doctor had not yet arrived. The only clue he could grasp was that Sam had clutched his phone tightly in the bathroom before losing consciousness, his fingertips nearly embedded in the plastic casing, mumbling VZNS repeatedly. A word he had never heard before, with no clue as to its meaning. Even after repeatedly watching shows, he had never come across it, and now his head was spinning. But he was certain it was a dream, a brand new nightmare foreshadowing death. And dreams had always been connected to John. Yet what flashed through Zhang Sheng's mind was another scene. Sam stood in a pool of blood, his eyes as dark as ink, a beastly grin on his lips. With a mere thought, the head of a demon exploded like a watermelon. That was the Sam he had seen in another timeline, completely consumed and lost to the blood of demons. No, this time he would not allow such a thing to happen. He would not permit it. The double doors of the waiting room swung open violently, the metal hinges screeching loudly, shattering the silence. A nurse and a doctor entered. The doctor's face was taut like a judgment written in bad news, devoid of any signs of life. Zhang Sheng didn't even wait for them to call out the fabricated name Berkovitz before he sprang up like a coiled spring. His heart raced violently against his chest, his fingertips instinctively clenched, nails nearly digging into his palms. "We have stopped the bleeding. Your brother's condition is currently stable." The doctor spoke, his tone as flat, as if stating a matter unrelated to himself. In an instant, Zhang Sheng's tense shoulders relaxed, as if a bowstring pulled to its limit finally loosened. Only then did he realize that he hadn't properly breathed since the moment he picked Sam up from the bathroom, his chest filled with stifled air. But the doctor's next words pushed him back into an abyss. "We still need to conduct further examinations, but I'm afraid the situation is not good, kid." "What does not good mean?" Zhang Sheng's voice was deep and nearly hoarse, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles turning white, veins bulging. He forced himself not to look at the pity in the doctor's eyes. That look that heralded impending death, he had seen it too many times. Each instance felt like an ice pick piercing his heart. "He has a brain hemorrhage, and the damage is very severe, of a type we have never seen before." The doctor adjusted his glasses, his tone heavy enough to crush the entire room. A chill like ice water cascaded down from his head, filling his entire body, freezing his blood until it nearly solidified. No, not Sammy. Not the genius brother who could memorize an entire supernatural creature's guide and reverse engineer spells in Latin. Not the Sam who always got on his nerves with his damn bookishness, but would unhesitatingly stand in front of him to shield him in times of danger. Brain damage. Impossible. This could never happen to Sam. Currently, the swelling and pressure are severe. We cannot find the root cause of the bleeding. The doctor sighed. That sigh was like a dull knife, slowly slicing through Zhang Sheng's nerves. This degree of damage in someone so young is quite rare, and the hope for recovery is bleak. The nurse gently placed her hand on his arm with a deliberate attempt to comfort him. Only then did he realize his body was shaking uncontrollably, like a sieve. Even his teeth were chattering. "As I said, there are still some tests to be done." The doctor paused, each word heavy as a mountain. "But the injuries are so severe. I'm sorry, Mr. Berkovitz. With current medical capabilities, we cannot repair it." "What?" Zhang Sheng's voice suddenly rose, tinged with disbelief and brokenness. "You have about 2 weeks left. In the best-case scenario, perhaps a month. This is the most optimistic assessment we can provide." "No." Zhang Sheng blinked, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face, splattering against the cold floor, shattering into a cold puddle. He staggered back a step, the world distorting and spinning before him. All sounds became muffled, leaving only the doctor's words, "cannot be repaired," echoing in his ears. No, it couldn't be. This should not happen, or it had never happened in the original timeline, so he would not let it happen. It shouldn't be like this. He roared, his voice tearing through the silence of the waiting room, infused with the unique obsession and madness of a traveler. In the next moment, he charged in front of the doctor, forcefully pinning him against the wall with one hand while his other hand tightly gripped his throat, knuckles turning white from the strain. "Do you hear me? Save him. You have to save him. My brother cannot die here." The nurse let out a piercing scream, alarming the security guards in the hallway. 2 security guards in black uniforms rushed in, forcefully pinning Zhang Sheng to the ground, their rough hands gripping his shoulders with enough force to nearly crush his bones. In the chaos, Zhang Sheng struggled and roared like a beast driven into a corner until he exhausted all his strength and could no longer move. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently like a fish thrown ashore, greedily gulping in the air. Oxygen and willpower drained from him simultaneously. The despair, regret, and helplessness of the past 6 months since his crossing engulfed him like a tsunami, nearly suffocating him. When Sam woke up again, the sun had already risen. Zhang Sheng was sleeping on the chair beside the bed, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes swollen and red with a fresh stubble of dark hair on his chin, his posture tense, as if ready to jump up and fight at any moment. His brother was dying, and the elder brother was bearing the weight of the entire world alone. He understood the implications behind those technical terms and could see the deep-seated pity in their eyes. That was the sympathy for a dying person. His head throbbed like it was being struck repeatedly by a blunt object, each heartbeat echoing with piercing pain. A buzzing noise filled his ears and fragmented illusions flashed before his eyes, a burning attic, an out-of-control hot air balloon, his father running frantically in the darkness, that pair of eyes burning with amber flames. He had gone too far. In order to uncover the truth and find his father, he had nearly drained his own spirit and body, only to end up in this dire situation. But what was the outcome? He still did not know where his father was. All he knew was that he was being hunted by something terrifying. He turned his head, his gaze landing on the table beside the hospital bed. His phone lay quietly there, the screen pitch black. Perhaps it was not entirely worthless. He exhausted all his strength, his nearly unresponsive fingers slowly moving, each inch feeling like it was filled with lead, accompanied by a tearing pain. Finally, his fingertips touched the cold plastic casing. This simple action left him gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking through his thin hospital gown, clinging to his skin. He took a deep breath, striving to relax his tense muscles, then, with trembling fingers, unlocked his phone and opened the browser. He still had time. Even if it was only a month, he needed to do something. He wanted to use this last bit of time to leave a glimmer of hope for his brother and father, giving them a chance to fight against the impending doom. Because in that chaotic illusion, he finally saw clearly. What was hunting his father was not an ordinary monster. It had the robust body of a lion, the massive head of an elephant, tusks gleaming with a ghastly white light, a powerful trunk, and its eyes were the very ones he longed for, burning with amber flames. The eyes of a rhinoceros. This is the Baku. Zhang Sheng jolted awake. Sam's voice was hoarse yet firm, carrying an undeniable certainty. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes and quickly approached, taking the phone that Sam handed him. The screen displayed an article about a creature from Japanese mythology, accompanied by a fierce illustration that vaguely resembled the monster in his illusion. Baku, legendary dream beasts created by the gods from leftover animal remains, feeding on nightmares, lurking in the dark, devouring the fear and despair of living beings. Some of them have become greedy. Sam panted, his knuckles turning white from the effort as he pointed to a section of the article. What they covet is not just nightmares, but also the hope and dreams of humanity, even life itself. The more they devour, the stronger they become. Zhang Sheng raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, his mind flashing with countless clues that formed a complete logical chain. All right, let's call Dad now, leave him a message telling him the truth, and to be careful. No. Sam suddenly grabbed his arm, his eyes sharp like a knife, filled with a hint of determination. He needs help, not a warning. You have to find him, stop that Baku, or else Dad will be devoured too. Once we get you treated, I'll go look for him right away. Zhang Sheng said decisively, his tone firm. I won't be able to get better, Dean. Sam's voice suddenly rose, filled with a hint of desperate despair, causing the heart monitor to emit a sharp alarm, the red warning light flashing wildly. A nurse rushed in, glaring at them sternly, quickly adjusting Sam's four-line warning. If you keep getting so agitated, you won't be allowed back in next time. Sam slumped back against the pillow, breathing heavily, his face flushed with an abnormal redness from excitement. Even if you know where he is, I will never let you leave me here to venture out alone. Even if you die, I won't go. Zhang Sheng's voice was deep and resolute, filled with the unique stubbornness of a traveler. I won't lose another family member. I am Sam, and I am no longer that little kid in your memory who needs your protection. Sam shouted, his voice filled with anger and despair, piercing through Zhang Sheng's heart like a sharp dagger. I can protect myself. I can help you find Dad. I don't need you to give up everything for me. Is that so? Zhang Sheng looked at him in shock, his eyes instantly reddening, tears welling up. How could he traverse time and space back to the past, yet still feel so unfamiliar with his brother's suffering? You think you must become stronger, must prove yourself, and that's why you almost killed yourself. Just because I occasionally call you Sammy like I did when you were little, protecting you. He grabbed the bed railing, leaning forward, his gaze intense, filled with uncontrollable excitement. Damn it, Sam, you will always be my brother. 10 years from now, 40 years from now, even if the world ends, you will still be my little snot-nosed brother, the one I will do anything to protect. His voice choked, but he did not stop pouring out the words he had been holding back. That doesn't mean you are weak or that I think you are incapable. Sammy, you are the strongest and smartest person I have ever seen. You don't need, truly don't need, to prove anything to me. In my heart, you have always been excellent, always strong. The ward fell into silent stillness, with only the gradually stabilizing beeping of the heart monitor echoing. Sam looked at him, tears finally rolling down his pale cheeks. In the end, he slowly nodded, the icy resolve in his eyes gradually melting away. It was not complete forgiveness, but acceptance. Accepting the elder brother's stubbornness, accepting the impending death, and also accepting the unbreakable bond of blood between them. Zhang Sheng took a step back, leaning against the cold wall, releasing a long breath, feeling a heavy stone in his heart finally shift. He knew this was only a temporary calm. The real storm was still waiting for them up ahead. The dream beast Baku, the missing father, Sam's waning life, the impending apocalypse. All crises converged like dark clouds, and a battle for life and death had already begun. In the corridor, Zhang Sheng clutched his hair violently, pounding his head, venting his powerlessness and anxiety. He slumped down on a plastic chair in the corridor, his phone gripped tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white. The informants replied one after another. Several witches he had noted, one had been killed in a recent demon-hunting action, and another had disappeared without a trace. The witch doctor's hideout had long been abandoned, leaving only ruins. Time was visibly slipping away, and Sam's life was gradually being consumed. He needed help. Anyone who could save Sam, who could find Jana, he was willing to try. He could no longer bear it alone. This shoulder was about to collapse under the weight. "Excuse me." A timid voice came from the side, filled with hesitation and uncertainty. Zhang Sheng looked up in shock, seeing the nurse who had previously cared for Sam. She held a brightly colored flyer in her hand, her face flushed like a child who had done something wrong. I don't usually do this, but..." She fidgeted with the golden cross necklace around her neck, her gaze evasive. "You really look very unfortunate, and not being able to see your loved ones is sad. I thought maybe this could help you." She handed him the flyer, her eyes filled with a trace of hope. Zhang Sheng looked down, his gaze landing on the lightweight paper. It was a flyer featuring a man in a white robe smiling kindly with a radiant cross in the background. The title was glaringly eye-catching: Roy Legrand, God's messenger, the healer of faith, able to dispel all illness and evil. "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Sheng muttered, his fingers tightening around the paper, causing it to crumple slightly in his hand. He had been hunting demons for decades and had seen numerous scammers waving the banner of God, yet at this moment, he saw a glimmer of weak, almost desperate hope on this absurd flyer. The morning sunlight slanted through the hospital corridor, carrying a cold, pungent scent mingled with disinfectant and medicine, permeating the air. The rubber wheels of the wheelchair produced a faint friction on the tiled floor, a gurgle sound reminiscent of a countdown, heavy and oppressive. Zhang Sheng pushed Sam with a clumsy caution, his fingertips trembling slightly. He had just parked the pitch-black Impala in the hospital's back alley, the engine's residual warmth still lingering, the metallic body glistening with a cold sheen in the morning light. To get Sam out of the hospital, he had employed nearly every means at his disposal. Fabricating transfer documents, bribing the duty nurse with cash, even threatening the attending physician. He warned that if they did not release Sam, he would accidentally cause the hospital's surveillance system to malfunction, exposing the dark underbelly of the medical world. The doctors ultimately relented, not because his threats were particularly frightening. Rather, it was the chilling madness hidden in his green eyes, a kind of obsession. They could not comprehend, a resolution to achieve his goal at any cost. They backed down merely to save face. As long as no one died and no one reported them, they would pretend not to have seen the departure of these two troublemakers. Sam leaned weakly against the wheelchair, his complexion a sickly gray from prolonged illness, his eye sockets, sunken cheekbones protruding as if most of his soul had been drained, leaving behind a frail shell. A nurse supported one side of him, while Zhang Sheng was on the other. Together, they awkwardly moved him from the wheelchair into the low-slung muscle car. The process felt like an absurd circus act. Sam's legs were too weak to obey, each movement accompanied by suppressed gasps. At that moment, Zhang Sheng's arm muscles tightened. Veins bulged, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he cautiously managed to squeeze Sam into the passenger seat, fearful of damaging the fragile body. "I can handle this," Zhang Sheng panted, wiping the sweat from his forehead, whispering with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, as if to comfort Sam or perhaps to convince himself. The two brothers had always been this way. No matter how great the trouble, they would always find a way out. But this time he was unsure if they could. Sam's life flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment, while he had not even a single match to shield it from the gusts. The car door slammed shut, sealing off the hospital's atmosphere. The engine roared to life. The Impala drove away from the hospital back alley like a silent beast, slipping into the fringes of the city. The interior of the car was quiet, only the faint hum of the air conditioning and Sam's labored breathing, a high and low interplay, composing a suffocating symphony. "Where are we going?" Sam finally spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper on rust, each word laced with a tearing pain. He kept his eyes closed, brow furrowed, his face as pale as paper, yet his tone carried a hint of genuine, long-lost curiosity. The headache had never truly disappeared. It felt like a dull knife, slowly stirring within his skull, each throb bringing excruciating pain, yet at least it no longer completely obscured his consciousness. Zhang Sheng stole a glance at him, his heart jolting, as if pricked by a needle. In the rearview mirror, his brother's complexion was whiter than paper, his lips tinged with an unnatural bluish hue, the dark circles under his eyes revealing profound fatigue. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strained veins pulsating beneath his skin. He could not speak the truth. He didn't even have a complete plan. All he knew was that they had to go to Ford City in Nebraska, because there was a Grim Reaper there, and the Grim Reaper was being controlled by a woman. That was the only hope he could find that might save Sam, even though this hope hit a deadly trap. To see a specialist. Zhang Sheng casually fabricated a reason. His tone, so casually dismissive it felt almost perfunctory, trying to mask the turmoil within. Sam did not open his eyes, merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of a bitter smile, the mockery in his gaze nearly overflowing. He knew Dean all too well. This brother was not good at lying, especially not in front of him. But he did not expose him. He was too exhausted, lacking even the strength to feel anger or argue, simply allowing Zhang Sheng to lead him toward an uncertain fate. They stopped outside a dilapidated motel. The paint on the exterior was peeling in large patches, revealing the mottled red bricks underneath, like a mangy stray dog, utterly pitiful. Last night Zhang Sheng had stayed here, not too far from the hospital, concealed enough to make a swift escape in an emergency. Sam had fallen into a deep sleep in the front seat, the sunlight streaming through the car window onto his face, yet failing to bring any warmth, only accentuating his pallor. Zhang Sheng quietly opened the trunk, stuffing in the last few pieces of luggage and a jumble of documents. Yellowed newspaper clippings, a few battered copies of the Encyclopedia of Supernatural Creatures, and a stack of densely scribbled notes filled with analyses about Baku and the Grim Reaper. He grabbed the canvas bag filled with weapons, preparing to shove it deep into the trunk for later organization. But at that moment, as he bent down, his elbow accidentally brushed against the emergency medical kit leaning against the spare gas can. The zipper was not fully closed. The bag's mouth gaped wide. The items inside: a white bandage, glass vials, stainless steel hemostatic forceps, sharp scalpels, spilled onto the ground with a clatter, rolling into the shadows of the trunk, making a crisp, clanging sound. Zhang Sheng cursed under his breath, squatting down, irritably stuffing the items back. A week of tension, fatigue, and fear felt like steam in a pressure cooker, threatening to blow the lid off, pushing him to the brink of collapse. He just wanted to end it all quickly, to find a way to save Sam. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared. Amidst the clutter of tools and ammunition lay a small metal talisman. A little demon with horns, eyes shut tight, a strange smile on its face, its edges worn smooth and shiny. It was a gift from Sam 14 years ago. He stared at it, his finger hovering in the air, his heart suddenly tightening. Memories surged like a tide. The frail little boy who barely reached his waist stood at the door of the rundown motel, thrusting this cold talisman into his hand, looking up earnestly, saying, "This wards off evil, Zhang Sheng. Put it on, and no demons will come near you. Don't lose it." Zhang Sheng had never believed in miracles, let alone divine will. He only believed in guns, knives, and the brothers by his side, convinced that only his fists could protect those he wanted to shield. Yet at this moment he stared at the talisman, as if it were peering through the 14 years of time, looking straight into his soul, awakening the softest corners of his heart. He suddenly remembered the flyer that nurse had handed him last night. Roy Lagrange, the healer of faith. He had intended to dismiss it with a smile, thinking it merely a scam, but now. He slowly reached out, clutching the talisman tightly in his palm. The sharp edges pressed painfully against his palm, yet brought a strange sense of stability, as if he held on to Sam's warmth and hope from years ago. He tossed the weapon bag aside, carefully hanging the talisman beneath the rearview mirror. The metal chain swayed, and the talisman glinted softly in the morning light. Time would tell whether this was a foolish decision, but at least he was willing to try once for Sam, to attempt a miracle he had never believed in. The engine roared back to life, shattering the brief silence. Sam opened his eyes, his gaze instinctively falling on the rearview mirror on the swaying talisman. He was taken aback, disbelief filling his eyes, soon transforming into a complex warmth. Zhang Sheng noticed his gaze, awkwardly clearing his throat twice, pretending to focus intently on the road ahead, his fingers unconsciously stroking the leather texture of the steering wheel, masking the turmoil within. "You've changed," Sam said softly, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Zhang Sheng did not respond, merely pressed the accelerator gently, the Impala speeding forward towards Fort City. They stopped at a rundown gas station by the roadside, and during the pause to refuel, Zhang Sheng dialed John's number. The phone rang several times, eventually going to voicemail, the cold, automated voice, like an invisible wall cutting off all hope. "Dad, it's Dean." His voice was low, trying to maintain a calm tone. "We found out that the thing chasing you is called Baku. It feeds on nightmares, hiding in your dreams, slowly devouring your life force. Be careful not to be deceived by its illusions." Sam. His brother took the phone, his voice weak to the point of being barely audible, yet carrying a hint of determination. "Don't push yourself, Dad. We're coming to find you, and we'll deal with it together." After hanging up, there were no extra words. They both knew John would not return the call. That stubborn man was always used to bearing everything alone. "You're such a liar." Suddenly Sam smiled, although that smile was so weak it was almost invisible, yet a familiar cunning flashed in his eyes. Outside the car window, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Rain began to fall in a dense sheet, striking the windshield like countless tiny fingers tapping hurriedly, producing a pitter-patter sound. Ahead, a massive white tent loomed in the downpour, resembling a bizarre giant mushroom, with bright red, eye-catching letters proclaiming, "The True Believers Revival Church. Miracles are here." Zhang Sheng said nothing, merely turned off the engine, his gaze fixed intensely on the tent's entrance, his expression complex, filled with struggle, hesitation, and a hint of desperate resolution. "Dean, you can't believe this nonsense." Sam turned his head, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery, but more so concerned. "This so-called faith healing is all a money-making scam. What are we doing here?" Zhang Sheng finally turned to look at him, his green eyes swirling with too many emotions complex beyond description. Struggle, hesitation, deep-seated fear, and a trace of hope he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. "Don't you think he's the real deal?" he retorted, his voice low to the point of being inaudible, as if speaking to himself. Sam smiled, but that smile quickly turned into a violent cough. He bent over his chest, heaving, his face turning blue, almost gasping for breath. Zhang Sheng immediately pulled out a bottle of muscle relaxants from the glove compartment, carefully handing a tablet to his lips, then opened a bottle of mineral water to help him swallow it. Of course, true miracles might exist. Sam gasped for air, taking a while to recover, leaning his head back against the seat, his gaze still locked onto his brother with a sharp insight. He asked, "I believe there is as much good as there is evil in this world. Where there are demons, there are angels. But I know you don't believe in these ethereal things. So what exactly happened? Why did you bring us here?" Zhang Sheng fell silent. He knew he couldn't hide anything from Sam. This brother of his could see through all his disguises. "The pastor's wife," he finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice, each word heavy with weight. "She caught the Grim Reaper. She can control the Grim Reaper, using one person's life to heal another." Sam's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting, the color draining from his face. Grim Reaper. It took him several seconds to process the weight of this term, his heart feeling as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand. Then he struggled to sit up straight, triggering another violent cough, but a spark of astonishment ignited in his eyes. "Dean, no." He shook his head, the motion delicate, as if fearing to shatter his skull, yet his tone was unusually firm. "You can't use someone else's life to trade for mine. It's no different from murder." "Yes, thanks for the reminder, Mr. Spock." Zhang Sheng scoffed coldly, his tone bitter, trying to mask the turmoil inside him. "If that were the case, I wouldn't bother telling you. I'd just do it." Sam stared at him, his gaze gradually cooling, filled with disappointment and heartache. He knew what his brother was thinking. He understood that Zhang Sheng was standing at the edge of a cliff with his life on one side and the lives of innocents on the other, contemplating whether to push another person off to save himself. "If the Grim Reaper is killing," Sam's voice trembled, carrying long-suppressed anger, "even if it's to save me, we must stop it. That's murder, Dean, but it's no different from the actions of a demon." "I know, Sammy." Zhang Sheng suddenly sat up, arms wide open like a beast trapped in a cage, his emotions finally erupting. "I know this is wrong. I know continuing like this will cost you your life. Trust me, I understand the pain of losing you more than anyone." He paused for a moment, his voice suddenly lowering, carrying a deep-seated, almost forgotten pain, his gaze dimming. "I carry the death of a teacher, Sam. She took the bullet meant for me and died in front of me. I owe her my life, a debt that can never be repaid. I cannot bear another innocent life on my shoulders, nor can I save you in such a filthy manner." He slumped back in his seat, hands covering his face, shoulders trembling slightly for the first time, showing such vulnerability in front of Sam. "But I also can't lose you. I can't do it." Sam looked at him, his throat feeling constricted, unable to utter a word. He had always thought Dean was a rock, an unyielding wall, a brother who could protect him from any danger. But now what he saw was a man on the brink of collapse, a brother torn apart by guilt and fear, an ordinary person willing to gamble everything for him, yet bound by moral constraints. He was wrong. He thought he was a burden to his brother, believing that without him Zhang Sheng could live well, perhaps even more easily. But now he understood. Zhang Sheng's survival held a significant meaning largely for him. "All right," Sam said softly, his voice almost drowned out by the rain outside, yet carrying an unprecedented firmness. Zhang Sheng raised his head, his eyes red, yet stubbornly refusing to let tears fall, filled with confusion. "I believe in you, Dean." Sam spoke, his gaze resolute. "You will find a way to save me, a legitimate way that harms no one. But this is absolutely not the right choice." Outside the window, the rain continued to pour, growing heavier, washing the car and the internal struggles of the two men. And that small amulet gently swayed in the rearview mirror, its metallic surface reflecting a faint light like a heart that refused to extinguish, supporting them to continue moving forward in the darkness. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed on the car window. A young woman stood outside Sam's window, her golden hair cascading down, her smile gentle like the warm spring sun, dressed in a pure white dress, like an angel stepped out of an old movie. She held a transparent umbrella. Behind her stood a middle-aged woman with a serious expression, brow furrowed, eye sharp, as if scrutinizing two disobedient children. Sam struggled to roll down the window, the cold wind mixed with raindrops rushing and making him shiver, involuntarily gasping for breath. "Are you planning to sit here all day, or will you come in to witness the miracle?" the woman asked with a smile, her voice soothing and melodious, carrying a comforting power. Zhang Sheng's heart suddenly lurched, his pupils constricting. Layla Rook. He had nearly killed her twice. The first time she was possessed by a demon, her face twisted with rage, he almost pierced her heart with a silver dagger. The second time, she became a vessel for an angel controlled to do evil, and he once again aimed a gun at her. But now she stood there alive, smiling as if she had never experienced those bloody storms, as if she had never been invaded by demons or angels. "My brother doesn't believe in faith healing," Sam said weakly, yet that smile still carried a youthful mischief and cunning. Layla's smile grew brighter as she winked at Zhang Sheng, her tone teasing. "Well, you're lucky. He doesn't look like someone in need of treatment, but you on the other hand seem to require a bit of a miracle." She opened the car door cautiously, extending her hand, her tone sincere. "Come on, I'll take you in. Pastor Roy will help you." Sam glanced at his brother, his gaze questioning. "Are you coming?" Zhang Sheng didn't move. He wanted to say, "You all go ahead, I'll find the Grim Reaper and deal with it," but in the end he pushed open the car door and stepped into the cold rain. The rain instantly soaked his hair and clothes, cold and piercing. He didn't know why he was going in. Perhaps it was because the amulet was swaying, reminding him of Sam's hope. Or perhaps it was because he feared that once he left, Sam would truly disappear in this rain and could never be found again. Maybe deep down, he also longed for a trace of ethereal miracles. The next morning, in the dimly lit room of the motel, Sam weakly turned his laptop towards Zhang Sheng, the blue light of the screen reflecting on his pale face, looking particularly eerie. On the screen was a local news article, the headline, "Glaring Local Abortion Clinic, Doctor Dies of Sudden Stroke at 24. The accompanying photo was of a young woman, her smile radiant, eyes determined, full of love for life. Zhang Sheng didn't click to read further, but from his past life in a TV show he knew what had happened. Last night, Pastor Roy Legrand healed a paralyzed elderly man who had suffered a stroke for years. The old man's family knelt in prayer, tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed with gratitude. Yet at the same time, this doctor, a woman who had fiercely opposed the church and fought for women's abortion rights, collapsed on the clinic floor and never woke up. Using one person's life to exchange for another's health. This is what is called a miracle." "You are right." Sam's voice was low, tinged with fatigue and heartache. "I know." Zhang Sheng leaned against the headboard, eyes closed like a shell drained of its soul, his tone filled with helplessness. "Then why didn't you stop it?" Sam's voice suddenly rose, filled with long-suppressed anger, erupting like a volcano, preaching. "You were clearly at the scene last night. You saw the so-called healing. You knew someone was sacrificing in the background, yet you didn't stop it. Is it because you are still considering whether to use it right? Dean, you cannot sacrifice an innocent person for me." And that small amulet lay quietly in the corner of the motel room, its metallic surface reflecting a faint light like a heart that refused to extinguish, supporting them to continue moving forward in the darkness. The afternoon sun slanted through the muddy parking lot, the air filled with the scent of damp earth left after the rain, mingling with the aroma of incense wafting from a distant tent. Zhang Sheng's hands rested on the steering wheel, his knuckles white from the grip, his gaze fixated on the enormous white tent ahead. The sign of the True Believers Revival Church swayed slightly in the wind, its red paint peeling unevenly, resembling dried and congealed blood stains. Sam looked at him, wanting to laugh, yet also wanting to scold. He rarely saw his brother so hesitant. Zhang Sheng was never the type to linger at the door, torn in indecision, but now he sat there as if nailed to the seat by invisible pins. "What do you plan to do?" Sam finally spoke, deliberately, keeping his tone flat. "How would I know?" Zhang Sheng mumbled, his voice barely audible. But as soon as he spoke, he suddenly pushed open the car door, causing the vehicle to sway. "Just stay in the car this time, okay?" He glanced back at Sam, his expression complex. Sam didn't reply, merely leaned his head back against the seat and slowly closed his eyes. He knew his brother wouldn't truly let him rest well, and he also recognized that Zhang Sheng was walking down a path he could not stop. Mud collected around the wheels, forming murky puddles that reflected the distorted image of the tent. Sam stared at the scratched roof of the Impala, his fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of his phone. He should call Jessie. Every night he would sneak out of the motel and into this old muscle car, listening to Jessie recount the snippets of her ordinary life. Those were the moments Sam both longed for and feared. The longing for that clean, stable world, and the fear that he could never truly enter it. Jessie had once said that her greatest fear wasn't his leaving, but his silent disappearance. Sam forced Zhang Sheng to swear. If he died, he must tell Jessie the truth. And now that if was approaching step by step. He shouldn't call. What if Dean really found a way? What if a miracle truly happened? Fatigue washed over him like a tide, and he felt himself nearly dozing off. Suddenly, a sharp knock startled him awake. Sam jolted awake, stiffly turning to the window. There was a face pressed against the glass. The yellow-eyed demon. That borrowed face wore an almost innocent smile, but its eyes were as black as an abyss. Sam sprang from his seat, stumbling towards the car door, and fell straight into the cold mud. He scrambled to get up, pressing his back tightly against the car, his heart racing. All right, don't be so agitated," the demon said softly, leaning into the passenger seat. "We wouldn't want you to collapse before your time." Sam gasped for breath, quickly scanning his surroundings. No weapons, no holy water. There are many innocent people around Sammy. The demon said lazily, its gaze sweeping over the crowd at the entrance of the distant tent. "Only my brother calls me that," Sam gritted through clenched teeth. The yellow-eyed demon excitedly climbed out of the car, landing on the muddy ground, without a speck of dirt on it. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to help." "I find that hard to believe," Sam scoffed, forcing himself to stand upright. The demon's smile grew brighter. "I knew betting on you was the right call." "Bet on what?" "Big things, Sammy. Monumental things." The demon's gaze drifted over Sam's shoulder, landing on the white tent. He joined in at the last moment. "Downstairs he made a mess of things for us." The demon waved its hand casually, then suddenly clasped both hands together, its eyes turning sharp. "Little guy, do you know who's talking to him? Hell's residents despise cheating." Sam adopted a disdainful posture. "You picked the wrong horse. Dean won't be controlled by anyone." The yellow-eyed demon tilted its head. "Dean isn't in this race. He's merely a bystander, at best a disruptor." Sam froze, his mind a chaotic mess. The demon grinned widely and turned to walk away slowly. Sam staggered after it, each step feeling like walking on a knife's edge, yet afraid to stop. The demon turned around, his gaze burning fiercely, and said, "Indeed, my precious children, Sammy, you are one of them as well. But I must admit, you are my favorite. Because you possess a certain drive, a motivation that others lack, and this will benefit you immensely. Yes, it has indeed been very useful to me, allowing me to lie in the hospital waiting to die." Sammy scoffed, but a sudden sharp pain surged through him, as if countless needles were stabbing into his brain, forcing him to grip the door of the car to steady himself. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt. The yellow-eyed demon suddenly smiled brilliantly and eerily, radiating a chilling excitement. He reached behind him and slowly drew out a transparent glass jar. Inside the jar was a thick, deep red liquid resembling congealed blood, glistening with a sinister sheen under the dim light. Sammy immediately raised his arms, adopting a defensive stance, muscles tense despite knowing he was no match for the demon. Yet the stubbornness inherent in him wouldn't allow him to concede easily. But the demon merely shook the jar, as if showcasing a rare treasure, his eyes filled with pride. "You were a bit too hasty just now," he said softly with a hint of regret in his tone, "but I can help you resolve this issue. You want Need the Grim Reaper and you want die in vain. What do you say? This deal is quite advantageous, isn't it?" "What is it?" Sammy took a step back, his voice strained, his heart racing, an ominous premonition spreading in his chest. "What does it look like, child?" The demon retorted, a cunning smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sammy stared intently at the jar of deep red liquid, then glanced at the demon's hypocritical face. He straightened his back, chin slightly raised, though turmoil raged within, refusing to show any fear. "It looks like blood. Right on target." The demon burst into loud, harsh laughter. "Sammy, your aim is truly remarkable. I appreciate this about you. Intelligent yet stubborn." He shook the jar and said with a hint of playfulness, "This is demon's blood. Upon all of it is my blood, pure and powerful." Sammy's pupils constricted, his face instantly turning pale, devoid of color, like paper. "This is bad. Blood is already terrifying enough, but what the demon intends to do with it is likely even worse." He vaguely guessed the demon's intention, and a chill shot up from his feet to the top of his head. He took a step back, his legs growing weak, struggling to support his weight. The yellow-eyed demon, however, did not approach. He simply watched him quietly, as if waiting for an inevitable collapse, his eyes filled with mockery and arrogance. "You see, the reason you are ill is that your oil needs changing," the demon said casually, his tone light, as if discussing a trivial matter. "You just need to replenish the nutrients already in your body, and you can recover to your former state, even becoming stronger." Sam's face instantly turned as pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably. He understood what the creature meant, the implication hitting him like a heavy hammer, leaving him dizzy. The fear in his stomach solidified into a cold concrete block, sinking deep into his bones, nearly making him vomit. What?" His voice trembled, nearly unrecognizable. "That night in the nursery." The demon blinked at him, his voice disquietingly gentle, like a snake flicking its tongue. "The night I killed your mother. I made you taste suffering, didn't I? Blood flowed into your mouth, little tiger." He smiled, his grin filled with cruel memories. "Now you possess superpowers, though still weak, but as long as my blood serves as nourishment, it will become immensely powerful. This deal is quite decent, isn't it? You're insane. Sammy shook his head vigorously, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Even if what you say is true, I won't drink it. Especially if what you say is true. I will never become a monster like you. The demon clicked his tongue, looking down at the jar of blood, his tone laced with regret. Stop pretending, child. You are not a martyr. Such self-sacrificial acts are your brother's duty. Do you want to go back to a 9-to-5 life together with your beautiful girl Jessie? If you die, you won't be able to live happily and joyfully. If I die, I won't be able to play your twisted games anymore, which would be a loss for you as well, wouldn't it? Sammy insisted on countering, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his fear. The yellow-eyed demon inhaled, the smile on his face gradually fading, his gaze becoming dangerous, like the eerie calm before a storm, suffocatingly oppressive. Just then, Sammy. A gentle voice came from behind, breaking the suffocating standoff. Layla stood a few steps away, her golden hair tousled by the wind sticking to her cheek, her eyes filled with concern. She had come out of the tent looking for water, but upon seeing Sammy confronting a strange man by the car, her expression changed, and she hurried over. Her gaze darted between the two, filled with caution. Are you okay? Who is this? Yes, I'm fine, Sammy hurriedly said, reaching out to stop her from coming closer, his tone urgent. Everything is fine, Layla. It's not your concern here. Go back, it's safer inside. Oh my God, he lamented internally. If the demon suddenly attacked Layla, he would be powerless to stop it, helplessly watching another innocent person die because of him. He turned back to glare at the yellow-eyed demon, his eyes filled with a stark warning, as if to say, dare to move, and I will take you down with me. But the demon merely raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence, and shrugged. Do I look like a bad guy? Dear, perhaps you can help us. He turned to Layla, instantly donning a sweet and harmless smile like a courteous gentleman. I am trying to persuade Sammy, who I have the elixir he needs to cure his ailment, but he just won't believe me. All right. Layla rolled her eyes, clearly not believing the demon's words, her gaze returning to Sammy, filled with concern. Sammy, you look unwell. How about I take you back to rest? Pastor Roy said you need to recuperate. The yellow-eyed demon laughed, the sound harsh and sharp, a follower of a faith healer, yet so cynical. Do you not believe in miracles? Layla shed her calm facade, her eyes suddenly sharp, her tone resolute. I have seen Roy's abilities with my own eyes. His healing powers are real. I have seen him make a paralyzed old man stand again. She reached out again, her tone sincere. Come back with me, Sammy. Don't just stand here in the wind. But the demon was not finished. He refused to give up easily. Oh, if you need me to prove something. He raised the glass jar in his hand, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Then allow me to demonstrate. Sammy and Layla turned to look at the jar in his hand simultaneously, their expressions contrasting. Come on, tiger. The demon stared at Sammy, his voice deep and seductive. Let's show Layla what a true miracle is. Let her see which is more useful, faith or magic. The threat was implicit. He was forcing Sammy to choose, either drink the demon's blood or watch Layla perish. Sammy closed his eyes, the smile of Jessie flashing through his mind, the anxious face of Zhang Sheng, the gaze of his mother before she passed away. He knew that if he refused, Layla would die. He would never allow another innocent woman to die because of him. There had been too much blood spilled in this world already. Heal her first. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the demon, his tone firm and unyielding. She has a tumor in her brain and has been tormented by illness. You heal her first, and I will drink this jar of blood, just as you said. The demon grinned widely, his eyes shining with triumph without a hint of hesitation. Deal. Done. He turned to Layla, snapping his fingers. Let's go, your task is complete. From today on you will no longer be troubled by headaches. Layla froze, instinctively touching her forehead. That dull pain that had tormented her for years had truly vanished, her mind clearer than ever before. She hesitated, looking at Sammy, her eyes filled with confusion and gratitude. Go, Layla. Sammy nodded gently, his voice hoarse and laced with fatigue. Live well. She finally turned away, her steps somewhat unsteady, yet she ran faster toward the tent until the golden figure disappeared behind the fabric curtain, and Sammy let out a sigh of relief. Sammy turned back to face the yellow-eyed demon, his heart already prepared for the worst. The demon stood before him, holding the jar of glowing red demon's blood, his eyes filled with anticipation. He extended his hand, accepting the cold glass jar, its icy touch making his stomach churn. Yet a strange warmth began to flow beneath his skin, as if something within him was awakening, resonating with the blood in the jar. He twisted off the lid. A wave of a metallic, sweet, yet decayed odor assaulted him, nearly making him vomit. Sam clenched his jaw, suppressing a wave of nausea, and held his breath as he drained the remaining deep red liquid in one swift gulp. The acrid, scalding fluid seared down his throat like molten oil, burning his esophagus, while countless serpentine tendrils seemed to writhe through his veins, rampant, unrelenting, consuming. The glass jar slipped from his limp fingers, striking the muddy ground with a sharp clatter, shattering instantly. The last few drops of blood mingled with sludge staining the earth. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, palms sinking deep into the sodden earth, knuckles buried in wet soil. A thunderous roar filled his ears. Chaotic voices flooded his mind, and fragmented visions flashed before his eyes. His mother engulfed in flames, his father's weary face, the yellow-eyed demon's grotesque grin, Jesse's tender gaze. From afar, Zhang Sheng's voice pierced the rain-hushed silence. Urgent, panicked, growing steadily louder. Sam. Sam. But all was drowned beneath the surging tide of darkness flooding his veins. Sam could feel it, a dormant power awakening within him, radiating destruction and madness, dragging him step by inexorable step toward the abyss. His gaze slowly transformed, the clarity of his eyes dimmed, replaced by a faint, eerie yellow luminescence. Azazel's form dissolved like smoke scattered by wind, vanishing entirely within those suddenly luminous pale yellow irises, leaving not even a trace behind. In the next instant, Zhang Sheng lunged forward. The mire-slick ground betrayed every step, thick mud splattering wildly beneath his boots. He charged like a bull, enraged, each foot stomping violently into puddles, flinging mud up his pant legs, yet never slowing. His gaze locked unflinchingly on the figure ahead. Sam, kneeling in the mud, shoulders heaving violently, coughs tearing from his chest, as if wrenching out his very organs, his slender frame pitifully fragile beneath the leaden sky. Sammy! Layla burst from the tent behind him, breathless and disheveled. Her golden hair whipped wildly in the wind, plastered against her paper pail cheeks, her eyes wide with raw, trembling terror. At the precise moment the yellow-eyed demon vanished, she saw Roy crumpled lifelessly atop the lectern, ashen-faced, barely breathing. And Suan, the pastor's wife, kneeled behind the tent, clutching a shattered Coptic cross, her knuckles bleached white. Her eyes were hollow, empty sockets where a soul should reside, and her lips moved soundlessly, whispering fragments no one dared decipher. Layla didn't dare look longer. She turned and fled. Now she sprinted beside Zhang Sheng across the sucking mud rain, and cold sweat streaming down her face, her heart hammering against her ribs. Where did he go? Her voice trembled behind him, thin, frayed with fear, each breath ragged and shallow. Zhang Sheng neither turned nor answered. In that moment his entire world narrowed to the single fragile figure kneeling in the muck, everything else blurred into insignificance. He dropped to one knee beside Sam, icy mud instantly soaking through his trousers, its chill burrowing deep into his bones. Grasping his brother's shoulders with desperate force, fingers digging almost to bone, he demanded, voice raw, Sam. What's wrong? I'm fine. Sam gasped, uneven and thin. He raised a trembling hand to wipe his mouth, only to smear more grime across his face, worsening his disheveled, wretched appearance. His breathing remained rapid, yet his eyes, no longer unfocused, held an unsettling lucidity, as though his earlier frailty had been nothing but illusion. Zhang Sheng's hands shook, not with weakness, but like a malfunctioning scanner frantically sweeping over his brother's body for wounds. He yanked open Sam's collar to inspect his neck, turned over his palms searching for marks, even forced his eyelids apart to examine the pupil's reaction. Only when Sam finally pushed him away, weak but resolute, did he whisper, I'm really fine. Zhang Sheng stared, brow deeply furrowed. Something was wrong. Profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. 15 minutes ago Sam had resembled parchment drained of all moisture, gray-skinned lips tinged violet, unable to stand without support. Yet now a faint flush warmed his cheeks, his breathing steadied. Even the excruciating headache that had tormented him for days appeared utterly gone. I feel okay. Sam lowered his gaze to his own hands, voice distant, as if speaking from a dream he hadn't yet awakened from, fingertips trembling slightly. No, I feel good. Better than after discharge. Better than before I fell ill. Even stronger. Zhang Sheng snapped his head up, hunter's instinct flaring as his eyes swept the perimeter. He assessed whether the threat had truly passed, whether the environment was safe. His gaze swept the empty parking lot, then halted, fixed upon a broken object lying in the mud. A glass jar, caked in sludge, its original shape unrecognizable, yet darker viscous residue clung to its rim, glistening with unnatural sheen beneath the overcast light. He bent and picked it up. Cold glass bit into his fingertips, a pungent metallic stench, sweetly rotten, flooded his nostrils. It was blood, but not holy. Its odor was glacial, venomous, like ichor oozing from the deepest hells, nauseating, soul-chilling. Sam. His voice dropped to a near inaudible rasp, but his grip tightened until the glass groaned, knuckles whitening with strain. What was in this? Sam refused to meet his gaze. He swallowed hard, Adam's apple-bobbing eyes rigidly averted from the jar, as if fleeing a waking nightmare. Blood, he rasped, voice parched as grinding sand. Demon's blood. Layla clapped a hand over her mouth, stumbling back a step, eyes wide with disbelief, nearly collapsing. Zhang Sheng's fingers went slack. The jar struck the mud with a sickening crack, shattering anew. The final droplets of dark red bled into the sludge, spreading a faint foul stain. His mind went blank, struck dumb as if by a sledgehammer. His blood froze, then surged roaring through his limbs with violent, chaotic force. Sam had drunk demon blood. Not a drop, not a sip, a full pint. And now, calmly, unnervingly, he claimed he felt well. No injuries detected. The doctor handed over the MRI scan with a cheerful smile, his tone light, as if announcing recovery from a trivial cold. The brain tumor shadow has vanished completely. All metrics are normal. A true medical miracle. Sam accepted the scan, fingers trembling faintly. On the screen his brain appeared in crisp detail. The fatal mark that had haunted him for weeks, declared incurable by physicians. A miracle. The tumor had vanished, utterly without trace. He lifted his eyes toward his brother standing silently by the wall. This scene did not appear in the television series, yet it was precisely this omission that sent Zhang Sheng spiraling into dread. He stood with his back turned, shoulders taut as drawn bowstrings, muscles coiled tight, poised to erupt at any moment. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding audibly. His stare remained vacant, fixed on the wall as if deciphering some unspeakable prophecy visible only to him, radiating an aura of chilling, impenetrable isolation. Sam opened his mouth to break the suffocating silence, but Zhang Sheng never turned around. As night fell, a thick darkness enveloped the land. The Impala quietly parked outside the motel, its engine long silenced, and the interior was shrouded in a deathly stillness, with only the faint glow of the dashboard lights flickering, casting shadows on the silent faces of the two brothers. Sam gazed out the window, the glow of the streetlights diffusing across the windshield like a fine rain that would never fall, blurring the scene outside. He couldn't shake off everything that had happened in the past 24 hours. The whispers of the yellow-eyed demon echoed in his ears, the burning sensation of the blood sliding down his throat still vivid, and the miracle of Layla's tumor disappearing lingered in his mind. Moreover, the strange, powerful force awakening within him felt like a sleeping giant stirring restlessly in his veins. Zhang Sheng sat in the driver's seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white and veins bulging. He rubbed his face vigorously as if trying to wipe away some intangible filth from his skin, or perhaps suppress the anger and worry surging within him. Demon's blood. This term exploded in his mind repeatedly, each time bringing a sharp sting. He had never considered this option. Even if he had considered it, it would have been the last resort. Worse than selling his soul, summoning angels, or sacrificing himself to hell. The power brought by demon's blood inevitably came with unpredictable costs. This was the most fundamental knowledge in the world of hunters. Yet now Sam had ingested it. And he felt great. Did you take care of the Reaper? Sam suddenly spoke, his tone eerily calm, breaking the silence in the car. Zhang Sheng paused for a moment before realizing he was referring to the Reaper controlled by Suen. Yes. He replied softly, still staring ahead at the dark highway, his tone tinged with exhaustion. I freed him from his wife's control. I'm sure the Reaper handled her himself. Oh, after all, no one wants to be controlled by another. Sam nodded, falling silent again, and the car was once more engulfed in a suffocating silence. Zhang Sheng suddenly turned to him, the pent-up emotions finally bursting forth. Why did you drink? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. He didn't mean to accuse or question. What he wanted to ask was, do you feel anything off? Do you have the urge to kill uncontrollably? Do you want to drink more demon's blood? Should I tie you up and take you to Bobby's house, lock you in the basement for observation? But he knew he couldn't say that. Doing so would only provoke Sam, potentially awakening the unknown power within him. Layla was there too. Sam's voice carried a clear defensiveness, his eyes injured as he looked at his brother, then lowered his gaze to his hands, his fingertips curling unconsciously as he analyzed. He would have killed her, Dean. I had no choice but was either drink or watch her die in front of me. Zhang Sheng closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as his chest heaved violently, trying to calm the tumult of emotions. I know, he said wearily, his voice hoarse as if grazed by sandpaper, imbued with deep helplessness. I know you had no choice. The silence in the car was as heavy as lead, the air thick enough to make breathing difficult. Sam's fingers slowly tightened, knuckles whitening, bones creaking slightly. He said. He finally spoke, his voice faint as if in self-dialogue laced with a barely perceptible tremor. He said, I need more of what I already have inside me to survive. Zhang Sheng's eyes widened suddenly, his pupils constricting as his foreboding was confirmed, a chill running down his spine. That night in the nursery. Sam's voice trembled even more, his eyes reddening as he recounted. He told me he poured blood into my mouth. That's why I have those visions. That's why I have the ability to foresee. Mom must have. Don't say that. Zhang Sheng interrupted him, his voice suddenly severe, filled with undeniable firmness. Look at me, Sammy. He forced Sam to turn his head, meeting his brother's eyes with a serious tone. If Mom had seen him that night, She would have done everything to save you. She would have traded her life for yours. It was never your fault. It will never be. You don't need to take responsibility for what he did. Sam's eyes reddened, moisture gathering at the bottom, yet he stubbornly held back his tears. He abruptly turned away, hastily wiping his eyes, nodding vigorously, but falling silent, his shoulders trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, he spoke again, his voice deep and sharp, carrying an insightfulness. If the yellow-eyed one did that to me. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Sheng, his eyes sharp as knives. Then perhaps it was Cass who did something similar to you, making you different. Zhang Sheng's body stiffened as if struck by lightning, his muscles tensed instantly, even his breath halted for a moment. Cass is not a demon. He blurted out, his tone so firm it bordered on obsession, imbued with an inexplicable protectiveness. Yet the moment the words escaped his lips, he froze in surprise. Why such a fierce reaction? Was it because he couldn't bear Sam thinking Cass was a demon? Or was it because he couldn't endure Sam knowing the truth that Lucifer resided within Cass? That secret. He had guarded it so carefully, afraid to let anyone know, including Sam. Sam stared at him in silence, his gaze deep, as if he could see through all his disguises and deceptions. That look seemed to say, "I'm waiting, go on, keep weaving your tale." Zhang Sheng's fingers dug deeply into the leather of the steering wheel, producing a faint squeaking sound, the leather deforming under his grip. He wanted to escape, to end this topic, to pretend he hadn't heard anything. But he knew he couldn't hide anymore. Sam had already sensed the anomaly. Continuing to conceal, it would only deepen the rift between them. "Listen, I have no evidence, okay?" He finally spoke, his voice dry and strained, each word feeling as if it were squeezed from between his teeth. "What I'm about to say is complete nonsense with no substantial evidence to back it up. Believe me, it will sound insane, even crazier than you drinking demon's blood." Sam looked at him quietly, then solemnly nodded, his eyes devoid of any doubt. "I believe you, Dean. Whatever it is, you can tell me. I will trust you." Hearing this, Zhang Sheng's throat constricted involuntarily, as if an invisible hand was choking him, making it hard to breathe. Oh God, this could destroy everything. If Sam learns the truth about what's inside Cass, if he knows about Lucifer's existence, who knows what horrible consequences it could unleash. But is there anything worse than this? Sam has already consumed demon's blood. Their situation couldn't be more dire. "Castiel," he began laboriously, each syllable heavy with weight, "is an angel." He paused as if to let the earth-shattering news settle in the air, giving Sam time to digest it, just as the Lords will an angel from heaven. Once he finished speaking, the car fell into a profound silence. They could even hear each other's breaths clearly, yet it felt as if time had frozen. Zhang Sheng felt like a fool. This sounded more absurd than Pai Wei Herman claiming to be a weightlifting champion, more unbelievable than the idea that demon blood could cure ailments. "Okay," Sam suddenly said, his tone eerily calm, showing no sign of surprise. Zhang Sheng turned sharply, disbelief etched on his face, as if he had heard the most incredible thing in the world. "What?" "I believe you," Sam repeated, his tone still calm, but imbued with an undeniable certainty. "Demons exist, so do ghosts and monsters. Why can't angels be real? That's reasonable. Seriously." Zhang Sheng nearly shouted, his voice rising sharply. "You just believe it?" With no hint of doubt, Sam shrugged, his nonchalant demeanor creating a bizarre contrast with the weight of the topic. "Why not believe it? You never joke about such things, and we've seen plenty of incredible occurrences in this world." "Oh, I believe he is an angel." Zhang Sheng scoffed, yet his gaze drifted towards the pitch-black night outside, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. "I just need something more concrete than his verbal promises to prove he is on our side, not another troublemaker." Sam's eyes instantly lit up like a curious child hearing the most captivating fairy tale, forgetting the earlier heaviness. "Like what? Has he ever exhibited angelic powers?" Zhang Sheng's face suddenly flushed, his ears burning with a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment. He recalled a certain episode from a TV series, that stormy night. In the abandoned barn, Cass spread his enormous wings, the sacred light piercing through the darkness, shadows looming over the earth like mountains, that sacred and powerful aura still vividly etched in his memory. But crossing into this world that was not an illusion, not a dream. It was the closest he had ever seen to a miracle. "He showed me his wings, right?" he murmured quietly, as if admitting to a hidden secret, his voice barely audible. "Really?" Sam perked up instantly, leaning forward involuntarily. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "What did they look like?" "Like bird wings." "Were they pure white feathers?" "Were they huge?" Zhang Sheng rolled his eyes, responding irritably. "No, I mean, maybe. The light was too dim at the time. I only saw a gigantic shadow, the kind that blots out the sun." "Did he have a halo? Does it glow?" Sam stifled a laugh, his eyes shining brightly, as if he had discovered a new continent. "Shut up." Zhang Sheng abruptly pushed open the car door and got out, escaping, as if he were fleeing, his cheeks still flushed, clearly not wanting to continue this embarrassing topic. Sam stuffed the last piece of clothing into the bag, zipped it up, and looked up at his brother standing by the window. Zhang Sheng stood by the window, his back to him, his fingers unconsciously caressing the sawed-off shotgun, the cold touch of the gun slightly calming him. "Do you really believe in me?" Sam asked softly, his tone carrying a hint of unnoticeable uncertainty. Zhang Sheng did not turn around, still gazing at the night outside. "Dean, I know you're hiding something. Still hiding it now." Sam's voice was calm yet infused with an undeniable strength. "But I believe in you. If you are sure it's an angel talking to you, then that's enough. No matter what other secrets you are holding, I trust you." Zhang Sheng's fingers paused the motion of caressing the gun's body, coming to a halt. He turned around to look at his brother, his expression complex, filled with guilt, gratitude, and a touch of relief. "You really are a bookworm." "You are a jerk too," he replied, a slight smile breaking on his lips, revealing the first genuine relaxed smile he had shown in a while. He picked up his backpack and headed towards the bathroom. "I'll freshen up and we'll leave as soon as possible." They were set to hit the road, heading to Utah to find their father to face new dangers. Warm water flowed down Sam's body, washing away the grime on his skin. He leaned against the cold tiled wall, supporting his body. He felt a strange contradiction, heavy yet light. The weight was the shackles of his heart and the uncertainty of the future, while the lightness was the transparency of his body and a surge of newfound strength. He looked down at his hands. His fingers were long and well-defined. He slowly moved his fingers, watching the tendons glide beneath his skin like snakes, as if it were not his body, but a weapon awakening filled with unknown potential. Water flowed down his palms, the warm sensation unable to dispel the chill within him. Beneath his skin something was pulsating. It wasn't the rhythm of a heartbeat. It was another kind of power, ancient and dark, tinged with a hint of evil, tightly intertwined with his blood. Has it always been there? When he stood beside his father and brother hunting those evil creatures, did he feel it faintly? When he sat in the classroom, watching those ordinary children blissfully unaware of the darkness in the world, living peaceful and stable lives, did he sense his own difference? When he held Jessie, wishing to blend into her bright and clean world, did he realize that he could never truly fit in because deep down he had already been marked by darkness? Perhaps it had always been there. It was only now awakened by the demon blood. His fingers suddenly curled, nails digging deeply into the hard tiles. Creak! A faint cracking sound echoed. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the tile, spreading from the point where his nails had embedded. Sam jerked his hand back, staring at the crack, his heart racing, eyes wide with shock. He could distinctly feel the unfamiliar power slowly flowing within him, spreading through his veins to his limbs, granting him strength beyond the ordinary. He grabbed the soap and scrubbed his skin frantically over and over, as if trying to wash away that lurking dark power, to erase all traces related to demons. But he knew it was futile. It had already integrated into his blood, rooted in his body, becoming a part of him that could never be separated. As they exited the hotel, Layla stopped them. She stood in the morning light, her face still pale, traces of fear lingering in her eyes, but her gaze had changed, now holding a clarity and determination that spoke of survival. "Hey," she said softly, her voice trembling slightly, yet she struggled to maintain her calm. Zhang Sheng looked at her, his heart tightening. He knew her original fate, aware she would be toyed with by destiny and endure countless hardships. But now her tumor had vanished, and the course of fate seemed to have shifted. "Sam called me and mentioned your situation." She forced a smile, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. "I hope I didn't disturb you." "Of course not." Zhang Sheng placed the last bag into the trunk, closing it with a dull thud. "How are you? Are you feeling okay?" Sam stepped forward and gently embraced her. Layla's body trembled slightly, but she did not push him away. Instead, she returned the hug softly, as if thanking him for saving her life. "I suppose this is goodbye." She released her grip, hesitating as she looked at them, a trace of reluctance in her gaze. "My mother and I are going to see the doctor for a full checkup. I haven't felt this relaxed in years, free from the torment of headaches. I feel like I have come back to life." Zhang Sheng suddenly glanced at Sam, his eyes filled with a question. A flicker of regret passed over his brother's face, as if he regretted not telling him sooner, but it quickly transformed into a relieved calm. "The tumor, it's gone," Layla said softly, her tone laced with disbelief and gratitude. Zhang Sheng stood frozen, a mixture of emotions swirling in his heart. The consequences of the blood of the demon are unknown, yet it undoubtedly saved Layla's life, a fact that cannot be denied. That person. She looked up at Sam, her eyes sharp, as if wanting to ask something, but stopped at the last moment. "Don't ask, Layla." Sam interrupted her softly, a bitter smile playing on his lips. "Some things are better left unknown. The more you know, the more trouble you'll find. I'm so glad you're okay, really." She gazed at him, tears welling in her eyes, and finally nodded firmly, no longer pressing for answers. "I understand. Thank you, truly thank you. Suan. Roy." Her voice trembled with sympathy. "Poor Roy, he still hasn't woken up." Zhang Sheng stepped forward and gently embraced her. "He'll be fine," he said softly, his voice tinged with guilt that he wasn't even aware of. He shouldn't have to go through this. It's not his fault." Layla leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his back, nodding gently. She hardly knew them, did not even know their real names, but she knew they had saved her, giving her a new lease on life. Sam sat in the car watching Zhang Sheng and Layla converse in hushed tones, a sense of tranquility filling him. He pulled out a small notebook from beneath the mat, flipping to a blank page. The pen glided across the paper, leaving two neatly written lines: Castile Angel. Angel kindness. He stared at these lines, lost in thought. Does an angel necessarily represent kindness? Is Castile's appearance a redemption or the beginning of another disaster? He closed the notebook, putting it back into the bag, choosing not to dwell further. Whatever the answer may be, they must face it. Zhang Sheng got in the car, handing his phone to Sam, the screen displaying a local news article from Utah. The headline: striking 6 people fell into a coma, one after another, cause unknown, doctors at a loss. It might be Baku. Zhang Sheng started the engine, the Impala letting out a familiar low growl as it cruised onto the road. The dream beast that Dad has been investigating, or it could be it. It feeds on nightmares and can put people into deep comas, which completely matches the symptoms described in the news. Sam stared at the phone screen, his expression serious, his fingers swiftly scrolling through the detailed news. Then let's go meet it. If we find it, maybe we can find Dad. As the car traveled for miles, the scenery rushed past. Zhang Sheng suddenly spoke, his tone serious. I need you to promise me that you won't do that again. Sam frowned, looking at him in confusion. Dean, you know the situation back then. He would have killed Layla. I had no choice. There was simply no room for options. No, not that. Zhang Sheng quickly added, then gritted his teeth, saying, however, the rules of never make a deal with a demon and no more touching demon's blood, we need to discuss in detail later. We must establish the rules. He took a deep breath, his voice barely audible, laced with a hint of pleading. Your ability, those illusions, that forceful foresight. You can't try it again, but it's too harmful to your body, especially since you still have demon's blood in you. Who knows what consequences it might trigger? Promise me. Sam looked down at his hands, the tips of his fingers glowing faintly with a pale yellow light, a trace of the power surging within him. He knew that if he tried again using the power of the demon's blood, he would surely succeed, and he would see a clearer future. But he also knew the cost. The headaches from forcefully using his abilities and the risk of being consumed by dark forces were clear to him. Okay, he said softly, his gaze resolute. I won't push it. I promise I won't force myself to use that ability anymore. After reaching the intersection of the small town, the car fell into silence once more, with only the low roar of the engine and the sound of tires grinding against the road. Sam. Sam suddenly spoke, calling out his own name. Zhang Sheng raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Since we've introduced ourselves, just say what you want. It's Sam, not Sammy. Sam rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with irritation, but lacking real anger. Zhang Sheng grinned, proudly typing the last letter on his phone and showing it to Sam. See, I noted you as Sammy. Sam stared at him, his eyes filled with helplessness. I was almost dying at that moment. He said in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of grievance. But you still call me Sammy. Zhang Sheng laughed like a fool, a look of ease spreading across his face. The heaviness and oppression of the past few days seemed to dissipate at that moment. Sam shook his head, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly, thinking to himself, Sammy, it doesn't seem so bad after all. The phone rang just as they entered Utah, with mountains stretching along the roadside, creating a magnificent view. Dad. Sam answered the phone, his voice tinged with expectation. Not exactly. Bobby's rough voice came through the receiver, carrying a rare weariness and heaviness. It's me, Bobby. How long until you get here? Zhang Sheng suddenly turned on the blinker, decisively turning around, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel. A few more hours. What's wrong? What happened? Is there news about Dad? Then you better turn around and leave, or prepare for the worst. Bobby's voice grew somber, laden with an ominous portent, as he said wearily, it's your father. He's here, but he can't wake up. He's fallen into a deep coma, just like those people in the news. The doctors can't find any issues. The silence on the other end of the call was like a heavy hammer striking hard at the hearts of the two brothers. 24 hours ago, the torrential rain poured down relentlessly. Rainwater pounded furiously against the steps in front of Bobby Singer's house, splashing murky droplets, the sound echoing in the empty yard. Bobby stood in the shadow of the porch, his fingers gripping the cold trigger guard of the shotgun, tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strained veins bulging. Water dripped from the brim of his hat, sliding down his weathered face, mixing with the grime in his wrinkles, creating a disheveled appearance. At the bottom of the steps, John Winchester stood like a weathered statue, lost in the torrential rain, enduring the battering of the wind and rain. He looked absolutely dreadful. His eye sockets were sunken, dark circles hanging heavily beneath his eyes, stubble scattered across his chin, white strands of hair plastered to his forehead by the rain. The familiar olive green jacket was already soaked through, clinging tightly to his stooped shoulders, outlining his emaciated frame. One hand leaned against the door frame, knuckles pale, while the other hand clutched the strap of a canvas bag tightly, as if it were his last lifeline. He squinted, painfully gazing at Bobby, his eyes hollow and weary, as if he were looking at a stranger through thick glass. Between the two of them, there was only the raging sound of the rain, nothing else. Silence hung thick like oil, choking and suffocating. I just need a few hours. John finally spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against rust, each word heavy with undeniable fatigue. I need to borrow your safe house for a while. I see no reason for me to allow you to do that. Bobby narrowed his eyes, his murky gaze sharp as a knife, the barrel of the gun slightly raised then slowly lowered. He knew John wouldn't shoot at him, probably. Did you bring your boys with you? They don't need to get involved in this. John slowly shook his head, rainwater dripping from his hair tips, splashing into the puddles on the ground, creating ripples. It's too dangerous. And what am I supposed to be? Bobby scoffed, shouldering the gun, the metal brushing against his clothing, producing a faint sound. A coward. Tough, yet useless. John rolled his eyes tiredly, pulling at the corner of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile. Damn old man, he understood his meaning. Pretending to disdain, yet caring more than anyone else. You can take care of yourself. Bobby stared at him, as if examining a soon-to-be scrapped old machine, a hint of barely noticeable concern in his eyes. Silence fell again, heavy enough to make breathing difficult. After a few seconds, Bobby finally turned sideways, opening half the door, his tone still stiff. Come in, don't just stand out there. If you catch a cold, I'll have to take care of you. Those boys can handle it too, he muttered softly, his voice almost drowned out by the violent rain. John didn't respond, only nodded appreciatively, albeit very slightly, dragging his heavy steps past Bobby. He stepped into the room filled with the mixed scents of oil, old books, and gunpowder. The relationship between the two old hunters had never been described as harmonious. They were like two rocks rubbing against each other, wearing each other down, yet also supporting one another. They rarely embraced or spoke soft words, but they never truly betrayed one another. Especially when John showed up unannounced with two boys, Bobby would always soften. John set down his canvas bag, the clinking of metal barrels inside echoing clearly in the silent room. I just want to sleep for a few hours to escape this thing. He took off his soaked jacket, tossing it in the corner, his voice exhausted to the extreme. After I sleep, I'll leave you alone. By the time you and your troubles are done here, I'll probably be bald. Bobby grumbled casually, placing the shotgun on the table, moving toward the door to the basement, the metal doorknob glinting coldly in the dim light. The safe house is in the basement, you know the way. You know that safe room is useless against dreamwalkers. John followed him, his tone calm. That's not a zombie. John suddenly stopped, his gaze sharpening like a drawn blade. That's a demon capable of invading dreams. Bobby's back stiffened, his footsteps halted. He glanced at the gun on the table, and then at John's serious back. A demon. That safe house, which only protected against physical monsters, was indeed useless. He followed John down the basement stairs, narrow and steep, creaking with each step. John pulled open the iron door to the safe room. The sound of metal scraping was harsh and grating. He angrily turned back to glare at Bobby. It can't find me. So I know it's him, that yellow-eyed demon. Bobby frowned, filled with doubts. That yellow-eyed demon. John didn't explain, walking straight to the cot in the corner, not even bothering to take off his jacket, lying down directly like a discarded shell, instantly falling silent. I always dream of some people. He closed his eyes, his voice low and indistinct. Marry those boys, civilians from past cases. They kept asking me where I was again and again, every night without ceasing. I know something's wrong because of them. He paused for a moment, as if chewing on some bitter truth, his tone infused with deep helplessness. That's how I know something's going wrong. Fortunately, I haven't given them any answers yet. Bobby stood at the door, a chill creeping up his spine, making him shiver. A demon. Invading dreams. He had never heard of such an ability. But the plight Sam and Dean were currently facing had already surpassed the scope of everything he had learned in his lifetime. He was the foremost expert on supernatural phenomena on both sides of the Atlantic and Pacific, yet at this moment, he felt like a blind man standing on the edge of a cliff, oblivious to the imminent danger. Bobby rubbed his aching, swollen eyes, closing the last ancient book about demons. The pages were yellowed and brittle, the ink blurred, and not a single word mentioned yellow eyes or the ability to invade dreams. Of course not. When John first asked him about that yellow-eyed creature, he had flipped through every book he could find, only to come up empty. At that time, he thought it was merely a remnant of some ancient cult. He picked up the whiskey from the corner of the table, unscrewed the cap, and took a large gulp. The cheap liquor burned his throat, bringing a spicy warmth, yet it couldn't dispel the gloom in his heart. The old hunter glanced at the clock on the bookshelf. 9 hours. John had been asleep for 9 hours, far exceeding the few hours he had mentioned. A normal person would have collapsed after 4 days without sleep. But John Winchester, he was always built like iron and logically should have been back on his feet around 4 in the morning, continuing to trouble Bobby rather than lying there motionless. He struggled to stand up, his knees creaking under the burden, protesting against their aging master. Damn, he really was getting old, no longer possessing the courage of his youth. He finished the last sip of whiskey, casually tossing the empty bottle onto the table as he walked toward the stairs leading to the basement. With each step, his old knees groaned in agony, as if they might shatter at any moment. Then, limping down the stairs, he muttered low curses about the ungrateful guests, the multi-story building, and the retirement life he should have been enjoying on the beaches of Guam, now instead entangled in these troubles. The door to the safe house was ajar, leaving a narrow gap. He gently pushed the door open and called out John's name softly, his voice echoing in the cramped space. There was no response. John lay motionless on the army cot, his forehead tightly knitted, his hands twitching slightly on the hard bed, as if silently battling some invisible force, his face a picture of pain. The phone on the bedside table vibrated wildly, the screen flashing on and off, clearly displaying the name Sam. Bobby sighed, complaining quietly, "I hope that guy hasn't hidden any knives or guns under his pillow, otherwise this old body of mine won't handle the trouble well." He cautiously extended his hand, ensuring he stood at a safe distance from John, and gently shook his shoulder. Not a muscle stirred. He applied more force, and after a few heavy slaps, Bobby's heart sank. Something was wrong. He needed to call for help, to summon Sam and Dean. They would definitely be angry at him for not notifying them sooner. But there was no other way now. The double car doors slammed shut with a loud bang, the sound shattering the silence of the yard, breaking the oppressive stillness following the downpour. Zhang Sheng and Sam burst out of the iconic black Impala like two black bolts of lightning, slicing through the remaining curtain of rain, splashing the puddles on the ground. "Go down. He's in the safe house in the basement." Bobby's voice came from the entrance of the basement, tinged with urgency. Without a moment's pause, Zhang Sheng kicked open the screen door with a loud crash, and they rushed down the stairs 2 steps at a time, their hurried footsteps echoing in the narrow stairwell, carrying an unprecedented sense of urgency. Bobby waited at the bottom of the stairs, clutching the old baseball cap, his hair disheveled from the earlier climb, his face etched with seriousness. He watched the 2 young men rush down, his expression complex, filled with guilt and concern. "Where is he?" Zhang Sheng didn't wait for an answer and dashed toward the safe house, moving like a gust of wind, his eyes filled with urgency. Sam followed closely, hastily patting Bobby's shoulder, conveying silent comfort before quickly keeping pace with his brother. Inside the safe house, John lay on the army cot by the iron wall. He appeared relatively calm, almost as if asleep, if not for the furrowed brow, slightly twitching fingers, and the cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Dad." Sam knelt by the bed, his voice trembling as he reached out to gently stroke his father's cheek, feeling the coldness beneath his touch. Zhang Sheng's hand was already on John's neck, quickly checking for a pulse. The pulse raced too fast, like an out-of-control engine, frantic and chaotic, completely inconsistent with a normal sleeping state. "Dad." He suddenly raised his hand and slapped John across the face, the sharp sound echoing loudly in the confined space. "Oh, why didn't I think of this? If I had known a slap would work, I wouldn't have worried for so long." Bobby stood at the door, arms crossed, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude, yet his eyes concealed a glimmer of anticipation. Zhang Sheng shot him a fierce glare, his tone harsh. "Why didn't you call us when he showed up? If you had notified us sooner, maybe it wouldn't have come to this." "Dean," Sam warned, pulling back his hand. John remained unresponsive, clearly arguing wouldn't solve anything and would only waste time. Bobby averted his gaze, lifting his chin slightly, his tone tinged with regret. "He told me not to do that, said he didn't want to get you involved in danger. I really don't know why I listened to him back then. Why is he in the safe house? Are the defenses here effective against demons?" Sam glanced around the iron walls, the pentagram, and the anti-demon glyphs, all common defensive measures used by hunters. He thought it was a demon causing trouble, a demon capable of invading dreams. Bobby took off his hat, rubbed his thinning hair vigorously, then irritably put it back on. "He said he keeps dreaming about people. Marry you guys. Always asking him where he went, haunting him." Zhang Sheng cursed under his breath, fists clenched, knuckles turning white, turning to look at his father's tightly closed eyes, his gaze filled with anxiety. He thought that here its influence wouldn't reach him, and he could have a good night's sleep. Bobby scoffed, his tone laced with helplessness. "It's no use for him. That damn demon isn't constrained by physical defenses at all." He pointed at John, and then at the ceiling fan shrouded in the shadow of the pentagram. "I let him rest for a few hours, thinking he needed time to recover. I just tried to help him up, but he just wouldn't wake up, as if his soul had been drained. It's Baku." Sam suddenly said, his voice low and firm, a hint of certainty in his eyes. Bobby turned sharply, shock evident in his eyes. "Baku. That dream beast that feeds on dreams. We are fairly certain he was hunting one." Sam added, his gaze fixed on his father's pale face, responding, "I saw it in a vision. It had the body of a lion, the head of an elephant, and a pair of eyes burning with amber flames." "No, Sam." Zhang Sheng suddenly kicked the edge of the bed, the metal frame emitting a piercing clang. John's body jolted, yet he remained deeply asleep, showing no signs of waking. "Baku feeds on dreams, not on flesh, and won't pursue the whereabouts of its prey. Zhang Sheng's voice trembled with anger. Who would care where Dad is? Except that yellow-eyed demon. Sam's words got caught in his throat as he struggled to suppress the familiar stinging defensive instinct that surfaced whenever his brother questioned his abilities. His brown eyes widened, quickly processing the crucial details, countless clues flashing through his mind. You mean? His voice dropped, his expression shifting, a terrible conjecture forming in his heart. Oh no. The yellow-eyed demon is using Baku. What's going on? What happened? Bobby strode into the safe house, his voice rough, tinged with urgency. Guys, stop playing riddles. What is happening? The yellow-eyed demon. Zhang Sheng gritted his teeth, his voice low, as if it came from the depths of hell, filled with murderous intent. Damn it. He's using Baku to find Dad. Baku can invade dreams, read Dad's memories and location, while the yellow-eyed demon hides in the shadows, reaping the benefits. Bobby cursed under his breath, his eyes filled with a sense of absurdity. He glanced around at the sturdy iron walls which had once provided him comfort, now appearing utterly ludicrous. No wonder the safe house is useless. Oh, we defend against the tangible while they directly invade the dream realm. We need to wake him up immediately. Sam once again grabbed John's shoulder, shaking him vigorously. Although he knew it was futile, he was unwilling to give up. He reasoned, we can't let him unconsciously reveal our location to that thing in the dream, nor the whereabouts of the Colt pistol. Should I be worried about demons appearing? Bobby's body tensed, his hand moving to the silver dagger hidden at his lower back, his gaze scanning the surroundings, warily ready for a fight. He will hold on to my father's willpower far exceeds that of ordinary people. Zhang Sheng shook his head, his voice laced with absolute trust in his father, but more so with an unmistakable anxiety. But he must stay away from the dream realm and not get entangled with Baku again. I managed to get some African dream roots, Bobby suddenly said, as if recalling a lifeline. The two turned their heads, sharply astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. The only time we almost drove Baku away was when Rufus and I confronted it on its territory using the African dream roots. Bobby explained, a hint of relief in his tone. Zhang Sheng turned his head sharply, disbelief etched on his face, and raised his voice. When did you ever face Baku? How come I've never heard of this before? Bobby shot him a fierce glare, his eyes clearly conveying, what are you pretending to be, you little wolf? I've experienced more than you've eaten salt. A few years ago in Alaska, Bobby replied succinctly. This statement left Zhang Sheng utterly bewildered. He stared at the old man, who was both a father and a mentor, as if looking at a stranger filled with questions. What on earth were you doing in Alaska? There's nothing there but ice and snow. What could possibly be worth your trip? Vacation. Bobby shrugged, a look of nonchalance on his face. Vacation in Alaska? Zhang Sheng's voice brimmed with skepticism, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Are you sure you weren't hunting some kind of monster while vacationing? With Rufus? Sam interjected at the right moment, his eyes glinting with mischief, clearly not believing Bobby's vacation story. Hurry up, the dream roots are in the study. If we delay any longer, your father might not wake up at all. Bobby huffed impatiently, turning to leave the safe house, quickly climbing the stairs, not wanting to engage further with these two kids. As they rushed upstairs, they headed straight for Bobby's rickety cabinet of magical materials. That thing resembled a guardian overwhelmed by time, with a broken leg and leaning precariously between two massive bookshelves, looking as if it would collapse at any moment. When they pulled open the cabinet door, it emitted a painful creaking sound, as if it would completely fall apart the next second. Bobby himself wasn't sure if it was always this rickety when bought, or if it had been crushed into such a state by the materials he had piled up over the years. During the search, Sam rummaged through the materials, meticulously asking Bobby about the details of his last encounter with Baku, afraid of missing any crucial information. How did you deal with the last one? I've combed through all the ancient texts and found no definitive killing methods, only ways to drive it away. Sam gingerly took an ancient tome from the bookshelf, carefully flipping it open to check if there were traces of dream root powder nestled between the pages. He found various rare materials in the cabinet: dragon blood, resin, mandrake roots, and even a small vial of solidified unicorn blood, each worth a fortune. He was naturally tidy, grouping these items together and placing them back into different compartments of the cabinet to avoid confusion. Zhang Sheng, however, was entirely different. He rummaged through everything, not caring if he made a bigger mess, throwing books and bottles everywhere. When Bobby complained about Sam moving his precious materials around, Zhang Sheng turned to his brother, grinning widely, sporting a teasing expression that said, "You're just being too particular." "We didn't kill it," Bobby replied, honestly watching the two boys show puzzled expressions. He continued to explain, "As far as Rufus and I know, you can't kill Baku. They are nearly impossible to catch, primarily because they don't have a physical form on this planet, existing only in the seams between dreams and reality." The brothers exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. "So what did you do? Surely you didn't try reasoning with it?" Zhang Sheng inquired, his tone carrying the disdain of a hunter familiar with the word impossible. He never believed there were monsters that couldn't be killed. I scared it away. Bobby shrugged his tone flat, as if he were merely swatting away a fly. That was the best outcome we could hope for. They dislike bright lights and loud noises which can disrupt their energy fields. Sam suddenly straightened, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, as if he had thought of something crucial. Fireworks, he blurted out. Zhang Sheng shot him a puzzled look, asking what. Fireworks can drive away Baku. It has been speculated. Sam rapidly flipped through a yellowed ancient tome, his finger gliding quickly over the pages as he explained. While it's just a rough theory, the Baku is possibly derived from Chinese legend, not Japanese at all. He slammed the book down on the table with a crisp sound. The three immediately leaned in, their gazes fixed on the pages. The page depicted a monster illustrated from dragon horns, tiger claws, and a cow's tail, its eyes fierce, and its form grotesque, exactly the Baku Sam had seen in his visions. It is said that the year beast would attack children, but later a sage purified it, making it only consume evil things. Sam lightly tapped the illustration, excitement in his voice as he spoke. Before that, the villagers used fireworks and firecrackers to drive it away, utilizing bright lights and loud noises. So people set off fireworks during the spring festival. That's the meaning behind it. Zhang Sheng looked up at Bobby, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. It seems we need to find something that can create bright lights and loud noises. As far as I know, ancient Chinese exorcism techniques have miraculous effects. Bobby shrugged, a tinge of helplessness in his tone. So, is there any way to fill Dad's mind with fireworks? It turned out that the remaining African dream roots were hidden in a small glass jar at the very back of the desk, covered by a pile of documents and tools. Moreover, there was hardly any left, just a thin layer of powder, barely enough for 2 people to use. This isn't enough for all of us, only 2 can go in to save him. Bobby muttered, pulling out an ancient tome about dream roots, contemplating whether to add some honey to mask the damned bitterness, otherwise these 2 kids would surely choke on it. We also need John's hair as a medium to accurately locate his dream and not get lost in the dream realm. Sam added, quickly taking a few strands of hair from his father's pillow and carefully wrapping them in paper. I will go in. Zhang Sheng nodded firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The responsibility he learned from John was like a military order etched into his bones. In the face of danger, he was always the first to charge forward. But this has never stopped another rifle from the Winchester family. I can't do it without me. Sam immediately retorted, his gaze resolute. Dean, I saw the illusion of Baku. I know its form and abilities better than anyone. I should go. If we go in together, the success rate will be higher. Zhang Sheng fell silent, his eyes locked onto his brother, his expression devoid of anger, only a heavy, almost painful contemplation. He knew Sam was right, but he also worried about his brother's safety. After all, the dream realm was perilous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being trapped inside forever, even to the point of mental collapse. Sam's mind raced, preparing all the arguments to persuade his brother. At that moment, Zhang Sheng nodded, his tone softening. All right, we'll go in together, but you must stay close to me and not act on your own. Silence fell. Sam and Bobby were both stunned, obviously not expecting Zhang Sheng to agree so quickly. In the past, he had always stubbornly insisted on taking everything upon himself. Zhang Sheng seemed oblivious to their surprise, walking straight into the kitchen, retrieving a jar of honey from the cupboard, and beginning to boil water, his movements practiced. Bobby looked at Sam, his eyes filled with confusion, as if to say, has this kid taken the wrong medicine? Sam returned the same look of shock, which quickly transformed into a hint of relief. His brother was finally willing to trust him, willing to fight alongside him rather than keep him behind. Zhang Sheng poured a thick layer of honey into the cup, recalling the nauseating bitterness of the dream root, and without hesitation added 2 more spoonfuls until the honey in the cup formed a small mound. He handed the prepared potion to Bobby, asking him to stir it well. Bobby checked the amount, and then looked at Sam, making a gesture that indicated, it's enough, but it won't last long, you need to act quickly. You're right, Sammy. Zhang Sheng suddenly turned around, handing the stirred cup to his brother, his voice low, yet clear. It should be you. Your perception of the dream realm is sharper than mine. All you need to do is bring him back, and I will cover you. Sam was utterly stunned, holding the warm cup in his hands, momentarily unsure of how to react. What? He opened his mouth, looking at Bobby for confirmation. The old hunter shrugged, helplessly signaling him to just go along with it. The dream realm where Dad is located must be vast, like the cave you mentioned. If the 2 of us look together, our chances of success will be higher. Sam quickly responded, returning the cup to his brother, his tone resolute. Zhang Sheng squinted, scanning back and forth between the 2. He felt he had missed some crucial information, but thought it was likely just a small exchange between brothers, so he forcibly shifted his gaze away, no longer getting entangled. He turned to Bobby. If this isn't enough, can you get some more dream root? We might need a backup. What do you think dream root grows on trees that you can just pick? This is a rare material. Ooh, I got this little bit from Rufus years ago. Bobby's temper flared up as he said this, sounding irritable. Sam immediately made a gesture to Zhang Sheng indicating, "Don't ask. If you ask again, he'll blow up." "What about Garth? He has wide connections. Maybe he can get some dream root." Hearing this, Zhang Sheng was not easily dissuaded, quickly listing nearby hunters who might be able to procure it, in his mind Garth being one of them. "What's wrong? What's wrong with Garth?" Sam's voice pulled him back from his thoughts, his eyes carrying a hint of worry. Bobby's eyes widened, darting between the two, filled with a weighty sorrow and regret, as if to say, "You haven't heard. Garth is dead." Zhang Sheng's body instantly stiffened, as if struck by lightning, and Sam's expression also darkened instantly, his smile frozen on his face. "That can't be true." Familiar with the show, Zhang Sheng retorted decisively, his tone filled with incredulous shock, thinking, "Garth was still alive in 2016. Anything I changed shouldn't affect him. The timeline shouldn't be this fragile. I received the call yesterday, absolutely true." Bobby took off his hat, slightly bowing his head in mourning. He was attacked in his own home and died in a horrific manner. His mother found the body and notified the hunting community. Silence fell like ice, instantly freezing the entire room. Zhang Sheng slowly shook his head, his fists clenched, knuckles turning white, his heart filled with anger and helplessness at having been toyed with by fate. He had crossed over with the thought of slaughtering everything to change the tragedy of the two brothers, but now the tragedy had not only not decreased, but had only increased. Garth's death felt like a thorn digging painfully into his heart. "Impossible," he repeated, his voice tinged with a desperate howl. "Listen, he was a good kid, kind-hearted, but too naive." Bobby's voice was low, tinged with regret. "But to say he was a hunter." He shrugged. No one in the room would deny it. All felt Garth was too good-natured, unsuitable for the brutal profession of hunting, and would eventually die in some hunt. But that wasn't the point. The point was everything had changed, spiraling out of control, becoming more dangerous. A chilling sensation suddenly filled Zhang Sheng's limbs, making him feel cold all over. He suddenly pulled out a few crumpled papers from his back pocket. These were important records he had kept from various timelines after his crossing, stained and worn at the edges, his only reliance against fate. He frantically flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the scribbled notes, trying to find any mention of Garth's death, but to no avail. Suddenly he froze, his gaze locking onto a name. "Damn," he cursed under his breath, his face turning extremely grim. He shoved the papers back into his pocket, the phone almost crushing in his grip, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. "Meg." He gritted his teeth, spitting out the name, killing intent swirling in his eyes. He pressed the dial button, the phone to his ear, his knuckles pounding on the back of the chair, making rapid sounds that vented his inner anger. Sam's pupils constricted upon hearing that name, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Bobby also turned sharply, his eyes filled with vigilance. The woman was a troublesome demon. "Caleb, listen to me." The call connected and Zhang Sheng spoke urgently, wanting to warn Caleb to be cautious of Meg. "Dean." A cold woman's voice came from the other end, laced with a hint of mockery. Zhang Sheng's body went rigid as if struck by high voltage, his blood instantly freezing. He slowly turned, looking at Sam and Bobby, his expression dark enough to drip water. His green eyes swept across his brother's face, seeing the storm clouds gather, the killing intent swirling. The person on the other end of the line was someone they least wanted to see. From the other end of the phone came Meg's distinctive, demonically tinged cold laughter. "Long time no see, Dean." "Meg, you bastard. Did you kill Gaff?" Zhang Sheng shouted into the phone, his voice filled with overwhelming rage. "You started the war, Dean." He. The voice twisted with a demonic pleasure, sharp and piercing, "and war always brings casualties. Gaff was just the beginning. More lives will be lost because of you." Zhang Sheng heard Caleb's protesting voice on the other end, followed by a painful groan, and then silence. He closed his eyes, fists clenched, nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. He could imagine Caleb's plight at this moment, yet felt utterly powerless. "I want to know your source of information, who is helping you." "That angel." Meg's voice held a hint of greed and curiosity. He said nothing, the phone trembling violently in his hand, the anger and pain within him nearly consuming him. He knew that nothing could save Caleb now. "I will kill you, do you hear me? I will definitely kill you." He shouted into the phone, his voice hoarse and filled with determination. Meg merely laughed, her laughter unrestrained. "Come and catch me, Dean. Meanwhile, I will slaughter all your friends, leaving no one behind. Everyone you ever cared about, everyone you ever saved will die because of you. Unless you tell me who is helping you and hand over that damn Colt pistol, you will have to listen to them choke on their own blood." Zhang Sheng met Sam's gaze, those green eyes reflecting pure, heart-wrenching pain and anger. "All right." He growled low, his voice dangerous and desperate with a hint of compromise. "I will give you the Colt pistol. I will tell you everything. But I need a day. I need to prepare." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, as if weighing the pros and cons. "How about this? I will wait for you at Bobby Singer's place." Meg's voice was like a snake's tongue, laced with calculation. "If you find him before I do, that old man might survive. But don't play tricks anymore, Zhang Sheng. If you don't show up with the Colt pistol, Well, I think you know what will happen. He could still hear the echo of Caleb choking on his own blood, that sound ringing in his ears like a curse. Goodbye. Meg chuckled lightly and hung up the phone. Bang. The phone was slammed shut by Zhang Sheng, the plastic on the side, cracking instantly, parts scattering everywhere. Zhang Sheng yelled in rage, smashing the remnants of the phone against the wall of the study, the device instantly shattering into pieces, debris flying. We don't have time to chat, we must act immediately. He turned to Bobby, his voice hard as iron, devoid of warmth. If we want to save Dad and keep the Colt pistol, we must act right now. Are the anti-demon measures in the house still effective? Can they hold Meg off? Zhang Sheng asked, quickly, urgency in his eyes. Sam was about to question why his brother was compromising, but Bobby answered first, of course it's effective. Unless she breaks in forcefully, she can't get in. If time permits, I might be able to enhance the defenses further. Don't. Zhang Sheng grabbed the cup of yellow tea mixed with dream root and honey from the table, his tone resolute. Meg is on her way. You need to open part of the barrier to leave her an entrance. What? Bobby shouted, unable to believe his ears. Are you crazy? Letting her in, we'll all die. She killed Caleb and Gath. We can't just let her succeed. Sam's voice trembled with anger, full of confusion and rage, not understanding why his brother would do this. Zhang Sheng pointed to his brother and himself, his tone grave. Need to enter the dream domain to rescue Dad. Bobby, you need to set a trap for Meg. When she comes in, we'll deal with her, completely eliminating future threats. The two brothers held the cup, emitting the scent of decay and bitterness, walking steadily toward the basement. Caleb was in Lincoln, a 3-hour drive from here. Even if Meg drove fast, they still had enough time to save Dad and set the trap. Bobby watched their backs, his expression complex, and finally sighed, his voice tinged with worry and trust. Get in quickly and come back fast. Understood. I will keep an eye on the house and prepare a big gift for that female demon. Sam nodded, and they sat down facing each other on the chairs in the safe house. Sam took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and drank half a cup, nearly choking on the acrid taste that made him furrow his brows, tears almost spilling, before handing the rest to Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng frowned without hesitation, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go, the bitter taste exploding in his mouth, unbearable. Prepare the house and set the trap. He stood up, placing the empty cup on the table, his gaze resolute. We will return in time, we must. That's right. Bobby's voice held no trust, yet a hint of resigned expectation. I will keep an eye on your dad and make Meg pay the price. The two had no time for more words. The effects of the dream root began to take hold rapidly. Their consciousness started to blur, eyelids growing heavier, the scenes before them twisting and overlapping. Bobby stared at the three hunters sleeping in the shelter, a grave expression on his face, then turned and walked up the stairs. He picked up the shotgun from the corner, checked the ammunition, and headed towards the front door to set the trap. He was getting old, tired of these endless troubles. But damn it, this was his home, his friends, and it was not up to a demon to decide. He would fight to the end. When Zhang Sheng awoke, the world was a void. Not darkness, not chaos, but an absolute, all-consuming emptiness. Eternal, endless, a void so hollow, it was suffocating. Nonsense, fool. Open your eyes and see. He blinked, and the scene before him remained unchanged. The endless empty enveloped him, with no boundaries, no references. Even the basic concepts of up, down, left, right seemed absurd. Underfoot was some solid surface. He crouched down and gently tapped with his fingertips. Cold, smooth, hard. An unnatural, flawless black surface, like a frozen cosmic abyss, absorbing all light and sound. He could see his hand bizarrely clear. The skin texture of his fingertips, the tiny hangnails at the edges, even the veins at his knuckles turning white from the strain, all vividly apparent, as if illuminated by an invisible spotlight. But where did this light come from? He looked around. There was nothing but himself. No light source, no shadows cast, only this forcibly seen body, isolated and floating in this void. Has the effect of the medicine begun? He stood up, the rustling of his clothing and the soft sound of his boots touching the ground amplified infinitely in this dead silence, only to be swiftly swallowed by the void, leaving not even a trace of echo. Amara has won. This is the fate of coexisting with darkness. He felt a morbid numbness towards it. This isn't right. For the past 6 months, he struggled like a trapped beast, trying to pry the gears of fate to change those tragic outcomes. But now this calm acceptance enveloped his nerves like a thick layer of grease, leaving him without even the strength to feel anger. 6 months. The hunter once again looked around this empty world, a flicker of confusion and shards of clarity violently colliding beneath the numbing layer. I have been here for 6 months. Could it have just been a dream? A thought pierced his mind like an icicle. Is all of this an illusion woven by Amara to let him rest? A gentle cage without pain. That sounds too much like her style. Dying with her might truly bring no pain. She would drown him in the most beautiful illusion, letting him sink into false calm. But this doesn't make sense. The struggles of the past 6 months, the bone-deep fatigue, the sense of defeat, and the tangible feeling of fighting alongside Sam were all deeply etched in his memory. If this is truly Amara's illusion, she could have easily given him a perfect fortress keeping Sam Lisa. Everyone alive, and he wouldn't even bother to wake up. Why go through the effort to create such a hollow, unsettling beginning? Unless a thought stirred within him, unnecessary complication itself is the answer. This resembles the style of that damn writer Chuck, using chaos and pain to create drama, treating everyone as mere pawns in his narrative. If this is not an illusion, if he truly woke up, then this is not Amara's doing. Who could have placed him in such a situation, if not that self-proclaimed god of a writer? Where on earth am I? Dean. A strange voice erupted in the void like a stone thrown into a deep pool, the ripples unable to reach the shore. Zhang Sheng suddenly turned, muscles tensing, instinctively adopting a defensive stance, his hand subconsciously reaching for the gun holstered at his waist. The source of the voice was undetectable, 10 feet. A million miles. In this boundless emptiness, distance lost its meaning. The voice seemed to come from all directions, almost as if it were right beside him. Dean, can you hear me? This time it was Sam's voice. Filled with familiar urgency and concern, it pierced through the void. If Sam is here too, perhaps he can explain everything. Sam. He called out tentatively, his voice spreading in the emptiness before being swallowed up. Dean. The voice rang out again, closer. Zhang Sheng's speed in turning around slowed, filled with vigilance and doubt. The next moment, Sam abruptly appeared before him, seemingly generated from the void, with no warning, no transition. The bizarre manner of his appearance sent a shock to Zhang Sheng's scalp, stumbling back 2 steps, creating a safe distance, his heart racing wildly in his chest. What the hell? He growled, panic surging in his chest. Can you stop appearing like that? Sam stared at him with an extremely strange expression. Sam's brown eyes widened in pure astonishment at first, then narrowed, furrowing his brow, as if scrutinizing a completely unfamiliar object, trying to see some flaw in his face. His gaze slowly moved down, scanning Zhang Sheng's boots, pants, and the gun holster at his waist, then raised back up, locking onto his face with an intense look of inquiry. Zhang Sheng felt irritated by this rude scrutiny and was about to question him when Sam scoffed, rolling his eyes. Though he had partially turned his head, his gaze still uncontrollably flickered back to Zhang Sheng's face, as if seeing something unbelievable. What? Do I have something on my face? Or do I look strange right now? Zhang Sheng asked, irritably reaching up to touch his cheek. Sam mustered his courage, looking at him for a few more seconds before finally shifting his gaze, surveying this empty surrounding. The action itself was absurd, as if searching for non-existent reference points. Let's go find Dad. Sam's voice carried a deliberate calm, attempting to dispel the eerily suffocating atmosphere. Dad. Zhang Sheng was taken aback, his brain momentarily shutting down. Sam's slight hesitation in his movements, and the surprise that flashed across his face as he turned, seemed like a needle piercing through Zhang Sheng's numb exterior. Dad is still alive. This thought, bearing a long-lost, almost dizzying shock, instantly brought him back to a state of partial awareness. Dad is still alive, and he has joined the forces of darkness. This sudden memory fragment from the future sank his heart. We took dream roots, remember? Sam stared at him again, his wise eyes quickly shifting from curiosity to confusion and concern. We are inside Dad's mind. We need to find him and rescue him from Baku's control. The man from the future blinked, fragments of memory flooding back into his mind like a tide. Right, it's a dream. The past 6 months were not an illusion, but all that is before him is a dream created by dream roots, a passage into the depths of John's consciousness. He looked around, the void suddenly stunned, his tone filled with disbelief. What on earth is happening? This is completely different from the first time. It wasn't like this at all last time. The first time? Sam blinked, looking bewildered, clearly not understanding his meaning. What first time? We have never taken dream roots together. We made the dream roots take root and sprout. Zhang Sheng blurted out instinctively, completely forgetting that the current Sam had not experienced those events. Worry, along with a familiar expression on Zhang Sheng's face, named doubting your sanity, swiftly crossed Sam's features. He continued to stare at Zhang Sheng, but his eyes held a hint of scrutiny, as if looking at someone mentally unstable. This is the first time, Dean. When did you start taking dream roots? The young Winchester's voice carried a restrained, offensive tone, filled with confusion. Or did you drink too much before coming in? Click. Zhang Sheng bit down hard on his back molars, producing a crisp sound. What the hell? He realized he had let something slip, quickly averting his gaze, shoving all memories of the future, especially that absurd experience of wandering in Bobby's consciousness, deep into the recesses of his mind, erecting a high wall with sheer will. He must not let Sam discover the secret of the timeline. Sam turned around, but Zhang Sheng could still feel that probing gaze clinging to his back like a thorny sting. Damn it, he had no desire to debate time paradoxes with a Sam who had yet to endure those storms, especially in John Winchester's mind. That would only complicate matters further. Let's go find Dad. He abruptly shifted the topic, his tone resolute and unyielding. Time is limited, the effect of the dream root won't last long, right? He's back, Sam murmured softly, his voice echoing in the emptiness with a subtle hint of emotion. Zhang Sheng glanced at him curiously, but the young Winchester merely waved his hand toward the formless front and stepped forward, beginning their search for their father in this boundless void. They walked for about 5 minutes before Zhang Sheng truly began to observe this space. The first time he took the dream route was inside Bobby's mind, a nightmarish museum filled with bloody memories, rusted weapons, and shattered illusions, each step treading on fragments of pain. He had expected John's mind to be similar, a dilapidated hunter's cabin, the burning apparition of Mary, countless faces of victims, or at least remnants of prey, chronicling his lifelong hunting career. But there was nothing. What the hell, he finally complained, spreading his arms and shouting into the void with frustration. Why is Dad's mind empty? Not even a fragment of memory. Sam quickly glanced around, seemingly accustomed to the sight, showing no surprise. He's hiding, he explained calmly, as if stating an obvious fact. Look around, no clues, no images, no traces of pre-sleep memories. He knew Baku was hunting him, so he deliberately wiped his surface consciousness clean, hiding himself in the deepest recesses of his memory. Zhang Sheng again scanned the suffocating emptiness, then looked at Sam with admiration. Sam shrugged, a gesture that said, "Isn't it obvious? Impressive." Zhang Sheng whistled softly, his tone filled with absolute respect from one hunter to another. Such control, truly worthy of John Winchester. Anyone else would have had their consciousness devoured by Baku long ago. Sam chuckled lightly, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Yes, but how can we find him? This void is vast, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhang Sheng narrowed his eyes and slowly turned around, trying to think like John and place himself in the seasoned hunter's shoes. Beside him, Sam also stopped, awaiting his brother's insight. It's his head, Zhang Sheng suddenly repeated, his voice dropping as if he had discovered a crucial clue, a spark lighting up his gaze. This is John Winchester's head. Sam nodded again, completely unaware of his brother's epiphany. Dad is a hunter, Zhang Sheng emphasized, quickening his speech. A hunter doesn't just hide passively, he must fight back. Sammy must be hunting that thing just as it's hunting him. They are hunter and prey will always be drawn to bait. Sam's eyes suddenly widened with realization, instantly grasping his brother's meaning. Right? Just as John would choose to ambush rather than hide, Baku, as a creature that feeds on dreams, must be attracted by strong emotions and vivid dreams. All right, but how does that help us find him? Sam straightened up suddenly, in sync with his brother's train of thought, inhaling sharply and answering himself. We don't need to find him. We let Baku come to us, and Dad will surely be where Baku appears. Dad will come along too. Zhang Sheng grinned, revealing the sharp smile, unique to hunters capturing prey. He won't let Baku succeed easily. He will watch silently, looking for a chance to strike back. Now, he licked his lips, his gaze sweeping the surrounding darkness with determination. How do we get this Chinese Frankenstein to cooperate? How do we create bait strong enough to lure it? Sam was about to correct his absurd metaphor, but stopped suddenly. An answer emerged clearly in his mind, like a beacon shining through the darkness. We create a dream. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, with firm resolve. What? Zhang Sheng frowned, puzzled. Baku feeds on dreams and nightmares, especially those filled with intense emotions. Sam's voice carried a strange calmness, as if merging with the void. We need to feed it something, using the most vivid and powerful dreams as bait to lure it out. At that moment, a gentle, warm voice filled with endless love and smiles flowed through the emptiness like a spring breaking the silence. Sam. The brothers' attention was instantly captured, both turning their heads. A woman's figure appeared suddenly behind them without any warning. She wore the iconic blue and white striped pajamas, her feet clad in the gray socks Sam had once borrowed from her one night and never returned. Her flawless skin was adorned with familiar freckles and marks. Maps Sam had traced countless nights with his fingertips and gaze. Her face bore the shy yet radiant smile unique to Sam, her eyes so tender they could melt ice. Jesse. Sam's voice was as soft as a sigh, a warm current instantly washing over his empty form, stirring long-lost emotions. Then a miracle unfolded. Centered on Jesse, gentle blue and white light rippled outward like waves, swiftly dispelling the surrounding void. The light formed a spherical domain about 10 feet across, gently enveloping Sam and Jesse. The blue and white halo playfully clashed with the jagged edges of the endless darkness beyond, giving the eternal void its first notion of boundary and contrast, no longer suffocating. Zhang Sheng was stunned by this sudden burst of light and color, instinctively stepping back. My God, is this the deepest longing in Sam's mind? A pure yearning untainted by any impurity. He watched the two young men smile foolishly at each other, the air thick with tender, sincere affection, and a warm awkwardness surged, as if intruding on someone's most private dream. Guys, he cleared his throat, breaking the overly intimate atmosphere with a hint of urgency, start bringing things in. We need a bigger dream, stronger emotional fluctuations to attract Baku. Sam was startled, turning his head like a child caught doing something wrong, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. Zhang Sheng signaled him with his eyes to hurry up and not waste time. The older hunter stared at his younger brother, his gaze complex. This kid, has he been practicing the summoning dream technique all this time? His control is truly astonishing. He thought, helplessly starting to search his deepest memories in his mind. Sam rolled his eyes, evidently displeased with his brother's interruption. What do you usually dream about? Those deepest, most unforgettable images. Zhang Sheng knew he shouldn't ponder this question. Those buried memories were his most vulnerable weakness. But as if cursed, the moment Sam's question escaped his lips, the most secret corners of his mind were forcefully pried open. A name and an image surged forth like a runaway wild horse, uncontrollable. Hey! That voice was gentle yet familiar enough to stop his heart, carrying Lisa's unique tender tone. He suddenly turned around, breath caught in his throat. Lisa Braden was sitting on a picnic blanket spread over the colorless ground, looking up at him with a smile, holding a glass of red wine, the liquid shimmering enticingly in the ethereal light. Sunlight spilled over her golden hair. Everything was just like years ago in Bobby's dreams, so real that he almost believed it. Hi, Zhang Sheng responded, almost stammering, his chest feeling like it had been struck by a heavy hammer, a suffocating sensation overwhelming him. Immediately colors burst forth again, more brilliant than Sam's dream. But this time it wasn't the pure blue and white of Sam's. Zhang Sheng's dream was chaotic and contradictory. Vast swathes of bright green like freshly sprouted grass represented the peaceful times spent with Lisa, intertwined with deep, oppressive, almost painfully jealous dark green that was his regret and despair over losing her. It did not gently dispel the darkness like Sam's light, but rather resembled a forest wildly growing in the void, filled with contradictions, carrying a powerful emotional impact. Zhang Sheng did not stop it. He understood the complexity of this dream. It was both salvation and a scar, the deepest obsession of his heart. Dean. A heavy object suddenly crashed into his waist, filled with the unique energy of a child. He instinctively reached out, pressing down on Ben Braden's head with his other hand, tightly wrapping around the 11-year-old boy, feeling the real weight and warmth in his embrace. You're back. Ben grinned, revealing a dazzlingly silly smile that mirrored his own excitement flickering in his eyes. Yes, kid. Zhang Sheng's voice instantly turned hoarse. He cleared his throat forcefully, trying to suppress the lump surging in his throat, but his eyes uncontrollably grew warm. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, as if the parched land had encountered sweet rain, yet he had to suppress that joy and sorrow that almost tore his heart from his chest. When he looked down at the boy tightly hugging him, a wave of immense sorrow almost knocked him over. Fiery orange light erupted around them, intertwining with dazzling yellow light, like the noon sun, forming a realm of pure home that no darkness could swallow. Warmth, safety, happiness, feelings he had never truly possessed, were incredibly clear at this moment. He could almost see Baku's fangs greedily licking the edges of this happiness, feeling the intense emotional fluctuations. The few remaining happy memories were almost his fatal weakness, yet they were also the most effective bait at this moment. I'm sorry, buddy. He lowered his head, his lips almost touching the boy's hair, swirl, his voice soft enough only they could hear, filled with endless guilt. I love you, kid, but you're not real. It's just a dream. He shut his eyes, unable to bear the confusion, hurt, and disappointment flashing in Ben's eyes, as if the boulder pressing on his heart instantly turned to powder, scattering with the wind. He knew that if he immersed himself any longer, he would completely lose himself in this false happiness and never wake up. When he opened his eyes again, Lisa, Ben, and the heartbreakingly brilliant colors had all disappeared, leaving only the cold void and an indescribable emptiness in his chest. Only Sam and Jesse remained standing in that tranquil blue and white halo, quietly watching him, their eyes filled with understanding and sympathy. Sam was looking at him. In those youthful eyes, clearer than he remembered, there was no doubt, no mockery, only a nearly compassionate, profound understanding. Zhang Sheng never imagined that a Sam 10 years younger than him could look at him with such eyes, seeing through all his disguises and vulnerabilities. Zhang Sheng abruptly averted his gaze, cleared his throat, and tried to focus on the task to dispel the bitterness in his heart. He began to summon other memories, the smiles on the faces of survivors they had rescued, the moment the defeated monsters turned to ashes, and even the scene of Bobby and Rufus arguing in front of the broken car. Those vivid images, filled with the smell of fireworks, were precious fragments of his life. These memories brought forth warm shades of purplish red and deep purple light spreading beneath his feet, intertwining with Sam's blue and white halo, forming a larger realm of dreams. Too girly. He cursed in his heart. The thought of Bobby Singer absolutely did not associate with pink. But he knew the weight this old man held in his heart was beyond imagination, a presence like a father and a teacher. Beneath the beautiful memories he summoned lay those colors representing pain and struggle. The bloodiness of hunting, the despair of losing comrades, the anger of being manipulated by fate. Yet they appeared dim and flickering, as if on the verge of collapsing under the encroaching darkness. But Zhang Sheng knew that even if the nightmare devoured these memories, he would not collapse. These pains had long integrated into his blood and bones, becoming a part of him, supporting him to this point. "All right, that should be enough," he murmured, turning to look at Sam. His brother's dream was also expanding, though not as dazzling as Jess's, but the persistence and desire were clearly visible, the emotional intensity enough to attract any creature that fed on dreams. Zhang Sheng sincerely felt fortunate that these projections were not of anyone he shouldn't see, avoiding triggering a more complex situation. "Are we just going to wait like this?" Sam's hand remained tightly gripping Jess's, his fingertips turning pale, evidently trying hard to maintain this dream. But Zhang Sheng could feel that warm halo diminishing at a visible rate. He knew that staying in this dream for even a second was a tremendous drain and torture for Sam. Maintaining such intense emotional projections required immense mental effort. He wanted to ask Sam if he dreamed of Jessie every night, if he was afraid of dreaming of her dying in his arms, if he was praying that the damned precognitive dream would not come true. But the words were swallowed back. Some pain could only be silently endured. At that moment, something shifted at the edge of darkness. The two brothers tensed instantly, with Sam swiftly pulling Jessie behind him, his body positioned in a defensive stance. Zhang Sheng also immediately turned sideways, his hand reaching for the gun holster at his waist. Although he knew that physical weapons might not be effective in the realm of consciousness, he instinctively prepared to counter. They stared intently at the rolling, writhing edge of darkness that bordered the dream realm. They could not see the full form of Baku, perfectly concealed within the folds of darkness, leaving only a vague, hauntingly large silhouette, like a giant beast lurking in the abyss. As that thing moved slowly around them, Sam seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse. Like razor-sharp fangs and a pair of cold amber eyes glittering in the darkness, devoid of warmth, only pure greed and hunger. "Well, it seems to have worked," Zhang Sheng whispered, his voice tense, not daring to be careless. Before his words could fade, those shadows formed by memories close to the edge of darkness, those saved survivors, the arguing Bobby and Rufus, suddenly began to blur and distort. Part of their ethereal bodies, like smoke sucked away by an invisible straw, silently dissipated into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Baku began to feast. This dreamscape, constructed from their memories and desires, successfully attracted the hungry dream beast, marking the official commencement of a hunt deep within consciousness. Zhang Sheng gasped sharply, his body leaning forward, as if an invisible hook had yanked him violently from behind, the force so strong it nearly tore his soul from his body. Though those memory projections were dozens of yards away, he could still distinctly feel the tearing sensation as they were stripped away. It was not physical pain, but a hollow and tugging sensation of the soul being forcefully drawn out, as if a part of his heart had been ruthlessly excavated. This force surged through his nerves straight to his chest, making every breath feel like swallowing shards of glass, his chest heavy, as if pressed by an entire reef beneath the sea, unbearable and stifling. At that moment, an ice-searing scarlet glow, like molten lava erupting, suddenly tore through the infinite darkness. The source of the light did not come from above, but exploded between them, and the lurking darkness, like a flare detonating in the deep sea, illuminating the entire void as if it were a blood-colored purgatory. Boom! A thunderous roar followed, ringing in Zhang Sheng's ears, causing darkness to obscure his vision. He jolted, his gaze darting towards the center of the light. Countless crimson light points rained down like falling stars, then instantly coalesced into fleeting silent fireworks, brilliant yet eerie. The shadows formed by memories in his dream froze in unison, turning towards that light, their faces etched with shock and bewilderment, as if stunned by this sudden turn of events. From the darkness came a hissing sound, sharp and piercing, like a hot iron being plunged into cold water. With the impact of that bright light and the ensuing thunder, the consuming tug that had ensnared Zhang Sheng suddenly vanished. The edges of his memory projections recoalesced and returned to their original positions, though the light was noticeably dimmer, the colors less vibrant, like an oil painting drenched in rain, yet ultimately not completely erased. Huff! Only then did Zhang Sheng dare to take a deep breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking the hair at his temples. Sam's hand timely rested on his shoulders, steadying his swaying body. Zhang Sheng returned a standard, somewhat strained hunter's nod. "I'm fine," but the slight tremble of his fingertips betrayed his true state. "Good news, the firework theory is correct. The bright light and loud noise can drive it away." Sam panted heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, yet his eyes remained locked on the edge that had been swallowed by darkness again, trying to catch any signs of movement, not daring to relax for a moment. "Great," Zhang Sheng exhaled, deeply straightening his back, yet his muscles remained taut. The sensation of consciousness no longer being forcefully stripped away felt like being pulled from drowning Reborn. But the danger was not yet averted. The air was thick with a potent sense of menace. They could distinctly hear the soft sound of padded claws scraping against the ground in the darkness, as well as the rustling sound of a thick tail dragging, carrying a chilling sense of oppression. This time the creature's approach was evidently more cautious, like a startled predator reassessing the strength of its prey. "I hope you have prepared more ammunition." Zhang Sheng's voice was low, imbued with the calm and subtle fatigue characteristic of a hunter facing a formidable foe, his palms already slick with cold sweat. Sam stood beside him, his face grave as iron, yet his gaze sharp as a drawn blade. They had to hold out until John found them. Fortunately, under the rules of this dream, imagination was the cheapest ammunition and the most powerful weapon. "All right." Zhang Sheng slowly turned in place, scanning every corner of the darkness like a precise scanner, his muscles taut, like a pulled bowstring ready to respond to the next attack. "We've lured it here. What's the second step? How do we completely eliminate it?" Sam forced a bitter smile, instinctively clenching his fists, his knuckles turning white, wishing for a real hunting knife to appear in his hand, one that could face the monster heat-in. In that fleeting moment of thought, clang, a crisp metallic sound rang out. A gleaming cold blade appeared in his hand out of nowhere, the hilt feeling icy, yet real, bearing a familiar weight. Sam nearly dropped it in surprise, hurriedly grasping it tight, staring at the knife in astonishment. The sharp edge reflected a ghostly blue light under the dim glow, the blade, even engraved with strange runes, emanating a faint wave of spiritual energy, clearly a weapon designed to combat supernatural beings. "Moi." He looked up at Zhang Sheng, his eyes filled with inquiry and astonishment. Zhang Sheng shrugged, closed his eyes, and furrowed his brow, clearly concentrating on calling forth his subconscious. In the next second, a .45 caliber handgun with an ivory grip appeared in his hand, the barrel still carrying a hint of warmth from being drawn from the holster, the gun well maintained, gleaming with a metallic sheen. At that moment, "Dean, get down." Sam's roar echoed like thunder, shattering the silence. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a vague, ghostly, massive figure at the edge of darkness, lunging towards him at an incredible speed, bringing with it a stench of blood, the sense of oppression instantly enveloping him. Zhang Sheng reacted swiftly, his body shooting towards Sam like an arrow, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Bang! The two crashed heavily onto the cold ground, producing a muffled sound. Zhang Sheng grunted, a sharp pain shot through his back, yet he pressed down firmly on Sam, using his body to shield his brother. Cough! Sam felt a surge of suffocation, as if a colossal stone were crushing his chest, but what horrified him even more was a strange force that was violently tearing at his consciousness. It was as if every inch of his skin, every muscle, and even every fiber of his soul was being forcibly stripped away by an incomprehensible entity from beyond this world. He braced himself with his hands, his nails nearly digging into the hard ground, feeling as if his very existence was being erased bit by bit from reality, becoming transparent. Through the haze of excruciating pain, he saw a few dozen feet away the colorful dream realm constructed by him and Zhang Sheng. Like paint thrown into strong acid, it rapidly merged and dissolved, transforming into pure dark energy that the beast greedily consumed. Bang! 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 The gunfire ripped through the air, 3 shots in quick succession. The explosive sound of bullets firing echoed in the void, carrying a resolute intent to kill. Ow! A sharp, inhuman scream pierced the air, shattering eardrums. The gigantic beast in the darkness suddenly froze, its massive body revealing a clear outline. It had a sleek feline-like body covered in heavy scales, a long trunk waving, and exposed fangs that were as sharp as ivory, with amber eyes burning with furious flames in the darkness, filled with pain and anger. It let out a threatening low growl, its massive form curling into a defensive posture. Then, with a powerful push against the ground, it leaped into the boundless darkness, like a specter vanishing without a trace, leaving only the lingering scent of blood in the air. Zhang Sheng sprang up from the ground, kneeling on one knee, his .45 caliber pistol steadily aimed at the direction the beast had vanished, the barrel still emitting faint wisps of smoke. His hand was as steady as a rock, his breathing remarkably calm, clearly a reflex honed over years of hunting. He might not be adept at conjuring complex things out of thin air, but in the most critical moments his will always seemed to summon the weapons he needed most, unleashing astonishing fighting power. "Sam, are you all right?" He quickly turned his head, his voice laced with undeniable concern, scanning Sam for any signs of injury. Sam struggled to sit up, vigorously rubbing his arms, the solid sensation beneath his palms finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The sensation of being erased just moments ago had felt too real. For a moment, he genuinely believed he would completely dissipate, like smoke ceasing to exist. "I'm fine," he gasped, his gaze sharpening like a blade. What's the next step? We can't just keep passively defending like this. The two hunters quickly rose, standing back to back in a defensive posture. Zhang Sheng scanned the surroundings, his heart sinking. Half of the colors had vanished, and the remaining memory projections like startled birds anxiously gathered around them, their glow dimming their forms, blurring the edges, even beginning to fade, as if they would extinguish completely at any moment. The bait had worked, but the cost was too high. Zhang Sheng sneered coldly in his heart, his expression grave. How could one kill a monster that grew stronger by devouring your existence? It was an utterly unsolvable deadlock. He glanced at the bountiful food made of memories around them, and a bold thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Run. He ordered decisively, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The two immediately dashed off in completely random directions, their footsteps hurried, leaving the remaining projections behind. As they distanced themselves, the projections that had lost the support of their master's consciousness quickly dimmed and twisted like kites, with broken strings ultimately vanishing, completely devoured by darkness, becoming snacks for the beast. Bang! When a cold, hard wall appeared before him, without warning, Zhang Sheng abruptly halted, his feet scraping against the smooth ground with a shrill sound, sparks flying as he nearly collided. Sam reacted even faster, instantly adjusting his center of gravity, bracing his boot against the ground, leaning back. Although his entire weight pressed against it, causing his knees to emit strange sounds, he successfully avoided the awkwardness of smashing his face into the wall, his movement fluid. What the hell is this? Sam looked up, and what met his eyes was a black and white mosaic-tiled wall, cold and orderly. Looking up, he saw a rough stone-arched ceiling marked with the traces of time. He abruptly turned around, realizing he was in a completely enclosed, complexly structured room. Surrounding him were cold tiled walls and heavy stone columns, a rusted metal staircase leading to the second floor flanked by twisted iron railings covered in scratches and rust, evidently aged. Old mechanical devices lined the walls, flickering with lights and dials reminiscent of a 1950s sci-fi film, emitting a faint buzzing sound, occupying half the wall. Through the door crack in the adjacent room, more similar devices could be seen, with pipes crisscrossing like a huge steel spider web. In the center of the room stood a massive metal table, cold light seeping from beneath it, surrounded by several high-backed chairs, their seats severely worn. On the table lay several thick notebooks and a few ancient leather-bound tomes, the pages yellowed and the edges curled. The most eye-catching was an unfurled world map marked with countless red and blue annotations. It densely recorded various symbols and coordinates, clearly marking locations of supernatural events noted by hunters. Did Baku do this? Is it altering the dream environment? Sam cautiously approached the table, lowering his voice, afraid to disturb any lurking danger. The other side of the room led to a higher platform filled with towering bookshelves and an antique wooden desk resembling a small library with books stacked like mountains. Both rooms extended into several deep corridors, and while Sam was grateful for the many exits to maneuver, he was also terrified that the beast could suddenly pounce from any corridor, leaving him defenseless. No, Zhang Sheng's voice was low, carrying a hint of complex emotion. He gazed at the incredibly familiar details in the bunker. The bullet holes in the wall corners, the scratches on the table edges, the familiar mark on the stair railing, and the labels he had personally affixed to the equipment. A wave of intense nostalgia, almost suffocating, surged in his heart. This was a damned nostalgic dreamland, the safe house he had once yearned for, the strongest fortress in his subconscious. I think I did this myself, he muttered, his eyes complex. He needed a refuge, a safe point to regroup and fight back to back. It seemed that under the rules of this dream, his subconscious had sensed the danger and automatically constructed this most familiar, reassuring place for him. Sam stared at him in confusion, but Zhang Sheng merely shook his head, striding toward a dimly lit corridor next to the stairs, where the light was the weakest, making it the easiest ambush point that needed to be checked first. Sam immediately followed, gripping his machete tightly, ready for battle. They entered a long corridor flanked by square archways, its high walls tiled from floor to ceiling. All doors remained tightly shut. Sam tried pushing several. None so much as trembled, as if fused seamlessly into the walls. Heavy wooden doors bore engraved numerals, each encircled by ancient runes that shimmered with golden light. A faint but unmistakable aura of protection, clearly part of a warding formation designed to repel supernatural entities. Where are we? And how do you know this place so well? Sam couldn't suppress the question, the knot of doubt in his chest tightening with every step. The bunker. Zhang Sheng's voice was hard as stone, his pace unwavering, eyes scanning the corridor's depths with sharp vigilance. A safe house built exclusively for hunters. Like the one you mentioned before, the Wendigo incident. A fortress forged to withstand supernatural malevolence. Zhang Sheng cut him off, tone unyielding. Inside lie intelligence weapons. Everything we need. It is the hunter's sanctuary. They reached the corridor's end and turned left into a secondary passage identical in every detail. Had it not been for the changing door numbers, Sam would have sworn he'd stepped into an Escher lithograph, trapped in an infinite recursive maze. This new corridor led downward to a narrow, steep staircase. Without hesitation, Zhang Sheng descended, and there it was again, another identical corridor stretching into impenetrable darkness. How vast is this place? A chill ran through Sam as the bunker's uncanny scale and architecture pressed upon his senses with growing weight. Where's the armory? Sam asked cautiously, his gaze sweeping across the rows of doors lining both walls. Beyond the labels Subterranean and North America, inferred from the upstairs map, there were almost no clues. The architecture was deliberately dated, steeped in 1950s retro aesthetics, harmonizing perfectly with the vintage machinery upstairs. He knew it was forbidden delving too deeply into his brother's subconscious risked unpredictable consequences. Yet everything here felt terrifyingly real, too vivid to ignore, too urgent to resist. Exploiting dreams for information might be ethically wrong, but survival had eclipsed all else. Gone. Zhang Sheng's voice tightened like a drawn bowstring edged with suppressed agony. Sam snapped his head up, staring at his brother's rigid back, and his heart sank. What could possibly have happened to chain this eternal wanderer, this restless drifter, so irrevocably to one place? He heard the pain in that voice, and beneath it the clenched fury simmering just below the surface, ready to erupt. This bunker held memories too heavy to bear. Zhang Sheng pushed open a door marked Armory. Sam followed and froze. Before him stood a fully equipped armory. Gun racks bristled with firearms, from compact pistols to precision sniper rifles, all meticulously maintained. In one corner rested a rocket launcher, and what was that? A grotesque hybrid of Gatling gun and grenade launcher, its barrel jagged and menacing, radiating raw destructive power. Is that a shooting range? Sam pointed toward a heavy iron door at the far end of the armory, where silhouettes of targets loomed faintly in the gloom. For the first time, Zhang Sheng offered a wry smile, gesturing grandly. Welcome to the Batcave, Sammy. Everything we need is right here. Before the words had fully faded, FZZZT. Overhead lights flickered violently, shrieking with electrical feedback, plunging the corridor into strobing, surreal shadows. Zhang Sheng grunted sharply, clutching his chest as his face blanched bone white. He staggered sideways, slamming hard against the open doorframe, breath, ragged eyes clouded with torment. Dean. Sam lunged forward, catching him before he collapsed, voice urgent. What's wrong? It's here. Zhang Sheng gasped, pain and wariness flashing across his face. It senses my location, and it's eroding the bunker's wards. Sam glanced once at the armory, then back at his brother's ashen face, and nodded, decisive. Then let's figure out how to kill this damned thing. We won't wait to be erased. A sudden insight tore through the fog, blinding electric. His mind flashed to the upstairs walls lined with ancient tomes. There surely lay records of the Dream Eater. Dean. His voice quickened, eyes blazing. You said there's intel here, books on supernatural beings. Any records of the Dream Eater, or Baku? Zhang Sheng stared blankly as if Sam had lost his mind. Then slowly comprehension dawned. His expression shifted, from confusion to dawning understanding to a fleeting, absurd glimmer of hope, before collapsing again into deeper anguish, almost comically tragic. We're being hunted by a Dream Eater inside Dad's mind, and you want to read books? Disbelief saturated his voice, thick with weary resignation. Sam shrugged, even lifting one corner of his mouth in a defiant, desperate smile, the kind only born in absolute extremity. We don't know how to kill it, but we must, to save Dad. He pointed upward. So, knowledge is our weapon. You taught me that. Ugh, fine. Zhang Sheng sighed, defeated, and reluctantly returned the massive cannon-like grenade launcher to its rack. Sam's pupils contracted instinctively. The weapon's sheer presence was staggering. Zhang Sheng moved swiftly, snatching 2 hunting knives and a .45 caliber pistol. He tossed one knife and the pistol to Sam, who caught them midair with practiced ease, sliding the blade into his belt, the firearm into his boot, sheath movements fluid and ingrained. You find its weakness in the texts, Zhang Sheng commanded, raising his rifle, once more, muzzle sweeping methodically across every shadowed corner of the armory, vigilant for the slightest anomaly. I hold the entrances. The young hunter nodded. They retraced their steps, Zhang Sheng stumbling twice more along the way, each collapse synchronized precisely with the overhead light's violent flickers. Baku's corruption was intensifying. The final stumble coincided with a low tremor, walls shuddering, dust cascading from cracked tiles. The bunker's defenses were fracturing piece by piece. Are you sure feeding it so much food is wise? Sam murmured upon re-entering the main hall, glancing at the lingering memory projections, fragile, flickering moments away from annihilation. Black and white tiled floors stretched beneath them. Wrought iron stairs gleamed coldly under dim light. At least it's not eating us, yet, Zhang Sheng muttered. But even he knew the statement rang hollow. He carried enough nightmares, enough buried trauma to buy time. but time was finite. Eventually Baku would consume him entirely, as if mocking his words. FZZZT. Crack. Every wall sconce died at once, plunging them into absolute, suffocating blackness. A violent force wrenched Zhang Sheng backward into the dark. He barely saved himself by grabbing the icy wall, fingers gouging white furrows into the mortar. Then, blaring dissonant alarm wails pierced the silence. Crimson emergency lights flared to life, with a sickening hum bathing the entire bunker in a nauseating blood-soaked red, the color of death, of finality. That hue instantly resurrected Dean's most harrowing memories, gory hunts, fallen comrades, the crushing weight of fate's cruel design, flooding back, relentless and raw. Dean. Sam instantly fell into a combat stance, pressing his back against the wall, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, while shielding his trembling brother behind him, his gaze sharp as an eagle. As his eyes swept across the adjacent room, his pupils suddenly constricted and his heart raced. On the floor lay a corpse. There was nothing there just moments ago. A young man dressed in jeans, a white shirt, and a khaki jacket appeared clean and youthful. No external injuries, no bloodstains. His expression was peaceful, as if he were merely asleep. Sam rushed upstairs, his fingers trembling as he reached for the man's neck. Cold, stiff, devoid of a pulse, he had been dead for quite some time. He took a deep breath and cautiously turned the body over. It was a child a few years younger than Sam, looking no more than a teenager. With black hair and an Asian face, his features were delicate. But what made Sam's stomach churn was those eyes, or rather the places where eyes used to be. Two hollow sockets blasted open by some powerful force from within stared at the ceiling. It was a gruesome sight, and the air was thick with a faint scent of blood and the void of a dissipating soul. Kevin. Sam stumbled back, pressing his hand against his mouth, desperately suppressing the rising nausea and terror. He turned to Zhang Sheng, who stood at the foot of the stairs, staring blankly at the corpse, his eyes hollow, his face marked by an overwhelming, suffocating guilt. It was as if this child's death was a fault he could never atone for. This child's death was evidently connected to him in countless ways. Dean. Sam forced himself to stand straight, his voice carrying an authoritative tone. It's Baku. It is amplifying your nightmares, using your painful memories to enhance its own power and consume more. Resist it, Zhang Sheng. Don't let it control you. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the left room, the library, the sound of books hitting the ground, falling like rain. Sam immediately raised his gun, aiming at the doorway, every muscle in his body tensed. A strong, nauseating smell of gasoline quickly filled the air, pungent and unbearable. He gagged, pulling up his collar to cover his mouth and nose, yet the gun remained steady, maintaining its aim. He could hear rapid, wet, gasping sounds coming from within the room. Someone had a lung injury, struggling in agony, each breath laced with tearing pain. He took a step toward the doorway, preparing to rush in to investigate. Zhang Sheng's hand gripped his wrist like a vice, the force so strong it felt like it could crush his bones. Sam turned back in shock. He hadn't heard his brother's footsteps at all. Zhang Sheng had moved silently like a ghost. In the dim red light, Zhang Sheng's face was pale as wax, his eyes filled with pain and resistance. No. Zhang Sheng's voice was hoarse, filled with a desperate plea, as if it hid the nightmare he was most unwilling to face. Sam looked again toward the source of the gasping. A chilling thought struck him. Could the one lying inside be another Dean? Was he suffering from a collapsed lung due to a gasoline bomb, waiting painfully for death? Was this one of his brother's most painful memories? Dean. Sam suddenly broke free from his grasp, grabbing his brother's forearm fiercely, his gaze unwavering and resolute, saying, "We need those books. Only by finding Baku's weakness can we save Dad, and we can save you. Resist it. Don't let your nightmares ensnare you." Under Sam's almost provoking gaze, Zhang Sheng's body trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly engaged in a fierce struggle against his own subconscious and Baku's encroachment. He suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the fear and pain in his gaze were replaced by a near self-destructive determination, as if he had made a certain resolution. Buzz. The blood-red emergency light instantly extinguished, seamlessly switching back to cold white-yellow lighting. Kevin's corpse, the acrid smell of gasoline, the wet, gasping sounds. All the twisted nightmare images receded like a tide, disappearing without a trace, the bunker restored to calm, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. All right. Sam released his grip and strode toward the library door, his tone resolute. Let's go take it down and end this. Zhang Sheng followed behind, his heart racing, but his steps were firm, showing not a hint of hesitation. Damn it, he had to pull himself together and not be crushed by nightmares. They still had a mission, still had to save Dad. Sam rushed into the library with a thirst for knowledge, his fingers swiftly gliding across the spines of the books, his movements astonishingly quick as he pulled out a heavy ancient tome. The cover read, "Bestiary of the Supernatural Dream Domain" in Latin. He eagerly flipped through the pages, scanning for any mention of Baku. Zhang Sheng did not disturb him, knowing that Sam's aptitude for knowledge far exceeded his own. He returned to his post, raising his rifle like a lone wolf patrolling its territory, vigilantly guarding every entrance to the library, his ears perked to catch any slightest sound. His gaze fixated on the small door leading to the dormitory area, which was the weak point in their defenses. He moved slowly, his steps light, weaving around tables and pillars. Zhang Sheng's movements were fluid. It was as if he had lived in this bunker for half his life, knowing every corner and shadow like the back of his hand. He had not intended to summon this bunker, but when it appeared, he felt a strange sense of belonging. This was his fortress, the safest place in his subconscious. No intruder would dare take advantage in his sacred ground. He abruptly rounded a corner, his gun aimed straight at the shadow at the end of the corridor, empty. Just then, click! A crisp sound of a hammer being cocked echoed behind him. The sound was not loud, yet it carried a chill of death, instantly freezing Zhang Sheng's blood. The cold gun barrel with the unique chill of metal pressed firmly against the back of his head, the pressure steady, radiating an undeniable threat. Zhang Sheng's muscles instantly tensed, his fingers instinctively tightened around the trigger, ready to counterattack at the slightest movement. But the person behind him pressed the gun barrel harder against his neck, increasing the force, a clear warning, as if to say, "Move, and I'll shoot." When did Baku learn to use a gun? Or is this another nightmare? Or is it Dad? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, leaving him in a state of indecision. Put it down. This voice, deep, hoarse, bearing the marks of time and gunpowder with a hint of a long-lost, deeply familiar resonance. This voice was like a rusty key, instantly unlocking a long-sealed door deep within his heart. Perhaps he should not turn around. Perhaps he should comply to avoid conflict. But the familiarity of that voice was too overwhelming. His body's instinct surpassed rational thought, and the instinct to survive driving him to make a decision. He suddenly turned around decisively. Dad. John Winchester stood there, his shotgun steady in his hands, his gaze sharp as a knife, filled with the hunter's unique vigilance and scrutiny. His face weathered and lined, yet still imposing like a green pine, standing atop a mountain. Zhang Sheng's pupils contracted violently behind the gun barrel's front sight, his gaze piercing through the cold, notched rear sight of the Colt M1911A1, locking rigidly onto that face. So familiar, it arrested his heartbeat. John Winchester. He stood there like a specter stepped out of a sepia photograph, uncannily reminiscent of the last time Zhang Sheng had seen him, standing in the doorway of that Sioux Falls hospital room, saturated with antiseptic and the quiet dread of death, gazing down at his own frail, bedridden form. His hair was frost-white and cropped short, a testament to his lifelong discipline. Fine lines etched by wind, time, and exhaustion radiated from the corners of his eyes, yet could not dim the fierce, almost fanatical flame of justice burning within their hawk-like depths. He wore the same faded olive-green jacket, its shoulders stained with old blood, his waist bearing the ever-present hunting knife. The man himself as sharp and unyielding as a bayonet drawn from its scabbard. Keen, cold, and heavy with the acrid scent of battlefields past, his presence compressed the air itself into suffocating silence. Put the gun down. His voice was low, not raised, yet struck Zhang Sheng's nerves like a hammer blow. Not a question, not a plea. A command absolute, an executioner's final verdict delivered to his quarry. Zhang Sheng did not drop the rifle, but the muzzle, as if guided by invisible threads, slowly, unmistakably drifted sideways. That weapon no longer threatened John, not in Zhang Sheng's mind. He knew with visceral certainty he could never pull the trigger on his own father. Yet Baku's lurking shadow might still watch from some unseen corner. He dared not relax, not even for a breath. His finger remained locked inside the trigger guard, his muscles coiled taut as a drawn bowstring. Yes, always like this. John's voice was gravel-thick, weary, and laced with bitter irony, as though he had long since seen through every lie ever told. His calloused fingers settled steadily upon the trigger of his .45. The motion was fluid, instinctive, like breathing itself. In that instant, Zhang Sheng's mind went utterly blank. He had no time to think. What neural shock would a bullet passing through the brain in this dream inflict upon his waking self? Could it shatter synapses, or leave permanent damage? His body tensed, instinctively bracing for the fatal impact. Boom! The gunshot detonated like a hand grenade inside his ear canal. The concussive roar nearly ruptured his eardrums, fire and smoke swallowed his vision whole. The bullet screamed past his temple, searing heat licking his scalp, then slammed into the stone wall just above his shoulder, shattering mortar and stone, sending shards and dust cascading over his hair and shoulders like grim rain. Dad! His scream vanished beneath the deafening thunder of the blast. In that razor-thin sliver of time, Sam became a black lightning bolt, launching himself forward at full speed, all momentum and desperation crashing hard into John's side. Thud! They struck the floor as if struck by a freight train, tumbling headlong into a metal table. monitors, files, and instruments scattering in a cacophony of clattering chaos. Zhang Sheng hurled the rifle aside, drew his pistol, and rolled forward with lethal precision toward the grappling pair. In that moment, his entire world narrowed to two imperatives: save Sam and subdue his father. John reacted with startling speed. Mid-tumble, he absorbed the impact with veteran reflexes, drove a brutal elbow into Sam's ribs to force him back, and in the same seamless motion wrenched the hunting knife from Sam's grip, reversing control in a single devastating pivot. The Muella boy's hunting knife gleamed coldly under the emergency lights, its edge tracing a lethal arc before settling with surgical precision against Sam's throat. Half an inch deeper, and the carotid artery would part, spilling life onto the floor. Sam's face flushed crimson. With every ounce of strength, he clamped both hands around his father's wrist forearms, straining tendons erupting like cables under his skin, fighting desperately to push the blade away. But John's strength was immovable, granite forged in war. The icy steel already pierced the skin to a thin, vivid line of blood weld and traced a slow, chilling path down Sam's neck. Zhang Sheng's pistol pressed cold and unrelenting against the base of John's skull, its barrel flush against the coarse white stubble, each hair distinct beneath the metal. "Put it down." Zhang Sheng's voice was low, hoarse, yet eerily calm, mirroring his father's own commanding cadence with unnerving fidelity, resonating with absolute, unassailable authority. John's body locked rigid. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, he tilted his head, glancing over his shoulder toward his eldest son. Those signature green eyes, sharp as shattered glass, locked onto Zhang Sheng in the dim red glow, unblinking, incisive, and utterly merciless. He saw the weapon pressed to his skull. He saw the lethal mix in Zhang Sheng's gaze: murderous intent, profound anguish, and an ironclad resolve that brooked no defiance. Good boy, a fleeting absurd thought crossed John's mind. If this isn't some demon's illusion, I'd almost be proud of you. But when his gaze flickered back to Sam, still pinned beneath the knife's edge, those green eyes narrowed, reptilian and predatory, suspicion and lethal intent surging anew. "You would kill your own son." Zhang Sheng's voice rose, each word a frozen shard of poisoned ice, driving straight into John's heart, tearing at it with raw, unbearable agony. The grief, fury, and bone-deep bitterness woven into those words stole John's breath. This was no demon's taunt. It was the bleeding cry of a child betrayed by the one he trusted most. It only confirmed John's conviction this was the demon's cruelest deception yet. His Dean, his true loyal soldier, his firstborn. Dean could never know, could never fathom, that John's darkest nightmare, his deepest, most secret terror, was losing control and ending his youngest son's life with his own hands. "You are not my sons." John ground out each syllable, forced between clenched teeth, and pressed the blade deeper. Another jagged wound split open across Sam's throat. "Get out of my head. Demon tricks won't fool me." "Yes, we are." Sam gasped beneath the knife, voice ragged but clear, unwavering in its certainty. "We took African dream root. Bobby, he called us. Said you were trapped inside your own mind." John's motion faltered, just once. He looked down at his youngest, his expression shifting, complex, fractured, doubt for the first time cracking the armor of his certainty. A fragile, almost impossible possibility flickered in the darkness of his mind, like a single firefly in endless night. For the first time, the dream offered not accusation but a clue. But no, demons were too cunning. Anything they knew, ingredients, incantations, even the names of old friends, could be twisted into a more perfect snare. "Your move is impressive," John sneered, the blade unwavering against Sam's throat, "but I won't be fooled." He tightened his arm muscles abruptly, the blade poised to sever the fragile throat. In that split second, Zhang Sheng moved. He suddenly wrapped his arms around John's neck from behind, his strong arms tightening like an iron hoop, while violently pulling his head back, fully exposing the vulnerable throat. The gun's muzzle rose, the cold metal pressing firmly against John's chin. With a slight movement, it could pierce through his skull. "I'd rather risk killing you," Zhang Sheng roared, saliva almost spitting onto John's face, the same green eyes as his father's burning with reckless madness, "than risk you killing him, Sam." "Dean." John's pupils suddenly constricted. Confusion washed over him like a cold tide, instantly drowning all active neurons in his brain. If this was a figment of his imagination, something was definitely off. It looked like him, sounded like him, and even had that fierce spirit, but this was definitely not his Dean, not the loyal eldest son who always protected his brother. So who exactly was this? Or rather, what could possibly portray his son so perfectly? "Prove it to me." John's voice lowered, laced with a near desperate resolve. He did not move the knife from Sam's throat, even though he knew that at this angle, he could not fight against his son's strength from behind. "If you are my son, and we are in my mind, then prove it to me. Prove you are not a puppet of evil." Zhang Sheng's heart sank suddenly. What the hell was this solution? Everything John knew the Dreamwalker could easily answer. And any secret he didn't know would, with John's paranoia, only be deemed a more exquisite lie, completely intensifying the conflict. How on earth could I come up with something John Winchester would believe, but not know? As he frantically cursed himself for never being able to think of anything useful, and wondered why his father had to be such a paranoid, cold-blooded bastard. A long-buried fragment of memory surged up like wreckage surfacing from a sunken ship, piercing through the surface of his consciousness with a bitter warmth. Zhang Sheng completely cast aside father-son feelings. He unconsciously tapped the cold gun with his fingers, swallowing hard, his throat feeling like it was blocked by a burning coal, hot and painful. Damn it! Threatening to kill his father was far easier than confessing this. That time his voice was as dry as sandpaper, hoarse to the point of being out of tune. You left me at that boy's house in upstate New York. I got caught stealing. Even though my throat was choked with emotion and my eyes burned, Zhang Sheng's gaze was like a nail fixed on his father's profile, not daring to look away for even a moment. He was well aware that this former Marine only needed half the courage to counter him instantly. The fact that they were still alive was purely luck, a product of John's deep-seated concern for his son. I don't want to leave. Zhang Sheng's voice began to tremble. Once the floodgates of memory opened, the surging emotions could no longer be suppressed. The long-buried desires and grievances all surged forth. Those were the best 2 months of my life. He choked back his emotions and forced himself to continue. And when you came to pick me up, Sonny's gentle face, that simple yet warm home, the promise that you can stay, surged up in his heart like a tide. That was the fatherly care he had never truly possessed, the stable life he longed for deep down, but never dared to wish for, the only brightness in his tumultuous life. I don't want to go with you. Zhang Sheng's fingers gripped the gun tightly, the sweat in his palms soaking the warm metal, the slippery sensation making him feel somewhat anxious. John merely stared at him, unblinking, as if trying to penetrate his soul, discerning the truth of his words. I never told you because it wouldn't matter. Anyway, you would have dragged me out. So I went with you and Sammy, continuing the life of a hunter. Sam lay on the ground, eyes wide, looking incredulously at the back of his father, his heart churning with turmoil. He recalled the months when Zhang Sheng disappeared. As a child, when they were told his brother had gotten lost during a hunt, he had no idea that his brother had spent a peaceful time in a safe place. Clearly, he preferred that home over their life of wandering, always facing the possibility of death. If it weren't for this experience opening his eyes, if it weren't for the deep pain reflected in his brother's eyes, he would surely scoff at Zhang Sheng's weakness. He had always thought Zhang Sheng would never understand the cruelty and necessity of this hunting life. However, now Zhang Sheng understood completely. He buried his desire for stability deep within, perfectly disguising it with indifference and duty, as if it had never happened. The blade slowly moved away from Sam's throat. John still stared intently at his eldest son, his murderous stance melting away like snow, his tense muscles gradually relaxing. He slowly stood up, taking a step back away from his youngest son, whom he had pinned to the ground, the hunting knife drooping in his hand, drops of blood from the blade splattering onto the ground. Sam struggled to sit up beside his brother, clutching the injury on his neck, gasping for breath. At this moment, Zhang Sheng cautiously set down the gun, releasing the hammer, his taut nerves finally relaxing a bit. John gazed at his two sons, summoning all his willpower to convince himself that was them, his flesh and blood, the sons he had not embraced properly since the Lawrence fire. His calloused hands trembled slightly as he reached out, pulling them into his embrace with such force that it almost felt like he was trying to meld them into his bones. Zhang Sheng's body stiffened at his touch, as if struck by an electric current. In that moment, John felt that something was off for another reason. His Dean never resisted his embrace. But Sam actively and forcefully hugged his father, burying his face in his shoulder, feeling the long-lost paternal love. Soon Zhang Sheng's stiff shoulders also relaxed slightly, hesitantly and awkwardly raising his arms to return the embrace, the motion clumsy yet imbued with an indescribable bitterness. What are you children doing here? John stepped back, swiftly shedding his fatherly warmth and adopting the stern, focused expression of a seasoned hunter, as if the embrace had never occurred. Yet beneath his composed tone lingered a subtle undercurrent of concern. Sam blinked, rapidly fighting back welling tears, his eyes reddening at the edges. His long, arduous journey to find his father had finally ended. He was relieved John did not press him about the earlier tension. He truly did not want this fragile reunion to erupt into another fierce argument, shattering the hard-won tenderness. You wouldn't wake up, so we came to get you. Sam spoke softly, his voice hoarse. It's not a demon, Dad. Zhang Sheng added, his expression awkward, caught between elation and habitual reserve, as if trying to conceal the vulnerability he'd just revealed. It's a Baku. The yellow-eyed demon used it to track you, and trapped you within your own consciousness. John's brow furrowed deeply. His innate hunter's instincts instantly processed this startling new information. Though deeply reluctant to admit he'd been wrong, his son's theory was logically airtight. explaining every prior anomaly why those dreams had persisted so long, spanned such vast realms, and carried such aggressive intensity. Damn it, he muttered at last, his voice thick with chagrin. No wonder the safe house failed. The thing isn't vulnerable to conventional means. We need to break its hold over you. Sam picked up the rifle Zhang Sheng had discarded, brushed off the dust, and handed it back to his brother. We were searching for its weakness. Then you appeared. John followed his younger son toward the table laden with books, his gaze sweeping across the heavy, ancient tomes with sharp, appraising eyes. He glanced casually around. This place was utterly unfamiliar. He assumed it must be one of his son's creations, a subconscious safe house conjured from their minds. Where exactly are we? Up. Sam glanced at Zhang Sheng, then back at his father, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. It's a kind of library, storing records on supernatural entities. John idly opened a volume atop the nearest stack, the pages yellowed and inscribed with cryptic symbols. Sam raised an eyebrow at Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng gave a slight, grateful shake of his head. Thankfully, his father hadn't pressed for details. He had no idea how he'd explain the bunker's origin. How much time do we have? When does the dreamer's effect wear off? John closed the book and continued scanning the surroundings, searching for any further usable clues. Zhang Sheng rechecked his rifle. The scuffle had loosened its mechanism, and the bolt slid with unsettling resistance. In their line of work, a jammed firearm meant imminent death. There could be no margin for error. Hard to say. Sam looked again at Zhang Sheng, his tone grave. Zhang Sheng remained uncharacteristically silent in front of his father. Normally, he would rush to report proposed strategies and seek even the faintest acknowledgement. Time feels distorted here. Probably not long. At most 1 hour, then the drug will fade entirely. At that moment, boom, the walls began to shudder violently. Tiles groaned and cracked along the seams. A dust rained down in thick sheets. The entire bunker groaned under unbearable strain. Time's up. Zhang Sheng snapped the rifle's bolt forward with a sharp metallic clang. Combat ready. Moved, or we'll be buried alive. Walls collapsed, rubble fell like hail. The three sprinted forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Overhead, ceiling fixtures plummeted like rain. They leapt across the crumbling floor like players in a lethal game of Frogger, each bound accompanied by shrieking debris. A single misstep would mean crushing injury. Where are we going? Sam shouted, his voice swallowed by the deafening roar of collapse. Zhang Sheng surged ahead, racing back through the black and white tiled room and lunging straight for the metal staircase leading upstairs, the sole escape route etched into his memory. Trusting Zhang Sheng's plan, Sam and John followed without hesitation, feet pounding, no pause, no glance back. Zhang Sheng scrambled upward, hands and feet flying, darting down the short second-floor corridor until he reached a massive riveted metal door, thick with rust. He seized a colossal corroded lever and hauled upward with all his strength, the grating shriek of metal on metal piercing the air. Sam slammed his shoulder into the door, gripping its mechanisms with both hands, straining alongside his brother, veins bulging across his forehead. Erg! Together they roared, a guttural unified cry, as the door groaned, shrieked, and slowly yielded, cracking open just enough to reveal a dark, damp passage beyond. Ceiling fragments rained down like a storm. They were out of time. John seized both sons' arms and hurled them through the opening with his last ounce of strength, just as a falling slab struck his back. He choked out a stifled grunt. Thud! Sam crashed onto cold, uneven ground, gravel biting into his skin, agony flaring across his body. He groaned, every organ feeling displaced. Get off me, you're too heavy. He writhed, shoving aside his 200-pound elder brother, nicknamed Moose, with a flustered, exasperated complaint. Zhang Sheng gasped for breath, struggling upright, his back throbbing with dull, deep pain, clearly bruised from the fall. Stop acting like a child. Humph, Sam muttered, climbing to his feet and offering Zhang Sheng a hand. Zhang Sheng shot him a mock glare, gripped his palm, and rose, brushing dust from his clothes. Where are we? He asked, quietly dusting off his jeans and surveying the unfamiliar neighborhood bathed in soft, silvery moonlight. Home, a raspy voice replied, laden with layered emotion. Both brothers whirled around. Their father, John Winchester, stood a few feet away, calm, steady, gazing forward. Dust and debris had already fallen from his coat. He bore no trace of having narrowly escaped collapse, more like a man returning from an evening stroll, still tall and unbroken. His gaze rested upon a quaint 2-story white cottage. Moonlight spilled like liquid silver across its pale facade, casting a faint, surreal blue glow. Warm amber light glowed softly from the kitchen window, illuminating the quiet yard. The wooden front steps, the stained glass windows, all intact, untouched by the axe Zhang Sheng had wielded a month earlier, as if that memory had never existed. Is this Jenny's house? Sam turned, scanning the surroundings, only then realizing something was deeply amiss. Jenny and her kids are gone. The furniture's all different, strange, unfamiliar. No, Sammy. John's voice was low, resonant, with unshakable authority. He held Sam's gaze, his expression flickering with layered sorrow, nostalgia, grief, and quiet ache. This is our house. Mine and Mary's. Right, I know. Sam shrugged, suddenly overwhelmed by absurdity and irritation, his tone sharpening. The woman living there now is named Jenny. We visited months ago. It was haunted. He paused, voice tightening, wounded and accusatory. We called you. You didn't answer. Damn it. Zhang Sheng cursed under his breath, abruptly cutting off a potential argument and extinguishing any possibility of warmth. He had no desire to plunge into paternal conflict the moment they reunited. He patted his coat and belt. His weapons were gone. In this unfamiliar dreamscape, being unarmed meant being unmoored. Sam searched the ground for the book on Asian mythology he'd snatched earlier, their only hope against Baku, but both copies had vanished, lost in the chaos moments before. Can you forge more weapons? He asked, Zhang Sheng, eyes flickering with fragile hope. Zhang Sheng had already closed his eyes, straining to tap into his subconscious. Yet when he opened them again, fury darkened his gaze, and his voice bristled with irritation. It's useless on me. The dream's dominion no longer rests in my hands. Perhaps because this isn't your dream. Sam turned toward John, thoughtful. This pristine, intact home said everything. They stood at the core of John's consciousness. John glanced between them, shrugged, and shut his eyes, attempting like them to summon a weapon. Moments later, he opened one eye, then the other, yet nothing stirred. Not even a spark flickered into being. Baku must have seized control anew. Zhang Sheng muttered, voice thick with venomous curse. It's devouring John's awareness, feeding its own strength. That can't be good. Sam murmured softly, unease coiling tighter in his chest. Before the words fully faded. Boom! A searing, orangered light erupted violently from within the house. Crackling flames tore through the hushed night air. Thick, acrid smoke billowed forth, reeking of charred flesh and scorched timber. Cursing, Zhang Sheng staggered backward. Blistering heat nearly lifted him off his feet. Fire engulfed the white walls in an instant, mirroring Lawrence's inferno from long ago, reborn before his eyes. Sam seized his shoulder, steadying him. John's military instincts ignited. His gaze swept the blaze like lightning. The front door and kitchen were sealed by flame. Only the second floor remained. Second floor now. He roared, bolting toward the stairs, boots pounding. Zhang Sheng surged ahead. Even as fire licked the banister and scorching waves blistered his skin, he clawed upward with desperate strength. He knew exactly where Sam's nursery lay and what awaited inside. Those memories were too agonizing. He dared not look up, dared not meet that vision, fearing the nightmare would swallow him whole. But Sam saw. John slammed into him. Sam jerked to a halt, barely avoiding collision. His eyes locked onto the ceiling, pupils contracting sharply. His blood turned to ice. No fire burned in the room. Yet a familiar figure hung impaled upon the blazing ceiling, blood raining down in crimson droplets, staining her white nightgown. A perfect, horrifying echo of his mother's death. Mom! Sam's whisper was barely audible. The scene fused seamlessly with countless nightmares. Jesse pinned to the ceiling, drenched in blood, paralyzing him, utterly blanking his mind, stealing even his breath. Sammy. She gazed down through tears, offering a tender smile, the very same she'd worn in his final memory of her. A single warm drop of blood landed precisely on his cheek, metallic sweet, jolting him back from the edge of oblivion. John seized his arm, wrenching him around, refusing to let him witness that fatal final face. Voice urgent, don't look. It's not real. His body trembled, not from heat but from decades-old anguish, as his wife's spectral voice echoed in his soul. Where were you? Why didn't you save me? Yet her spirit remained deaf. Those questions had tormented him half his life. He knew this was no Mary. Only Baku's cruel illusion masquerading as love. It's not her, Sam. John's voice pierced the roar of flames and Sam's daze. Unshakable, commanding, none of this is real. It's Baku's trap. Sam snapped back to himself, gripping his father's wrist, knuckles bleaching white. Reality reassembled. The girlfriend's image dissolved from the ceiling, replaced by his father's stricken, anxious face. He nodded numbly, forcing down terror, then dropped his gaze toward the window, the sole path to survival. Zhang Sheng already had one foot thrust through the window frame, the other hovering over the inferno below, ready to leap back and pull them out. His eyes scanned the perimeter, sharp and wary. Sam crashed hard against the windowsill, then scrambled out without hesitation, swift and precise. Zhang Sheng slid across the roof, skirting burning beams. Behind them, fire detonated with thunderous force. Sam instinctively glanced back, heart seizing. John stood between him and the burning ceiling, his back scorched yet unbent, immovable as an ancient mountain. Keep moving, son. John's voice was steady, resonant with paternal resolve. None of this is real. Survive. Sam knew he truly did. He nodded, sliding down the tiles with practiced agility. Zhang Sheng rolled upon landing, absorbing the impact. Sam hit the ground beside him, hard enough to make him grimace. John grunted, landing solidly. Only the hem of his coat singed. The three fled swiftly from the collapsing home, consumed by roaring flame. No pause, no glance back. John glanced over his shoulder. This modest cottage he'd bought with every ounce of his being, this home he and Mary had built with love and labor, now reduced once more to ash, just as Lawrence's had been a ruin wreathed in fire. For the first time, raw sorrow flickered across his face, his piercing eyes shimmering faintly behind a veil of unshed tears. And there, amid the smoke and embers, his beloved appeared again, hazy, fading, heavy with unspeakable regret. "We must keep moving." Zhang Sheng tugged his father's arm, breaking the spell of grief. Voice urgent, "Baku will be on us any moment." John nodded, swallowing the ache, then turned, chasing after his sons. But a sudden tidal surge of inward pressure wrenched him sideways. He gasped, dropped to one knee, face draining of color, sweat beading cold upon his brow. "Shit!" Zhang Sheng barked, lunging to support him, only to be flung back by an invisible force. "It's siphoning his energy. John's consciousness is being devoured." Sam dropped to one knee, cradling John's head in both hands, straining with all his will to awaken his father's fading awareness. His mind raced, hunting for a breach in the logic. "It never drained you before," he snapped, lifting his gaze to his brother, eyes wide with dread. "Why start now?" "Because now we know who it is." Zhang Sheng hauled his father upright in one fluid motion, hoisting him across his shoulders, voice tight with urgency. "The game is over. Either it no longer needs you as bait, or it means to consume you entirely. We must exit this domain of consciousness, now." They stumbled through familiar streets, where the pavement warped and dissolved into unreality. John the Dream's sovereign was now Baku's feast, devoured with ravenous abandon. Each tug felt like being tossed in a storm-tossed vessel, teetering on the brink of capsizing, his awareness slipping further into haze. Sam led the way, slipping deftly between two lawns. He yanked open a wooden gate, ushering Zhang Sheng and his father into a fenced yard. Beyond the shrubbery stood a door, possibly leading to an alley, a new escape route. But it was rusted shut, immovable. Sam scaled the 5-foot wooden fence, perching atop it, leaning back, arms ready to catch. Zhang Sheng strained, hoisting the near-fainting John upward. Sam locked his arms around his father's waist, and together they hauled him over the barrier, clumsy, frantic, effective. Zhang Sheng confirmed the area was clear, then vaulted over, stumbling, midlanding. Then, ugh, his back slammed into the fence, heart hammering, breath stolen by a presence flooding his senses. Cassidy hovered inches from his face, haloed in radiant, sacred light. "What the hell, Cass?" Zhang Sheng clutched his chest, gulping air, startled by the abrupt apparition. "You need to wake up? Now." Cass's voice was sharp, his gaze unyielding. "There's an emergency in the real world." "Wait, Dad." Zhang Sheng began, urgently trying to explain, but Cass cut him off. "Bobby Singer is in danger. You must wake up." Cass's tone deepened, gravity and quiet anxiety threading through every syllable. Even as Cass spoke, he clapped a hand to his forehead, color leaching from his face, his form growing translucent, clearly disrupted by some unseen force. Meanwhile, Sam and John crossed the yard, following the side wall of another house to the sidewalk, staggering, breath ragged. Sam halted, leaning heavily against the wall to steady himself. Before him stretched an unfamiliar street, an unnamed town he'd been too young to remember. Faint amber lamplight filtered through gnarled branches, casting fractured shadows over crumbling houses, while the air hung thick with the scent of decay. He saw no sign of Baku, yet dread coiled around his heart like a cold, silent serpent. "Which way do we go?" he asked John, though deep down he held little hope. After all, this was a labyrinth of consciousness where direction held no meaning. John groaned, his body lurching violently to one side, as if seized by an invisible giant's hand, nearly toppling over. Sam clutched him tightly, preventing his collapse, voice urgent, "Dad, hold on. Zhang Sheng, we need another plan." Sam turned back, only to find the lane behind them utterly empty. Zhang Sheng had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a whisper of his presence. Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng. Just as he prepared to set John down and rushed to save his brother, the ground heaved and tilted violently. It was as if a cataclysmic earthquake had struck. Sam screamed as he slid off the sidewalk and plunged into an abyss of unknown darkness, the crushing weightlessness seizing him whole. He crashed hard onto unyielding stone bones, screaming in protest, his body threatening to splinter apart. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright, only to find John sprawled beside him, staggering to his feet, his face as pale as bleached parchment. "Daddy." Sam rushed forward to steady him, his voice trembling with residual terror. John nodded weakly, his pallor stark, his voice frail. "I'm all right." "What just happened?" What caused that tremor? The dream has shifted. It's Baku's doing. Sam scanned the surroundings, and his heart sank. The world was slowly growing from void pipes, sky bridges, colossal ventilation shafts, emerging like a cheap film's Fadian, slow, eerie, grotesque, until at last coalescing into the hulking silhouette of an abandoned factory, rust-eaten and thick with menace. Baku had ceased feeding on John, an anomaly. Yet if Baku hadn't fed on John, and Zhang Sheng had vanished, then its latest transformation was no accident. It was a deliberate assault to separate them, then dismantle them one by one. Perhaps Zhang Sheng was fighting back elsewhere, diverting Baku's attention, granting John this fragile, fleeting reprieve. Your brother can take care of himself, John said as if reading his thoughts, placing a steadying hand on Sam's shoulder, voice calm and resolute. He's far more resilient than you imagine. He'll find a way. Sam nodded, forcing belief into his own words, pressing down the dread churning in his chest. Around them, the skeletal outline of an abandoned chemical plant sharpened into focus, its air thick with acrid, nauseating fumes. Do you know where we are? Sam tried summoning his weapon, but no matter how fiercely he concentrated, nothing answered. His subconscious felt sealed, locked away. No. John studied the desolation, brow furrowed. But it feels familiar. Perhaps a hunt I endured once, memory plundered by Baku. They walked aimlessly, the iron floorboards groaning beneath their boots, a shrill grating sound in the factory's suffocating silence. A sharp, brittle clatter echoed from the left, the unmistakable sound of a pipe falling to the ground. The silence shattered. Instantly, both men whirled around, hands instinctively flying to their waists, only to grasp cold, empty air. A jolt of panic shot through them. No, I was trapped here before for weeks. Each time Baku laid traps. I never escaped. John's voice was low, heavy with resignation. This place clearly haunted him. What happened before? How did you break free? Sam pressed, urgently, searching desperately for a crack in the pattern. In the end, I always woke up. As you said, it hadn't drawn my blood before. It only sought my location, to claim what the yellow-eyed demon required. John recalled those past ordeals, tone grave. But now its goal has changed. It means to devour our consciousness entirely. Sam nodded. This confirmed their worst fears. Yet now Baku had altered its strategy to trap them here forever, feeding upon their very minds. Can you wake yourself up, without the dream or its effect? He asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. Sam closed his eyes, focusing every shred of will toward self-awakening. He opened them again, still the derelict factory. No change. Hope dissolved utterly. John shook his head. He'd tried it countless times, voice weary. It's useless. So long as Baku commands our consciousness, we cannot awaken. They pressed onward, footsteps leaden. Sam kept glancing back, ensuring Baku hadn't followed. Yet only the wind's hollow moan through corroded pipes answered him, deeper silence, somehow more terrifying than any sound. He turned forward, ready to speak to John, only to find his father standing just a dozen feet ahead, yet impossibly distant, as if separated by an entire universe. His form began to blur. All around them, reality warped and bled color, threatening imminent collapse. From the left came the skittering scrape of claws against earth, soft, insistent, lethally oppressive. Sam's blood froze. Every hair on his body stood rigid. He'd seen this before, in a grim vision of a filthy bus station. It was Baku's prelude to the hunt. John snapped, alert, instantly whirling around, his gaze sharpening into something fierce and feral. Sam didn't wait for the word run. His body moved before thought, survival overriding everything. He lunged at his father, slamming him hard to the ground, shielding him with his own body. Boom. Baku's colossal form flashed overhead like a phantom, slamming down onto the iron plating ahead with a deafening roar that vibrated the metal beneath them. Its massive frame emerged into the dim light, scales gleaming coldly, fangs razor-sharp, amber eyes burning with ravenous hunger locked unblinkingly upon them. Sam hauled his father up and sprinted. No hesitation, no glance back, while Baku's guttural shrieks drew nearer and the screech of claws tearing across iron rang like a death knell. They hadn't gone far when John stumbled, nearly collapsing. Sam reached out to steady him, only for his hand to pass straight through his father's body, grasping only icy hollow air. His heart ceased. "Daddy!" Sam cried out in raw horror, staring in disbelief as his fingers vanished into his father's form. John's outline grew translucent, spectral, like smoke, his body beginning to dissolve grain by grain. Sam reached again, his hand sinking deep into his father's fuzzy, incorporeal bicep, grasping nothing, feeling nothing, watching helplessly as his father faded, growing ever more insubstantial. "Run, Sammy." John's voice was faint, tender with sorrow and worry, his form scattering like dust caught in wind. "Take care of yourself and your brother." Sam collapsed to his knees, watching, powerless, as his father's figure unraveled in the cold draft from the ventilation shaft, dissolving completely into nothingness, leaving no trace behind but the echo of his own desperate cry reverberating through the hollow factory. Sam spun around, eyes bloodshot, face twisted with grief and unyielding resolve. Baku stood 20 feet away, crouched low, foreclaws planted, spine arched like a leopard coiled to strike, its gaze fixed unwavering upon him, its final prey. Its long snout swayed rhythmically while beneath its gaping maw the floor itself oozed like thick, viscous paint, sucked inward with a wet, hungry hiss. Blood began seeping from the edges of the walls, dark crimson coursing down rust-streaked metal. The dream itself was being consumed, devoured by the beast, unraveling piece by piece. Their time had run out. Sam's consciousness blurred. His body grew translucent. He knew. He too would soon become Baku's sustenance, dissolving utterly into this endless maze of mind.